And so that's how I came up with the final experiment. So my channel. All right. I am back in the saddle and excited to be back, but I did need a break. So just to be brutally honest with everybody, you can only deal with the craziness for so long of being called a Satanist and a fake pastor and all the other crazy things being thrown at me. But I am rested up and excited to be back here in the chair. There is so much going on, everybody, just so you know. The next few weeks are going to be pretty wild in a good way. I need to silence my phone. I am also going to be trying to simulcast the debate tonight on our channel here, because it's also going to be on the Modern Day Debate channel. So I'm hoping there's not issues with technology, but we shall see. But anyway, a lot going on behind the scenes, things I'm working on. So I'm going to give everybody kind of a heads up here on what's to come. I did want to, reconnect here with the TFE fam. And if you have any thoughts on Nathan Thompson, who I will be debating here in just a little bit, let me know in the comments. I'll do my best to watch the comments here on the screen. But so yeah, this debate tonight is something I'm looking forward to. I look at TFE as kind of like a package deal. And so you've got everything leading up to it, which was a lot of craziness. And then you've got the time we actually spent in Antarctica and Chile, all of the experiments we did, all of the observations we made. Someone just asked me if I paid Nathan to debate. No, I did not. Modern Day Debate reached out to me and said, hey, would you debate Nathan Thompson? And I said, sure. So anyway, I'm looking at TFE as a package, which is everything. And now afterward, I'm putting out the series that we already have 4 videos on, which is the final experiments, plural. That will end up having about 15 videos in that series. I personally think that series is going to be the most important thing that we do. I could be wrong on that, but that's the thing that I kind of hope stands the test of time, and kind of gets the most views. It's going to be something that anybody can hand to a family member, a friend, a loved one, a coworker who is flat Earth, who is considering flat Earth. And you can just say, hey, check out this series on YouTube. And no matter which one they click on, they will have incredible information that I think is just not possible on a flat Earth. All right, some important things coming up. We have the TFE Rewind. We're going to be doing a live stream with everybody that was in Antarctica that went on the trip with us. So 9 people, including myself. As you recall, we originally took 4 flat earthers and 4 globers. At least one of the flat earthers is no longer flat Earth and is now on the globe side. But anyway, we're going to get all of us together again for kind of one more live stream, which is mainly for you guys, mainly for the audience, so that people can see where they're at. I get people asking me questions all the time. Where is Lisbeth at? I have no idea. Where is Austin at with everything? I really don't know. He's been relatively quiet. A lot of people know where Jaren's at. He's been very vocal, but it's just going to be a good time to talk to the people that went, find out what's happened since they've been back, what they're experiencing in their own circles. It's just going to be great. So I'm excited for that. That's on Tuesday. Let me just grab my calendar here. There's so much going on, I'm forgetting. Yeah, that's going to be Tuesday at 5 p.m. EST. So 5 p.m. Eastern is the TFE reunion/rewind. So you don't want to miss that. What else? I'm forgetting. Why am I forgetting? All right, give me a second here. This is crazy. Oh, yes. How can I forget this? I will be debating Stephen Alonso. Stephen Alonso has kind of made a name for himself in the flat earth world, including with TFE. And that is going to be on March 3rd at 6 p.m. EST. So you'll definitely want to check that out. That's in a little over a week. So look forward to that. We're going to be having on, I have not had a chance to get this put on the channel yet, but I'm actually bringing someone on who lives in Jerusalem. He is Jewish. He's been there for over 20 years. He is very knowledgeable in Hebrew and the history of Hebrew and biblical Hebrew. And so we're going to be having him on to have a live discussion on the word rakia in Genesis 1, which is often translated firmament. So that one is coming. I don't remember when it is, but I'll get that. Oh, I do know when it is. It's March 5th, Wednesday, March 5th. That one will be at 3 p.m. EST, 3 p.m. Eastern. So yes, so much going on. Videos. Oh, videos. So if anybody wants to know the next video in the Final Experiments series, I hope to have out by Friday, next Friday, the 28th. And that one is going to be on the South Pole. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and announce something right now that I have not announced publicly yet, which I believe is very significant. By the way, that video that is going to be coming out hopefully on February 28th is my favorite video in the history of this channel, maybe the most important. But I'm going to go ahead and announce something right now for the first time. We had someone at the South Pole while we were at Union Glacier. So that is a very important piece to everything, and just in terms of what we're presenting to everyone. And so I'll be sharing some data and observations from the South Pole while we were at Union Glacier, which again confirms the globe, and I believe is impossible on a flat Earth. So anyway, that's just a taste of what's coming. I do want to exit this whole debate at some point, but I've got a lot of work to do, and so I am committed to getting all of this done before I move on to whatever the next next thing is in my life. By the way, just in case anybody thinks this is interesting, I actually, in this few weeks of a break that I took, just kind of stepping out of this whole crazy debate, one of the things I did, I actually checked off a major item on my bucket list, like major, like maybe it was at the top. I don't know, because I haven't written it out. But I actually swam in the ocean with whales. I swam with whales, and big whales. We're talking humpback whales. And that was just a very incredible experience. I didn't even know that was possible until I looked into it. And it was very, I would call it transcendent. And so if anybody ever wants to swim with whales, let me know. And you can go with me. I will probably do it frequently. The most you could really do it is about once a year, but it was really cool. So essentially what we did is we would try to find these whales, and if they were sleeping, we'd get into the water and we'd be above them while they're sleeping, and we'd wait for them to wake up to take a breath, and we'd be right over them while they're sleeping, and then they would come up right next to you. So you had to be a little careful, but because there's such a massive creature. Someone asked where I did it. Yeah, that's a really good question. There's actually a lot of places in the world where you can swim with whales, but I chose to go to the Silver Bank in the Dominican Republic, which was really cool. So that's more of a warmer climate than some of the other places that you can get into the water with whales. But a really cool story from my trip. There was a whale that was lobtailing. I had never heard of lobtailing, but the whale actually can just kind of either go on its belly or kind of hang like this, and it just puts its tail above the water and hits the water really hard, probably some sort of a mating ritual or something. But it was just massive, the tail hitting the water. You could just like hear it. You could almost feel it. We were very close to it. And I filmed it, and there's a website called happywhale.com, and you can upload a picture of any tail of any whale that you capture on film anywhere in the world to their website, and they will catalog it for you, and they'll also see if anyone else has ever taken a picture of that whale. So I think they've had well over 1 million photos submitted, and I decided to just submit that whale because I had a very clear photo of the tail. And they came back and they said that they had not seen, this website had not seen that whale since 1992, which is just incredible. So it was over 33 years ago was the last time someone submitted a photo of that whale. And that picture was taken up in Greenland, I believe. And I'm all the way down in the Dominican Republic. So anyway, that excited me because it shows that the efforts going into fighting the whaling industry, which was threatening, whale extinction, are working, that these whales now are surviving for a very long time. But anyway, that's kind of just a cool story. I now need to do something very difficult, which is I need to switch over to modern day debate. Everybody needs to stay here, but I need to switch over to modern day debate to their Zoom. And I need to make sure everything works because I'm using a different program for our live stream on our channel. They're going to use Zoom for the debate tonight. And so everybody please hang out. I'm going to give this a shot. And then it would also help if you guys could make comments and let me know if the sound is okay, if the sound disappears, if there's an echo or whatever. Okay. Someone just asked me if I could do an interview. I am more open to doing interviews, but if you reached out to me when I was just really tired and needed a break, that's probably why I said no. So go ahead and send me an email and I'll see what we can do. Okay, so let's see here. I have to remember what to do. So I'm going to do this real fast and let's see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and I think mute myself. So give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm in the waiting room. So let's see when I get let in. And then we will try to make this happen. My first ever simulcast. Okay. Looking at, by the way, I'm totally fine if you guys want to watch the debate on Modern Day Debate or here. The reason I'm doing the simulcast is because Modern Day Debate does so many debates on so many topics. I want this debate to be part of like this package that I'm kind of giving the world through TFE, so that anybody that down the road, it could be years from now, that wants to look into all of this stuff can just go take everything from our channel and watch it. Because a month from now, a year from now, this debate with Nathan Thompson is just going to get buried in the Modern Day Debate channel because they just do so much. Modern Day Debate is pretty awesome, by the way. They just did their DebateCon 5, I believe it was, in New Jersey. Tons of great debates and participants, big names. So anyway, yeah, James, who runs MDD, does a really good job. So anyway, Tony, how's it going, man? Tony and I just talked in a private VIP group recently. So good to see you. Glad you're here. Okay, someone just said I can't debate, so that's interesting. We'll have to see what happens. It's funny because Modern Day Debate asked me to do this debate based on how well my debate against Flatzoid was received. Calder, I tried. So Craig had 2 debates, I believe, at DebateCon 5, and I saw part of one. And that was really it. It was hard with the time difference and being on vacation. So, okay. Well, all right. Yeah, so a lot of people have warned me is probably the best word to use about Nathan Thompson. I will say that I didn't know much about him at all. I think he kind of was big before I was aware of Flat Earth. And then I think he kind of quieted down when I got into the picture. So he wasn't one of the 24 that I invited to participate in TFE. I just didn't really know much about him. And so I think he's kind of like getting back into it. But I have been warned, so thank you for that. Someone emailed me recently, like within the last few days, and they said, hey, Will, you should check out Nathan Thompson's debate against Aaron Ra, which was on the Modern Day Debate channel. So I did watch that one, and that one was rough, to say the least. I kind of felt bad for Aaron Ra. Aaron Ra said at the very beginning that he was warned about Nathan Thompson and that Nathan tries to, kind of get under people's skin and all that kind of stuff. And Aaron Ra literally said at the beginning of the debate, I've been warned about you. I'm not going to let that happen. And then it happened and Aaron quit kind of at the beginning. All right, I am now led in to the Zoom room. So guys, give me 1 second here and I'm going to try to make this happen here. So just give me 1 second here.
Base, we're waiting for you. We're excited for it. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. So he's on his way?
Yeah. What was the best part of your day?
The best part of my day. Oops. That's a good question. I just got back from vacation, and so I had to go shopping for food. So I will say that must be it.
Awesome. All right, that's cool. Well, good. Now, good. Excellent, Nathan. Just pulled in, you could say. I just went shopping yesterday. I got all sorts of new foods because I was like, man, I eat the same thing every day. So I'm very excited about these new foods.
Great.
Nathan, have you? How are you?
I'm super blessed, bro. Thank you.
Cool. This should be a great debate. And then, now I know, Nathan, I already did mention that the arguments that Will had said, it's got to be on these, though, for everybody to do this together, were the arguments on the final experiment. And so the official resolution, I would hope it would be implied, but just in case, is did the final experiment end flat Earth? Cool with that, Nathan?
Yeah, it's the topic of the debate.
Cool. And then Will is going first. You guys have got at least 10 minutes. If you need 12, no problem. And you guys have any questions?
No, I'm good. Are we starting in 6 minutes?
Yeah, so if you have to use the restroom or something, I can start fitting the little feeds here in Zoom. Cool. All right. But yeah. Let's see. So, Will, you have an interesting story from right here. If I understand, you used to be in investing, and then you got to a point where you're like, hey, we could probably do fire. I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase that you're doing something like that, where you're like, it's optional in terms of your.
Hold on. When you say fire, do you mean financially independent, retire early?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan. I was not a big fan of that.
Tell me more. I'm curious, just as a quick side, is it, do you think that it's out of balance, or what is it?
So it's a little bit anecdotal, but when I was in finance, I heard all the stories. And so I heard about people trying to do fire, and one guy, now again, I'm not an expert at this, but one guy, he moved his family to a very, very, low cost housing neighborhood as part of fire. And it turned out there was, someone in the neighborhood that was not a good person and started threatening his family. And so he bought a firearm, and I think he ended up shooting the guy, and they got into some sort of an altercation. He ended up going to jail, left his wife and kids at the house without money. So that affected me in terms of okay, I didn't join fire. I didn't read their stuff, but I was like, if fire is going to say, go move into the cheapest, smallest house you can, that might not be the best thing for your family.
Agreed. I get what you mean. And it sounds like you kind of stumbled on, I think they call it fat fire. I just learned about this the last month. I've been learning about this, is where I guess fat fire is where you're uncomfortable, and you don't have to make the adjustments. But the reason I'm asking it, because this probably sounds super nosy already, is that you're like, hey, I'm gonna do YouTube. Or maybe it's just that you're like, well, I wasn't super into YouTube per se. It was more that the final experiment was something that I really wanted to spend my time on. And I'm curious, what drew you to both?
So I'll kind of catch you up here on a couple of things. I ended up getting out of the financial world to become a pastor. And that was nothing that I had planned. Our pastor died unexpectedly, and his family essentially asked me to take up being pastor of the church. So I decided to do that. The final experiment came because I have a friend who's a flat earther. And I found out she was a flat earther in 2021. And I was going back and forth with her. My family was like frustrated that I was spending so much time debating her. And I decided I either need to drop this, or instead of wasting time with just one person, why don't I try to do something big for everyone? And so that's how I came up with the final experiment. So my channel is not even monetized on YouTube.
That's wild. That's an interesting story. Okay. So it wasn't YouTube. It was more the friend with a flat earth interest or leaning, and then you were like, hey, if I'm going to try to persuade one person, why don't I persuade as many people as I can at once?
Yeah, that's right.
That's interesting. That's a cool story.
Yeah.
And let's see, what I'll do is a quick sound test. Let's see, we'll start with you, Will, if you can do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good. And then Nathan, if you can do the same for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cool. Right where we need you guys. So what I'm going to do is start the stream on my side. They won't see or hear us yet. This is just basically free. So I can make sure that the connection is good. Oh yeah, I have a feeling. So actually I'm going to check something right now. But it's good that we're pretty on time still. So just in case this little hiccup is going to happen, we can easily pivot. Oh, wow. Perfect. All right. It didn't happen. So, yeah, what I'll do is I'm just fixing the last little adjustments here is in about a minute, I'll go on screen for the cold open where I'll say, hey, everybody, today we're debating. That's right. Let me get the official resolution back up because I've got this. It might indeed be the last flat earth debate, at least for a long time. So, I've got to put that in the actual title, but give me one moment here as I pull this up. And yeah, we already, like I said, already mentioned it. You guys are both looking for like a meaningful dialogue. Nathan is high energy and strange, and I mean that in a nice way, Nathan. So, but it also, as long as it's not, like mean, it definitely adds some entertainment. So I think this will be entertaining, but at the same time friendly. And official resolution for the final experiment end flat. So let me just hold that. I'm excited for this. Thanks for being here, guys. This is fun for me. Thanks for sharing your story, Will. And yes. Nathan, you have an interesting story as well. Former Netflix star. But, all right. Let me just double check this is good. Cool. Do this. Intro. Main. One last little tweak. All right. So we just throw the blazer on and we'll be going. Double check this here. Okay, good. All right. Thanks for being here, guys. So yeah, like I said, I'll kick it over to you after I do that cold opening, and it'll be really obvious. So here I go in. Forgot, I'm going to show this little bumper really quick for DebateCon 6 this fall. Excited about that. And it's our first debate since the conference, which is cool. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ready, set. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating, did the final experiment end flat Earth? And we are starting right now with Will Duffy's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. Will, the floor is all yours. Let me just do a little tweak here. There we go.
Okay, ready to go? Awesome. Our debate proposition is, did the final experiment end flat Earth? I will be defending the affirmative that yes, the final experiment of 2024 ended flat Earth. My opponent, Nathan Thompson, will be taking up the negative and attempting to argue that a flat Earth is possible despite the numerous observations and experiments we conducted while in Antarctica and Chile. I need to point out here that Nathan Thompson was told that since I am the creator of the final experiment, I'm only interested in debating TFE. And most importantly, our debate is over whether or not the final experiment has ended flat Earth, which means our debate has nothing to do with the globe or the globe model. Our debate proposition is not, did the final experiment prove the globe? No, it's did the final experiment end flat Earth? So I will be arguing that the final experiment trip and accompanying experiments and observations are not possible on a flat Earth, and therefore TFE has ended flat Earth. And it will be Nathan's role to argue that TFE's experiments and observations are possible on a flat stationary plane, and that flat Earth has survived. Now, if Nathan goes off topic and talks about the globe, I will hold up this globe to remind the audience that he is no longer debating the topic that we agreed to ahead of time. And I will bring the debate back to our agreed upon topic and refuse to allow him to deflect in this manner. If Nathan decides to keep evading our mutually agreed upon topic, that should send a very clear message to everyone watching that he is unable to reconcile TFE's observations and data with a flat Earth. When I created the final experiment, I set out to end the debate over the shape of the Earth. And I believe TFE has been incredibly successful in this regard. As evidence of this, there is currently a major exodus out of flat Earth, starting with Amarel from Canada, who was one of the first Patreon supporters of Eric Dubé. He saw the writing on the wall when Eric Dubé did not share his excitement about TFE going to Antarctica. Eric Dubé said for years that there is never a 24-hour sun at any time in Antarctica. Dubé also correctly asserted that the heliocentric globe model must have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Yet Eric Dubé did not think it was a good idea to travel to Antarctica to see which side was correct. And he even turned down an offer to have his trip to Antarctica paid for by a glober named Mark Harmon. Next is Jaron Campanella from the YouTube channel Jeranism. Jaron was one of the fortunate flat earthers who received a trip to Antarctica on my dime. And Jaron not only saw the 24-hour sun with his own eyes, but was also honest enough to admit that he had been wrong about the 24-hour sun and therefore wrong about flat Earth. Next is Alex Stein. Primetime 99 Alex Stein has been in the flat Earth community for a very long time, including participating in many debates on the topic on the Modern Day Debate channel. Alex Stein was also offered a free trip to Antarctica from political commentator Tim Pool but elected not to join us. And although he did not join us, he has done the right thing in accepting the evidence and firsthand testimony we brought back of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and now acknowledges that flat Earth is false. Next is ROBBIE DAVIDSON, who runs the very popular YouTube channel Celebrate Truth, which has over 150,000 subscribers. He is one of the OG flat earthers who has really been around since the beginning of the modern day flat earth movement. Then there is Nick Havoc. He had been a flat earther for 9 years, but is now so thankful for the final experiment, which has brought him the truth, so he no longer has to believe and defend a lie. Then there's Mellowdome, Austin Thompson, Stefan Driver, Shifty Eyes Shady, Rose 777, David Conklin. There was even an entire small flat earth group who all gave up flat earth after TFE. The list goes on and on. There are far too many to name, and there are many who have asked me to not mention their name. This exodus will continue until a flat earther can show how TFE's experiments and observations can work on a flat earth. But instead of doing this, the flat earth community as a whole is taking the position that we did not actually go to Antarctica, or that we did not see the real sun, or that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, despite the fact that we all witnessed it with our own eyes. They are arguing that we were in a giant studio filled with LED screens, or that the sun was created with a giant laser pointer to fool us. And Dean Odell actually argues that Satan was behind the 24-hour sun, possibly becoming the sun itself in order to fool us. What the flat earth community is lacking, and what is continuing to fuel this major exodus, is a complete lack of any intellectual, logical, and rational responses to our trip to Antarctica and Chile. Will Nathan Thompson be able to reverse this trend? Will Nathan Thompson be able to make sense of our experiments and observations on a flat earth? Because that is Nathan Thompson's specific role in this debate, to show how all of these things we observed and captured and experienced can work on a flat earth. Here are just some of the observations and experiments we conducted for TFE in both Antarctica and Chile. First is the 24-hour sun. The sun never set the entire time we were at Union Glacier Camp, right at 80 degrees south in Antarctica. For years, the flat earth community was adamant that there was not a 24-hour sun in the south, in Antarctica. This rejection was fueled by the fact that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is not possible on a flat earth. And this is because flat earthers say Antarctica is not an island continent at the bottom of a globe, but rather a massive ice wall that encircles the world's continents and holds in all the oceans. If Antarctica is this giant ice ring on the outside of our known world, the sun would have to rise and set each day, as both sides agree that the sun moves through the sky once every 24 hours for everyone on Earth. In December of 2023, this is a year before TFE, there was a debate outside Nashville, Tennessee, between Dean Odell and Greg Locke. The next day, there was a post-debate Q&A at a nearby hotel. And the room was filled with flat earthers, including Dean Odell, Flat Earth Dave, Austin Whitsitt, Joe Hanvey, and my opponent, Nathan Thompson. The first question at this event was about Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. After Dean Odell confidently stated during the debate that a 24-hour sun would mean we live on a globe, Joe Hanvey spoke up at the Q&A and said he had a friend in Antarctica at that time, and she told him there was not a 24-hour sun, and the sun rose and set each day. Shortly after this, my opponent, Nathan Thompson, was given the mic, and he said he used to run the largest flat earth group in the world for 6 years, and it was after he asked Globers to show him the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that his group was deleted and he was censored. This resolute position by the flat earth community that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica was because they knew it was not possible on a flat earth. In addition to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, there is also a 24-hour moon in Antarctica. This is not possible on a flat earth for the same reason that a 24-hour sun is not possible. Up next is the South Pole. We have not released our video on the South Pole yet as part of our channel's The Final Experiments series, but we actually had someone at the South Pole at the same time as we were at Union Glacier. And there cannot be a South Pole on a flat earth. And I'm talking about a geographic South Pole. On a flat earth, the cardinal direction south is all directions away from the North Pole. And therefore, the south on a flat earth gets bigger and bigger indefinitely, and lines of longitude would get further and further apart. This means they would never converge into a single point in the south like we see in the north with the North Pole. Up next is the South Celestial Pole. We both observed and filmed the South Celestial Pole while in Punta Arenas, Chile. A celestial pole is a point in the sky that the stars appear to rotate around in a circle as they move through the night sky. For the same reason you can't have a South Pole on a flat earth, you cannot have a South Celestial Pole in the sky over a flat earth. And it's worth noting that the 24-hour sun, the 24-hour moon, and the South Celestial Pole all move in the opposite direction that we observe them in the north. Also impossible on a flat earth. And finally, we have southern flights. Flights far south on a flat earth, for example, south of the Tropic of Capricorn, would require completely different flight paths than are actually experienced by passengers on these flights. They would also be of much longer flight lengths than flights in the north. As we already mentioned, a flat earth pushes south to the outside, and distances on a flat earth get further and further apart the further south you go. YouTuber Critical Think, a glober who was with us for the final experiment, flew home from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, nonstop after our trip to Antarctica. And he filmed the entire flight, and it was just over 13 and a half hours. Not only that, but his entire flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia was over ocean. After leaving South America, the flight flew over no major land masses, including flying completely south of New Zealand before landing in Australia. This flight is just not possible on a flat earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And I want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral debate channel. That means only debates, no interviews, with fair moderation as well. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button right now, as we have plenty more debates coming up in the future that you don't want to miss out on. For that, we're going to kick it over to Nathan for his opening as well. Thank you very much for being with us as well, Nathan. The floor is all yours.
Thanks so much for moderating, James. Congratulations on the channel, just exploding. I remember when you had 20,000 subscribers back in the day, so it's nice to see you doing well. On top of that, Will, I really sincerely appreciate your stunt that you pulled there in Antarctica, because since then, I have multiple social media platforms doing over 1 million views a month. Because I've been talking about flat earth for 10 years, dude. It's my bread and butter. I eat, sleep, and breathe flat earth, guys. I've done over 200 meetups. I used to run the official flat earth and globe discussion before it was censored. We had 155,000 members in there. We didn't allow cursing. We didn't allow insults. We just got down to business, answering questions. So if you guys have questions, ask them in the super chat. We'll get to them at the end. Please share the show. Really appreciate that. But yeah, thanks, Will, for your stunt. It just flat earth is absolutely exploding on my social media platforms now. Thanks to you. Really appreciate it. So Will's opening was lots of talking, not a lot of proof sees. I would have liked to see more proof of the globe, or that the final experiment ended flat earth, but all we got was talkie. You'll see a difference in my presentation. I'm going to actually pull up images and show evidence to support my claims that his stunt didn't debunk the flat earth. Now, Romans 8:28 says, all things work towards good for those that love the Creator and are called according to his purpose. I've been featured in hit pieces where Globers try and prove the globe, and it always backfires on them because all they do is make Flat Earth more popular, and it's true. So when it comes to Flat Earth, any publicity is good publicity. I learned about biblical cosmology from a guy named Michael Lavery, who was my brain coach for 10 years. We were studying applied neuroscience, steroidogenesis, neuroplasticity. And one day he says, Nate, you ever look in Flat Earth? And I just about dropped the phone after he told me he spent 7 months looking into it. I thought he was going to say, oh, I heard about it Tuesday. So the smartest guy I know, been looking into it 7 months. I didn't sleep for 3 days. Then I went and got a camera. The camera I got was a Nikon P900. That's this camera right here. But this camera has been converted to infrared. It's what the military uses to see super far. Then we upgraded to the P1000, which is 125 times zoom. Technology has far surpassed the globe lies and the globe religion. So I spent about a week on the beach debunking the globe. Then I started the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion. I've been doing meetups ever since. A couple months ago, someone called me and says, Nate, I got an RV. Do you want to go around doing interviews, gathering products for a website, doing meetups like you've been doing? And so now I'm in an RV with Geo, and we've got all sorts of stuff from the community like Flat Earth, Gleason mat blankets, some coffee here from Veritas. If you don't have the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock app, download that. The referral code is NEO, and you can get tinfoil hats at bonafidetruth.com. And if you need to find any of my social media links, bonafidetruth.com/Nathan. Now, let's get right into it, guys. If I could get this share screen.
Ready for you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. So if we lived on a globe, and I know he's going to hold up his little sign, go ahead. This is the curvature rate for the globe. It would curve in all directions like a ball, 8 inches per mile squared, or 0.666 feet per mile squared. That would give you 66.6 feet of drop over just 10 miles. But from mile 40 to 50, you're talking 600 feet of drop because it's exponential. Now, we were told that boats go over the horizon, and that's the curve of the Earth. Well, the horizon, formerly known as the curvature of the Earth, is not physical or geometric. If you read Phil Metzger's book on the art of perspective, it says, what is 1 point linear perspective? And it details the horizon, first eye level. And it says, in the railroad picture, you can see where the flat land meets the sky. That imaginary line where the sky meets the land is the horizon. So on a globe, we would have a physical geometric horizon at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, it's 1.2 miles away. For a 6 foot observer, it's 3 miles away. Now this picture on the right is 1 foot observer. Horizon should be 1.2 miles away, and the horizon is past 9.5 miles. So we don't have a physical geometric horizon. This is a famous picture from Joshua Nowicki from 57.25 miles. Should be about 2,000 feet of drop. Now the tallest building in this picture is 1,350 feet. I actually took this picture from Kenosha in a helicopter with the infrared P900 from 51 miles away, just when we got above the tree line. And the entire skyline was visible. None of it should have been visible. Should have all been obstructed by the imaginary elusive curvature that can never be found. Here's 6 lighthouses that should all be obstructed by curvature, but they're clearly visible because the Earth is flat. Here's Mount San Jacinto, visible light, Mount San Jacinto with infrared. You can clearly see it 123 miles away. We've also got videos of the Candido Mountains, the sun setting behind them. No curvature on the surface of the Earth. So I don't know why we're pretending that going to Antarctica and looking at the sky is going to somehow end the argument about the floor. Here we have world record photograph, 275 miles. Barre des Crans should be 50,416 feet of missing curvature that we can't find. It's very elusive. Can't find it anywhere. Then you got microwave repeater in 90 kilometers, over 100 miles. Search and rescue. We've done laser tests. You can zoom in on distant objects. They're clearly not obstructed by curvature. Now, I'd highly recommend, guys, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. Once you go flat, you never glow back. Be the change you want to see on flat Earth. The truth is incontrovertible. Malice is going to attack it. Ignorance is going to try and deride it. But in the end, there it is. And you can lead globe earthers to flat water, but you cannot get them to put their sign down and think critically about the shape of the earth. That's all I got, James. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. What we're going to do is kick it into the open dialogue. Before we do that, just a couple of other housekeeping things. First, if you haven't yet, please do hit that like button. We appreciate your support. And if you are watching live, this is your opportunity. Modern Day Debate has just put a poll in the live chat. This is a great opportunity to vote on whether or not you think the Earth is flat, globe, or you are unsure. With that, we'll get an open dialogue. Thanks very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Sure. Hey, Nathan, you just said something false in your opening statement. I'd like you to correct it. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. Would you please correct that right now?
No, yeah, when you go flat, as far as like testing the earth yourself, I know you might have some flipper floppers that haven't tested the earth themselves for 10 years like I have. But once you do that, there's no way you're going to go back to believing you're on a cartoon ball because strangers went to Antarctica and looked at the sky.
Hey, Nathan, I know you're personal friends with Jaron and Robbie, and I really don't think you should do this to them right now. Were they true flat earthers? Because they're not anymore.
I don't care what some dude thinks about the shape of
Hey,
the
Nathan, you made a false statement. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. That's false. Your own friends, Jaron and Robbie, are no longer flat. Will you please correct your false statement right now?
All right. So are we going to move on to the evidence that the Earth's a globe or not?
You're off topic, Nathan. That's not what this debate is.
Off topic. We're not here to talk about what people think the Earth is.
Okay, so you won't even correct your mistake. That's really sad. Okay, so Nathan, let's start with an easy one. Were you aware that while we were in Antarctica, we live streamed?
Yes, I was aware there were live streams being done.
How did we live stream from Antarctica on a flat Earth? Please explain that on a flat Earth.
So you can only live stream on a globe?
How did we live stream on a flat Earth, Nathan? This is your job in this debate is to argue how what we did and what we observed is possible on a flat Earth. How did we live stream on a flat Earth? Please tell me.
You had 6 arguments. None of the
Hey, Nathan.
live streaming was one of the 6 arguments. So you could stick with your arguments.
Hey, Nathan.
Flat Earth.
Hey, Nathan. Nathan,
Can you chill out?
this is part of the final experiment. How did we live stream in Antarctica? Please answer.
Okay, live streaming from Antarctica wasn't one of your 6 arguments. You talked about a 24-hour sun, a 24-hour moon, a celestial south pole, airplane flights in the south. If you want to stick with your arguments, I can talk about how those are affirming the consequent fallacies and red herring fallacies. But how you live stream from Antarctica, the same way I'm live streaming right now. We have internet. It's 2025, but
How did we get internet in Antarctica, Nathan?
the same way I'm getting internet right now on a flat Earth phone.
How?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
How did we have internet in Antarctica?
So James, he's asked the question like 5 times. I wasn't there. I don't know how he got internet in Antarctica. That wasn't one of his 6 claims.
Okay, so Nathan, you know that the flat Earth position is that internet comes through undersea cables. Is that your position?
No, definitely not. It comes through a multitude of ways. It's a collective ensemble of things going on. You've got undersea fiber optic submarine communication cables. You've got towers. They normally put them on mountains, and the microwave towers have a Fresnel zone. And that Fresnel zone has to account for obstruction, like trees and buildings. But one of the most famous videos I had on my old YouTube channel before it was erased by your government overlords was a microwave engineer talking about how he doesn't account for curvature, sending microwave signals over long distances. So,
okay, so we were at 80 degrees south, so there's no undersea cables, and there were no towers. There's no cell service in Antarctica. So, do you have any idea how we could have got internet?
Yeah, they might have bounced it off the dome, bro. I don't know. I wasn't there. Is that all you got?
Okay, so that's the easy one. Now we'll get to the hard stuff. There is a South Pole. I'm sure you've seen people take a picture at the South Pole, right?
I haven't been there. Have you been there?
Have you seen people take a picture at the South Pole, Nathan?
I haven't been there.
Have you seen people take a picture of themselves standing at the South Pole? Yes or no?
Going to an icy wasteland and calling a place the South Pole and then taking a picture there doesn't prove you're on a cartoon spinning tilted ball wheel.
Okay, so Nathan, I need you to do me a favor.
It's too easy. Let's go. Chop, chop.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to tell me where on a flat Earth the South Pole is, where they're taking their picture with that pole. Where is it on here?
Okay, see, what you do is you just go to a spot on the flat Earth that's a deserted, icy wasteland, and then you call it the South Pole, and then you get gullible Globers to go there and take a picture in front of the sign that says, "This is your globular South Pole," and then you pretend that that's how it works on a globe.
Okay, so Nathan, that pole that they're taking a picture with, where is that on this map?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
You have no idea where it is.
No, I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay, so I'm afraid you're not very well researched then, because the South Pole and Antarctica is one of the main differences between flat Earth and globe, and you have no idea. So if you wanted to get to the South Pole, you have no idea how you'd get there?
No, I've never been there. So did you go there?
I've not been there either.
You haven't been there. I haven't been there.
But guess what, Nathan? Guess what, Nathan? We're not going to say that a place doesn't exist if we haven't been there, right? Have you been to the Dome?
No, I haven't been to the Dome.
Okay, perfect. So don't use an argument with me that you wouldn't use for yourself, okay? There is a pole, Nathan, that people can go to. Guess what? They fly there and they take their picture with it. I want to know where that is on a flat Earth. Can you reconcile a South Pole with a flat Earth? Yes or no?
Yes, I just detailed how you go to a specific icy wasteland, you put up a sign for gullible Globers that says, "This is your globular South Pole that you're upside down on," and then you take a picture because you're a gullible Glober and you think that proves the shape of the floor. That doesn't prove the shape of the floor. Well, you're going to need better proofs than this, bro. No one's buying this, bro.
Hey, Nathan, you're off topic again. I'm not here to prove the globe. We're here to see if the final experiment observations and experiments work on a flat Earth, and you're not showing how they work. So,
You didn't even go to the South Pole.
hey, Nathan, hey, Nathan, we had someone at the South Pole, and you have no idea where that is. And
Icy wasteland, they put up a sign and said, "This is your globular South Pole," and then gullible Globers took a picture there, Will.
is there anything else there, or is it just a pole?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay, so you haven't done research. Okay, so Nathan, guess what? There is a station there. It's called the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's massive.
You say so. Without ever being there, that's cool.
So Nathan, you're going to have a very hard time defending flat Earth if you can't even show where this location is that people visit, that my friend visited and took information for us from the South Pole. So we're going to go ahead and move on because you have failed at reconciling a South Pole with a flat Earth. All right, next we're going to talk about the South Celestial Pole. Are you familiar with what a celestial pole is?
Yeah, you're familiar with what a red herring is?
Okay, so if you're familiar with what a celestial pole is, can you please explain how there's a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth where the stars go in the opposite direction than they do in the north?
Yeah, no problem. James, can I get the big screen, please? Crystal clear. You go to Google and you type in red herring fallacy. A red herring fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of the argument by introducing an irrelevant topic.
What's the topic of the debate? What's the topic of the debate?
I'm still talking, bro. Can you chill with your Tourette's?
You need to tell me what the topic of the debate is before you can establish that I'm going off topic. What is the topic?
You're talking of the topic is, did the final experiment end flat Earth, which has to do with the ground, and you're talking about a celestial South Pole.
Part of the final experiment was documenting the South Celestial Pole. The South Celestial Pole is not possible on a flat Earth. Your job is to show how it is. Can you do it? Yes or no?
Yeah, what'd you document? Let's see it.
You haven't seen the videos that we have of the South Celestial Pole?
No, I haven't seen them. You haven't shown anything either, bro. Are you going to show anything?
Sure. Will it change your mind?
Yeah, well, it depends on what I see.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Take your time. We're going to get shown something. Finally get some showtime, bro. Oh my God, the story time. Ears are going to start bleeding.
I am a little surprised that you're taking this position that there is no South Celestial Pole, or that I need to show it to you first, but that's okay.
You said you documented it. I'd like to see what you documented. That way I can detail how this is a red herring, has nothing to do with the shape of the floor.
That's not the topic of the debate, Nathan.
Yeah, you thought your final non-experiment ended flat Earth, which is the shape of the floor, Will.
There you go, South Celestial Pole. Those stars are rotating in the opposite direction of the north.
You took that in Antarctica?
Robert Schwartz did.
Okay, cool. No problem. Thanks for showing me. Now I forget. Can I get the big screen again? Am I still in it?
Can you reconcile the South Celestial Pole with the flat Earth? Yes or no?
A logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of an argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. Now, the stars have nothing to do with the shape of the floor. Even Einstein has something called a kinematic equivalence. The Ptolemaic model explained the movement of everything in the sky for 1,400 years and was unchanged for 1,400 years. Now, I'd like to stop sharing my screen and show you my watch. It's the Prague clock. They had this Prague clock built 610 years ago, which predates the gravity religion by 200 years, 1666. There's that 666 again. But they had all this mapped out for 1,400 years on the Ptolemaic model, what was going on in the sky, assuming a flat Earth. You could also celestial navigate, getting angles to these stars in the sun, and then navigate the oceans, assuming a flat Earth. So this sky argument really isn't helping your globe religion, and it's a red herring.
So Nathan, you should have done a little bit better homework. You could have watched our videos, but you are not explaining how the South Celestial Pole can exist on a flat Earth. We observed it. It's a natural phenomenon. So we know it exists. So the real question is, can you reconcile what we observed with our own eyes, what we filmed, with a flat Earth, yes or no?
Yeah, I got this flat Earth dome I picked up from Joe Hanby. We can actually show star trails in the north and star trails in the south, and 24-hour moons in the south, and 24-hour suns in the south, and rainbows, and halos, and sundogs, and eclipses. And just about everything you see in the sky can be modeled right here, or at least shown a physical representation of. So
yeah, I'm very familiar.
Proof. You're going to try and end flat Earth.
Hey, Nathan, I'm very familiar with Joe Hanby's model. I actually offered him to demonstrate it on our channel, which he declined. And I've refuted his model. So when it comes to his model and the celestial poles, his South Celestial Pole is a reflection of the North Celestial Pole. But in reality, there are different stars and different constellations in the South versus the North. So it cannot be a reflection of the North. So that doesn't work. Do you have any other way of reconciling it or no?
I didn't say it's a reflection. I don't think it's a reflection. When we project it from the top of the dome, it's not a reflection. So
what's showing up in the South if you're only projecting stars to the top of the dome? A reflection. It's not a red herring. It's on topic. So we can move on. You're failing miserably here. So what about the 24-hour moon in Antarctica? Can you explain that on a flat Earth?
Yes, of course. No problem. Can I get the big screen, James? Sweet. So if you Google affirming the consequent, it's a logical fallacy where someone assumes that because the outcome of a conditional statement is true, the condition itself must also be true. essentially reversing the logic and leading to an invalid conclusion. The fallacy of affirming the consequent occurs when a person draws a conclusion that if the consequent is true, then the antecedent must be true.
Okay, so thanks for showing that. I'm actually not doing that. So all I'm doing is presenting an observation that was made and filmed in Antarctica, and I'm asking you to show if it's possible to happen on a flat Earth. I'm not doing anything like that. This was, you had one. Okay, let's talk about that. So again, Joe Hanvey's model is that it's a reflection. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the 24-hour moon in Antarctica is a reflection of a moon somewhere else? Because remember, Joe Hanvey's model uses a flashlight. The moon is not like the sun. So that his model doesn't work for the moon. So can you reconcile a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth?
What the sky does and what's happening in the sky does not determine the shape of the floor. It's another red herring talking about the sky and pretending you ended flat Earth. Thanks for playing, Will.
Well, the reason I ended flat Earth, Nathan, is because you nor the entire flat Earth community can explain these things that I'm telling you. Like, for example, they can't explain how we got internet in Antarctica. It's very simple. We got it from satellites. So this isn't good. This isn't good.
Explanations are not proof, Will. I don't know if you know that, but you can walk down to a local tavern, find the local village idiot, and ask him anything under the sun, and he'll give you an explanation for a pint. That doesn't mean he's true. That doesn't mean he's right. Okay? Explanations are not proof. So you sitting over there asking 21 questions about the sky and saying you don't have an explanation for the sky doesn't end what the floor is, bro. You gotta be joking me.
But Nathan, it's probably reasonable, right, for him to ask for an explanation where he's saying, hey, this, let's say, evidence A seems less probable on a flat Earth than a globe Earth. It's reasonable for him to ask how you would explain it, right? So yeah, I do want to, if you're willing to engage in terms of trying to give an explanation.
I haven't seen it. So he went and saw it. Good for him. Looking at the sky doesn't determine what the floor is, James. That's all he's got. Great, excellent. We can just move to Q&A.
No, I've got more. It's great. I'm enjoying this thoroughly.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, cool.
Great.
All right, so all right, I will. I'm just going to recap for the audience. So we don't know how you can get internet in Antarctica on a flat Earth. We don't know where the South Pole is on a flat Earth. We don't know how there can be a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth. We don't know how there can be a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth. Let's talk about the 24-hour sun. So Nathan, will you at least admit that you were adamant that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I didn't know. I've never been there.
Nathan, that was not your position. That's false. You never said, hey guys, I don't know if there's one or not. I haven't been there. You joined the rest of the flat Earth community in saying there isn't one. And the reason you guys were so adamant is because it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I would have thought that there wasn't one because every time I posted in the group for 6 years, are you all right, bro?
I'm great.
Every time I posted in the group for like 6 years, if any glober can show me evidence of a 24-hour sun in the south, because there's thousands of videos of it happening in the north, that would be really great. I'd really appreciate that. And no one ever did after 6 years of me asking. So I was led to believe that it didn't happen. But if it does happen, that's cool. We can already show a physical representation above a flat Earth of how it happens. So
okay, so
I'm going to talk about the floor at all this debate.
Okay, so let's talk about the 24-hour sun. Again, Joe Hanvey's model fails big time. So were you aware that the 24-hour sun that we filmed and saw in Antarctica made a wave pattern through the sky, that it changed elevation consistently? It would go up, then down, then up, then down.
What the sun does in the sky has no relevance to what the Earth is or the floor is underneath your feet. I've looked at the floor with high-power zoom cameras, infrared, telescope, land surveying equipment, mirror reflection test, laser test. You don't live on a curved pear or a curved ball. So asking me 21 questions about a place I've never been and what happens in the sky there is making you look silly with it.
Okay.
Just one question. I think some people in the chat are confused because they're trying to understand. Nathan, would you say that a 24-hour sun is a problem for the flat Earth? Like, would you say no? Actually, it's not a problem. We have this explanation. Here it is. Or would you say we don't have an explanation?
We can show a physical representation of a dome and how you can get a 24-hour sun over a flat Earth with a dome. So no, it's not a problem if he saw a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so Nathan, here's the issue. People have noticed, and I brought this up to Joe Hanvey, and a lot of people have brought it up to him, that he's not putting the camera inside the dome. He's putting the camera on the outside of the dome to get what might look like a 24-hour sun. But if you put the camera inside, you would never see it. So that's actually a false model because we were not outside of any dome. We never saw any dome. And there was no camera outside the dome. Our cameras were all in Antarctica. So his model doesn't even work. If he were to put a camera on the inside of his dome, there would be no 24-hour sun. Now, again, Nathan, did you notice in our videos that the sun made a wave pattern through the sky? Because Joe Hanvey's model doesn't do that.
What the sun does in the sky over a place I've never been has no relevance on the floor that I've tested for the last 10 years and just showed you about a dozen evidences. It's not curving in all directions. We don't have a physical geometric horizon. We see way too far. Thanks for playing, Will.
Okay, Nathan, I'm happy to move on. Let's talk about southern flights. So Critical Think flew nonstop from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Can you please explain how that flight is possible on a flat Earth and where the path of that flight travels on a flat Earth?
I don't know how I'm taking that flight. I just test the floor. Well, that's what I do. But I do have pitch data from a 2-hour airplane flight, United Airlines flight. Here's the pitch data. If anybody needs it, send me an email, flatearthflyers@gmail.com. But the pitch data shows that the airplane flew straight and level for 2 hours. Now, if you do the math for the globe religion, after 2 hours of flying straight and level, you would be 120 miles above the surface of the Earth. You could almost stop at the ISS and pick up those stranded astronauts, if this was the case, guys. But yeah, we got the pitch data, the attitude indicator on Earth, and the FAA trains pilots on the Target Generation Facility, which is a flat Earth simulator that negates rotation and negates a gravity vector. So airplane flights aren't doing your curve any justice.
Okay, Nathan. So you went off topic again. We're talking about a very specific flight that's part of the final experiment. You have not explained how that flight works on a flat Earth. And you actually just said something completely false. Number one, the FAA does not train pilots, so you should stop saying that. Number two, pilots do not train on a target generation facility. That's false. Where did you get this? It's completely wrong. Was this from TikTok?
Federal Aviation Administration assumes a flat Earth when training pilots and air traffic controllers using their target generation facility. The TGF consists of several software programs that control simulation scenarios using simulated aircraft. The TGF computer simulator drive almost all of the air traffic control laboratories of the FAA William J. Hughes Technical Center. The FAA states, our lab has worked closely with the TGF group to have aircraft perform the way air traffic controllers would expect them to behave in a real, natural airspace systems.
What are you reading from?
This is from The Greatest Lie on Earth by Edward Hendry, and it has citations from the FAA website. Okay,
so number one, the FAA does not train pilots. You are incorrect there. They certify pilots. They don't train them. Number two, pilots are not trained on a target generation facility. That's for air traffic controllers. That's not for pilots. If you go find a pilot and ask him if he was trained on a target generation facility, he's going to say no, because they're not trained on a TGF. So you should just correct that going forward, because it's wrong. This is one of the issues that I found in the flat earth community, is they don't do research with people that might disagree with them. All the flat earth community had to do was reach out to Anthony Powell or Robert Schwartz about the 24-hour sun. But they refused to do that and took a position that there wasn't a 24-hour sun. If you just reach out to a pilot and talk to him, he will tell you what I'm telling you.
Okay, so just whatever a pilot says, we'll just believe that. Excellent.
Okay, so back to the topic of the debate. Can you please explain how a nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia is possible on a flat earth?
Yeah, of course. If you look at the pitch data, which I'll put back on screen, I don't know, maybe you weren't paying attention. The pitch data shows that they fly straight and level the entire duration of the flight. They also have an attitude indicator, has a gyroscope inside. The reason they use the gyroscope, because it keeps its rigidity in space. Once you spin that thing up, it stays on that plane of rotation. And so if we were flying around a globe, which is a cartoon, by the way, guys, the orientation of the gimbal base would change with respect to the gyroscope. So, and we got the pitch data too, bro. So thanks for calling.
So I'm talking about a very specific flight here. And the reason...
I don't have any data for the flight. So you just asked me a question. I gave you the answer. If you don't like the answer, run home to mom, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Would you like the data for the flight?
Does it show that we live on a cartoon globe?
Would you like the data for the flight?
If it shows we live on a cartoon globe, then I would love to see it.
Okay, so Nathan, the reason this flight doesn't work on a flat earth is because it's so far south. It begins and ends south of the Tropic of Capricorn. As I mentioned, a flat earth pushes the south out indefinitely, so distances get far. This flight is impossible on a flat earth because of distance, and the time that this flight happens, which is about 13 and a half hours, is also impossible on a flat earth. So can you reconcile that flight with a flat earth?
Yeah, of course. There's no curve. You're talking about the sky again, bud. It's a red herring. Are we going to talk about the floor at all this debate, Will, or not?
Okay, so I gave you a list of the things that I was going to be presenting that I don't think you can reconcile with a flat earth. You have not attempted to reconcile them with a flat earth. I am completely content to go to Q&A at this point.
Excellent. If I could do closing arguments, James?
We had talked about closings, but if you guys mutually agree, I'm open to having closings.
Totally fine.
Something like 3 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, whatever is great with me.
No, I just need 2 minutes.
You got it.
All right, who's the first in the
Nathan.
closing? I'll go first in the closing.
Great.
So again, all of his arguments had to do with the sky. And he thinks looking at the sky is going to prove what the floor is. Now, I've looked at the floor for 10 years. I've used every piece of optical technology you can find, get your hands on, to look at the floor. The floor isn't curving. The Bible says test all things and hold fast to that which is true. I've done that with the floor. So asking me about a 24-hour sun in a place I've never been isn't going to convince me what the floor is. I've tested the floor. Asking me about a 24-hour moon in a place I've never been isn't going to convince me what the floor is. That's, again, the sky. Asking me about a South Pole that you've never been to doesn't convince me that the Earth is curving in all directions. It doesn't end flat Earth. Thanks for playing. Asking me about a southern celestial pole is a red herring argument. You're not even on topic anymore. You're not even talking about the floor. You're off in La La Land trying to Jedi mind trick gullible flat earthers that will listen to what you're saying. I'm not a global flat earther, okay? I was looking forward to some evidence. You didn't have any evidence. You had a lot of talking points, a lot of story time. I put up 12 images or so that debunk the cartoon globe religion. Anyone can go test it themselves. And thanks for playing well. I really appreciate your time, and thanks for all the work you did making my YouTube views and my Instagram views and my Facebook views explode through the roof. Keep up the good work, bud. Cheers.
We'll kick it to Will for his closing as well.
Okay, great. So I actually, just so everyone knows, I sent Nathan the list of what I would be talking about so that he knew exactly what I'd be presenting. He would have an opportunity to watch the videos on the TFE channel and know exactly the arguments I would be presenting. As I predicted, which is why I made this, he would not be able to reconcile the observations and experiments we did in Antarctica and Chile with a flat Earth. Now, this is why there is a major exodus right now, gone public yet, that have contacted me and will go public soon, is because there are no answers to this. And so real truthers are going to look at the evidence, and they're going to see the truth and the reality of what we saw. And they're going to see that it simply doesn't work on a flat Earth. And those and the truthers that are willing to look at it and see the truth of the matter are going to leave flat Earth, like Jaron, like Alex Stein, like Robbie Davidson, and so many others. And so this discussion tonight is a perfect example of how certain people will react when they don't like new evidence that's presented to them that contradicts a belief that they have. And so that's kind of where things stand. And I'm really glad that we did this. And I just hope that people will be able to see that the flat Earth community does not have answers for what we brought back. And so I think that the final experiment has definitely ended flat Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of those closings. We're going to jump into the Q&A, in fact, folks. So we're going to try to move fast. If you guys, gentlemen, because we do actually have a lot already, if you're able to keep your rebuttals to a very slim minimum, otherwise, if we have rebuttals on each question, we have trouble getting to the other ones down in the list later on. So this one coming in from Tango44 says, here's my contribution. Thanks for your question. They said, for Nathan, explain how the sun was up for 24 hours in Antarctica, but for the rest of us, me in New Zealand and you in trailer, it observably continued set and rise. Is there more than one sun? Is the sun a conspiracy?
You know, I think the sun's speed, its position, its size, and its path is all apparent. It's not actual. You're not looking at a goodness gracious great ball of fire in the sky. The sun on the globe religion actually violates the second law of thermodynamics because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Space is fake. The sun is actually in the firmament, like Will's Bible tells him, but I don't know. I guess Will doesn't want to read his Bible about what the earth is.
This one coming in from LJ says, Will never provided the 24-hour live as promised. You have a chance to respond.
Sure. This is a falsehood that's being spread around the flat Earth community. Don't believe me, though. Ask Austin Whitsitt, ask Jaron Campanella, ask Lisbeth Acosta. We never said we would be able to do a 24-hour live stream. We weren't even sure we'd be able to live stream. I purchased a very expensive Starlink unit, a maritime unit. It was $5,000. It barely fit in my suitcase to hope that we could live stream at all. So we never promised that, and that unfortunately is a falsehood being spread in the flat Earth community.
So Artorius says, Nathan, how many elementary school? Let's see. This one from Yelda Boath. We're looking for serious questions. They say flat or round is still a Masonic prison. Either of you know what that means? This one from Yelda Boath says it's the public. They say Nathan looks like a January 6th hardened criminal. You weren't there, were you? This one from Burnham says, put this toward, let's see, God, thanks for your kind support. Mr. E-Man says, does Nathan know that flat Earth is what is making average people like me feel smart and give intelligent people a good laugh? Oh, I thought the screen was frozen. All right. This one, King 44 says, prediction. 2 minutes into Will's opening statement, Nathan will just go to his script. This one coming in from, do appreciate it as well. Mr. E-Man says, got that one. They also said, never buy or use the sun, moon, flat Earth clock accessed easily. This one from Heaven Stocking says, stop dodging the 24-hour sun, Nathan. Explain it or game over.
What the sun does, it is not has no relevance on the shape of the Earth. You can test the Earth yourself, guys. Large bodies of water do not curve.
I think they're saying, earlier it came up, where I think you were saying, hey, flat Earth can give an explanation for a 24-hour sun. Like, we can explain that. I think they're saying, give us the how. Like, how does it explain it?
I don't know. I didn't make the sky and haven't seen it yet. So hopefully looking to get down there this year. Once I see it, then I'll worry about explaining it.
Okay. King044 says, Nathan, you showed lighthouse in your presentation. Why do we have lighthouses?
Yeah, we have lighthouses so boats don't collide with the shore. And the lighthouses, even though they're only 150, 200 feet tall, their light can be seen 40 to 50 miles away. There should be substantial amounts of curvature over 40 and 50 miles, making a 150, 200 foot tall lighthouse obstructed. They wouldn't even work on a globe. They only work on a flat Earth. Thanks for playing.
This one from Booba Sweat says, did Nathan get a chance to shill his merch yet? That was earlier in the debate, actually. Can
I say something about that?
Yeah.
Nathan, I am just disappointed that you're still peddling Gleason's map. Gleason's map contains a lie on it, a falsehood. Here in the lower right, it says there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So if I were you, I would stop promoting something that's completely false.
Okay, well, the Bible says, do not take counsel from the ungodly, Will. And sorry, bro, I'm just not taking any advice from you, but I appreciate the consideration.
This one from Artoria says, public service announcement, down in the rabbit hole. Do you remember, is that what Dearths? Do you remember the name of it? Thank you. They say their app is unsecured and is still leaking personal data. Do not download or log in. If you have logged in, be sure to email him and ask to have your data deleted. Booba Sweat strikes again and says, oh, we got that one. King044 says, Nathan was your proof that the Earth is flat. You selling merchandise.
I don't even say that. We have blankets that Stephen Alonso offers. We have paraplegic. He's a veteran paraplegic, and I help him sell his copy. I've spent, if you look at my Cash App, like $800 of my own money on his copy because I just think it's good copy. These are not my products. This is not my merchandise. I'm just trying to help people in the community make more money because then we can do more stuff and debunk the globe further.
Megan Marie says Earth is a globe, but tinfoil hat is sick. King044 says, Nathan, was it hard that this time you couldn't just do your script like usual?
I did my keynote speech, the same one I pull up every single time, so I guess he's wrong. You've been debunked. Thanks for playing.
You're saying, no, I did do my script this time. Okay. Jacob says, they say, Nathan, this was hard to watch. Prepare better next time. Booba Sweat strikes again and says, Nathan, if you're willing to pair it, wits it. You need more word salad. Ooh. This one from Rossinate says, if I actually examine what would be visible on my flat Earth versus what actually is visible, that might cause me to doubt. So I refuse. Nathan, I think they're saying this is you.
Yeah, I know. A lot of coping Glovers in the super chats.
King044 says, Nathan, we don't need to go find the village. Okay, we got that. Only joined to troll. Thanks for your question. Says, holy smokes, Nathan. Never debate anyone ever again. You lack any, I have to read some of them. You lack any conversational skills whatsoever and don't deserve to be on this platform. Terrible attempt. This one from Matt says, oh gosh, Nathan, you got ruined by Mark Reed and now by Will. When will you stop debating because you obviously aren't good? Oh, geez, you have to make it personal. Okay, Mr. E-Man says, has Nathan ever observed New Zealand from where he is, though? I think they're saying, Nathan, you talked about New Zealand at some point in the debate, and they're saying, well, hey, you kept saying like, oh, I've never been to Antarctica, so I can't really answer questions about it until I've been there. And they're saying, but wait a minute, you talked about New Zealand, and have you ever been there before?
No, I haven't been to New Zealand, James.
Why do you keep turning your camera off? What are you doing over there? This one from, I don't want to know. Zoomer Ray says, Nathan, do you believe in celestial navigation? Because that debunks your statement of what is measured in the sky.
Believe in celestial navigation? No, celestial navigation happens on a flat Earth because they use triangles to triangulate using the sky, assuming a flat Earth. It only works on a flat Earth. Thanks for calling.
This one coming in from the Turk says, what does the floor look like in Antarctica? How about the shadows on the floor?
The shadows did a 360, which is not possible on a flat Earth.
This one coming in from.
Wait, hold on. You don't think a shadow could go around someone on a flat surface? Are you serious?
But Nathan.
Not all 360 degrees, like from a 24-hour sun.
We do want to limit the rebuttals. This one from the Wicker Man says, Nathan Thompson equals Pee Wee Herman. Will Duffy equals Mike Tyson. God bless you, Will. Nathan is only here to sell hats, not debate. Wait a minute. Nathan was.
.com. You get the temple hats.
This one, okay, gotcha. Thanks. This one from How Yar the Boath says, no, so Nathan shouldn't believe in the resurrection because he wasn't there.
That's why it says the just will live by faith. You gotta go look up what the word faith means, bud. Next.
But wait, did we, forgive me, because I don't know if we ever, did you answer the question about New Zealand though? Like if you talk about New Zealand.
Yeah, I haven't been there.
Did you talk about it earlier in the debate? I think they're saying that you did. And they're saying, but how could you talk about it then if you don't know, like if you haven't been there?
No, I didn't talk about New Zealand earlier.
This one coming in from Elda Boat says, so Nathan, Muck Gump says, Nathan, can you show any of these physical demonstrations you keep claiming you have? Show in detail how it works, not just assertions that it works. So I think they're looking for that like connecting piece, like the how behind these claims that certain things fit on the flat Earth.
Yeah, I just picked up the dome like 3 days ago from Joe Hanby. I'm here in South Carolina where he lives. So I'm going to get better at working on it and modeling stuff on it or showing representations of what we see in the sky. But if you need, go tune in to Joseph Hanby's channel. He's doing it all.
Interesting. This one coming in from Munch Gum. Appreciate your question. The Turk says, airplanes fly over the floor. Explain the path. I don't know who that's for though. They didn't say.
It's a really good question because we know the paths of flights. We know them through flight tracking, and we know them through looking out the window and seeing where you are. Are you over an ocean, or are you over a continent? And so this is why I don't think Nathan nor any flat earther can make sense of that nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia.
Bang044 says, Nathan, instead of looking at the floor for 10 years, they say, did you drop your ball? Maybe you should have looked in some books instead. Mic drop. Alex Strand says, do you think Nathan mentioning red herring is a red herring or deflection?
Yes, it was, because what I was talking about was the exact topic of the debate, and it was the information that I told him I would be talking about before the debate.
Yeah, just because you tell me your argument in advance doesn't make it not a red herring. So. Well,
it was on topic. So it was about the final experiment and our observations. So it was on topic. It was not a red herring.
Looking at the sky is not on topic for the floor and what the shape of the floor is. Well, thanks for playing.
Just to be sure I understand, but was there an agreement that the only thing that would be covered tonight would be things that had to do with the shape of the floor?
No, Will
no.
sent me his 6 arguments in advance. They all had to do with the sky, so I patiently waited for this debate so I could laugh at him. He didn't have any arguments pertaining to the floor.
Except for the South Pole, which you had no answer for.
You haven't been there. Have you been there?
This one-
You're talking about Narnia, a place you believe in because someone put a sign up in an icy wasteland.
New Zealand exists even though you haven't been there. The South Pole exists even though I haven't been there.
Story.
Or is New Zealand a myth too? Nathan, are you gonna bite the bullet on that one, or okay? This one, right?
I got flat Earth friends down there.
Let's not go nuts. They say, Nathan, are you saying that airplanes only travel in the direction the nose is pointed? They routinely nose up when they are landing on a runway. Based on your assertion, it would still be climbing.
If they routinely nose up, then they're not routinely nosing down to go around a cartoon globe. You just debunked your globe with that question. Thanks for playing.
But just be assured the question, because I don't know if that was their question though. I think they're saying, are you saying that airplanes only travel in the direction the nose is pointed?
Yeah, the airplane cannot travel in the opposite direction than the nose is pointed. That's not how they work.
But I think they're saying like it's an empirical fact that like people could look up on YouTube. That's what they're saying at least. They say that planes routinely land where their nose is actually like pointing upward as they do land.
They fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose slightly pitched upward. But what Globers need is the nose coming down around a globe, but they fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose pitched up 2 to 4 degrees.
Okay, just to be sure though, if you said sometimes they fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose pointed up, does that include the descent where they're moving downward, the opposite direction of the nose then?
Yes, they just tilt the nose up a little bit more and then they slow the plane down and that causes them to drop in altitude. But they are pointed nose up the entire time, so not going down around a globe, nose up.
This one from Mystery Man says, when Nathan states that all optical observations do not confirm a globe Earth, he is ignoring all reciprocal zenith angle observations.
The reciprocal zenith angles are measured from the horizon. The horizon is not physical and geometric. We've debunked that notion. So measuring angles to a non-physical, non-geometric horizon that changes hour to hour and day to day is ridiculous. Thanks for playing.
Drew says, Nathan, I think let me just double check they're saying, aircraft maintain altitude via pressure set by altimeters. Stop using Angel's BS. Neither of you know what you're talking about. High altitude equals lower pressure. You wouldn't, quote, fly into space, unquote.
Yeah, if you fly straight and level on a globe for 2 hours, which is what the pitch data shows, you would be 123 miles above the surface of the Earth. That's pretty much halfway to the ISS in just 2 hours. So.
You got it. Folks, any more questions for Will? Look, he's excited to jump in here. And I know you can always do curveball questions for Will, where you can say, hey, Will, what was your thought on, Nathan said something earlier in the debate. What's your thought on that? If you want to do that, that could get him involved. They say, Ha-Hua Man says, Nathan staring at the floor is definitely the brand. Were you staring at the floor? I didn't realize that during this debate.
Maybe.
Okay. Icy Spin says, Nathan, ever seen a duck dressed as a human? What's this question, Nathan? What's this about? You got a duck suit at home or something?
Oh, no. Disingenuous YouTubers, pranksters, invited me out under false pretenses that they were working with the Travel Channel, but they're just liars. I don't know why Globers are so obsessed with lies and believing liars, but they lied to me and dragged me all the way out to LA and then had me put on a chicken costume for like 5 minutes while they did an experiment, and I was laughing at him. So that's what he's talking about.
Interesting. This one from Ross and 8 says, Nathan's contribution to this debate is like MH370's contribution to Southern Hemisphere aviation history. Nathan, that means you failed totally. Silva says, for Nathan, why do you accept a plane's pitch data as evidence for the flat Earth, but a flight, which demonstrably happens, cannot be accepted as evidence for a globe or against the flat Earth?
Yeah, because that flight works just fine on a flat Earth, and if they were flying around a globe, the plane would have to pitch its nose down to get around the curvature of the globe that doesn't exist. So they fly nose up the entire duration of the flight. We have to pitch data.
Well, just to be sure I understand, would you concede that they say, why do you accept a plane's pitch data? So you're like, yeah, it sounds like you're very clearly saying you do. And they're saying, but why is it, they say, but a flight, which demonstrably happens, cannot be accepted as an evidence. Right. So are you saying, oh, okay, actually, flight could be accepted as evidence?
There was no evidence in the
pitch
flight.
data?
And the flight doesn't prove we live on a globe because the flight didn't go around a globe. They just have problems with the distances and don't understand that jet streams move faster in the south. Yeah, it's a total red herring. Nobody wants to talk about the floor. I remember back when I started flat earthing, people would actually talk about the floor. They would act like the floor is curving and then say, oh, look, the bottom of something's missing. Now they just don't even talk about the floor anymore. They just got the sky. They point at the sky. They talk about south poles that they've never been to. Pretty soon, they're just going to wave a white flag because they're cooking themselves.
The Silva says, for Nathan, why do you accept it? Got that. Eric Reading says, will. What is the odds the sun and moon appears the same size, yet the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further from the earth than the moon, so they appear at a ratio of 1 to 1. They say, from the only planet we know to contain life?
Yeah, great question. I do not think that is very likely to have happened by random chance. So whoever's asking that, I would agree with you that I do think that's evidence of design for sure.
Nathan, maybe you're in agreement on this one. No?
Yeah, we can agree on some things. What about the moon landing? Well, you think they danced on the moon?
I don't remember seeing them dance on the moon, but they walked on the moon.
I think the Bible says the moon's in the firmament, Will.
Matt, hey, if you have a question, let me know.
Were they in the firmament, Will, when they walked on it?
We agreed earlier.
The expanse, yes. Not the fake glass crystal dome that no one's ever seen.
Trust Pro says, Nathan, how can you fail to understand that showing an observation is not physically possible on your model disproves your model? To deny the evidence that sits in front of you is intellectual dishonesty. Okay, Nathan, can you give them a little bit more? Can you humor them a little bit more than the move along finger?
All the arguments he thought that exclusively proved the globe can be modeled on a flat Earth with a dome just fine.
I think they're looking for that how part, though. I think they're trying to, because I think they're saying, but like some might say, yeah, these all fit on a banana-shaped Earth, and
yeah,
you get about how.
Everything's got to be completely black. I got to have it on pillars. I don't have room for that in the RV, so not going to be modeling anything for you guys, except for my flat Earth sweater.
There it is, more merch. Links below. This one from Kango44 says, Nathan, you keep saying, quote, test the Earth yourself. I have. It's a globe. Go Takes says, Nathan is either a charlatan or painfully misinformed. There is no other option. The motion of the stars is not a red herring, Nathan. Quit lying. Nathan, come on, Nathan. You got to give him something. Can you one word? At least plug your merch. Come on. Birdham says, Nathan, can you admit all of Joe's work on his model is pointless since you wouldn't accept it on merit?
I don't know what I mean.
Let me read it again. Sometimes it takes twice to read or to hear it twice to understand it. They say, Can you admit all of Joe's work on his model is pointless since you would not accept it on merit?
No, I can't admit that.
Matt K says, Nathan, could you provide calculations based on second law of thermodynamics proving that Earth is an isolated system?
You can't have gas pressure without a container. NASA will tell you that. Go to their 3 Phases of Matter website. Also, if you go to their gas pressure website, NASA will tell you that the formula for gas pressure is force over area. So if you don't have an area to press against with the force, you don't have any gas pressure. And we certainly have gas pressure here on Earth, so there's an area containing the gas. That would be the firmament that Will Duffy denies. But it's in his Bible.
I'm not your buddy guy says, quote, Nathan, there are only 3 groups of flat earthers. Which are you? There are those who are ignorant, those who want to rile others up, or trolls, and subversives who seek to burn the system down.
I'm one of the evangelical flat earthers that go out and share the good news. We don't live on a cartoon tilted ball, and they're stealing your money, $70 million a day. Let's get some of that back.
Fair, so you're doing it for the taxpayer, okay. Fair and Salas is Nathan. I know I'm being a little bit sarcastic toward Nathan. It just makes the Q&A a little bit more fun and playful. Because I saw someone in chat saying you're too hard on Nathan. He's tough. Look at him. He can take it. Fair and Salas says, Nathan, you are quick to define fallacies. Will you be as quick to put forth a testable flat Earth model?
Yeah. I mean, we can model pretty much everything. Flat Earth is like a Victoria's Secret catalog when it comes to models. We can model ocean currents with magnetohydrodynamics. We can model gas pressure gradients inside a closed system. We can model hurricanes. We can model sundogs, star trails, 24-hour sun in the north and the south. We can model everything because we have a container. And we can hold water. Spinning balls that are tilted, flying breakneck speeds through an infinite vacuum of nothingness do not hold water. So we're actually the only ones who can model anything. Thanks for playing, Will.
Were any of those, given that the topic is the final experiment, were any of those mentioned by Nathan just now, from either of you? Something that is relevant to the final experiment? And the reason I ask is not to be like, gotcha, Nathan, but more so just this would be an opportunity to like pick one of those examples and show how it's modeled. Like, hey, how are hurricanes modeled? I don't think hurricanes are relevant to the final experiment, but any of those relevant to the final experiment that you'd want to give us like the explanation or the model, give us the how behind it?
I didn't come here to explain the sky to someone asking questions about the sky over and over and over again. I talk about the floor. He thought looking at the sky debunked what the floor is. I came to laugh at him because that's a joke. I thought I was getting pranked. I thought at any moment Ashton Kutcher was going to come knock on my RV and be like, this is MTV prank. We were just kidding, Nathan.
But was there an agreement beforehand that arguments had to be about the floor?
I didn't say that because I wanted to show up real time and laugh at it.
But then why is it that you make it seem as if there was some sort of agreement, like that arguments had to be about the floor?
Okay, he's trying to end flat Earth, James, and he's doing it using the sky. He needs to end flat Earth using the Earth. That's how you end flat Earth. Well, just so you know, next time you spend $450,000 to look at the sky.
Don't forget about the South Pole, Nathan. I'm sorry. I'll keep reminding you of that because you have no answer for that.
I don't understand, Nathan. Like, why is it you have to use the floor? Like, it's not axiomatic to me. It's not self-evident that like you have to use the floor. You can't use other arguments that are not based on it.
If the debate is about the floor, James, you should bring evidence regarding the floor. Super simple. I mean,
look at me. Look what I'm reduced to. This is my life. Okay, I'm not your buddy guy. Says Nathan. There are only 3 groups of flat Earth. Oh, we got that. Karen, we got that. Carol Simmons says Nathan entered as a bad faith debater. Josh says, look at him over there. Are you texting, Nathan? Put your little phone down. They say, Will, can you explain why what happens in the sky has implications on what the ground is? Nathan, do you have a rebuttal to this? If not, you kind of lost the debate with your fallacy strategy. Will, we'll give you a chance. Can you explain why what happens in the sky has implications on what the ground is?
Sure. So, number one, this is the most important thing, which is that all of these observations and experiments that we did with the final experiment, they don't have answers for how those are possible on a flat Earth. And so if they're not possible, then the flat Earth model is refuted. Number two, celestial navigation, to my knowledge, no flat earthers have been able to demonstrate celestial navigation on a flat Earth. I know that MCToon has an open offer to have a discussion or a debate with any flat earther on celestial navigation. Austin Whitsitt is on record saying that MCToon actually has a very good argument against flat Earth and for the globe on celestial navigation, but no one will debate or have this discussion with MCToon. So celestial navigation, if it works, is telling us about where we live and where to travel. And so celestial navigation actually does confirm the globe.
My great and worthy adversary, MCToon. We hope he's doing well. And that's Nathan's buddy, right, Nathan? Nathan, what are you doing over there? What are you doing with the lights out? Why is your camera off? Okay, this one, I don't even, Josh says, Will, oh, we got that one. Dave here says, Nathan, have you been back to Greenville, South Carolina? Is that where you were born? What's the story there, Nathan?
That's where I got arrested because I was standing on a public sidewalk and I said large bodies of water don't occur. And Glovers was so triggered, they called the police department, and the police department violated my civil rights because they don't know in America you have freedom of speech. You're allowed to say things on public sidewalks, like large bodies of water don't occur. But yeah, I'm currently banned from like 80 schools in Greenville, South Carolina, which where I'm at right now. So I can't go to any of the schools at the moment.
Don't tell people that you're banned from schools. It sounds so bad. You don't have to put it that way. Just frame it a different way.
I was on a public sidewalk and I said large bodies of water don't occur, James. I'm not ashamed of it. No big deal.
This is the elementary school incident. Am I right?
Yeah.
Oh, we've all been there. Okay, this one from James Ketter. It says, lights in the sky say nothing about the shape of the floor. How do you see the floor, Nathan? If windows in ceiling look straight up, looking straight up show the house across the street, why wouldn't you question your understanding of the floor?
Stop eating paint chips, dude. Seriously.
Let me read it again, because maybe it didn't. Maybe the point just didn't set in. They say lights in the sky say nothing about the shape of the floor? Question mark. You say, how do you see the floor? They say, if windows in the ceiling looking straight up show the house is across the street, why wouldn't you question your understanding of the floor as a result?
I've never looked up at a house across the street, bro. I don't know what that guy's talking about.
Dear gosh, Nathan, are you trying to be difficult? How can you be so obtuse, to quote my favorite movie? Does anybody know what movie that is? Okay. Big Bad Mama, says Nathan. With a flat Earth model, explain the existence, and by flat Earth model, they don't mean Whitsitt gets it, okay? They mean a flat Earth scientific model.
Ow!
Explain the existence of both the aurora borealis in the north and the aurora australis in the south. Is that what they call it there? But go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I would say they're not even very analogous. If you look at the north, you see these bands of light, like these rivers of light. And in the south, it's all splayed out. It's like a fabric of light that encompasses the entire night sky from horizon to horizon. And I think that's because there's something called electromagnetic ducts. I think that's what they're called, where they're studying the energy flow from the north out to the south. And as that energy flows outward, it is attenuated, which means the energy is absorbed or reflected. And that's why it's rivers in the north and fabric in the south.
Got it. And that is what they call it in Australia. Did you guys know that? Is that my understanding right?
Yeah, Aurora Australis or something like that.
Interesting. The Drunk Debunk Show. Thanks for your super chat. Said, Nathan, do you still yell at children at schools? Already covered that. He still does. Okay, Nick says, if your best argument is, quote, what's in the sky doesn't tell us about the ground, ask yourself why everything up there moves exactly as we'd expect on a globe and not whatever shape you were doodling in crayon.
Now, there's actually numerous observations in the sky that debunk the globe, like crepuscular rays, local light illumination from the moon around the clouds, and the stars don't intersect the marine horizon. If you take a time lapse of the star trails, when they approach the marine horizon, they fade away off in the distance, not what would happen if we lived on a globe spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Interesting. Steve Marsh says, Nathan shills his stuff so he could snort more drugs. Nathan, is this true?
Yikes, bro. Glover's in their fields tonight, bro. A lot of feeling police in here. This Louise.
Dave Fear says, Nathan, how many feet of curvature do you need to be away from a grade school? Okay, come on. Okay. Eddie Lifts FX says, you sound like a DEI pilot. All right. Only joined to troll says, who has anything to gain from lying about the earth being a globe, Nathan? My question to all flat earth, why lie about it?
Well, not only are they stealing $70 million a day, but if they can get you to deny your senses and deny reality, well, that makes you essentially putty in their hand, because they can shape and shift and mold the world into whatever they want. So there's a huge motive to lie to you about where you live and steal $70 million a day.
You've been so restrained, self-regulated, Will, that I want to invite you to, if you have any rebuttals, you want to just chip in there, because I just hate having you sit idle. If you want, you can always, for example, this one, if you want to say anything, you're welcome to. I appreciate that you haven't, because you're wanting to make sure we get to all the questions. But I also don't want you to be left out. If you have anything.
All right, I'll chip in if I feel like it.
Deal. Mr. E-Man says, no. Reciprocal zenith angles are measured with respect to the downward bias. Why does Nathan have to lie? Nathan. All right, we're going to the next one. Debunk Show says, every time Nathan says, thanks for playing, the crucifix on my wall starts moving. Is this like they're saying you're infested with a demon? I don't understand. I don't get the joke. Rossinate says, Nathan, the course over ground path of a south hemisphere flight, for example, Sydney to Chile, does not pass anywhere near Anchorage, Vancouver, or Los Angeles, as they must on your Gleason map. Forget altitude or pitch over. Explain the path over ground. For anybody who's new, I do want to read it just one more time.
Jeez.
Pay attention, Nathan. This is it is a long one, to be fair. They say, Nathan, the quote, course over ground path of a southern hemisphere flight, such as Sydney to Chile, does not pass anywhere near Anchorage or Vancouver or Los Angeles, as they would have to on your Gleason map. Forget the altitude or pitch over. Just explain the path over ground.
I mean, unless you had a bird's eye view from like Polaris or the firmament, how would you really know the path that the airplane took unless you're just believing secondhand data that the airplane tells you? So, and that could be all programmed to tell you live on a cartoon globe, so that Globers who are gullible will look at it and say, oh my gosh, look, we live on a cartoon globe.
You can also look out. You can also buy a window seat and look out the window.
This one from Ajax.
We do that with infrared too, and you can see over 1,000 miles, which debunks your globe religion. So we're constantly looking out the window, Will. Thanks for playing.
This one from Ajax says, Will, how could your experiment end mental derangement of the flat earth?
I didn't understand the question.
saying, Will, how could, I'll read it verbatim. They say, how could your experiment end mental illness?
Oh, okay.
You're saying flat Earth is a mental illness. I'm saying, how could it end it?
Yeah. So I'll deal with that. When I say end flat Earth, I don't mean magically overnight every flat earther is going to say they were wrong. There are still people who deny the Holocaust. There are still people who deny that the Titanic sank and it is at the bottom of the ocean. What I'm saying is that we're going to see a mass exodus out of flat Earth. Flat Earth will slowly die and become very minor and irrelevant. And the people that don't want to look at evidence and just want to turn flat Earth into a type of a religion that's based on faith only, while they do this and this, there's not much we can do for them.
You got it. And this one coming in, I'm getting so much heat in chat. This is like, I don't understand. It's we're just having a good time, folks. I don't understand. Chat, let me know why is it that someone just keeps posting this super inappropriate thing. Like what? The Megan Marie says, Will please take Nathan to space and show him the Earth. Nathan, would that persuade you? If you did go to space, you went on a SpaceX voyage with Will in several years, and you saw the Earth as a globe, would it change your mind, or would you think that maybe there's some sort of hijinks going on, some sort of trick?
Space is fake. It violated its natural law. That's why it's a cartoon, and the rocket launches are parabolic. What goes up must come down.
Speaking of space launches, I want to give a quick plug to Jeranism. Jaron Campanella, who lives in California, and he's been going out and filming the SpaceX launches, and they don't show up at his horizon for over a minute after they have launched. And so he is arguing that rocket is hidden by the curve of the Earth. He's asking flat earthers, what else could it be? And he has received no answer. And I can tell you that there are flat earthers who are convinced about this and are leaving flat Earth because of what he's doing. So these rocket launches are a powerful way to show the curve.
Nathan, do you want to add anything as you take your final line?
The rocket launches are parabolic. If you look at the lines that come out of the airplanes, those are all straight lines. So you can't tell me that the rocket's going over the curve of the Earth when the lines behind the airplanes are perfectly straight lines.
Where is the rocket for the first minute and 5 seconds, Nathan, before it hits Jaron's horizon? He's not that far away.
I'm doing 21 questions about the sky. That ended about 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
This one coming in from, I do want to bring this up, Nathan, because it came up earlier, and I am curious about your opinion, because Will did ask you, and it is interesting. So I'm looking on Social Blade. If anybody's unfamiliar, Social Blade is where you can like track social media accounts and see, for example, how many subs a YouTube channel gets per day, like new ones. And Jaron, this is actually to praise Jaron, not to put him down. His daily average is negative 33 subs. The reason being, of course, that if I understand right, he recently changed his mind on the flat Earth. And so a lot of flat earthers are probably unsubscribing because they're like, hey, bro, like, what's your deal? But, it's not like this changing of his mind has no cost. He is losing subscribers. So, like, it's probably sincere. Like, Nathan is sincere, right? Like, what's your explanation for Jaron doing this? Is there some sort of government subsidy he's receiving? I don't understand. What is it? How do you explain Jaron changing his mind?
Yeah, people change their mind all the time. I don't really care about what men think or what men do or what men believe. The Creator says, follow me. So I'm following the Creator. And it also says, do not take counsel from the ungodly. So I don't really listen to much of what Jaron has to say at all, period. He's not even a believer, dude. So.
Okay.
Riveting.
This one coming in from Burnham says, Will, did you measure longitude line distances?
Yes, we did. This hasn't been released yet, but this is, we actually did measure the ground. I didn't have the data, so I didn't bring it up. But Nathan, longitude lines converge south of the equator, which is only possible on a globe and is the exact opposite of what is required on a flat Earth. We measured the ground, and we will be releasing that at some point. We measured it both in Chile and Antarctica.
You saw imaginary lines curving and converging back into a southern point? Imaginary lines, you saw those?
Did I say I saw a line?
Oh, so you didn't see any lines, but you measured it.
We did
You
measure.
measured a line that you couldn't see.
We did measure, yeah.
You measured a line that you couldn't see.
We measured a line that people use to navigate every single day that works.
A line you couldn't see.
Yeah, the lines that Uber drivers that Uber drivers use every day.
You couldn't see, James.
The-
Did you hear that one, bro? That was the best part of the entire
We
video.
gotta give him a chance to finish his sentence.
Hey Nathan, I'm going to tell you something right now that I wasn't going to release to the public, but it's too good. Okay. When I was in Antarctica, I was flying my drone and it crashed. And they can't have a crashed drone just left in Antarctica. And so the rules and the laws and the regulations state that it must be rescued. We didn't even know where it was. It was very, very far away. And so my controller had GPS coordinates of where it crashed. And so the guy that worked for ALE, Scott, plugged the GPS coordinates into his GPS unit, and it took him straight to my drone, which is about this big, and it weighs 249 grams. So you can sit there and laugh about not being able to see lines and GPS coordinates, but the reality is they are very real. You can't see the Wi-Fi signal that you're using for this debate, but that doesn't mean it's real. So I would suggest that you not laugh and look into these things a little bit more, because they work and they exist.
Nathan, put your clothes back on and turn your camera back on and answer, please. Nathan.
Yeah, a drone is not an imaginary line. So you claiming you measured an imaginary line and then transitioning to some story about how you lost your drone. I already knew you lost your drone. Jonathan came on TikTok channel and told us about you losing your drone. So I don't know why you're like, oh, I'm going to share something I wasn't going to share. I already heard that story, bro.
And it's okay. It was found by these imaginary lines that are really close together in the south. So that confirms the globe and is not possible on a flat Earth.
Imaginary lines. Prove the globe religion. Excellent.
This one from Kango44 says, Will, are you a young Earth creationist? If so, doesn't that put you in the same gang as flat Earthers?
Good question. And the answer is no. So what people need to realize is there's a massive difference. Okay, sorry. I'm going to confuse people when I say no. I consider myself a young Earth creationist. I do not subscribe to the 6,000 years, though. But I say this. There's a huge difference between young Earth creationism and flat Earth. Flat Earth is denying a physical present reality, which is the shape of the object that we live on. That's very different than trying to understand how long the Earth has been here and what happened when nobody that's living today was there. I also say this, that I am more than willing to admit or acknowledge or cater to somebody who thinks that the Earth is older, because I just don't think that that's a very profitable debate. It isn't for me. If God created a tree in front of me in an instant, a fully mature tree, I could never convince anyone that wants to disagree with me that tree is young and that God just created it, because they would say, we've never seen this. We know every tree takes this long to grow. And so I just don't see that as a very worthwhile debate. So I take the position, if you disagree with me and you think I'm wrong, I will go ahead and give that to you. We'll start off with whatever age you think the Earth is. Then we can debate things that have more substance and meaning to me, such as the existence of God and those types of issues.
You do believe in God, though, Will, right?
Of course.
We'll jump to the second question. This one coming in front. Do appreciate it. Know your realm, says Will. Are you a traveling man?
I'm a traveling man.
Was that your first time to Antarctica, by the way?
Yes, it was. And it probably will not be my last.
It's pretty epic to go to Antarctica. It's kind of like, figuratively speaking, like the world's end. Like you're going, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's like certainly the least traveled to continent by a huge margin. So
yeah, it's the bottom of it's the bottom of the world. So it's amazing, and I am thankful that I was able to help flat earthers get there. And we'll see if any flat earthers go in the future, but I am skeptical that will happen.
Can a person walk on Antarctica if they take
in the future? But I am skeptical
across the
that will happen. Say that one more time.
If someone can set foot on Antarctica if they take one of those cruises that goes out there, or is it that you probably wouldn't be able to?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure you can. Different cruises go to different places. There's a cruise line that goes pretty far south called Heritage Expeditions, and there's some that only go to the Antarctic Peninsula.
Let me write this down. Heritage Expeditions. Because if I were to go to Antarctica, I can't go to the Holiday Inn. So unless I know someone there, I have to just do a cruise and set foot for an hour or something and go back to the cruise ship.
No, or you can go with ALE, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, which is who we went with, which flies to the interior of Antarctica and has camps like Union Glacier. They have a camp at the South Pole, which doesn't exist on a flat Earth. And you can go camp at Union Glacier. You can camp at the South Pole by taking flights.
You might want to tell them at that encampment at the South Pole that they don't exist because, says Nathan. But let's see. Nathan, you got to go out there yourself, Nathan, and you got to visit these people at the South Pole and tell them this. What is there anything that
it doesn't exist, James? I said you could put up a sign anywhere in Antarctica that says this is your geographic South Pole, and gullible Globers will take a picture with it, a selfie, and pretend they're upside down on a ball. It doesn't verify that they actually live on a ball, dude.
Hey James.
Fair enough.
Hey James. Yeah. It's actually not fair enough. Flat earthers forget that there's a lot more than just that pole there, which is the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station, which is absolutely massive. It's 80,000 square feet. And so there's only one South Pole. You can get there at approximately the same amount of time, whether you're flying from South Africa, South America, or New Zealand. That only works on a globe. It is absolutely not possible on a flat Earth.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is the next video that I'm releasing on our channel. It is devastating.
Nathan, any thoughts? Are you looking up an answer on Google, Nathan? What are you doing over there? All right, this one from Steve Amalang says the Japanese Himawari 8 satellite takes a photo of the Earth every 10 minutes. Nearly the entire catalog of photos is available online. 144 per day, approximately 52,000 per year.
You know what else takes a picture of the Earth every 10 minutes? Your boy Nathan Thompson right here. And you can see too far. There's no curvature at all whatsoever. We don't have a physical geometric horizon. Specular reflections only work on a flat surface. Plane surveying assumes the Earth is flat. For 100 square miles, and celestial navigation on the ocean uses triangles, which assume a flat Earth as well.
So the Himawari, which you deflected on, Nathan, the Himawari 8 has been decommissioned. It's been replaced with the Himawari 9. What this person said is absolutely true. They do take an image of the Earth every 10 minutes. What I find is the most fascinating thing, though, is that they capture natural phenomenon that occur on the Earth that people don't even see or experience. So, for example, there was an underwater volcano called the Hunga Tonga, which erupted in the middle of the ocean. And people didn't even know that it happened until much later when there was like a tsunami. And so the Himawari 9 had a picture of the Hunga Tonga explosion before the sound of the volcano was heard in New Zealand. So there is no answer from flat earthers for the Himawari 9. There is none.
You could easily take real data and superimpose it onto a globe and just say, look, guys, you live on a globe. They had that technology back in the 70s, bro. So.
Wow. Ajax says, Will, you feel good owning the intellectually disabled? Oh, come on. He's sitting right here. Look, Nathan. All right. You've been a good sport, Nathan. We've been teasing you a lot, so we do appreciate
all right,
you.
James, it says, blessed are you when men curse you and revile you and speak all kind of evil against you falsely for my name's sake. So I'm just sitting up here telling people they can test the earth. I've done it for 10 years, and all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. So that's fine. I'm cool with it. It's no big deal. That's been the case for about 10 years.
To be fair, in this context, I don't think that they're making fun of you for your being a Christian, or I think they're saying it's because of your flat earth position. Variety Tube Chan says, Will, how does it feel to sacrifice so much time and money to graciously invite flat earthers to Antarctica just to have them stubbornly persist in their invincible ignorance, aka their flat earth stance?
Here's the deal. If the final experiment rescues one person out of flat earth, it's worth it. And that's already happened. I can tell you right now that Jaron being out of flat earth has completely changed his life. And just the one thing that I need to hear to know all of this was a massive success is that he's no longer going to teach his son that we live on a flat earth. So that right there is enough. Everything else is icing on the cake. And it's been just a wild success, way more than I could have ever imagined.
Saving the world one flat earther at a time. Keep up the good work.
It's crazy that Jaron did change his position, because I remember Jaron's been around since before modern day debate, and that was his shtick. Is he used to be like R and Raw on Flat versus Globe on the Non Sequitur show. Anybody in chat remember that? So it is interesting.
James, I remember when Aaron Raw ran away 10 minutes into the debate with me, and then I just did question and answer for an hour and a half with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, he admitted he didn't have any proof of the R value before he left. That was great.
I don't know if he said that, but basically Tarsus says, how does Nathan know the North Pole is the center of the flat earth? Has he been there?
Well, I didn't make the claim that the North Pole is the center of the flat earth, but if you look at the motion of the celestial bodies, everything is moving from east to west around polar center. Even the planets make perfect geometric shapes on a flat earth orbiting around Polaris. And the Globers say the sun is the center of the solar system, even though they make perfect geometric orbits. If you look into the Mercury problem, they actually had a problem explaining Mercury's retrograde movement on the globe religion because it just appears to stop and start going backwards. So that's where you get bendy warpy space-time and dark matter and dark energy and all the things in the globe religion that you can't see, test, or verify experimentally.
Interesting. This one from, don't forget to hit that like button. Max V says, for Will, would you prefer to debate an actual adult and not a child who doesn't even understand how airplanes fly?
I will say this, Nathan Thompson, if anybody wants to rewind when they're watching this later, he just made a claim about the ground based on the lights in the sky. He made a claim that there's a physical North Pole because of how the lights in the sky rotate. So it shows he understands the lights in the sky tell us a lot about the earth we live on.
Uh-oh, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm cooked.
Nathan, did you violate your own rule that you made up earlier? Or...
No, I was just saying that the solar system is not sun-centered, it's Polaris-centered because everything we see in the sky moves around Polaris. And you can line up giant megalithic structures like the Georgia Guidestones with that stationary pole star Polaris, which is what Polaris means, pole star. And you can observe all the constellations, 88. We have 36 in the north, 52 in the south. Make sense on a globe religion. We have more time zones in the south than we do in the north. So everything matches up with a flat earth celestially. That's why the Ptolemaic model was unchanged for 1,400 years, and the globe religion reinvents itself every 2 months.
Nick says, Will, what do you think is the main reason flat earthers refuse to accept evidence, no matter how clear it is? Why the mental block?
Yeah, this is a tough one that if I had the answer for, I would do something that would work. But I do think that there is a bit of Gnosticism inside the flat earth community where they think that they have this special knowledge. And I will give them credit that they do believe that they have uncovered this conspiracy of truth being hidden from the world. And so they're, wearing the cape of bringing the truth to everybody. So I will give them credit there. But I think that Gnosticism is making it hard for them to understand and accept and acknowledge things that disagree with their model. And so confirmation bias is rampant in flat earth.
This one from Ajax says, Nathan, how did you study or learn physics?
Who said I know physics? I mean, are you assuming I know physics?
Burnham says, all of Joe's work is on things in the sky on flat earth, Nathan. Is this true?
That's not true. He's done observations of the floor too. So, but yeah, he does a great job with astrophotography. He taught me a lot. Taught me about a Batinoff mask and how to properly focus on the stars with my P1000 and my P900. Showed me the solar filter that I need for my P900 infrared.
All right, Joe is great. We got it.
Yeah, Joe, I sat next to him for an hour, and this guy's flipping through his phone, showing me everything he's modeled, from rainbows to clouds to local light illumination from the sun, 24-hour sun, 24-hour star trails in the north and the south. Like, the guy has been doing a lot of work. I got to tip my hat to him, and just having a lot of fun out with all the flat earthers that I've seen in the RV. You guys are the best.
Wow. KS USA 1933 says, why is Joseph Hanvey modeling the sun and stars if they don't prove the shape of the floor, Nathan?
Yeah, because the scriptures say, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. And he's just trying to show how on a flat earth, we can model pretty much everything we see in the sky, because flat earth is a Victoria's Secret catalog for modeling things. Glovers can't model anything. They can't stick water to a spinning tilted ball and send it through an infinite vacuum of space. So they don't have any models. They have cartoons, video games, and fairy tales from dead people they've never met.
I just want to be sure that the original point isn't lost on just they say, why is Joseph Hanvey modeling the sun and the stars if they don't prove the shape of the earth floor? I think you're saying, but Nathan, don't you remember earlier in the debate you were saying that looking at the sky, it's not a useful way to learn about the floor, but it sounds like you just 20 seconds ago said that there are all these ways in which the sky corroborates the floor being flat.
He's not trying to prove what the floor is by modeling things in the sky. He's just showing that now that we've proven what the floor is, flat and non-rotating, we can also model everything in the sky. Glovers don't have a model. They have cartoons.
That would be a waste of time, right? Because you said earlier. I don't mean
so,
to get in the debate myself.
No, this is actually really important. Only the globe model makes sense of what we observe. For example, I mentioned this earlier, that the sun made a wave pattern through the sky when we were in Union Glacier. That was actually predicted by the globe model, not Joe Hanvey's model. And MCToon actually took a prediction to Antarctica of the shadow lengths of the shadows in Antarctica, all 360 degrees. And it was exactly what the globe model predicted. Flat Earth does not have predictions because it's not real.
Can we see this globe model that you just said made predictions? Can you show us it real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
So that model made predictions. Where are the predictions on that model?
They're all online on MCToon's website.
Okay, so MCToon made the predictions, not your globe model. Your globe model is just a toy, and on the bottom of the toy it says not for educational purposes.
He made his predictions public on his channel prior to us going to Antarctica, and they were based on the globe model.
Can you show that model again? Because it looks like the water's painted on. Do you have a model with actual water contained, or does it all have to be painted on?
It sounds like you don't understand what the word model means. And I'm not talking about a physical plastic model. The globe model is based on all the measurements and observations that we see.
So like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, Flat Earth has all the models. We are Victoria's Secret catalog. They can't even get water to stick to their spinning globe. They have to paint the water on. So they have cartoons, painting, video games, and fairy tales from dead people. That's all the globe has. They don't have any models.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, Nathan, we're still waiting on the first model with an observer inside the dome. You guys have zero. You have nothing.
You want a model inside the dome?
Yeah, a camera in the dome.
All right, here's a model. I'll model it for you. I'm the Flat Earth model inside the dome. And look, I have a camera in the dome, Will. Congratulations, you got what you wanted, bro.
Okay, show a 24 sun going around you while you're under the dome. That's where you have to start, and you won't be able to do that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
This one from Uncranked Chevron says, Will, are you surprised by the Flat Earth community's unwillingness to substantively engage with the evidence collected by the final experiment?
Yes, I am. I am, because, they call themselves truthers. They say they're just trying to go where the evidence leads and that all they care about is truth. We have delivered evidence. We have delivered the truth. And the Flat Earth community as a whole is taking this position that we didn't go to Antarctica, or we faked it, or the sun wasn't real, or Satan became the sun and faked us. Austin Whitsitt, he is struggling to get his community to even accept that he actually went to Antarctica. So this was a shock that I didn't see coming, and it is the reason there's a mass exodus out of Flat Earth.
Interesting. And this next question coming in from Ron. By the way, if I'm standing, I just want to prevent my back from cramping, but I'm still here. So they said, Nathan, all evidence is used not just by the cherry-picked ground immediately at your feet. Having said that, it's an earth has been measured, curved. Nathan, what are your thoughts?
James, you got to tell your audience, stop eating paid chips. Next question, please.
I gotta be honest, I don't understand that one. So, Potato Man says, Nathan, what makes you think that you understand physics? Aren't you incompetent?
Well, if you look at the physics of water, like fluid statics, which is the study of large bodies of water at rest, large bodies of water at rest are level and horizontal to their container. Now, the word level means free of bends, curves, or irregularities. Synonyms are flat, plumb, flush, smooth. Flat as a pancake. If you look at the properties or the physics of gas, and gas pressure requires a container. That's why every formula for gas pressure, doesn't matter if you use PSI or Pascals, is going to have area. That would be pounds per square inch, or newtons per meter squared. That would be the area. No area, no gas pressure. No firmament, no air to breathe. The
Wicker Man. Sorry, go ahead. The Wicker Man says, proud of being banned from schools says it all. Don't you think, Nathan?
I literally didn't even go to any schools. I was on a public sidewalk and I got banned from school. So yeah, it's fine. I don't really care. You guys can talk about it all you want.
Good, because Jonathan Gendler said, yelling and harassing kids isn't free speech. Next one from Potato Man says, Will, are you feeling... Okay, we got that one. Josh O says, I'm very Christian, and I assure you the Bible never suggests a flat earth. Since Nathan refuses, how do you flat earthers explain the 24-hour sun normally? Or I'm sorry, they say will. They say, Will, how do flat earthers explain the 24-hour sun usually? Like, what's the usual method?
Oh yeah, their usual method is to deny it. That's what they did for almost 10 years, is they were adamant that it does not exist. And now that we have gone, they're now saying that it was Satan, that it was a giant laser pointer, that we were in a giant Amazon studio with LED screens. So they're just in denial mode still.
Yeah, but he said that the Bible doesn't say anything about the shape of the earth being flat. It says in Job 38:14 that the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Now, Will, if I press out clay with this flat earth seal, is it a ball or is it flat with upturned edges?
You forgot the word like.
So is it like a ball, or is it like a flat Earth with upturned edges, Will?
It's the word like means it's just a word picture. It's poetry.
Okay, but is it like a ball, or is it like a flat Earth with upturned edges when it has that word poetry going on?
It depends on what the Earth looked like when it took shape originally.
So if I press clay out with this wax seal, it depends on if it comes out globular or flat.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how can I press something out and make it globular with this, Will?
You're assuming that that's the seal that it's referring to.
Could you show me a seal that presses out clay into a ball?
I can't show you a seal from the time of Job.
All right, well, here's a seal that presses out flat with upturned edges, Will. Thanks for playing.
Ron says, crepuscular rays are parallel. I have pictures.
The only way to duplicate crepuscular rays are with a local light obstruction and some sort of particulates in the air so you can see the rays. There's no other way to duplicate crepuscular rays with a light source that sends out parallel rays. If the rays were parallel, they wouldn't be crepuscular and converging to a single point. Also, since Globers are obsessed with the sun, I would look into the UV light index. It shows that the light is focused between the tropics. Now, for a globe religion, the sun would have to be a laser beam pointing directly at the equator for that to happen. But on a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense because the sun is small and local and rotates around Polaris like every other celestial body we see.
This one from Angle of Elevation says, can Will demonstrate the 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a physical globe Earth model? If he can't do it, he concedes he lost this debate. Flat Earth takes the win.
Yeah, it's very easy. You can do it with a flashlight and a globe. I've done it. It's super easy. You just shine a flashlight on a globe tilted at about 23.5 degrees and you spin it west to east, and you'll notice that the majority of Antarctica stays lit, assuming the South Pole is facing in the direction of the light. So yeah, that's super easy to do. Actually, let me just do it. Let me just do it real quick. So there's Antarctica. You can see as it spins, you'll notice that's Australia right there in pink. So if the sun was here, if you're the sun, you're looking at it. Australia has daytime right now. Now Australia has nighttime. Now there's Africa, there's South America, and you'll notice you can see down here, Antarctica the entire time, is lit the entire time. That is what causes the 24-hour sun.
You've got it.
Well, your Bible says the earth doesn't move, so you showing the earth moving goes directly against the scriptures that you claim to preach.
Hey, Nathan, the Bible says certain men don't move either, so it sounds like you don't understand figures of speech.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Messianic Jewish Beaumont. Says, Nathan, is Antarctica the sky or the ground? Thank you, Will, for the final experiment.
Antarctica is the ground. We didn't get the evidence that Antarctica was curving in all directions. We went to Antarctica to look at the sky, and that doesn't prove what the floor is. Thanks for playing.
Only joined to troll. James, am I crazy? Did you use a chain smoke? No, I think that's Andrew Wilson. This one from Nick says, Will, now that you've been to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun firsthand, do you feel like you've accomplished your mission? Is the response from the flat Earth side what you'd had expected?
Yeah, I definitely have accomplished my mission. I gave them evidence. I gave it to them in a form that they have demanded in the past, which is very, very high threshold. They like to show very blurry photos of things and act like it proves something. We brought high definition video. We brought eyewitness account. I even made sure we had flat earthers there. So we gave them everything they asked for. Again, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so at this point, it's on them. But we're seeing a lot of flat earthers accepting the evidence and walking away. So it's good.
We asked for curvature, Will. You didn't pay attention for 10 years. We want some curvature to the Earth's surface. There's no curvature to the Earth's surface. So looking at the sky to prove what the Earth's surface is goofy.
Hey, Nathan, I got a question for you. If somebody wanted to show you a picture of curvature from a weather balloon, what camera and lens would you accept for that experiment?
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy, Will, because getting high to figure out what the shape of the Earth is something Snoop Dogg would do. It's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. So we don't need to get high to figure out where we live. You could take an infrared camera or a regular P1000, save $449,000 on your trip to Antarctica, and debunk the globe religion. There's no curvature when we look at the floor, Will. Let me know if you need help testing it. Happy to come hold your hand, Will.
Okay, so the purpose of the weather balloon is to look at the floor. So you just kind of exposed yourself there that you're not willing to do tests or consider evidence that goes against your claim.
The purpose of an infrared, and by the way, we've sent up high altitude balloons. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, who has a PhD in astrophysics, goes on Joe Rogan. Isn't Will Duffy sitting here on modern day debate talking to a flat earther right now? He's on Joe Rogan, bud, and he says the Earth isn't curved from a high altitude weather balloon. So asking me if I'd accept curvature from a high altitude weather balloon that doesn't exist is goofy. You need to listen to the Delphic oracles of your globe religion, Will.
Nathan, are you saying Neil deGrasse Tyson can't be wrong?
Are you saying there's curvature from a high altitude weather balloon? Because we've sent them up.
You don't like to answer questions. It's very telling.
This one from KSUSA says, is airplane pitch data and path secondhand data?
Yeah, that's why I don't rely on it as proof that the Earth is flat. You could take your own camera to a large body of water and verify what the pitch data is telling us, that airplanes don't fly around a globe.
This one from Nick says,
I don't want batteries here, guys. So how many more questions we got, Jay?
Well, we got a lot of them, Nathan. I need you to plug in. It says, right. Will, now that you've been to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun firsthand, do you feel like you've accomplished? We got that. Sorry. Megan Marie says, we all know you're enjoying nose candy, Nathan. Keep your camera on. All right. Booba Sweat says, notice all the super chats are chewing Nathan up. And the chat is full of flat earthers. Shows you who has the jobs around here. Oh my gosh. Sorry, flat earthers. We love you. Magellan says, Nathan, what nonsense conspiracy theory do you plan to make a pathetic living off of next?
Next question, please.
Max V says, Nathan's position is simply Bible, snort. I don't even know if Neil would agree. I don't even know if Will would agree with that. But Dusk Storm Gaming says, if the sun is in the firmament, quote unquote, how do Mercury and Venus pass between the Earth and the sun? Do they just shrink down and pass into the quote unquote firmament? Nathan, where'd you go? I think Nathan's using the restroom or something. Folks, if you haven't yet, hit that like button. I'm sure Nathan's going to come back any moment. Maybe he's like underneath the table or something. But do hit that like button because we have more questions we're going to hit, some of which include Magellan saying, Nathan, whose house are you squatting at? And also, let's see. 3D Ron says, Nathan preaches about an imaginary dome no one has ever seen. Ha, 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 in all caps. Nathan, thoughts?
Gas pressure requires a container. The sky is a map and a clock. You can use it to celestial navigate. You can do astroarchaeology and line up giant megalithic buildings with the sky. Let me show you actually what that looks like. I went to the Georgia Guidestones and I recorded all the stars rotating around this oculus in the Georgia Guidestones. They built this 19-foot tall graphite megalithic structure 40 years before I showed up, and they knew that Polaris wasn't going to move because the sky is a map and a clock. We have a firmament dome above us. That's what's containing the gas pressure so you can breathe. Next question.
Jessica says, God endorses slavery, giving instructions to beat them, take their wives, and how to buy them. Jessica's watching the wrong debate. You say, do you agree with this? Or do you admit the Bible is wrong? It's kind of an apologetics question. They say, if the Bible is wrong, how can you trust it, Nathan?
That's begging the question, fallacy. They're assuming the Bible is wrong and then asking me how I can trust it. I don't think the Bible is strong. Will does, because Will thinks the earth moves, and the Bible says the earth doesn't move. Will thinks the earth takes shape like clay under a ball, but clay under a seal is flat with upturned edges. Will thinks the moon is in outer space when the Bible says the moon is in the firmament. So it's actually Will. You need to ask that question to Will.
Jelen says, Nathan, you man toddler. Stop playing with your phone and engage with the grown-ups. Ubaswat says, you're the bad guy because you're not allowed within 200 yards of a school, Nathan. Shirag ND says, hey, Will, what according to you would be the final experiment equivalent to prove/disprove the existence of God?
Yeah, that's a very difficult one. Talking about something that is spiritual and non-physical is way different than talking about something that is physical. So I don't know if something like that exists. I will say that I love having a conversation about the existence of God because I struggle to see the possibility of there not being a God. I think that particular debate is going to go on for millennia indefinitely, and it's a good one to have, but I don't think it's going to be a slam dunk like we did with TFE.
Silva says, Nathan, can you provide your 10 years data?
Yeah, I tested the Salton Sea, 17 miles across. National Geographic was there. They filmed the horizon above and behind a boat, but said the curvature was happening in front of the boat. We've got infrared photography from a helicopter. I showed that earlier, I think. But also we tested Lake Pontchartrain. It's 22 miles across. I could see buildings that were under 200 feet tall. With Whitsett, I did an observation in Florida. From 14 miles away, you could see the water brushing up against the rocks on the opposite side of the ocean. And we were in some port that 12-foot observation height. So I've tested it. You guys can go test it. The numbers don't add up. Math doesn't lie. People and governments lie. Politicians lie. Actors and entertainers, musicians and journalists on the news station, they're paid to lie.
This one coming in from Tom Willis says, Will, Nathan said he has, quote, friends down there, unquote, about New Zealand. What do you think he meant by that? Nathan, if Earth is flat, quote, down there doesn't exist.
Yeah, this is a Freudian slip that flat earthers make a lot. They talk about it down because I think they know that we live on a globe. At least some of them do.
Yeah, this one from Ross and 8 says, Ghost Mantis. It was more of, quote, hey kids, come get this pamphlet, give it to your teachers. Your teachers are lying to you. This one from Isa Martel says, Christian scientists tested and found it's round. What about that, Nathan?
Yeah, something can be round and flat. So I'm going to have to teach that guy about shapes real quick, right? A pizza is round. A plate is round. A coin is round. And those are also flat. So something can be round and flat. Please go learn shapes. Then we can have a conversation about the shape of the earth.
This one coming in from Aaron, or is that how it's pronounced? They say, Aaron Raw left because you didn't hold up your end of the debate, Nathan. You agreed to bring something, namely a flat earth model, and didn't because you were not honest.
I don't have to give on a silver platter a map or a model that measures the entire known observable world to debunk the fact there's no curvature anywhere I've ever tested. So I told him that, and he ran away anyways after admitting he didn't have evidence for the R value.
This one coming in from, that reminds me, folks, we have a poll in the chat right now. So if you come on over to the Modern Day Debate live chat, you can put a quick vote in. Even if you're just stopping by, you might as well participate in the poll. If you're watching over at the Final Experiment, you can swing on by to Modern Day Debate, as the poll is, did the Final Experiment end the Flat Earth movement? It's already got 1,100 votes. So it's a popular poll. So far, leading is 66% say yes, it beat it like it owed it money. Namely, the flat Earth beat the, the final experiment beat the flat Earth movement, they're saying. 25% though say no, flat Earth forever. And 9% say, I'm unsure, I'm drinking my Soylent. This one from Heathen Stocking says, Will, how do you explain lights from stars that are millions or billions of light years away?
Mm-hmm.
Weird, how can you believe in space but not how light works?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Again, people aren't hearing me. If you believe that light took however long it would take to reach us on Earth, I'm totally fine with that. Maybe you're right. That's great. I don't see the fruit in debating the age of the Earth, but I will say that the Bible does reference God stretching out the heavens. And so obviously, if God was going to create a universe for us, he would want to create lights in the sky that we can see, and he'd want to create a mature world for us to live in and enjoy. And so I do think either of those are possible.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Mr. E-Man says, Will just nailed Nathan's hypocrisy. Even, so not even the finger thing, Nathan, come on. Even Stocking says, Will, we got that. Texas Red says, no, Nate, everything revolves around empty space in the sky near the Southern Cross. The world is flat and Antarctica is its center.
That's right. The flat Earth has no answer.
Nathan. Magellan says, Nathan, is the dog more intelligent than you? Oh, come on. All right. It's all on good fun. Seriously, we do appreciate Nathan being here. He is a good sport. I got to give him this. Give him credit for, at least give him at the minimum, the absolute minimum. He takes a lot of heat from the chat. He takes some sarcasm, meant to be playful. From me, Stephen Ameling says, prior to the final experiment, it seems flat earthers were happy to use lights in the sky to predict the shape of the Earth. That is, regarding lights observed at the North Pole. Now, with the final experiment, that argument is now discarded.
Yeah, this is a great point. Eric Dubé said that a 24-hour sun in the north proves flat Earth. A group of flat earthers sent D. Marble to Alaska to film the 24-hour sun. So yes, their position was that the lights in the sky tell us that the Earth is flat until we showed them the one thing they said didn't exist, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And all of a sudden, magically now, the lights in the sky mean nothing. But you'll notice if you go back and rewind the Q&A, when Nathan talks a lot, he immediately brings up things in the sky like Polaris.
Nathan. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Junes says, Nathan, submarines use a gyroscope and are shaped like a spacecraft. Therefore, space exists by following a gyroscope on a globe model. Thanks for coming.
Next question.
Mic drop. Go ahead, Nathan.
He said next question.
Nathan, all right, folks, I gotta tell you, please don't send any more questions because Nathan is inebriated. I don't know what he's doing over there. He's laying on the floor. Nathan, don't give up like this. Come on. All right. I killed Earl.
Okay. I'm walking Gio. He had to go for a walk, but I'm listening, dude. I'm right here.
Thank you. I killed Earl says there are more time zones in the southern hemisphere because China only has a one time zone enforced by the law, you doofus.
Bro, this is not worth my time, James. And you expecting me to respond to all these ridiculous questions that aren't really questions, they're just insults?
Dude, maybe doofus. I don't know. It's an insult, but I mean, really, it's not that bad.
I just got better.
Okay. I'll take the insults out of the questions, but they are saying there are more time zones in the southern hemisphere because China only has one time zone enforced by the law.
Cool story, bro.
Okay. This one from Burnham says, Nathan, did Joe show you how he aligns his telescope mount to the sky? As a fellow astrophotographer, I know it proves Polaris is not in the center.
We observe everything rotating around Polaris. You can line up giant megalithic buildings with Polaris, and it's the center point of rotation. Even Google admits this. This is how it works on your globe. Sorry.
Actually, this is false. Polaris moves. It is not the center of the North Celestial Pole.
Any evidence that it moves?
Yeah. Star trails.
Okay, well, it doesn't move in star trails. It has a slight oscillation, but all the stars move fixed to Polaris.
No.
Booba Sweat says, yeah, we'll just simulate a planet in a lab already. Max V says, quote, fairy tales from dead people, unquote. Are you talking about the Bible, Nathan?
No, I'm talking about like Newton and Galileo, Copernicus, a bunch of people that were all superseded by Einstein, who had a kinematic equivalence and said you could explain the sky on geocentric Earth, which pretty much destroys 5 out of 6 of Will Duffy's arguments. Stop arguing with Einstein, Will.
This one coming in from, I want to remind you folks, we cannot read any more questions. If you submit them after this time, we won't be able to read it. Aaron Armstrong says, my goodness, you have sunken. Okay. Aaron says, absolutely zero flat Earth models have an atmospheric pressure gradient. Nathan, your arguments are unsound.
Everything in nature, all physical matter has a gradient. The ocean has a pressure gradient. As you dive down deeper in the ocean, there's more pressure because there's more overlying layers of water above your head. When he's with his Legos, and he stacks Legos on top of the bottom Legos have more Legos on top of them than the top Legos. So the Legos that he plays with actually have a pressure gradient as well. All phases of matter have pressure gradients. Thanks for playing.
Magellan says, Nathan, let's see, got that one. Potato Man says, Nathan, how did you learn these gas pressure laws?
You can look them up there on NASA's website. I can show you that, actually, if you guys want to see that. Here you go. Phases of matter on NASA's website saying that water needs a container and gas pressure requires a container. That's why the globe is a cartoon. It violates natural law. Doesn't comport with reality.
Tyler says, as a career pilot, everything Nathan said about aviation was ignorant or dishonest. Nathan is leaving the building. Potato Man says, Nathan, isn't your idea of, quote, Snoop Dogg fallacy idiotic?
No, you don't need to get high to test the floor. Actually, it's easier to test the floor from the floor. I don't know why, if you're trying to test the floor, you would move away from the floor. That, to me, seems kind of idiotic. If it was curving in all directions, we would see that tangent to our feet, especially at large bodies of water, because large bodies of water painted on Will's little model take up 70% of the Earth's surface. They would have to curve, and they don't.
This one from Shardog says, Who fingers, are you done lying about specular? Sorry, I didn't realize it said Foo Fingers. I just read it. They say Nathan fingers. Are you done lying about specular reflections being exclusive to your cult doctrine? They happen on most smooth surfaces, even Earth.
No, you need a smooth surface. If you go to the House of Mirrors at the circus, which is probably where Chardock works, I know he's Santa during Christmas time, but the House of Mirrors has curved surfaces and there's distortion in the image. So you don't get a perfect mirror image, a specular reflection off of a curved surface. You need a flat surface for that. The incident angle has to meet the reflected angle. That only happens on a flat surface, guys. Thanks for playing.
General E. Shady says, F, modern day debate. Your chat is uncontrolled. Channel sucks. Thanks for that feedback. And IC Stin says, I used to play Nate Goose as a child. I miss it. Potato Man says, Nathan, you say the math doesn't lie. Can you do the math? Nathan, Mr. X, the agnostic, says, Will, are you considering taking people on the space perspective balloon to see curvature, the final experiment part 2? I didn't know about this. What is this, Will?
I'm not, no, but I am going to be releasing a video soon. Creaky, who runs the channel Creaky Blinder, is going to be sending up a weather balloon because flat earthers claim that if you send up a weather balloon, it will not show curvature. And so that's why I'm going to be supporting Creaky and asking flat earthers what camera and lens they will accept for that weather balloon. And I'm anticipating that most flat earthers are going to pull a Nathan Thompson and refuse to state what lens and camera they will accept. By the way, Nathan, what you don't realize is that if you truly believe that we will see no curvature with the weather balloon, you should jump all over this.
Mr. X the Agnostic says, we got that one. Evo Banana Wind says, Nathan, what is your highest education level completed? Nathan?
Debunking globally.
You got it. With that, we are going to wrap up. We do appreciate our guests. I want to give a huge thank you. Folks, the guests are the lifeblood of the channel. Check out their links. Seriously, we really do appreciate them. I know that, like, I tease and I play. Eventually, I will tease, Will, once I just know him a little bit more. I'll, give him some teasing more. You just have to build rapport. But Nathan's been on for a long time, so despite my teasing, we do appreciate him. We do appreciate Will. It's the final experiment. What an interesting thing. Like, this is something that, is this ever mentioned on Joe Rogan by chance or anything? Like, has that gotten picked up?
Yeah. Joe Rogan has mentioned it. It was in the Jerusalem Post. It's been all over the world.
Wow, that's cool.
It's
crazy. That's big stuff.
It's on Wikipedia. So yeah, it's a big deal. So the flat earth debate has been forever changed. It's going to be very difficult for flat earthers in the future to have a conversation about flat earth without having to deal with the final experiment.
That's wild. Just because, and it's interesting just that, this is fascinating. So I do want to say thank you to our guests. Folks, they're linked in the description box right now. In fact, the final experiment is actually hyperlinked in the title. If you click on their links, you can go and hear more of their content right now. Even if you disagree, if you're like, I don't like that position at all. There's a lot of value from hearing it firsthand, rather than hearing like, I listen to my buddy who shares my view. He summarizes what the other side says and then he debunks it. It's like, well, frankly, you'd probably be getting a stronger representation of it if you went straight to the source. So I do want to encourage you, do check out these guys' links, even if you disagree with them. And it's been a true pleasure to have you guys. Thank you guys. This has been a fun and lively debate. We appreciate you spending your time with us tonight.
Thanks, James, for hosting. Nathan, I do appreciate you doing this, man. So thanks for playing.
Appreciate it. Later, guys. Have a great night.
Have a great night. I'll be back in just a moment, folks, with updates on coming events. So stick around, and I'll be right back in just a moment. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, guys. This has been a blast. So let me know if there's anything I can do besides add your link in the description, which is already there. And I hope you have a great rest of your night.
You too. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Awesome, James.
My pleasure.
Very well.
See you guys.
Bye. Okay. All right, guys. I am exhausted. Thanks for being a part of this. And look for everything that's going to be coming out. It's going to be fun. So good night, everyone. Bye-bye. Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024, when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey with me, Will Duffy, to Antarctica. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, and it served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we don't live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat Earth map and there is no working flat Earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat Earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to the South Celestial Pole. A southern celestial pole can only exist on a globe. So what is a celestial pole? To simplify it, a celestial pole is a point in the sky that the stars appear to rotate around in a circle as they move through the night sky. These concentric circles, known as star trails, can be captured as Wolfie 6020 did here using long exposure photography. On a flat Earth, there is only one celestial pole, and that is where the stars rotate counterclockwise around Polaris, which is better known as the North Star and also often referred to as a pole star.
In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day.
On the globe, there would be two celestial poles, one in the north and one in the south. This will be a common theme in this series, where we will see a beautiful symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres of the globe, a symmetry that is impossible on a flat Earth. Flat earther Eric Dubay, in his video titled "Polaris Proves the Flat Earth," because lights in the sky do tell us a lot about the world we live in, he has this graphic in his video which says, stars are turning around on that dome. All stars rotate east to west around Polaris, just above the central North Pole, like in a planetarium dome. This is why there can only be one celestial pole on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, there is only a North Pole and therefore only a celestial pole in the north. As Eric Dubay's video here reminds everyone, a South Pole does not exist on a flat Earth. And so, what motion would stars make in the night sky in the south on a flat Earth? Again, flat earther Eric Dubay, in his video titled "How the Southern Stars Work on Flat Earth," has this graphic which says, star trails form circles near center, which is above the North Pole on a flat Earth. And then number 3 says, stars go along horizon near the edge, forming lines, which is the south on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, stars would move through the night sky in horizontal lines parallel to the horizon. You would never see what you do in the north, with stars rotating around a point in the sky, creating star trails that are in concentric circles. This means a southern celestial pole would prove the globe and falsify flat Earth. And flat earthers agree.
The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction, east to west, around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome.
Yes, Eric, the heliocentric model does claim that stars in the south revolve around a southern celestial pole in the opposite direction as the stars in the north do around the northern celestial pole.
And Dr. Robotham wrote, "It has often been urged that the Earth must be a globe because the stars in the southern hemisphere move round a south polar star in the same way that those of the north revolve around the northern pole star. This is another instance of the sacrifice of truth and denial of the evidence of our senses for the purpose of supporting a theory which is in every sense false and unnatural."
Eric, it seems you and Dr. Rowbottom were banking on no one ever traveling far enough south to see whether the stars in the southern hemisphere move around a celestial pole the same way the stars in the north do. Well, if you are actually in search of truth, today is your lucky day. Another flat earther who goes by the name Flatzoid said a southern celestial pole would prove the globe and even challenged me to try and capture it on camera during our trip to Antarctica.
But wouldn't that show a globe then if they had to show both celestial poles by standing underneath it on the GP? And no one shows that. Your globe's false because you're not able to show two actual celestial poles from the GPs on the ground. Well, Duffy, if you guys do go, that should be in the homework you guys should do.
Yeah.
Try and get the South Celestial Pole above you.
Yeah.
What's so funny, Flatzoid? Since there cannot be a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth, did you think I would fail in capturing a video of it? Hear what Flat Earth Dave has to say about southern star trails around a South Celestial Pole.
So one of the big things is, in the southern outer hemisphere, people say that the stars rotate in the opposite direction. They make circles in the opposite direction, and that can only happen on a ball Earth. I have yet to see any real proof of this.
I am very happy to announce that Flat Earth Dave will no longer be able to say he has never seen proof of this because the globe is real. And because the globe is real, we were able to capture the southern star trails in the southern hemisphere while we were in Punta Arenas, Chile. Here is a time lapse that MCToon captured himself. And here is another one captured by Dave McKeegan. Now, I wanted to take a shot at capturing this myself as well. So one night before bed, I stuck my 360-degree camera out the hotel window, and I was able to capture these southern star trails as well. One thing not to be missed in these three captures is that the stars are rotating clockwise. This is another common theme that will emerge in this series. A type of mirror effect when comparing observations in the northern hemisphere with observations in the southern hemisphere. Again, something that makes perfect sense on a globe, but would be impossible on a flat Earth. The stars rotate around the north celestial pole counterclockwise, and they rotate around the south celestial pole clockwise. This is exactly what the globe model predicted, and once again, the flat Earth prediction of no southern celestial pole was wrong. Flat Earthers told us that the south celestial pole did not exist, and that stars in the south would move across the sky in horizontal lines parallel to the horizon. But these predictions were demonstrably false. Because the globe exists, it can be modeled by anyone and will accurately predict what will be seen at any geographic location. This is impossible to do on a flat Earth because a flat Earth does not exist. All data points perfectly match the globe. We do have a south celestial pole, and stars in the south do rotate around that celestial pole clockwise, which is the opposite of the counterclockwise movement we see in the north. Watch this incredible video from Robert Schwartz, who captured the south celestial pole from the geographic South Pole. This single video from Robert Schwartz shows two things that cannot exist on a flat Earth: a geographic South Pole and a celestial South Pole. Now, even though Eric Dubé said the heliocentric model predicts this south celestial pole, and even though Flatzoid said a south celestial pole would show the globe, flat earthers have already tipped their hand as to how they are going to respond to the fact that we have now captured the South Celestial Pole with multiple cameras and even procured a video from the geographic South Pole. They are going to claim that the southern star trails are some form of reflection of the star trails in the northern hemisphere. Here's Austin Whitsitt saying just that.
And it's been replicated even with the dome. It'll just reflect out the central part and it'll look like it's rotating the other way around. I do agree that the star trails, if you never have heard of this, you can just say that it doesn't make sense, but you have to like look into it, see some visualizations. There are demonstrations that show it. There are literally demonstrations if you take a dome and you have star trails projected up on that dome, the same stars that you see in the center towards the northern portion, but the interior portion will actually be reflected out to the outside. They'll go the opposite way around a single point. So we've literally taken, again, listen, if you take a dome, you can take a group of stars that are all spinning around a center point. They're just spinning around a center point. If you project it up inside the dome, what happens is you'll see it on the outside of the dome, like spinning around a central point the opposite way. There aren't actually even lights there. The lights are in the middle of the dome, but all of a sudden you see this, like the lights stretched out and skewed a little bit in the south, spinning the opposite way around a point. So that's a real thing, objectively a real thing.
Now, most of you probably already see why this doesn't work, but let's also listen to Joe Hanvey explain southern star trails as a reflection of the stars in the north.
All right, you can see the singular rotating star field in top of the dome. I have projected it into the top of the dome, and when I come in here, what's interesting is, see how you get these two different looking anti-rotations. So I'm focused on the southern sky on the other side of the dome right now. When I back out, you see it looks like one star field. And it is one star field. It's one star field rotating one direction. But when you come in, the way the dome manipulates the light, you see it separate. And you get an anti-motion in the southern part of the motion that is actually happening in the top of the dome.
Another Flat Earth YouTube channel called No Fanfare has attempted to model this in a video, which I can only now find on Flat Earth Dave's YouTube channel, DITRH. Here is a clip from that video.
Yeah, you can see in the fan how it's reflecting off the side of the wall of the salad bowl. Right? Just move the stars. There goes the terminator line. See the stars moving around in the reflection. Alright. There's the lights up there. So that's the lights on the reflection.
As you saw, the colored lights represented the stars, which were only at the top of the dome, which would be in the north. And it was a reflection of these exact same colored lights being seen in the south by those in Australia and Africa. Now, this Flat Earth YouTube channel, No Fanfare, just released a new video a few weeks ago, December of 2024, with a brand new 3D model purporting to show why the southern stars are just a reflection of the stars in the north. Check it out.
If you can conceptualise yourself on a giant record player turntable with a giant reflective dome over it, that tube light in the top centre, as you spin clockwise, that tube light reflection is going to go anti-clockwise. Now, when you stop and the stars are spinning, so the stars in the north go anti-clockwise, so as they're spinning anti-clockwise, your reflection then is going to go clockwise.
Just as flat earthers admitted for years that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove the globe and falsify flat earth, and then changed their position once the final experiment was announced, they are doing the same exact thing with the South Celestial Pole. They originally said that stars did not rotate in a circle in the south like they do in the north. They originally said that a South Celestial Pole is what the heliocentric model would require and would prove the globe. But now they are changing their position once again and attempting to reconcile the perfect globe prediction of the South Celestial Pole with a flat Earth. And as you heard Austin Whitsitt, Joe Hanvey, and No Fanfare state, their attempt to make this work on a flat Earth involves the rotating stars we see in the north being reflected in the south. There's just one problem, one massive, irreconcilable problem. There are different stars in the south than in the north. Flat earthers know this, as they have been very vocal that the North Star, Polaris, cannot be seen when you get far enough south.
Globe Earthers are taught that the reason the North Pole star cannot be seen from southern locations like Australia or New Zealand is because it is hidden behind the supposed curvature of their globular Earth. Similar to what is taught about boats disappearing beyond the horizon, they claim these boats and the pole star are disappearing behind the physical curvature of a globe, and insist if the Earth was truly a stationary plane, that Australians should have no trouble viewing Polaris. The fact of the matter is that all stars positioned north of a southbound traveler gradually decline overhead the farther the observer travels southwards.
And so the South Celestial Pole cannot be a reflection of the stars in the north that rotate around Polaris. This desperate attempt to refute the existence of the South Celestial Pole, which we've now seen with our own eyes and captured with multiple cameras, is a complete non-starter, as it requires the stars seen in the southern hemisphere to be the exact same stars as in the northern hemisphere. And that's just patently false. Flat Earth cannot account for any of this. There is no South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth. Stars do not move in parallel lines along the horizon in the south. The stars in the south rotate clockwise around the South Celestial Pole, which is the opposite of the counterclockwise movement around the North Celestial Pole. And the stars in the southern hemisphere are different stars than those in the northern hemisphere. And so the concentric circle star trails that we see in the south cannot be a reflection of the star trails in the north. And so all of this together simultaneously will never be modeled on a flat Earth. Because again, you can't model something with this amount of precision and make these very specific, accurate predictions concerning something that doesn't exist. It's only possible to do all of this with something that is real. And because the globe is real, every single globe prediction concerning the South Celestial Pole and southern star trails has been confirmed. And the flat Earth prediction of no South Celestial Pole was completely false. Please watch our other experiments, which are part of these final experiments, where you will see results that confirm the globe and results that would be impossible on a flat Earth. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Welcome back. Now, what is the greatest achievement in human history? Is it landing a man on the moon? Is it exploring the depths of the ocean? Or is it convincing a small number of flat earthers to actually put their money where their mouth is and go to Antarctica? And here they are. As of recording this video, today they are stood in Antarctica. Now, not everybody on this picture is a flat earther. We'll get to who's who in a second. But first of all, why is this important? Well, you see, flat earthers over the years on the internet have said some of the most insanely ridiculous, stupid things, and it is very, very easy to belittle them and laugh at them. Like this.
Now notice, as I'm going south, I have to continue dipping the nose of my airplane in order to stay level with the ground. I'm continuing all the way to Antarctica. Notice I'm continuing to dip my nose down, stay level with the earth. Now I'm going down into South America. Continuing to dip down, and finally I get down here to Antarctica. And look at that. My airplane is upside down. You can't deny that proof. Don't mock. I'm not a fool.
I know, but in reality, it really is so hard not to mock. So hard, in fact, that I don't even try. Now, one of the biggest flat earthers on the internet is a guy called David Weiss, or David Weiss, depending on who you listen to pronounce his name. Here he is, rubbing shoulders with the one and only Roseanne Barr.
And we have Flat Earth David Weiss as our guest. Hi, Flat Earth Dave. I'm so intrigued by the whole flat earth thing.
And here he is on the hugely popular James English podcast.
Would you like to finish up on anything, brother?
Don't believe anything I say.
And here he is getting absolutely torn apart and humiliated by the one and only Professor Dave Explains.
You think that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel it, and we're changing, we're changing directions? How is that possible?
The Earth goes around the sun in how long? How long does it take?
A year.
A year, right? So why don't you go ahead and get in a car and do a 360 turn and make it take a year? Are you going to feel that?
Dave, that's not a
Let's
fair...
break it down. 360 degrees, 365 days, that's about a degree a year, right? Why don't you get in a car and drive for 24 hours and over 24 hours veer by 1 degree? Are you going to feel that?
Now, being one of the most successful flat earthers on the internet, which I suppose is a bit like being the least smelliest urinal in your local public bogs, David Weiss has told his followers for a long time now that there is no 24-hour sun ever in Antarctica. In fact, here he is in an internet comment claiming to have a source that worked in Antarctica for a year and never once saw a 24-hour sun. In fact, he's very publicly been open to the fact that if there was ever a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that would debunk the idea that the Earth is flat. And he's been known to make stupid videos like this, in which he claims that the videos of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica are indeed just fake. I myself, in fact, are somewhat of an expert when it comes to video editing, so check out my amazing PowerPoint skills here. Anyway, the point of this masterpiece is to show you that one of the biggest problems flat earthers have, other than continually getting stuck inside revolving doors, is that in their ridiculous model, the South Pole is a rim, it's an ice wall, it's a circular edge surrounding this flat disk. And therefore, as the sun rotates over the flat Earth, it cannot possibly light up all areas of the South Pole at the same time, ever. In fact, if there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, this model gets thrown out the window. Now, however simple that sounds, it does appear that not all flat earthers fully understand the significance of this 24-hour sun, and that might be because sometimes it's referred to as the midnight sun, which, again, unsurprisingly, some flat earthers might take a little bit too literally.
This is the first problem. Yes, there is a sun that appears at midnight in Antarctica, but what no one ever says is that the clocks have been put forward.
Yes, not quite there yet, is it? Anyway, despite years and years of David Weiss telling people that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica was absolutely impossible, when offered a free flight to Antarctica to see it for himself by millionaire Pastor Will Duffy, David Weiss obviously wasted no time in saying no. Now, he did explain his reasons for not going. My favourite one of those excuses is that Antarctica, surprisingly, might be a bit cold. But Will Duffy is a resourceful man, and he scoured the internet looking for the best and brightest flat earthers to take with him, and he finally managed it, and they are there today. We'll introduce those in a second. But firstly, I just want to tip my hat and give a nod, a tribute, if you like, to some of the best and brightest flat earthers that I would have liked to seen go to Antarctica. I'm sure after you hear the wise words of wisdom, you'll understand how much they could have contributed to this great experiment.
If you were travelling from Scotland down to London on a ball, it would be downhill all the way. You wouldn't need to put any petrol in your car. You just use your brakes.
You might be saying, that guy, why would they even invent gravity then? Why is there mass? What is this shit about mass?
Who owns the moon?
Things in motion stay in motion. If there's no vacuum or there's no friction to stop them. Basically something like that. Isn't that the third law, thermodynamics?
And if you don't know where you live, you think you're ever gonna know why you live there?
When you got to the airport, the runway was flat, wasn't it? But you can't have flat runways on a ball, can you?
Mass is identical to weight, but this weight is space weight.
Yeah, I've never had a mustache before.
Now, I know it comes as a loss, but none of those flat earthers made the trip. But this man here did, a certain Mr. Whitsitt gets it. He's perhaps best known for getting himself arrested in front of Mount Rushmore while the onlookers applauded on. We also have this man here, Jeranism, who's had a massive online presence in flat earth nonsense for quite some time now. And we also have some counterparts, some flat earth debunkers, most notably MCToon, Dave McKeegan, and Critical Think. And the obvious outcome of this experiment is that they were always going to see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica at this time of year. Here's Jeranism coping with the truth.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south. You should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that.
And here he is indeed being called exactly that in the comment section of a video posted by a flat earther named Flatzoid. Flatzoid himself is an interesting character. I once debated him, and during that debate, he tried to destroy physics as we know it by showing us what really happens when the sun sets. And he did this by hiding a torch behind a tin of paint. Good job, Flatzoid. Anyway, back to the comment, we can see that this sore flat earther is accusing the entire team, the globe earthers and the flat earthers alike, of being in some kind of shill unit. He's claiming here that they actually went to the Arctic last summer and filmed a 24-hour sun there, which would be possible on a flat earth map. This is apparently a conspiracy in the making. And our old friend and professional bullshitter David Weiss has also chipped in, suggesting he can't rule out that maybe they are somehow projecting a fake sun in the southern sky. And of course, this is a fantastic example of flat earth honesty. To sit back and say, no, I am not going to go to Antarctica to observe a 24-hour sun. And then when you are not there and other people are, you can sit back and claim that they are not observing what they are actually saying they are observing. It's a flawless plan. But David Weiss has gone one step further. He's come up with a plan of his own.
I don't know if you've seen my idea for the real final experiment that'll never happen.
And the reason it'll never happen is because it's batshit bonkers crazy and ridiculous, and it's obviously a coping mechanism from David, who is suggesting hiring 2 planes and launching from some point in Antarctica, flying around Antarctica in opposite directions with these planes until they come back and meet each other, hopefully not in some kind of mid-air collision. He wants to time how long it takes for these planes to come back into contact with each other, and depending on how long it takes, he can then determine whether they're flying around a small continent or whether they are flying around the rim of some kind of flat earth.
It'll take about 10 hours to get for both planes to meet over here. Now, if they both meet over there in 10 hours, that matches the globe model. But if they have to go around this way, it's going to take 68 hours.
Yes, brilliant, Dave. Obviously, hiring two planes, spending millions and millions of pounds, risking mid-air collisions in something as complex as that is obviously a better idea than standing safely on the ground in Antarctica and observing a 24-hour sun. I'm very, very impressed that you've came up with that, and the fact that you're not in Antarctica now, so you haven't seen the 24-hour sun, means that you can keep denying it exists, and you can keep making money selling your app, so that is brilliant. Now, my thoughts on where the results of this are going to go. Well, of course, this whole thing is going to go absolutely nowhere. Jeranism has been in this position before. A few years ago, he took part in a documentary called Behind the Curve. It's on Netflix. And in that documentary, he designed an experiment to test whether the Earth was flat or whether the Earth was curved. It involved a torch and fences and blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, it backfired spectacularly on him because he got the results that he didn't want. The results of his own test that he stood by in the planning phase showed that the Earth was curved. And all he had to say about it was this.
Interesting.
And in that same documentary, we all remember the infamous ring laser gyroscope, a gyroscope that they've been wanting to get their hands on for so long. It should be capable of measuring the rotation of the Earth, a 15-degree-per-hour drift, but they wanted to use it to show that there was no rotation. But of course, when they turned it on, again, they got the results that they didn't want.
When we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift.
So what's happening in Antarctica right now is just another public dressing down of Flat Earth, the third one involving Jeranism, and he will be thrown under the bus by other Flat Earthers and called a shill, etc. But none of it matters, because when you're a Flat Earther, you have the ultimate trump card, the ultimate get-out clause card. And that is simply to say, well, I never had a model of my Flat Earth, so whatever observations you see, don't debunk my model. In other words, for the rest of us, they are simply saying, I never had a clue what I was talking about, so nothing you can say can prove me wrong. But the Flat Earther will continue to take bottles of water for a drive in a car and pretend that proves that the Earth is rising upwards. They will continue to pour water on a football and prove that the oceans can't stick to the Earth. They will continue to hide torches behind tins of paint and prove that the sun sets in a different way than established physics has already worked out. They will continue to provide endless amusement for years to come. And the final experiment, unfortunately, will not be the final experiment. It will just be long forgotten this time next year. And I don't like saying that. I've got a lot of time for Will Duffy. He seems like a very, very nice guy, and he's put a lot of his own money into this. And I do applaud everyone who's gone on the trip. I have linked the Final Experiment YouTube channel in the description. And I've also linked the greatest video of all time. It is a debunk by a conspiracy theorist on the channel, The Conspiracist. You need to go and watch that. It is absolutely fantastic. Finally, this is all new for me, this green screeny stuff. Somebody on Twitter made this for me. If you're interested, leave a comment and I will let you know what the Twitter handle is if you want something like this doing for yourself. And in fact, I'll put it in the description as well, the Twitter handle. Maybe you can get in touch with them. But for now, that's really all I've got to say. Goodbye.
Right now, this very second, Akshay Nanavati is freely and independently exploring Antarctica. Yes, the very thing flat earthers say you cannot do is being done right now. For years, flat earthers claimed that Antarctica was closed. For years, flat earthers claimed you are not allowed to go to Antarctica.
When you come to what we should have, if the heliocentric model is true, then 6 months later, you now have sunlight. The Earth is on the opposite side of the sun, and you would get the same effect if you're in the 66th parallel, below the 66th parallel south in the Antarctic Circle. Okay. Now you have some problems. First off, we're not even allowed to go there because of the longest standing treaty in mankind, the Antarctic Treaty. We're not allowed below the 60th. I think it's the 60th, might be the 66th parallel south, but you're not allowed to go there.
For years, flat earthers claimed you could not go past the 60th south latitude.
But anyway, if you didn't know, we don't have a working flat Earth model because 1, we're not allowed to go to the North Pole, and 2, we're not allowed to go past the 60th south latitude right here.
For years, flat earthers claimed that you could not even step foot in Antarctica.
Excluding overpriced chaperoned penguin tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice, when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight.
And for years, flat earthers claimed that if you tried to go to Antarctica, you would be turned around by Navy warships.
This ship is designed to cut through the ice and come and find you. Now, the only way that this Royal Navy ship is going to come looking for you in the ice is if you make it past 60th parallel. And at the 60th parallel, you will be turned around by just your average Navy warship, whether it's China, America, Russia, whatever country you are close to. When you get to that 60th parallel, that country's Navy is going to send a cruiser or a warship out to turn you around. They are the first line of defense. The final line of defense is this Royal Navy ship right here.
Now, before Nathan Oakley fans contact me and tell me that Nathan Oakley would never say such things because he doesn't make positive claims, even Nathan Oakley has said this as well. He said, "See the edge of the real world, but don't try to go, as you will get turned back at gunpoint. Antarctica is all around us. It's keeping in all the perfectly flat water." Now, when I unveiled the final experiment at the beginning of this year, the narrative from flat earthers began to change. They started to distance themselves from these types of claims they've been making all these years, and they started saying, okay, yes, you can go to Antarctica, but you can't freely and privately explore Antarctica. Well, this is also false. You can freely and privately explore Antarctica. Akshay Nanavati is doing just that right now. Check it out.
My name is Akshay Nanavati. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, an adventurer, and the author and founder of Fear of Honor. I am currently in the Arctic, training my mind, body, and spirit to make the first ever human-powered crossing of Antarctica without dogs or wind power. I will be spending 110 days completely alone in the most hostile, unforgiving, and savage environment on the planet, dragging a 400-pound sled for over 12 hours a day for 1,700 miles to make this crossing of the continent.
It does not get more free or more independent than traversing Antarctica alone, which is what Akshay is doing as we speak. Now, before we check in on his progress, here is a little of the backstory, and this actually ties his trip in with TFE.
To make a crossing of Antarctica costs $750,000. This is not a number I just randomly came up with. This was a number given to me by Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, ALE, because we are flying to some of the most remote regions of the world. Just that flight from Union Glacier, the base camp in Antarctica, to the Bay of Whales, my start point, is a $250,000 flight. The flight to Antarctica alone is over $60,000. We are paying for a support team, a logistical crew, a safety team to support me while I'm on the ice and to provide that safety. So this is just what it takes to accomplish something so grand and so impossible.
As you heard, he is also using ALE to get to Antarctica. In my opinion, they are the best company in the world when it comes to Antarctic travel and private exploration of Antarctica. And no, they are not paying me to say that. On the contrary, I've written some very big checks to them, but was happy to, as we need a solid, reputable company to get us deep into Antarctica, which is where we need to be to properly conduct the final experiment. Now, Akshay ran into some weather delays at the start of his trip on November 1st of this month.
Hello, my friends. I'm here at Punta Arenas with my wife. It has currently been about 2 extra days of waiting to get to Antarctica, to get to Union Glacier. It's too windy right now for the plane to land, but we're crossing our fingers. It's looking like there's a good shot for tomorrow. So hopefully I'll be out there and getting ready to start this journey very soon.
As you heard, he began his journey in Punta Arenas, the same place we will begin our journey in just a few weeks. After the weather delay, on November 9th, ALE flew him from Union Glacier to Berkner Island to begin his trek across Antarctica from the coastline. It's really cool as he is wearing a live tracker, so you can follow his progress step by step live at his website, fearvana.com. Now, I wish him the best. Taking on a solo crossing of Antarctica is no cakewalk. Now, flat earthers, I do have a request. Would you please stop saying that people cannot freely and privately explore Antarctica? We all make mistakes, so this is not that big of a deal. Just admit you were wrong and let's move on. Now, I've been trying to anticipate what flat earthers might say in response to this video, and the only thing I can come up with is they might say that you can't freely and independently explore Antarctica without permission. And if that's what you want to argue, that's a pretty poor argument that has not been well thought out. Most places in the world cannot be freely and independently explored without permission. Even the government authorities need to obtain a search warrant from a court before they are able to freely and independently search private property. Think about it. I can't freely and independently explore your house without your permission, anyone's house for that matter. And since most land in the world is owned by someone, they have the right to grant permission for you to be on their land or not. You can't even climb Mount Everest without permission from the Nepalese government. The list goes on and on. So if your only argument is going to be that you want to explore Antarctica without permission, then you want to do something that can't be done in most of the rest of the world. But here's the real question. If you really think the earth is flat, if you really believe the globe is a massive conspiracy, if you really think there is a firmament, a dome in Antarctica or maybe other lands beyond Antarctica, wouldn't you just simply ask permission in order to prove this? What am I missing here? If all you had to do was ask permission, and you know permission is frequently granted, then why wouldn't you just do that? Now, I know it's easier to say Antarctica is closed and Antarctica is off limits and no one is allowed past the 60th South parallel and you'll be turned away at gunpoint if you try. But none of that is true. Anyone can go to Antarctica. Anyone can go below the 60th South latitude. And anyone can go to Antarctica alone if you really want to. So when are you going to just do it? But here's the last question I have. Akshay is crossing Antarctica. That seems impossible on a flat earth. He started at Berkner Island, which is south and east of the tip of South America. And if he's successful in his journey to the South Pole and then to the other side of Antarctica, he will end up at the Bay of Whales, which is almost directly south of New Zealand, just slightly east. So if I grab my Gleason's map here, he will start here, and then he's going to head south, which on a flat earth is away from the North Pole, and he's going to continue heading south until he gets to here. How exactly does that work on a flat earth? Let me know in the comments below. And here is Akshay with some final words.
Thank you so much for your contribution, and I look forward to seeing you on the other side of Antarctica.
These are 5 reasons to believe that the Bible does not teach that the earth is flat. Now, I feel a little ridiculous doing this video because the whole idea of a flat earth, I think is absurd, to be honest with you. But I know that the whole idea has gained prominence recently, and there are a lot of Christian people I know who have asked me about this whole idea of the flat earth and who have been talking about the flat earth, and others who have just encountered people who are arguing with them about the flat earth, and they haven't really thought about the issue and don't really know exactly how to respond to the issue. And some people say that, well, if you don't hold to a flat earth, then you're not really taking the Bible seriously. And that somehow everybody who takes the Bible seriously believes in a flat earth. And some people say that, well, the same method of interpretation that you use to hold to the truths of all the other things in here, or if you take those seriously and interpret the whole thing this way, then you are going to come to an understanding that the earth is not round, but it is flat. Now, I want to try not to be condescending in this video as much as I want to just use sarcasm the whole time, because I really do think the idea is ridiculous. But I want to be as nice as I can in dealing with this issue. But I want to address 5 reasons why the Bible does not teach that the earth is flat. Now, the first reason is simply that the Bible is not a cosmology book. The Bible is not written for the purpose of giving us, secret hints about the cosmology of the universe and trying to tell us about planets and about the nature of the earth and about the shape of the earth and the universe above us, broadly speaking. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that the Bible is inaccurate when it speaks about these things. I'm not saying that the Bible is scientifically inaccurate. But what I am saying is that it's not the purpose of this book to be a science textbook. And so the Bible teaches us things that are necessary for our salvation. Yes, it does contain real history. It contains real facts. I'm not doubting the truth of God's word, but I'm saying that we have to interpret the Bible in light of what the purpose of the Bible is. The Bible was not given to us so that we could figure out all of these various truths about the shape of the earth. There aren't these little clues hidden throughout the Bible that somehow tell us that the earth is secretly flat. Now, the Bible does speak some about the reality of creation, that God spoke and all things were created, and these things certainly are true according to God's word, but you can only take that so far. You can't take it to such an extent to say that every little thing that is used in the Bible, even as a figure of speech, somehow is actually telling us something about the reality of the creation that God has given us. And the second point going along with that is simply that the Bible does use figures of speech. And I find this with people who believe in a flat earth from various scriptural passages, is that they take something that is merely a figure of speech and say, well, I am the only one that's taking it seriously. And if you don't say that this is literal, then you are not taking the Bible seriously. Well, to take the Bible seriously is not necessarily to take everything literally. There are things in Scripture that are not literal. There are things in Scripture that are poetic. And if you are going to start saying that everything, every saying in Scripture, every phrase in Scripture is very literal, it's to be interpreted in a wooden, literal sense, then you have to start saying things like, well, God has a literal right hand. God has literal eyes, right? God is described as having body parts, and you're going to have to start saying things like God has a natural physical body like we do. God is a bird, there's analogies to God being like a hen, There are so many phrases in the Bible that we just can't take literally because that's not the way that they're meant to be taken. And that simply doesn't account for the way that speech works. You can't take the book of Revelation, for example, and say that every single thing in the book of Revelation is very literal. There's no symbolism at all. It's all going to happen exactly like it says in this book without realizing that he's using figurative language. You don't read the Psalms the same way you read the book of First Chronicles, because one is poetic and one is history. We recognize that. There are different genres of literature. And so in light of that, we can just say that, yes, Scripture uses phrases and sayings, but that doesn't mean that it's to be taken as some kind of a cosmological statement. It would be common for people today to use various phrases they don't mean literally. So someone today could talk about the four corners of the earth. And by that, if I were to use that phrase, I'm not making a cosmological statement. I'm using a figure of speech to just make the statement that it goes out everywhere. And the Bible authors do exactly the same thing. The third thing here is that the cosmology of the ancient Near Eastern cultures, does not define the cosmology of the Bible. And there are many people arguing for a flat earth that try to say things like, well, the cosmology of a lot of ancient peoples would have been this, and the people of Israel were living at a time and in a place where other ancient peoples believed this. Therefore, when the Bible was written, it must have assumed those things. And we must assume that when the Bible was written, that it was teaching the same things that these various other cultures around were teaching. Now, there's a couple problems with that. First, just because a culture around was teaching something does not mean that the people of Israel believed in that thing. We should believe, as people who believe the Bible, that God did reveal truths to the people of Israel that he did not reveal to other peoples. The second problem with that is simply that just because the people of Israel might have believed something does not mean that that thing was true. The people of Israel were ancient people. They didn't have modern science, modern technology. So likely the average Israelite would have believed all sorts of stuff that we don't believe, that now we know is simply not true because they lived a long time ago. Now, that doesn't mean that the Bible's wrong, but we don't hold our faith in what all the ancient Israelites believed. Our faith is in what the Bible teaches. And so just because God revealed something to Moses about creation doesn't even mean that the people of Israel would have understood all of the details in the exact way that it happened. Okay? That doesn't matter. What matters is what God actually said. And God nowhere says that the earth was created to be flat with this dome over it and all of this other stuff that flat earth proponents say. The fourth problem is that all of these flat earth proponents are saying things about how the church always believed this until secularism came into the picture and Darwinism and all of this other stuff, that the earth was flat. Now, this just isn't true. We've known that the earth was round for a really long time. Aristotle taught that the earth was round, and Aristotle actually had quite a bit of influence on Christian theology for quite some time. St. Thomas Aquinas utilizes Aristotle. The various medieval theologians do, and theologians in the church fathers, they're aware of some of the truths of, well, the earth being round, because there are scientific experiments from quite a long time ago that teach that the earth is round. So it's just false. The history is wrong. It's not true that everyone always believed that the earth was flat. And even if that were the case in the church, it wouldn't really matter, because if people did believe the earth was flat, it just means they had flawed science back then. It doesn't mean that they believed it because it was the only thing that you could find in the Bible. Anyway, there are all sorts of things that Christians always believed until recently, just because that's what people believed until we found out that things were different. And that doesn't mean that the Bible taught those things. It just means people believe things because they lived a long time ago, and that's what everybody believed back then. And so it's simply false. It's not true that Christians always believe this, that this is somehow some kind of new thing that people believe that the earth is round. No, people have always believed that the earth was round. The fifth point is that if you use these kinds of hermeneutics, the kinds of hermeneutic that you're using to say that all has to be taken literally, everything that the Bible says when it says the earth is this or the earth is that even when it seems like it's just a figure of speech, you have to take it as some kind of cosmological statement. If you're going to do that, then you have to believe that the earth has four corners. Well, the majority of flat earth proponents don't believe that there are four corners of the earth. They believe that the earth is a flat disk. And so why are you taking these statements figuratively but not these other statements? Now, there have been some I've seen on YouTube and other places that try to say, actually, the earth is a square and there's a circular earth inside of the square because they want to take it seriously. Now, I would hope that most of you don't believe that. It just shows the kind of absurdity, the lengths that you have to go to try to just interpret figurative phrases to be something literal. It's not how you read a book. It's not how you understand a human conversation. Imagine if you were having a conversation with somebody and every time they used a figurative phrase, you'd point it out and say, well, you mean that literally. It's not how language works. And you're not accounting for how language actually works. And, the Bible talks about pillars. And there are some people that would say that means that there are actually pillars holding the earth up. Is that really what's going on? Most flat earth proponents don't go that far. But there are also other texts. Job speaks about how the earth hangs by itself on nothing. So what do you do? Is the Bible contradicting itself on these different things? Or are you just taking, figurative statements to an absurd extreme to try to force them to be literal statements? And even along, with all of these biblical proofs, just scientifically, it's absurd. And I'm not going to get into the scientific evidence because this is, I do Christian theology. That's what this channel's about. I don't delve into other things. But just the idea that there's this vast conspiracy, that NASA is just promoting this conspiracy. Do you know how impossible this would be for this many people to be involved in this conspiracy, for the word not to leak? And you know how many billions of dollars they are paying people to do jobs that essentially don't do anything? There are tons of people, and I know people and talk to people whose job it is to do little things that are sent to NASA, different kinds of information and technological development, that if NASA is really just this front, they're not doing anything. They're just paying millions of dollars to all of these random people who are doing all this work that they're not doing anything with. That's pointless. The amount of manpower and the amount of money and the just amount of secrecy that would go into this is absurd. It's just so impossible that this could possibly happen. And not to mention, there are all sorts of Christian people who do these things and work for NASA. And these Christian people aren't all lying about these things. You're accusing all of these people of being involved in this vast, bizarre conspiracy. And I'm sorry, but it's just not real. So I plead with you to look back at Scripture. This whole idea of a flat earth just makes Christians look stupid. And just please, as every reputable Christian organization has said, this is ridiculous. Every, intelligent design, old earth, young earth creationist, all of these different people, all of the major organizations defending all the various views, whatever different beliefs they have in terms of the creation week, all agree that this idea has no merit. There's not people with scientific degrees that are promoting flat earth. It's absurd, and please reconsider your position. Thanks for watching. Subscribe and share this video if you like it. I'm sure I'll get some nasty comments, but that's part of it.
Waiting for confirmation. All right, we're live. Okay, first thing I want to say is you're clicking on or watching the live stream here. This is not a sensationalist video. This video is not to attack anybody or basically I'm not here to be a jerk. No, not at all. In fact, what I am is I'm a pastor who cares very deeply about understanding the Bible properly, about reading it in its context and knowing what it really says, because I do believe that God has inspired the Scriptures. And so I spend my days and nights actually studying theology and apologetics. I make these free videos online for you guys, just that it would bless you, meet you where you are when you need it. That's what I do with all my time. I do this, put out free content for you. I care sincerely about people, though, about believers who I think are being led astray by some of the bad Bible study practices that I see inside the flat earth stuff. So it's a big concern of mine. Well, I love you, my brothers and sisters, my flat earth friends. And I do even have friends who've been brought into this whole flat earth thing, and they think it's biblical. But what I'm telling you is not that you're wrong about the earth. That's a different video. I'm telling you you're wrong about the Bible. That's what this video is about. You're wrong about the Bible. So welcome to the Tuesday live stream. I'm Pastor Mike Winger, where we learn how to think biblically about everything. And today we're taking your flat earth Bible verses and we're looking at them in context, which I think is all it takes to show you that they're not saying what you think they're saying. And we're going to get into this. But first, I want to lay the ground rules. So here's the ground rules. And yes, you can put questions in the chat, but I can already tell you, I will not be able to get to all your questions. I'll answer some questions from the live chat at the end of the stream. You put a capital Q and you can ask some questions. AJ will grab a smattering of them and I'll answer a bunch, okay? And I will prefer questions from flat earth leaning or believers or people who are just at least in that kind of camp, thinking about that camp. Those are the questions I'm hopefully going to get, and I'm hoping to answer them, whatever I might miss during this stream. But here's the ground rules, though. Here's the ground rules. This video is not about conspiracies. I'm not going to talk about conspiracies or what, end times issues and things like that. It's not about that. This video is not about geocentrism or the idea that the sun goes around the earth, not the earth around the sun. That is an unrelated issue because you can have a globe earth with geocentrism, a flat earth with geocentrism. It's unrelated. It's an unrelated issue to the flat earth. This is not about the firmament. I'm going to, one day, God willing, I'll do a whole video on the firmament. That's a whole nother long video and tons of research to do. But this is not about the firmament because guess what? You can have a solid dome firmament that doesn't give you a flat earth. There's nothing about that says there's a flat earth. No, this is the question of, is the earth flat according to biblical verses, according to teachings in the Bible? That's the question. I'm not going to talk about ancient Near Eastern thought at the time of the ancient Hebrews. Why? Because just because whatever people thought back then, whether they believed it or didn't believe it, it's irrelevant to whether or not the Bible actually teaches a flat earth. You could affirm that they thought it, but the Bible doesn't teach it. We're dealing with the question of what the Bible actually teaches, what it proclaims. That's the question. All right, here we go. Now you know the ground rules. Now you know what we're doing. Let's dig in. Let's first talk about the ends of the earth verses. There's a bunch of verses people use for flat earth, and I've kind of categorized them, right? One of the first verses that I've had sent to me when people said, Mike, the Bible says the earth is flat, is these end of the earth verses. The Bible does talk about how the earth has ends, or it talks about the ends of the earth. So here we are. I'm currently in the ESV, but you can look all these up in the King James Version if that's your leaning as well. You're not going to find significant differences, I don't think. Job 28:24 is the first verse we'll go to. It says, "For he looks to the ends of the earth, he sees everything under the heavens." Okay, so clearly, I'm not disputing this, right? The Bible definitely says that the earth has ends, or at least it uses the phrase, the ends of the earth. That's what it talks about here. That's for sure. Now, in flat earth view, this is the ends of the earth itself. In case, for those who don't know, the perspective of a flat earth is that there is these edges on the ends of the earth. Like you go there and that you can't go any further. The earth just stops right there. Now there's, what you probably don't realize if you look at it from above is they're not thinking that the earth is flat and we have like the North Pole on one side, the South Pole on the other. In fact, with the flat earth view, what they generally do is they imagine if you sort of grabbed the globe and you took the South Pole and you just stretched that open and you flattened out the earth. And so you can see in this, you have North and South America, you have Africa, you've got the North Pole in the middle of the map, and the South Pole is now stretched out all around the entire map. That would be the current view of the flat earth, the one that I always see promoted. So they think that the sun and the moon are small, and that these people who promote this view, that they're sort of going around the earth. This is a crude example of it. There's more complicated versions of this, but basically the sun and the moon are, they're close to the earth, they're small, and they're sort of circling like this. They're not actually going around the entire mass of the earth. They're just, doing a circuit like that. That would be the flat earth view. And you could see how it's supported in a sense from Job 28:24. But let me take you to another passage that'll give us a hint on how we should understand verses like this, Job 28:24, and how the phrase ends of the earth doesn't mean that the earth has ends. The ends of the earth doesn't mean the earth has ends. Why? Well, let's look at the text itself. Let's let Scripture guide us. Psalm chapter 67, verse 7, which says, "God shall bless us, let all the ends of the earth fear him." Now, this is an interesting verse. It gives us a hint at the difference here, because what's happening in Psalm 67:7 is they're thinking that the ends of the earth are going to fear the Lord. Like there's people there, wherever the ends of the earth is, and they're going to fear God. They should respond to God. Yet, as far as I know, on all flat earth models, there ain't no people there. Right? These are uninhabited lands, or uninhabited ice. It's a giant ice wall, and you can't get there. That's the idea. And so already we've got a problem, because here the text of Scripture seems to indicate that there is people there. But it gets way more clear than this if we read on. I mean, after I show you these verses, you will realize you cannot say the ends of the earth is talking about physical edges on what we would think of as the planet Earth. Absolutely not. It's impossible to do. Isaiah chapter 45, verse 22. It says, "Turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other." Here's the ends of the earth again. "Turn to me and be saved," God says, "to the ends of the earth." I mean, this is just talking about distant people who are outside the land of Israel. They're called the ends of the earth. And God says, I want you all to know the gospel and be saved. That's the message here, that everyone, can be saved. That's a beautiful message. But no, it gets more clear than that. It's more clear than that, because now what you need, if you're a flat earther, you have to adopt this into your view. If you're a biblical flat earther, and say, there's edges of the earth, but there's people that live there, and we're supposed to bring the gospel to them. And now you need to change your mission statement to bringing the gospel to the ends of the earth, not just proving that there's ends to the earth. But there's more. So let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 28. And this cannot be, I think this is the irrefutable part. You saw my thumbnail or my title for the video, the irrefutable evidence. Well, I believe this is irrefutable. Deuteronomy 28:49. It says, "The Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth, swooping down like the eagle." Right? A nation whose language you do not understand. A hard-faced nation, and it will go on and talk about all the things this nation will do to you. In Deuteronomy, this is the threats and the curses and the blessings and all this sort of thing that happens with the law. God gives them the law through Moses, and this is why you need to know the context of Scripture, right? He gives them the law through Moses, and he says, look, if you don't obey this law, I'm going to bring nations from the ends of the earth, and they're going to come and swoop down on you, and they're going to take you away and carry you away. Now, this actually did happen. Now, those of you who know your Bible, you know when this happened, right? This happened especially, in particular, this is what the Bible highlights a lot, is when Babylon came in and Assyria came in, and these two particular nations came in, one taking away the northern kingdom, the other the southern kingdom. That these are the nations from the ends of the earth. So biblically, the ends of the earth is Babylon. Now, it gets stronger than this. I can make it stronger. Okay, let's move on. Let's just look at another verse in the same chapter, Deuteronomy 28:64. "And the Lord will scatter you among all peoples from one end of the earth to the other, and there you shall serve gods of wood and stone, which you and your fathers haven't known." In other words, what Deuteronomy is saying is that there's going to be people who are on the ends of the earth. They're going to come to Israel, take you to the ends of the earth, and then he promises later that he'll gather them back from the ends of the earth. So if you're a flat earther and you think ends of the earth is the edges of your flat earth map, you have to figure out how to, in your history, how to get it so that Israel was hijacked by nations living on the ice wall around the edge of the earth, brought to that ice wall, and then brought back, even though the Bible makes it clear this was just Babylon. This was just Babylon. Where do we see this in Scripture? We actually see this same area, this same content quoted in Scripture to show its fulfillment is in Nehemiah chapter 1, verse 8. Nehemiah 1:8, Nehemiah is praying because they've been taken captive, right, into foreign nations. And here he is. He's in Susa. Well, let me just show you where he is, right? And we get this in verse 1. He says, "It happened in the month of Chislev in the 20th year as I was in Susa, the citadel." This is where he's located. He's in Susa, and he's there with Jews, who escaped and survived the exile. Anyway, he's talking about the Jews that had escaped and survived the exile. So this is during the exile. This is during the fulfillment of that Deuteronomy passage. And here in verse 8, he says in prayer to God, "Remember the word that you commanded your servant Moses, saying, if you're unfaithful, I will scatter you among the peoples. But if you return to me and keep my commandments and do them, though you," and this is, I got to highlight just this one part, "though your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of heaven, from there I will gather and bring them to the place that I have chosen." Now, in a flat earth view, the uttermost parts of heaven would have to be either they're in some spatial domain, but that doesn't fit the context here because God's gathering them. And so they have to be at that edge where sort of they see the dome above us meeting the ice wall, right? That's where those outcasts have to be. And God says, "I will gather them." But Nehemiah is asking to be brought in from where? From Susa. Where's Susa? Susa is about 1,035 miles from Jerusalem. This is Google Maps. My head is in Africa right now. my brain is in the giant brain looking thing of Africa. And it makes me feel smarter. So yeah, it's in Iran. Susa's in Iran. The fulfillment of this text, the ends of the earth and the uttermost parts of heaven, is Iran. This is just over 1,000 miles away from Jerusalem. So yeah, there is simply no way on earth that these passages can be taken to mean that the earth has edges. Why is it though? Why is this? Well, we'll come back to that in just a second. Let me take you to a passage from Jesus, because it does weigh in on this. Now that you know this, that ends of the earth is a phrase meaning nations far from the perspective of Israel, that it's a phrase that isn't to be taken literally, right? Then you can see what is being said here. Jesus says, then he will send out the angels. Oh, let me give it to you on the screen as well. He will send out the angels and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven. So he's just saying he's going to gather them from everywhere. It's not saying that earth has edges. That's not the point at all. That's just to misunderstand the text. Reading cosmology or onto a text that's just about like local geography. So that's the idea. So yeah, let me offer one more note on the. I'm trying to pay attention to my notifications on my phone here only because I've recently had issues with the live stream where I had a microphone muted, and I just want to make sure I don't miss that. Okay, so on the flat earth view, if you're with me here, so you're still flat earth, just hear me out, okay? You don't need to change your mind so far. Just listen to me. I'm just doing a Bible study with you. On their view, the sun doesn't actually go to the edge of the earth because the ends of the earth are those edges. The sun sort of circles around like a third of the way into the earth. It just circles around there. That would be sort of the idea, right? But the biblical teaching is that the sun seems to, at least from our perspective, go around us, not do that kind of flat earth circuit. And so Psalm 19:6 seems to indicate this. It says, its rising is from the end of the heavens, its circuit to the end of them, and there is nothing hidden from its heat. So it's rising, at least from our perspective. I think this is phenomenological language, or this is just how it appears to humans. He's not trying to describe the scientific exactness of the functions of the universe, but it's described as coming up from that location way on the edge. But on the flat earth models, the sun never is way over there, right? On the flat earth models, the sun never touches the edge of the earth. It doesn't work. This is not a biblical model. It's not giving respect to the scriptures. It's just not. Let's talk about the word earth though, because before we go further, this is the thing you need to know. And this, honestly, a lot of the flat earth verses would just melt away if people knew this one fact. Are you ready? I have to drink my coffee first. And I'll show you the cat cam. Here you go. Oh, let me get my head out of the way there. Aw, there's the cat cam. There's the cat cam. This is how you know you have professional grade Bible study quality right here. Full strength. All right, here's what you need to know. The word earth doesn't mean earth in the Bible. It rarely means earth. I mean, very rarely means earth. There are some places where it does, where, like, I'll take you there. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. I think, hold on, I did that wrong. Genesis 1:1. I think that this is a text where the word earth is a reference to like the whole, whether it's globe or flat or whatever you think, it's a reference to the whole thing, right? Inclusively. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But one of the ways in which we know it's an inclusive phrase is because it's just that phrase, the heavens and the earth. It's not the word earth, it's the phrase, the heavens and the earth. And then it's like, okay, this is an inclusive term for the whole universe, ultimately. But then very shortly after that, we have examples, even in Genesis, of where the word earth doesn't mean what you're thinking, because you're thinking of either the whole flat earth or a globe. That's how we usually use the word. But that's not what eretz, right, the Hebrew word, means most of the time. Here's an example. In verse 10, God called the dry land earth. Wait a minute, the dry land is earth? It's just dry land? So if it's below sea level, it's not earth? Yeah, that's one of the meanings of eretz. If it's below sea level, it's not eretz, at least in this context. And this is how it's used all the time. I mean, way more often than you see it used to describe the entirety of what we would think of as either a planet or a flat domed thing. So the dry land is earth. This happens frequently. Other times, also in Genesis. I wanted to show you a few examples in Genesis in particular, so you realize, like, even in the first book of the Bible, there's multiple uses of the term earth. In Genesis 11, verse 1, it says, "Now the whole earth had one language and the same words." The whole earth? Wait, now the planet talks or whatever? No, the whole earth here refers to people. It's all a bunch of people, all the people on that God made. That's the idea. So whole earth, sometimes eretz is just referring to individuals. It has nothing to do with physical ground at all. In this case is one of those. Another one, Genesis 13, verse 6. It's the same Hebrew word, eretz, same Hebrew word, but it's translated differently, and you'll understand why right away. So that the land, that's eretz, could not support both of them, dwelling together, for their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together. Who is this about? This is talking, as it says, the land, eretz. If you were to translate this and say, well, eretz is eretz, earth is earth, well, then this would be literally saying the planet Earth could not support Lot and Abraham together, so they had to depart from the land. So in other words, the solution would be, Lot, you go to one planet and I'll go to another planet. That would be the solution here. But no, obviously eretz just means local area, a local area of land, and it's used like this all the time. So the ends of the earth could simply mean far away from our local area. That's just what the word earth means sometimes. Let me give you, and this is too long for you to read. I know that, right? This is the Dictionary of Biblical Languages that DBL we abbreviate as that. And this is literally what you're looking on your screen at, is just the one entry on the word eretz, or earth, to show you that it has a large number of uses, and it shows you its different uses in different contexts. Sometimes it means dry surface in contrast to water. Sometimes it means soil or dirt or a country or a region or a territory or a people. Rarely, it does mean earth in the modern sense. That does happen, but it's rare. Okay, and maybe you could read that. I don't know. Most of you probably can't read that. I just wanted you to know this. Words are more complex in their usage and their meanings than simply earth means earth. There's more to it than that, and context shows us there's more to it than that. Let's look now at a video clip. This video clip is from Dean Odell. He's a popular flat earth guy. He has a video called The Bible Does Say Flat Earth. The Bible Does Say Flat Earth. I've linked it in the video description. I always try to link videos even if I disagree with them because I owe it to you to give you access to the content I'm saying I disagree with. I only wish other people would have that same policy as they refute my videos all day long. So here it is. This is from Dean Odell, and he's going to draw from the idea that the book of Job is describing the nature of earth. And look at his conclusions, and then we'll talk about what is wrong about that.
In the King James, it says, "It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand out as a garment." Now, I have read over that many times, and that's the problem. A lot of times we just read over stuff and we don't look it up. So I saw this verse pointed out by someone, so I got my Strong's Hebrew, concordance with the Hebrew dictionary, and I looked up the word turned. It doesn't mean to spin. It means it's changed. I tell people that it means it's changed, like I would change, I would change potatoes into mashed potatoes. You change them into something else. And then it says where it says it's turned or it's changed as clay to the seal. The Hebrew word there for seal means signet ring. And so what would happen was in the old days that the kings or governors or leaders would have this special ring that identified them. And what they would do when they seal letters or scrolls, they would drop some wax or some clay on top of them, and then they would press them down flat with that signet ring. So when God was talking about the earth and how he formed it, the word picture he gives in Hebrew is that it was changed as clay to the signet ring, plastic, pushed down flat. And when that happens too, it causes an upturned edge. It causes a border around it. And you look at any seal, there's going to be a border around that pressed down, piece of wax or clay or whatever it is.
Right. Okay, so what you guys can see here is they're saying, hey, this passage in Job, when it describes clay and a signet ring, it's describing the cosmological design of the earth. That's the whole point. That's the whole point here, right? That's what he's getting at. And so he quotes Job 38:14. I don't know if you noticed this. This is a misquote. They misquoted Job 38 here. He quoted it correctly earlier, and then he misquotes it in this clip from the video. There's a word missing. There is a word missing, a very important word missing from this quote for some reason in their video. I don't know if it was deliberate. I don't think so, but it's missing. So he says, hey, it's like a signet. Okay, here's actually a piece of clay that a signet was pushed against from ancient Israel, right? This is kind of an important one, a recent discovery that's pretty important about verifying kings of Israel, because we have good evidence to support the reality that there were these ancient kings of Israel. At any rate, that's the seal. And so I get it, but there's a problem. Almost no translations translate this as signet ring. He says that should be translated as signet ring, right? It's just he says it's really a signet ring. No, it's really not to be translated that way, and that's why almost nobody does translate it that way. So here's the same resource I used earlier, Dictionary of Biblical Languages, and here's what they say under the word seal, right? It's, you could look it up yourself. It's 2597. That's the entry point. It's the Strong's number 2368 if you want to look up Strong's. Strong's, though, is not a great resource. I'll talk about that in a minute. It's not bad. It's just not nearly as great as people think it is. At any rate, it's a seal, signet, implement used as a sign of one's personal official identification, marked by impressing in clay or wax, worn on a cord around the neck or on the hand. Okay, seal or signet. Now, you might not notice this. Seal and signet are not the same thing, right? So look at the note, and I highlighted this. The note at the end, it says, note, it's usually a cylinder seal design, though if on the hand, then a signet ring. So if it talks about a seal on the hand, it's a signet ring. Otherwise, it's likely it's a cylinder design. What is a cylinder design? Well, it's one of these. Ancient seals, we have lots and lots of them that we found. They're these tiny little things, and they would probably fit. If you have a big hand, you could probably put the seal in your fist and hide it. It's that small. So this seal, which is on the left part of your screen, it's a cylinder. What's on the right part of your screen is clay. And what they would do is they'd take the seal and they'd roll it over the clay, and then it would take different shape. That's what the verse is talking about in the book of Job. Here's another example of a cylinder seal. This one's green, but you can just see how, like, the intricate little, they do a reverse image in the seal and then they just roll it over. And this was very typical. There's another example. There's another example for you there. Now, to support his case, there's something fishy going on, because to support his case, Dean Odell, what he does is he says, I went to Strong's and Strong's tells me this is a signet ring. And he tries to use Strong's, which is a Greek and Hebrew resource that we have. I got one here, right? This is Strong's. This is everybody's first Greek and Hebrew resource, right? And it's big fat book, and you can look up the numbers and all that. I've got it here. I have two different versions I have as well digitally. But he says that he goes to Strong's and it says signet ring. Okay, that would make it the ring version, not the bracelet or the cylinder version I showed you. But when you actually look up Strong's, what does it say? This is Strong's. Okay, this is on the screen for you. It says that it occurs 14 times, and the AV, the authorized version, King James, translates it as signet 9 times and seal 5 times. And then it gives you the definitions: seal, signet, signet ring. Strong's doesn't tell you what it is in Job. It just says it has these different translations, and it has different ways of, being rendered in the English: signet or signet ring or seal. Strong's doesn't say what Dean Odell wants it to say. I don't know why he's saying it does. I don't understand this. Look it up on your own. Go ahead. Strong's doesn't say that. Now, there might be an old version of Strong's that I've never seen that has errors in it, because they've updated it over the years. It's pretty old. So maybe they fixed an error there, in which case he needs to get a new version. That's always a possibility. But there's more problems. That was just the first problem, okay? It's probably a cylindrical seal that Job is talking about in Job 38. The second problem is the missing word. Okay, I'm going to put this on the screen again for you. Job 38:14. This is what Dean Odell puts up there. This is what probably flat earth people have seen. This video has had a lot of views, hundreds of thousands of views. The video I'm talking about here, the Dean Odell one. But if I go to Job 38:14, do you notice the word that's missing? Let me see. I'll go to you in just directly in the Bible here. This is the ESV, which is not going to be much different than most other versions here. It is changed like clay under the seal. It is changed. It's the word changed. Okay, the word change is really important here. It's really important here because we need to know when it's changed, right? This change is not like the earth was originally a blob and God, when he created it, did that. No. The context to Job, and now we will zoom out and look at 2 more verses to get context. We'll see it has nothing to do with the, physical cosmology of earth. It says here in verse 12, have you commanded the morning since your days began, and caused the dawn to know its place, that it, that would be the dawn, the morning, might take hold of the skirts of the earth, and the wicked be shaken out of it? It, here, being the earth, right, is changed like clay under the seal, and its features stand out like a garment. It's describing sunrise, right? Just like these pictures of, let me put one up for you again, of these cylinders, how the light and the shadows on the clay, they now show contours. Whereas before it was a flat piece of clay that had no contours. Now it has contours. The idea is that as the sun rises, that the earth gains contours, and all of a sudden it's more, has depth. At nighttime, it's just, you can't see all the bumps and everything on the ground. It's too dark. As the sun comes up, all the contours come up, and especially in the morning, these strong, stark shadows get cast all over the land. That's all it's saying. This change happens every day. Dean wants to use it, and some flat earth people think they can use it to say that the earth has a bumpy ridge around it, like a clay signet ring, like clay has when it has a signet ring pushed down on it. But that's not the point at all. In fact, it's just specifically about the wicked, right? This sunlight that comes up every morning, it grabs hold of the skirts of the earth, and the wicked are shaken out of it. This is picture, right? We don't think the sun grabs the earth, but it's the wicked are shaken out. This is because, and let me take you to a parallel passage. This passage does relate to it. Here we go. Job 24, verse 14. This explains that context of the wicked being shaken out. Why does the morning shake out the wicked? Well, because even in the book of Job, same book, it says the murderer rises before its light, that he may kill the poor and needy, and in the night he's like a thief. Right? The eye of the adulterer also waits for the twilight, saying, no eye will see, and he veils his face. In the dark, they dig through houses. By day, they shut themselves up. They do not know the light. So the whole idea here, I meant to give you that. Boom, there it is. All right, see, the murderer, he rises before its light, that he may kill the poor and needy. In the night, he's like a thief. The adulterer waits for twilight. It's all about it being dark. In the dark, they dig through houses. But then when the daylight comes, they shut themselves up. So they hide because they don't know the light. And this is what Job's talking about. The sun comes up, right? The contours of the earth are made visible every single morning, and the wicked get shaken out, or they go and hide because they're not going to do their wicked things there in the morning time when everybody can see them. That's all Job is saying. Job is not giving us cosmology of the earth here. It's just not related at all. So everything about this great discovery that he feels the Holy Spirit led him to is wrong. Everything about it's wrong, from his use of Strong's, from his application of this to cosmology. And you don't need to read ancient Greek or Hebrew in this case to know. All you had to do was read the context. This is a daily change when the sun rises. All right, let's look at the next one, the footstool verses. Footstool verses. I'll be honest with you. When I first heard about flat earth stuff, it was these footstool verses that first jumped into my mind as, oh no, they're not doing that, are they? that was what occurred to me. So please hear me out. Isaiah 66:1, thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. There you go. Like, God's obviously intending, okay, I'm not trying to make anybody feel uncomfortable here, but it feels weird to me to think upon reading this verse that God's obviously intending to give us a physical, literal, cosmological descriptor, scientifically accurate description of what the earth looks like if you could zoom out from it and look at it from a distance. And no, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. Let me show you, though, what some people have done with this. I have a picture for you. This is the, there it is. This is the footstool image that I've seen presented by flat earthers saying, look, the earth is this footstool. And so footstools are round and they're on pillars. We'll talk about the pillars in a minute, but notice the pillars that are there. That's important. We'll talk about that. So this is the case. Now let's just look at the verse in context a little bit. I mean, just the verse by itself, the context of the surrounding words around footstool. It says, the heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. Does anybody in the flat earth community think that heaven is literally shaped like a throne? But that many of them, at least some of them in the community, say that the earth has to be shaped like a footstool because of this verse. But you don't take heaven is my throne literal, but you take the earth is my footstool literal. That doesn't really make sense. I mean, and if it's a literal footstool, then doesn't that mean that God has like literal feet that he puts on it? I mean, that would be a heresy. This isn't even Christian theology anymore we're doing. And imagine this, how big are God's hands? If I'm going to read the Bible like this, which this is not the way you want to read it, but if you're going to read the Bible like this, Isaiah 40 verse 12, it says that God has measured the waters in the hollow of his hand and marked off the heavens with a span. A span is 1 hand distance, right? From here to here. Here to here, that's my span. It's saying that God's marked off the heavens with a span. However big the heavens are, literally, that is exactly how big God's hand is. Or that's not what Isaiah is trying to say, which is the reality of it. No, not at all. This is metaphorical, and this is in the same book. The earth is his footstool, and he's measured the waters in the hollow of his hand. The heaven is his throne. It's about God being sovereign. It's not about the shape of the earth. It's metaphorical. God is sovereign. He is sovereign. Here's another verse that relates. 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 27. He says, "But will God indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heavens cannot contain you. How much less this house that I have built you?" This is just to say that, like, there is no comparison to the grandeur and the fullness of God and that of creation. That there's just no comparison, right? It's not like heaven is a throne that God sits on in one verse. In another verse, his hand is the length of the width of the throne. So he's sitting on the throne, but he has a giant hand. It doesn't make any sense, guys. It's silly because it's never meant to be read that way. Not by the original authors, not by the original audience, and not by you. Let's talk about the pillar verses, pillars of the earth. This is another one of those topics that comes up. Probably one of the biggest ones is 1 Samuel 2:8, where it says, "He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with the princes and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world." What is this talking about? The flat earth point would be that there's a spherical earth that the spherical earth doesn't seem to have pillars, right? Like, and I would agree. I would be like, it's a stretch to think that a globe has actual pillars somehow. You could say there's pillars in the dirt, or there's these powerfully huge rock formations down towards the mantle or something like that. But yeah, I get that would be a stretch to think that. But they would take these very literally. There's actually pillars holding up. And what are the pillars on? Foundations. What the foundations on? Who knows? But what is it actually saying? It's actually an analogy as you read the context here. It's an analogy to what happens early in the verse. God's raising up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes. So now the poor are inheriting a seat of honor. They are getting leadership positions in the world. And then it says, "For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world." The idea here is that the pillars are the leading human beings in the world, and God will exalt whoever he wants, including the poor, to rule in those places. And King David is an example of this. King David's an example of this, where he can take this guy out of nowhere and then make him the king of Israel and make his line the ultimate, that which leads to the Messiah. So that's what I think this verse is talking about. But there's other pillar verses as well, as Job 26:10. Which says, I'll quote it to you here, "He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astounded at his rebuke." So there's that pillars of heaven phrase, pillars of heaven. And I know that this is going to trigger some of the people in the audience. But if you have been around for my Bible studies, which I have hundreds of hours of free Bible studies online that you're welcome to enjoy or hate as you wish. But if you know, I read things in context. I try to understand the context. If it's a poetic passage, I want to look at it poetically. Well, guess what? Job is a poetic book. The whole book is poetry, like literally the whole book, especially the speeches, which is where we're at here in Job 26. It's very poetic. The whole thing's extremely poetic. And I think that we're going to see that as we read more of Job real soon here when we get to the cornerstone verse that they like to use. So the pillars of heaven, it just seems to be poetic. It might just be talking about mountains. Pillars of heaven could just be talking about mountains. They come up and there's the sky above them, but they're like the part of the earth that's lifting up the highest. That could simply be all it's talking about here. Pillars of heaven. It's not to be taken as though those things, mountains, are actually holding up the sky. That would be a wooden literalism forced upon a poetic passage that probably is just talking about mountains. In fact, pillars occurs very few times in the scripture. The word pillar, when it talks about pillars of the earth or pillars of the heavens. And it seems that every single time that I can find, it's always in a poetic context, like a very poetic context. So we should treat it as poetry if it's in that poetic context. That's important. That's just called good Bible study. Let's look at another verse. What did I skip? Do I want to do that verse? Yeah, Psalm 75:3 is another example. The same pillars one. I'll just mention it in case it's on your mind really briefly, and I'll give you a clue on how you can figure it out on your own. Psalm 75:3. When the earth totters and all its inhabitants, it is I who keep steady its pillars. If you read the whole Psalm 75, like 1 Samuel, it's speaking of leaders. It's speaking of leaders, leadership. The pillars are here the leaders that God is going to, he's going to stand behind, he's going to hold them up while they're going through a lot of turmoil, while the earth is in upheaval, so to speak. So the earth here is groups of people, and the pillars are the individuals who are leading them. That's what it's talking about in the context of Psalm 75. So yeah, let's look at the basis and cornerstone verses. This is one particular verse, Job 38, verse 4. I hope this is helping you. Look, if you're flat earth and you're thinking, I just want to take the Bible and go where it goes, well, yeah, then let's do it. And here's another rule. Take the Bible and don't go where it doesn't go. It's like a good rule for you. Don't pretend it goes where it's not going. Here we go. Where were you when now, context, most of you know this, so forgive me, but Job 38, this is the end of the book of Job. Job and his friends have been complaining about each other the whole time. Job, in many places, complaining about God. And God comes and speaks to Job in Job 38, and he has a long speech where in poem, and it's all in poem, he just asks Job all these questions, and he basically puts Job in his place. It's like when he's like, who do you think you are? Well, here in verse 4, Job 38:4, he says, where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? On what were its bases sunk? And who laid its cornerstone? So here we have foundation of the earth, and we have cornerstone, these two concepts. And then some people would take this to mean, well, there's a literal foundation, and there's a literal cornerstone, and that a globe earth doesn't explain those things. Now, my answer is just that all you have to do is continue reading. All you have to do is continue reading. And here we go, reading this whole thing, verse 7 and 8. It says, when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Or who shut the seas with doors when it burst out from the womb? And when I made when I made clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed limits for its, and here's the best part, verse 10, and set bars and doors. If you, flat earth, if you want to take poetry to be literal scientific descriptions of the world around us, then you need to believe not only that there's a cornerstone and foundations, but you have to believe that God, on the shores of all the continents, that God has set bars and doors that block the sea from coming further than their coasts allow. Bars and doors. You want to take it literally, that's how you have to take it. Not only that, there's more. You have to say that God literally stretched a line upon the earth. This is a measurement term. Like when you grab measuring tape and you measure a whole surface area, like you're measuring out, like you're building a project, you're doing a building project. And that's the whole concept. It's just a poem about like making the earth like it's a building project, right? But what you have to say is that when God was making the earth, he measured it with an incredibly long measuring line, because you're going to take verse 5 literally, just like you take verse 6 literally, just like you took verse 4 literally. In which case you got to take verse 7 literally. Bars and doors. What's wrong? It's just really bad Bible study techniques. You don't do this with scripture. You let it say what it says and you don't push beyond. Most of the time when people are going to the Bible to look for cosmology, they're not finding cosmology. They're finding verses that are talking about other things, and they're saying that's cosmology. And that's a problem. That's a problem. We have to be humble about these things, read it in context, and try not to go beyond the text of Scripture, what it's actually saying. All right. Yeah, so Job 38, just God saying, hey, I built the earth, I made the earth, I made it all, and he's using a poem that's an analogy as though it was like a construction project of someone making a building. He calls coasts bars and doors, just because they block the sea from going up further. Let's look at the circle of the earth, all right? But first, for my my vocal people in the live chat who are always asking for more CAD cam. How you doing, Pox? There she is. I can't really reach her. I kind of put the chair far away. I can just wave at her. All right, well, we're going to get going now. Back to the topic. Here we go. Circle of the earth. That's what we're going to talk about. These circle of the earth verses. And we'll start with Proverbs 8:27. I hope you guys are having a good time. I hope you appreciate this. I know this has been a long time coming for me to do this topic. I was going to do it a long, long time ago, and I kept just setting it aside and putting it off. But here you go. I hope it was worth the wait. Proverbs 8:27. When he established the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle on the face of the deep. When he drew a circle on the face of the deep. This is you already know my answer, right? This is a poetic passage. It's in the book of Proverbs. It's literally wisdom talking as if she was a real person who was there when God was making the worlds. And there's things like here, like he marked out the foundations of the earth. Wait, God marked them out? Like when you walk around with like sort of the people who go before you do the construction and they mark out all the locations everything's going to be at. God marked them out first. Why did he do that? No, he's spoken into existence in the Genesis account. Here it's just using a different term to talk about how God made it all, and he made it well and made it thoughtfully. But let me take you to another verse, Isaiah 40 verse 22. This is a controversial verse. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and his inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretched out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. God, he's sovereign, is the point here. Now, this word right here is the center of a massive back and forth debate, in my opinion, massive, on the question of whether or not this is talking about a flat earth or if it's talking about a globe earth. Because circle, could it be a sphere? Could it be, the Hebrews didn't really have a good word for something that was a sphere, like a globe. They didn't really have a word for that. Yet they could have used a different word where they would use it to talk about like a ball although it wouldn't be like a basketball you're thinking of, but it would be like, say, like throwing a rock or something like that. They could use a different word, and it starts to get into a big debate. Let me just say this. The word to me seems indeterminate, okay? I think the word's indeterminate, but I think that it's not about that anyways. I don't think it's trying to tell you the topography of the planet. When it says that he sits above the circle of the earth, it's just saying like when you look around the horizon, as far as your eyes can see, God is sovereign over that. That's it. I don't really, I used to think maybe Isaiah 40:22 was talking about like it was good evidence for a globe, in the text of scripture. I'm not sure that I would say that. I don't know. I guess I would need more concrete, ancient biblical languages evidence to say that kind of thing. From what I can tell, it just seems indeterminate, and it just seems like it's not even talking about the shape of the planet. It's talking about the horizon. God sits above the horizon. Everything you can see, he's sovereign over it. That's the whole point here. That's the whole point here. Now, if you think no, this word means flat disk, Mike. Isaiah 40:22 absolutely means flat disk. Well, the same word is used in Job 22:14. And I'm going to push back on you and say, you can't take it that way, right? This is the exact same word. Thick clouds veil him so that he does not see, and he walks on the vault of heaven. That's the same word actually in the Hebrew. It's the same word as Isaiah 40:22. So the earth is a circle, and you're going to take that to mean it's flat and it has these edges. But if you do that with this word and you say it's demanded by the word, well, Job 22:14 says God walks on the vault of the heaven, but every flat earth person I've ever seen, they think that the heaven is a dome, a solid dome. So they think heaven can be at least a half of a globe, and that can use the same word as Isaiah 40:22, but when it's talking about the earth, it has to mean flat. This means, guess what? You're not really doing Bible study. You're pushing your teachings onto the text of scripture at that point. And you need to just stop and realize it's not even trying to give you all the details you might be looking for. Let's talk about the corners of the earth. Corners of the earth. Revelation 7:1. This is a whole other section, bunch of verses on the corners of the earth. Here it says, after this, I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth. They're standing at the 4 corners, holding back the 4 winds, that no wind might blow on the earth or sea or against any tree. Notice again that even in Revelation, the word earth is not being used to represent the planet. Why would they have to say earth or sea, right? The word doesn't mean planet when you see it. You can't assume that it means planet or it means the whole entirety of a flat earth model. No, it just means the ground, right? It means the dry ground that people live on. So no wind's blowing on it or the sea. Then I saw Oh, excuse me. That's the whole verse I wanted to quote there. So here we have 4 angels saying the 4 corners of the earth. Now on the flat Earth model, this gets a little fishy because on some of the flat Earth models, you've got a flat Earth that doesn't have any corners. But on others, they read these verses and they say, "Oh no, we need to bring corners into our flat Earth design." And so let me just bring up a picture here. I didn't put it in my presentation, but I can real quick. This is, one other flat Earth model. Okay, so here we have like a circular Earth, and it's sort of complicated. It kind of comes down and it goes up, and I don't know how it goes up so much with water. Isn't water flat? Isn't that like an important thing in the flat Earth view? Then it's got these 4 corners, and the angels are on the corners. So somehow the world is circular and it has corners. And you start to see the problem with trying to say that I'm going to take all these descriptions as literal. Even the Bible's like, it's circular, it's got corners, because it's not trying to give you a physical description. What are the 4 corners? Well, the King James has it nice. There's 4 quadrants of the earth. It's just 4 areas. Let me give you a couple other verses that talk about the same thing. And I will support my claims. Job 37, verse 3. He says, "Under the whole heaven, he lets it go, and his lightnings to the corners of the earth." Okay, so this is another corners of the earth passage. His lightnings are going to the corners of the earth. Here's a verse. You could have a flat earth model, and it would work with that flat earth model. Revelation 7:1, it could work with that flat earth model. It doesn't clearly teach it, but it could work with it. But you can't keep doing that, because when you hit Isaiah 11, your whole model explodes. Isaiah 11:12 says, "He will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah." Where's God going to gather the Israelites and his people from? From the 4 corners of the earth. Wait, let's look at that photo again, that picture again. So wait, you're telling me where these angels are, there's Israelites living there? They've passed through the ice wall. They got carried from Babylon away to the ice wall somehow, right? They made it all the way there, and there's angels there apparently and all this stuff, right? And that's where wind comes from, because we're going to take that as literally as possible. It can't just be saying that, we have winds that blow north, south, east, and west. It's got to be taken this way. Wow. That's not... Yeah, I don't even know what to say, okay? Isaiah 11:12 shows us that Israel has been at the 4 corners of the earth, and God will bring them back. Flat earth, you make no sense. It's about quadrants. Jesus talks about this too, Matthew 24, verse 31. It says, "And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the 4 winds, from one end of heaven to the other." Now here are the 4 winds. It's just from 4 directions, right? From one end of heaven to the other. It means all over the place. It's not like there's 2 ends of heaven, because in fact, heaven's got pillars. Oh wait, no. It's circular. No wait, no. Now it has to have ends. 2 of them, only 2 ends. So how does heaven shape with only 2 ends? It's not giving you a description of the cosmology of the world. Jesus is just saying, hey, it's going to gather them from all over the place. That's all he's saying. All right. Let's talk about the next one. Believe it or not, there's a couple more. Foundations of the earth. This phrase, foundations of the earth. Micah chapter 6, verse 2. It says, "Hear you mountains the indictment of the Lord, and you enduring foundations of the earth. For the Lord has an indictment against his people, and he will contend with Israel." So, foundations of the earth. It's definitely in the text of Scripture. I hope you're getting the idea so far that the Bible doesn't seem to be trying to give us cosmology through these types of phrases. But let's just gather a couple verses where this sort of thing is talked about. Okay, Isaiah 51, verse 16. It says, "And I've put my words in your mouth and have covered you in the shadow of my hand, establishing the heavens and laying the foundations of the earth, and saying to Zion, you are my people." Okay. Laying the foundations of the earth. So there's foundations of the earth, at least in these very prophetic and even poetic sections, like the one we're about to look at. Job 38. Let's look at Job 38 again. And let me just say this. Let's say that foundations of the earth are quite literal. There's these actual foundations. The earth is talking about the surface land, and there's these foundations under it. Why aren't the foundations just more earth under earth on a globe? Is there any reason why that can't be the explanation? No, this would fit. It doesn't. I'm not saying it teaches a globe model. I'm saying it would fit a globe model just as easily as it would fit any model that includes any kind of foundation. You don't have to have these pillars and there's foundation. The pillars are obviously not meant to be taken literally. The foundation, if it's literal, can be explained with a globe or a flat earth equally. I don't see the problem there. But then again, here we are. That same passage, where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? God includes the foundation of the earth amongst things that are obviously meant to be symbolic, right? Its bases, right? Literally stretching a line upon the earth, a cornerstone, and then my favorite, actual bars and doors, where if I can find it, actual bars and doors. Bars. Like, I can't find it. There it is. Bars. God's saying that the ocean has bars holding back the water? Wait, bars don't hold back water? Yeah, because it's not meant to be literal. It's not meant to be that way. I hope you see it in context. All right, let's just say what God's saying is he just set the earth on its foundations. In other words, it's secure. The earth is secure. He made it solid. You can stand on it. It's secure. That's the idea. I mean, I don't know if you take that for granted, but I'm kind of happy that God made the earth secure. It's kind of an important issue, and he gets credit for it, and that's what the Bible's doing, is giving God credit for the things you take for granted. All this Hebrew and Greek's making my English fail. All right, let's look at the next one, which is water under the earth. This is the last one. No, it's not. Oh gosh, man, how many of these things do I have? Okay, water under the earth, not that much more. Psalm 136 verse 6, it says, to him who spread out the earth above the waters, and for his steadfast love endures forever. Some would take this to say, hey, even some scholars, right? This is obviously talking about not the oceans, but this other secondary water supply that's deep, deep, deep beneath the earth, because the earth has like earth, and then there's like foundations or pillars maybe, and there's water down there somewhere, and there's another foundation down below that, and it starts to get into this weird thing. Well, what is this actually talking about? Let's look at another verse, and I think it will help us make it more clear. Exodus 24. God says, this is just a hint. I'm walking you to it. I have a really good verse that really helps, but that's next. Let me walk you there patiently. It says, you shall not make for yourselves a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. There's the water under the earth, right? The context here is the 10 Commandments. And God's like, look, don't make any idols. And he says, don't make idols of things in heaven, of things on earth, or of things under the earth. The water under the earth in particular. Things from the water under the earth. This is clearly talking about stuff in the ocean. The water under the earth is just the oceans. That's what it's talking about. Or else, the important command against making graven images, it doesn't include fish and they did have fish gods, right? Dagon, he's a fish god. And he's telling them, don't make idols. Of course he's going to make sure to say the water under the earth if it's talking about the ocean. But they wouldn't have any concept of what might be in some sort of like primordial waters and some sort of, anyway, it's just weird, man. Like, let's just let the Bible be the Bible, but let's not try to force it into, some people just want it to be weird. Anyway, we need to look at one more verse for this water under the earth thing. Psalm 24, verses 1 and 2. It says, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and those who dwell therein. For he's founded it upon the seas and established it upon the rivers. The terminology of the water under the earth is weird to us because we don't think of the earth as being the ground that is dry and above sea level. But again, that is how they're conceiving of the word earth. It's not that they don't think there's more dirt below that. They're just talking about the habitable, dry stuff on the top above sea level. So the earth is above or upon the waters. It is over the waters. It's clear in the text here. Why? Because of this rivers verse, right? Established it upon the rivers. Wait, the earth isn't upon the rivers, but when you're walking around and you walk next to a river, that river's flowing, but you're safe because there's earth upon or above the river. This is not talking about secret, deep underground rivers that like God established the earth on. No, it's just saying, back to Genesis, right? It's all water. God has the dry land separate from the water. Then the flood, he has the dry land again separating from the water, and then he maintains it that way, and he's constantly getting credit for it throughout the text of Scripture. It's the waters under the earth is the ocean and the rivers, and anything that when you're walking on land, you're not underwater. That's earth above water. That's all it means. So I hope that helps, man. I hope that helps you guys. I'm going to share a clip, though. Here's another clip from Dean Odel's video, and I thought it was a good illustration of bad Bible study techniques. I'm sorry, Dean Odel, I'm not trying to insult you, brother. I don't have an axe to grind against you, but your video is propagating misinformation and it's hurting people. And there's just so many people caught up in this thing, and they need to know the Bible's not pushing you down this road of flat earth. Something else is. Here you go.
So I'm reading this passage, right? Because I'm going to talk about the marriage supper, and that's all in Revelation 19, and I'm just reading the chapters before and after. And I read this, and the Holy Spirit got my attention, because it was like they went up on the breadth of the earth. And the question came in my head, why doesn't it say why doesn't it just say they went up on the earth? So I looked up the word breadth, and this was one amazing revelation, because this is confirmation of Job 38:14. The word in the Greek, when it was originally written, is in the Strong's dictionary. It's number 4114. Greek, it is the word platos, Platos, platos. Well, immediately when I saw that, I thought, wow, that sounds like our word, or a root word of our word plateau, which I know means level, flat land, elevated land, but level and flat. So when I looked this up, platos in the Strong's Greek dictionary is defined that as width and breadth. But then it says that it's from the root word 4116, platus. And here is the exact, I'm reading it. I'm looking at the Strong's dictionary right here. It says platus, spread out flat. I was blown away when I saw this.
He was blown away when he saw it. Okay, here's the thing. First off, let me just say this before I explain this passage. You might be thinking, Mike, there's all these things you're ignoring. The earth is flat, the earth is flat, the earth is flat. Look, I don't care. I don't care. That's not the question of this stream. The question of this stream is, does the Bible declare and teach that the earth is flat? And I'm going to your verses, your chief verses, and I'm not done yet. I'm going to hit Daniel, and I'm going to hit the vision that Jesus had, or the experience with the temptation that Jesus had. We're going to hit that in a second. But I'm going to your verses to show you that the Bible is not your source for the flat earth. You're getting it somewhere else. You could say, well, ancient Near Eastern people, they believed it. Fine. But don't say the Bible's teaching it. Say they believed it. You could say, there's all this evidence. I have all this proof. I did these experiments. Fine, go ahead. But don't say the Bible's teaching it. Leave the Bible out of this. That's what I'm saying, man. Leave my Bible alone. Please. Okay, let's look at this passage. This Revelation is here talking about... I'm going to actually mention this in passing. Before we get to the whole idea of the platus and platas and platos and plateaus, we're going to look at the four corners of the earth, right? Satan's release. This is more confirmation that corners of the earth doesn't mean literal corners. He'll deceive the nations that are at the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together for battle. This is the idea where Satan comes out and deceives the whole world, effectively the whole world. And he gathers a whole bunch of people to rally against God and against Christ. This is like Psalm 2 finally totally fulfilled. And here we have them from where are the nations? They're at the corners of the earth, which means they're in the four general directions. They're all over the earth. That's all it's saying. Unless you think massive nations are living where those angels are standing in your flat earth map on the corners of the earth, like there's huge nations there and Satan's going to bring them on in. Where have these people been this whole time? Like, why can't we reach them with the radio signals? Never mind. I'm sure there's an explanation that I'm not smart enough to think of. But let's move on. I want to talk about the Greek, the way this Greek is used. First, he says the Greek comes from the word plateau. Okay? Comes from the word plateau. That's a plateau. Okay, if you're going to say it comes from the word plateau, all you're saying is that the book of Revelation says Satan gathered together the armies and they marched up on a plateau. That has nothing to do with the shape of the cosmology of the entire earth. Nothing to do with it. Now let's talk about platus. He says that platos, I'm going to pronounce it the way I was taught Greek, platos, its root word is platus, and he takes you to what he calls the Strong's version of platus, which means to spread out flat. This is Strong's. I'm showing you Strong's on the screen. Platus. It's translated as wide once, and it gives you one definition for the word broad. It doesn't mean to flatten out. It's not a verb. It doesn't mean that. I don't know where this guy's getting his Greek stuff from, but it's like, I don't think he's doing it on purpose. I think he's so excited about what he's learning that he recklessly grabs stuff and just starts using it to try to prove his case. Look up Strong's. I put a link in the description so you can check his statements about platus on your own. There's a link to Strong's available for free online. You can check on your own. That's just not what it means. It's just not what it means, my friend. What we're really getting, though, the real issue why you can't use Revelation. Let me show you again. Why you cannot use Revelation is because earth does not mean planet. Right? Earth does not always mean planet. They gather together, verse 9, they march up over the broad plain of the earth. He's taking this phrase, broad plain of the earth, as though it means, I'm describing to you the physical design of the entire, whether it's a planet or a flat earth, aquarium dome. I don't know what the term is for this. I forget. I know there's a term. I'm not with you. That's not a description of the entire, from coast to coast and from edge to edge of the earth. It's just saying they marched up on a broad plain that was on the earth. That's it. That's all it's saying. You know what this is? This is probably the Valley of Megiddo. That's a valley that has been used frequently by large armies in Israel or going towards Israel over the generations. Right now, it's just got a bunch of farmland. It's actually really beautiful if you ever go to Israel. Just looking out at the Valley of Megiddo is really pretty. You can look at it from Mount Carmel. You can look down onto the Valley of Megiddo. But it's just a very wide area. When you have large armies, they need very wide areas to march. And that's all Revelation is saying is, look, it's a big army because they have to march up on a broad plain of the earth. That's it. That's all it's saying. There's nothing more to it. Let's look at what's considered the best flat earth verses altogether. In an article quoted by lots of flat earthers, this is considered the best verses. And so we're going to look at them now. Are you ready? You already know, I mentioned earlier, it's Daniel's vision in Daniel 4. I say Daniel as in the book of Daniel's vision. It's actually not Daniel having the vision. It's Nebuchadnezzar. But here it says, the tree grew up and became strong, and it describes a tree, but look at how it describes the tree. Its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. Its leaves were beautiful, and it goes on talking about this tree. It was visible all the way to the end of the whole earth. And then we have another verse to support this idea in verse 20. It says, the tree you saw, which grew and became strong, so that its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. Well, we've got two issues here. End of the whole earth doesn't mean edges of the earth. I've shown that conclusively. If you want to argue against me, you're delusional. Like, you're literally you're just stuck, and you can't change your mind regardless of the evidence. End of the earth doesn't mean edges of the domed flat earth. But there's another problem. It's a dream, right? Look at how this is introduced. Go back to verse 10, same chapter. I just went one verse up from the verse we read earlier. The visions of my head as I lay in bed were these. Dude had a dream. He didn't have a revelation of the cosmology of a solid dome and flat planet. He just didn't have it. This is not a flat earth verse. You can't use it to support that. It's a dream. That's all it is. So it was visible to the ends of the earth. It just means it was visible far away. That's all it means. And it was a dream, so it has just no bearing at all. The other verse, and this is supposed to be the best verses. To a guy who just studies the Bible and teaches it all the time, it's like I read this and I'm like, wait, why are people believing this? Are they paying this little attention to Scripture? And they think they're being faithful and loyal to the Word of God, but they are not even checking the context. They're just so excited and they're so used to taking verses out of context that they don't realize they're doing it all over the place. Here we go, last one. And then we're going to your guys' questions. It says, again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, this is Satan and Jesus. And Satan says, all these I will give to you if you will fall down and worship me. And Jesus says, begone, Satan. And I like when he says that. Can't wait for him to say it again. So the devil takes him up to a very high mountain. So he's up on a high mountain. right? And he shows him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. So this is a description of Jesus looking out, based on flat earth views, right? Looking out, and he sees every kingdom or every nation that's on the planet at the time, or on the flat earth at the time, and he sees them all from that mountain there, where? In Israel. In Israel. Now there's a few problems with this. Let me walk you through them individually. First off, Jesus' temptation was 40 days, right? 40 days. Now, if you're going to say he was taken up, so he walked somewhere. He walked there. He doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a teleporter he's using. There's no reason to think he is. And if you're going to say teleporter, then I'm going to say vision, okay? So don't say he teleported to some super high mountain we've never heard of. He's in Israel. Go look it up on your own. What are the highest mountains in Israel? The highest one is Mount Hermon. That is all the way up in the north of Israel, way too far for Jesus to go during this 40-day temptation, because Jesus is currently south of Jerusalem in the wilderness where John was doing his baptizing. How do I know that? Because I read the Bible in context. Jesus is there. He's south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is in southern Israel. It's like not even halfway up Israel to the north. And Israel's shaped kind of like California, right? So the very top of Israel is Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon actually, a large portion of it, the majority of it, is outside of Israel. That's how far up north it is. All right, let's continue. He can't walk very far. The highest mountain is way too far away. What are the highest mountains in his area? Well, we're talking about Jerusalem. It's 2,474 feet. It's on a mountain, yeah. Mount Scopus, near Jerusalem, 2,710 feet. That is not very high. Look, I live in California. We're the land of high mountains. We got some of the highest mountains around. 2,000 feet is not high, like not by our standards. So most likely he couldn't have gotten to a mountain that was over 3,000 feet, or if it was, maybe 3,300 feet at the most. If he like hoofed it and got to one of the local mountains that was within any kind of walking distance with his 40-day temptation, to be able to get there and back. And at one point he's in Jerusalem, so he can't go too far. Yeah. Guess what? You know, you may say ancient people had never climbed up like Mount Everest or something. Yeah, but this isn't Mount Everest. There is no Mount Everest in Israel. There's nothing even remotely what we would consider to be a really, really big mountain, or high mountain, I should say. So that means that the Israelites had already been on all these mountains, and they had already seen. And the people at the time, they already knew you can't see all the kingdoms of the world from any location. They had already been on these locations. So already the first century reader isn't thinking that Jesus went up to this like crazy, like they know the area. They're from Israel. They're from Jerusalem. They know the topography of the land. All right. Let me give you what I think really is going on in this passage. Jesus is taken up to a high mountain. He showed all the kingdoms of the world. For one thing, it's Satan and Jesus. How can Satan show him the kingdoms of the world? Well, through some supernatural means. I mean, how can he show him? I mean, we know he can't see it physically. They know he couldn't see it physically. Even if the earth is supposedly flat, you can't just look out and see China from the US, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure you've tried. Some of you guys, you've gone up on a mountain, you've tried it. You can't. So how is he seeing these things? There's some kind of supernatural thing going on. Oh, but no, Mike, it's clearly saying the earth is flat. Okay, well, let me bring up another. You bring up Luke 4, I raise you John. I raise you the Gospel of John, where Nathanael becomes a disciple of Jesus because Jesus saw him sitting underneath, I believe it was a fig tree. I think it was a fig tree. Anyway, Nathanael's sitting under this tree, and Jesus somehow sees him. Nathanael comes to Jesus, and he says, behold, an Israelite in whom is no guile. And Nathanael's like, well, how do you know me? You don't know me. And he says, truly I say to you, I saw you when you were sitting under the fig tree. Now, if you're a flat earther, Nathanael should have told Jesus, duh, of course you did, because the earth is flat. Because you can see any distance as long as you're high enough. Why does this surprise Nathanael? Because even back then they know you can only see so far. End of story, you can only see so far, no matter what shape the earth is in. So he says, you're really him. And he's like bowing to Jesus and he's trusting in Christ. He believes he's the Messiah of Israel. Why? Because he had a supernatural ability to see Nathanael from a distance. So how is it that Jesus sees these kingdoms? Well, verses in context and through understanding who Christ is and who Satan is, it's not a surprise. And the last question before we go to your guys' issues is this. Then why on earth did Satan take him up to a very high mountain? And yes, to them, a very high mountain is not what we would generally think of as a high mountain. It's just culture differences. Why would he take him up to a high mountain? I think the issue here is theological. It's not topographical. It's theological. What's the theology of it? throughout. And Inspiring Philosophy has a video where he talks about this too, and he does a good job with it. It talks, the Bible in the Old Testament talks about how there's these revivals in Israel, but there was this one persistent sin that happened over and over again. And it was the high places. The kings of Israel, they would even have revivals like Hezekiah or Josiah, and they'd have these great revivals, and the people of God, really coming back to Yahweh. But it would, almost all the time, it would say, but they didn't remove the high places. That was the big sin. They didn't remove the high places. What were the high places? Well, up on these mountaintops, low mountaintops around Israel, they would have altars to false gods. And they would sacrifice to these false gods all the time. These were the high places. Jesus, in the wilderness, he is taken up to what very possibly is one of the locations of these false god worship things that would go on all the time. And Satan tempts him to worship, ultimately, Satan, because the worship of false gods is the worship of demons and Satan ultimately. And he says no. What we have in the wilderness temptations is Jesus, he succeeds where Israel failed. They failed in the wilderness, right? They failed when they wanted food and didn't want to wait on God for that. They failed when it was trusting him about entering the promised land. They failed when they were tempted to sin in the wilderness there when they built the golden calf, and even after that when they did other sinful things. Jesus succeeds every time where they fail. That's the picture of the temptation of Christ, the theological meaning. Jesus, he's the sinless one where we have sinned and fallen short. That's what's going on. That's why he's on a high place, I believe. And we're going to go to your questions right now. Okay. So I hope that helps, man. I don't know how you can, if you're still flat earth, do me a favor, cross those verses off your list, at least the ones where you said, boy, Mike, you made a solid case. And I think you're right. I don't think I can use that for my flat earth views. At least cross those off your list. William Dean says, can you explain how Matthew 4:8 works on a sphere? You're welcome. I just did. Sarah Hilton, I'm a substitute teacher at a public high school. For 2 years, I've allowed students to listen to their own choice of music in their own earbuds while they work. Recently, I realized some of them listen to sinful music. If I continue to let them, will God hold me accountable for the sin the music may lead them to? I don't think so, Sarah, but I mean, there's all sorts of challenging moral dilemmas we have in life. I don't see how you can choose what music they're allowed to listen to. I don't really know if I feel like that's like the appropriate thing to do. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the right answer there is, Sarah. I really don't know. That's a good question. Pray about it. Don't violate your conscience before the Lord, but don't let your solution be as bad as the problem, if that makes sense. I hope you get what I mean there. Bacon Bear says, Mike, do you think we live on a globe? Yeah, I do. Although this is not the question I'm asking tonight. I'm not asking what shape is the thing we live on. I'm asking, what is the Bible teaching here? Zoko says, who should we direct our prayers to? I think Matthew 6:6, Jesus says to direct prayers to the Father in secret, but I grew up with everyone ending prayer with, in Jesus' name, amen. In Jesus' name is not required on the ending of your prayers. I like praying in Jesus' name. I mean, I pray in Jesus' name whether I say it's in Jesus' name or not, because it's through him I have access to the Father. So I'm praying through the name of Christ every time I pray, because I'm in Christ and I'm redeemed by Christ and he is my mediator. So I'm always praying in Jesus' name, whether I say the phrase or not. I like saying in Jesus' name, just a preference. I think it's nice. But no, people don't need to, and I don't worry if they don't. Let's see. As long as they're praying in Christ, whether they say the phrase or not isn't the issue. Jesus does talk about prayer to the Father. Prayer is generally directed to the Father in the scriptures, but there are times where Jesus is prayed to as well. And I don't think there's a problem with praying to him or even addressing a prayer to the Holy Spirit. I don't think there's kind of like that strict rule. I do think there is a general practice of praying to the Father that we see in scripture, that maybe that should represent our prayer life. Generally pray to the Father, pray to Jesus or the Holy Spirit if you feel so inclined on occasion. That would be, there's no command there, but it would just be kind of teleporting the examples into your practice. Let's see. Zena M says, question, Isaiah 40:22 says, circle of the earth. It doesn't use the word for ball, but on Isaiah 22:18, he uses the word for ball. Why didn't Isaiah use the word for ball or sphere when talking about the earth? I think the answer would be, let's say that you're right, and that the word for ball that we do see in Isaiah 22:18. He says, "I'm going to throw you like a ball." He describes the nation. He's going to throw them like a ball. Some people say, well, that's because those balls wouldn't have been what you're thinking of, like a soccer ball. And their answer is, well, like if you, it'd be more like a hacky sack. It wouldn't have a spherical design. And so if it used a more descriptive term, it would have been a lumpy, bumpy mass, like a roundish rock, but it wouldn't have described the earth as a sphere properly. And that may be the reason. Maybe it would be a bad impression. Or my current view is that Isaiah 42 just isn't trying to tell us the shape of the planet. It's just talking about the horizon, and that God is sovereign above all of us. Everywhere you look around, that's the horizon. Everything you can see, God is sovereign above it all. That's the idea. I just don't think it's trying to give us cosmology. That would be my current view. My current view. I used to think it was supporting a spherical Earth, but I'm not sure that I can substantiate that now. Jaco Kruger says, Joshua 10, verses 12 through 14, did God stop the earth or the sun like we are told? If, like we are told, the sun stood still, how can the earth come to a stop? Or not come to a stop? I'm having a hard time reading English is probably your second language. Yeah, not that God couldn't do it, but that's not what science tells us. Yeah, so for the Joshua passage, I've really spent a lot of time on that in the past, and this is unrelated to the flat earth view. And flat earthers, you need to realize, like, you can't use a verse about geocentrism and say that it proves the earth is flat. Like, that's irrational. Like, it's literally irrational. That's like me trying to prove the Trinity by quoting a verse about omniscience, right, or omnipotence. That doesn't prove the Trinity. I need verses that prove the Trinity, which I have in spades, but I need to prove it with verses that talk about that issue. So this is a geocentrism thing. I think it's just describing the way it looked to the people. Now, did it just look that way to them, or did it actually physically happen in the real world? In which case, how do we explain that? And I mean, all I can say is, if it physically really happened, then it was just a miracle. Like, it defied the laws of physics. It not defied, I should say, superseded them. God can supersede the laws of physics, just like if I let go of this will fall to the ground. But if I catch it, I'm superseding the law of gravity here with other things. So God could just make it happen, and that would make it a bigger miracle than they ever realized it was. That's for sure in Joshua 10. But that would also imply that it was global, that everybody in the world was experiencing it, not just them. If it was just a visual thing, like he made it appear as though the sun stopped, while for everybody else it went on in a different fashion. I don't lean that way. But if it was that, then I wouldn't expect the rest of the world to even be aware of it. Anyway, good, interesting question, Jaco. I would want to really think about it more. Nick L. Olson says, if the Bible did say the earth is flat, would you believe the earth is flat? Dude, Nick, that's a really good question. And I'm just be really honest with you guys. I was asking myself that, and I thought, I don't know. And is that, now, the thing is, it's partially because I have this category in my head. I know I'm stepping on a lot of toes when I say this. I'm going to give you my honest answers here. I have this category in my head that I would consider it at least potentially acceptable in principle, that God just met the people there with their bad understanding of the world in order to communicate theological truths to them. That he decided not to teach them about the real nature of the universe. He just decided to teach them theological truths and meet them there with what they understood. So when he's talking about the earth, he's just saying, look, I just want them to know I made it. I know what they think about it is wacky or weird. And in 2,000 years, they're going to be thinking differently about it. But I'm just going to meet them where they're at. And then, and if God brought the word to us today and he talked about like quantum physics or something, well, in another 2,000 years, we might find out that we were wrong about quantum physics. And this could cause problems because different generations would be rejecting the Bible for different reasons. I mean, we today would be all excited that there's all this clarity in there about quantum physics and the globe of the earth and the orbit of the sun and Saturn and the moons and stuff like that. We could talk about that and be excited about it, but for thousands of years, it would actually dissuade people from trusting the Bible, and it would backfire even though it was true. So I have a category where it's like, yeah, no, I could see how that's a potential possibility, but I don't like that view, and I don't hold that view. Do you get that? That's important for you to know. I know I'm going to get reamed on this, but mostly from people who aren't going to hear me in context. I don't like that view, and I don't hold that view, but I would consider that view much more seriously if I thought that the Bible was truly teaching a flatter earth, because I don't think the earth is actually flat. Now, if the earth is actually flat, then I would want to have evidence to prove it. But this is unrelated to today's video. The evidence put forward by flat earthers, while it's very convincing and interesting to them, is very poor evidence, in my opinion, when you try to look at it on its own. I hope that helps, man, Nick. Some of these struggles, here we are humans trying to work through divine issues. And God give us wisdom as we sort of muddle our way through some of it. Flora 20 says, 1 Kings 20, verse 35, God seemingly told a prophet to hit another, then seemingly lie about how he was injured to Ahab. Why is this? I'm so confused. Thanks for the help. Thanks for all your teaching. This is the I'm trying to remember this passage. I'm going to pass on this question, Flora, because I just can't remember the details of the passage, and I don't like taking stabs at answers that are where I'm just guessing at things. So Darth Vegas says, question for Mike, how do flat earthers explain why the other planets in our solar system are round but not the Earth? I don't remember. I think I've heard them explain it one time, but I don't recall. Good question. Unrelated to today's topic or video directly, the content or the purpose of the video, but it's a good question. It is strange to think that we have, seemingly have a round, although some might say the moon is not round. They might say that it's flat too, because it only has one point that faces at us. Maybe they have that view. Maybe they think, I don't know what they think. Honest Conversation says, have you ever heard of Michael Heiser? He says the creation account in Genesis teaches a flat earth with the dome sky. I'm not sure if he actually teaches that, to be honest. Honest Conversations. There is a whole group of guys that think the Bible teaches a flat earth, and I think that their primary reason, I think the number one reason they think the Bible teaches a flat earth, is that they think the people in biblical times believed in a flat earth. So they're sort of transporting their opinion of what people at the time thought onto the text of Scripture. They thought this in Babylon, so it's going to be affirmed in Scripture. They thought this in these other places. I know there's more to it than that, but I do think that's one of the big reasons. And this is why it's a newer move to believe that the Bible teaches a flat earth, at least in some scholarly communities, because they think, hey, we've discovered new info about Babylon, new info about ancient Samaria and things like that, and they all believed a flat earth, so with a solid dome, therefore so does the Bible teach that as well. I don't think so. I think that the Bible can even use some of the same words as those other cultures, but when you look at the verses in context, it doesn't seem to support that to me. The question of the solid dome, the rakia, I have a lot more homework I want to do on that one day. God willing, I'll do a video. Don't rush me. It may be a year away or more. I have no idea because I have lots of things cooking right now. Christian Bible Study says, if stars are placed... let me just add this. So I don't know how much of what Michael Heiser is saying is based upon verse-by-verse exegesis and how much of it is based upon transporting ancient Near Eastern, his opinion of ancient Near Eastern views onto Scripture. I don't know how much that is. What's the mix? Let's see. Christian Bible Study. If stars are placed in the expanse or firmament in Genesis 1, where is the water above it? Is the infinitely expanding universe pushing water away? I think like I said, I'll do a video one day on this. I think the firmament is just talking about the sky. I don't think it's talking about a solid dome that has stars like stuck in it. But I think it's a flexible term that can be used to talk about the sky really nearby or the sky really far away. Just like the word heaven can be talking about, like you throw a rock, it's technically in heaven. You go up to the clouds, that's heaven. You go up to the moon, that's heaven. You go up to God's actual throne or dwelling place, or where his presence is manifest and where angels are worshiping him. That's also heaven. Same word, different uses. I think firmament seems to be used in a flexible fashion. Yeah. So yeah, I think the water above the firmament are the clouds. And I think that a strong case can be made for that. And it makes the most sense. You're describing, Genesis is explaining what people are looking at. They look around, they see water in the sky that falls down. Those are clouds. They know the rain's coming from the clouds. They're not that stupid. And that puts the firmament in that Genesis account below the clouds. And birds seem to fly in it as well. So yeah. Let's see, number 11 from LU Graduate 100. Why are people still teaching a flat earth since the Bible teaches the earth isn't flat? People teach all sorts of things the Bible doesn't teach. And, people teach stuff that the Bible teaches things it doesn't teach, and it's never going to stop. The question for us is, am I being roped into unbiblical views, or am I being biblical? And we each have to ask that. Chow Yun Cat, that's a great name. Chow Yun Cat says, how could we be orbiting the sun if it wasn't around until day 4? Even if you take a strict like 7-day creation view of Genesis, we could easily be orbiting the sun if it wasn't around until day 4. We just weren't orbiting it until day 4. I mean, it's a miraculous moment by moment creation event. So I don't think that's a challenge to that view personally. Dos Santos in Thailand says, thank you for your ministry, Mike. You're welcome. My privilege and honor. I thought I heard a while ago that you would be doing a video on the physics of heaven. Oh, is that still in the works? Yeah. That's it. I set it aside. I start all these projects. I do intend to get to the physics of heaven. That is a very problematic book. I don't recommend anybody read it or learn from it. And I'm concerned because it's been endorsed by some prominent leaders in Bethel in particular. Talia Kuzmin says, Mike, I think the flat earth view of how sun and moon move is not just a circle, but more like a spiral. It goes in a circle daily, but spirals out and in through a year. Yeah, and I've seen one graph, I couldn't find it, or I would have put it on the screen for you guys. I've seen one graph that kind of like had a more complicated movement of the sun and the moon, but the sun and the moon still did not start, for instance, in Psalm 19, like from, if they want to take the edge of the earth literal, from the edge, the ice wall of the earth, and then travel over to another ice wall and then come back and start over again. It doesn't do that. If you want to take that wooden literal view, I don't see any flat earth models doing that. So that's not a biblical flat earth model, in other words. Whatever they want to say about it. Unplugged says, Mike, Genesis 1 says light was created on day 2, plants, trees, and animals day 3, but sun, moon, and stars day 4. Yeah, this is a different question about the order of creation and how we interpret Genesis. And I personally am on the fence on some of these questions. So I'm and I know for some of you, this question is really burning on your heart. I'm sorry that I can't be a better resource for you on this, but I can't answer questions I don't know the answers to. And so continue to seek answers, be patient with it. Don't freak out about this. Don't let your whole faith rest upon you coming to what is, in all honesty, a very complicated and challenging and wide area of research. I say take your time, be patient, trust the Lord as you walk through it. And if one day I get clarity, I will share it with you guys. Jordan Filler says, thanks for putting out biblically sound content. There is strong evidence for the age of the earth. What does the Bible have to say about the age of the earth, and does it agree or clash with science? Same question there. I am persuaded that it is, I will say this, although I can't answer all the questions about interpreting Genesis and the creation accounts in the scripture, I am convinced that the age of the earth is not really a problem there. That there's like a huge variety, a huge range of possibility for the age of the earth on a biblical view. I know a lot of people don't agree with me there, but that is my conclusion so far. That's one conclusion I've come to. Steve Sampson says, oh, hey, I'm here when it's live. No question, just a big thank you to Mike. That's great, Steve. I'm glad you could join. I'm glad all you guys could join. It's fantastic to have you do this, to have you be here with me while I do this. I pray this video goes out to a lot of people, helps a lot of people. I think some people their love for the Word of God is being used as a tool to get them to be sucked into this flat earth thing. And let me just say, we need to separate the Bible from the flat earth movement. These two things are not related. You want to be flat earth? Fine. Go ahead. You can still be flat earth all day long. Just stop saying the Bible justifies your cause. Dwayne Green says, how can Christians on either side of the argument work together, or do we need to distance ourselves from flat earthers? On the other hand, I think if I have any flat earthers in my life, I want to come near them, I want to be around them, I want to talk to them, and I want to help them if possible. But you have to isolate the conversation. Even now, I did this video, I isolated the talk on the specific passages of scripture in context. That's what I would try to do, for what it's worth. I would not try to talk to them about their experiments and talk to them about NASA and talk to them about conspiracies and airplane flights and blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't get into any of that. I would stick to scripture and tell them, you can still be a flat earther. I'm not even going to tell you it's not true. I just want to tell you you're not getting it from the Bible. That's the whole point. I think that's a smart way to go about it. AU75 2010 says, where can I get a Bible Thinker coffee mug like the one in the background? Like this one right here? Well, you can go to, actually, one of my mods will put it in a link in the live chat right now. I'll put a link in the description afterwards. I haven't put them in recently, but you can't order these. They take a while to get to you, be warned. But you can order them from Brent Zockel. He has his own website. It's basically a guy who loves this ministry, makes these mugs by himself, like small batches, and then he'll ship them out occasionally to people who want them. So I'll put a link down below and you guys can get that if you like. Mike Winger, read Genesis 1 right at the beginning. I have done that, UK Diamond. I have done that many, many times, and I will do it many more times as well. Arlen Aspinall says, how can you figure Job is a poetic book? Some of it seems quite literal, like when he tells Job to behold as though look at. I do not support flat earth, but there's some good creation text. Actually, Job is such a poetical book. You're going to want to know this, Arlen. You need to know this. Job is such a poetical book that in the groups of books in the Old Testament, it's grouped in the poetry books, right? Psalms, Proverbs, Job, Song of Solomon, Ecclesiastes. It's literally, the book is poetry. The book is poetry. We don't see it as much because we read it in English, not in the original Hebrew. You're going to see it stronger in the original Hebrew, but it's literally, pick up any commentary on Job, anyone, just pick a random one. I guarantee you it's going to say, this is a poetic book. It absolutely is. That doesn't mean every phrase in the book is poetic, but the majority of it is. Let's see. Mentally All says, in Genesis 1:16, it seems to imply the moon is not just a rock and that the stars and the sun are not the same things. Thoughts? Let me look at Genesis 1:16. Oh, I should mention this. This is kind of related. I didn't cover the star passages. People talk about the stars falling from the heavens. Back then we think of stars and we're thinking of these like sun-like objects out in space or just bright spots in the sky. They looked at stars as anything other than the sun that was up in the sky. If a meteor came down, it was a star that fell. We still do this, right? Look, I saw a shooting star. Nobody thinks that it's like this, like, millions of miles wide, like, Earth destroying object crashing into the atmosphere to destroy and kill everyone on the planet. Like, nobody thinks that because we understand and we still have some leftovers of the idea that star just means like something in the sky. So when the stars fall, this is talking about like a meteor shower. All right. Or angelic beings in some passages. But Job 1:16 says, and God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, it speaks of our perception of them, right? We have the sun is for Earth, right? It's to rule the day and night on Earth. So the sun is the great light for the day, and the moon is the great light for the night. I don't really think it's giving us too much more than that, beyond that. I will say Genesis, though, we do have good reason to think that Genesis was different than other creation accounts in other cultures of the time because it didn't deify any of these created things. The sun, the stars, the moon, the earth itself, all these things are just things God made. They're not actually deities. They're not made from the dead carcasses of deities like the islands of Japan and Japanese lore. They're not made through some battle, right? God just makes them, and then they're just things that exist. So it's actually more of a modern view of the universe that we get, as opposed to the ancient view that the people around them had, which is more evidence that the Bible will teach things that differ from the culture around it. And even if they did believe in the flat earth, it doesn't mean the Bible teaches that, even if it uses the same language that they used, because that's literally the language they used. I mean, these are the words they have. All right, I'm about done for tonight, but I'll do a couple more real quick. Hey, Mike, heaven is up and Sheol is below. What's up on a ball earth? Well, up is from our perspective. We're humans. So if you're living in China, down is down to you. You're living in California like me, down is down to me. It's perspectival. It's about your perspective. This is what we mean when we say that the sun goes up. It's perspectival or phenomenological. It's like what it looks like to you. That would be the idea. So yeah. And Sheol being down, I don't know if Sheol is literally down or if God's using the picture of it being down because when people die, they get buried in the ground. And so we associate burying and going down into the ground with death. And so he's using this to describe physical death. That may simply be the case. All right, last question. Myra Jackson Rain says, why does Pastor Mike believe we are being hurt by accepting a flat earth biblical cosmology? Because I think it's not biblical. So you're accepting something as biblical that's not biblical, which means you're accepting a false teaching, thinking it's biblical. That is always hurtful. That is always hurtful. If you have a view of Jesus that's not biblical, that's hurtful. If you have a view of cosmology that's not biblical, in this case, I'm saying the Bible does not support it. The Bible doesn't teach it. You don't get it from the text of Scripture. You're getting it from other places. And that is a hurtful thing.
The internet is a dangerous place, full of charlatans and cowboys, and I would place into that group the Flat Earth YouTube channels. Many of these channels are run by semi-intelligent people who make a living by grifting donations from the intellectually weak. It's a really nice scam. You can make a great living very easily by taking money from the most vulnerable members of society. But lately, something has happened that is threatening to perhaps end that scam once and for all, and the Flat Earth community, well, they don't like it. Recently, in something dubbed the final experiment, wealthy pastor Will Duffy has flown flat earthers down to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun for themselves. Something that these flat earthers have all said would be impossible on a flat earth.
If the thing happened at the South Pole and the 24-hour sun was seen, would that convince you the earth was a globe?
Yeah, it would be a major problem for flat earth for sure. I've said that on record 100 times.
Okay, no, I was just wondering, do you think that is the position of the majority of flat earthers?
Well, the flat earther in that video goes by the name of Witsit Gets It. He took part in the final experiment and saw the 24-hour sun, and he wasted no time at all in popping this tweet out here to go back on what he'd said in that interview and continue his grift. But one of the other flat earthers who took part in the experiment was a guy called Jeranism with a massive YouTube channel and a massive following. Here he is admitting again that he can see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south. You should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that.
Now, rather than double down on his flat earth delusion after the final experiment, Jeranism at least gave a little bit of an indication that he might have been wrong after all.
The sky matches the sphere. That the sky can only be explained on a sphere. Am I ready to say that I'm living on that sphere? Well, I'm going to keep it open for a little while to see if anybody has any better ideas, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is the end result, to be honest.
Now, since that moment, flat earth channels have been scrambling, desperate to keep their grift alive. And I was really enjoying it until I woke up just a few hours ago to these messages on my channel.
Hello, I'm just here to say that Eric Dubé has debunked the little fake experiment, so you can shut your face, Catz. Yeah, check out Eric Dubé's video. He's already responded and man, he's so on point. Yeah, I'll second that. Go and watch Eric Dubé's video, and after watching that, if you can't accept this experiment was staged, you're an idiot.
Now, when I got these comments, I was very, very worried. You see, Eric Dubé is considered to be the original great flat earther on YouTube. He spouted more bollocks than all of the other flat earthers put together. Now, I thought he disappeared. Last I heard was a legend that he was stood staring at a calculator, wondering what all those symbols on the buttons meant, but he must have maybe figured that out or give up, I don't know. And he's back with a video to destroy the final experiment and allow the flat earth grift to continue. Now, Eric Dubé, he has quite a dry way of delivering his content. It's quite difficult to really focus on what he's saying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop up Eric Dubé's video, and after every section of his video, I'm simply going to translate what he's saying for you to get across his unique take on the final experiment. Let's begin here.
As footage continues releasing, and astute internet sleuths continue analyzing anomalies and inconsistencies, it's becoming increasingly clear that the so-called final experiment's 24-hour Antarctic sun was just another faked event recorded on a film set.
As flat earthers struggle to cope with the results of the final experiment, the best we can do is sit here and make up bullshit, such as the whole thing was recorded in a film studio.
Portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian.
I wasn't sure what else to say, so I said those words to fill a bit of space in the video.
Keeping all this in mind, let's review some footage from the final experiment. To begin with, watch the supposed sun circling around during their 24-hour time-lapse video, and pay close attention to its shape. Notice how the sun changes from circular to being smushed down horizontally, back to perfectly circular, then smushed across vertically, and then back again. This is not how the sun usually looks or behaves in person.
Rather than accept the fact that the shape of the observed sun can be altered by atmospheric distortions, I'm going to pretend that the special effects team behind this final experiment were so incompetent that they indeed did not know that the sun was meant to be round.
Now, pay attention to the changes in length and direction of McKeegan's shadow. In the space of walking only a matter of feet, his shadow somehow completely changes direction.
Obviously, with my viewers being flat earthers and intellectually challenged, I can simply tell my followers that the shadow is changing direction relative to the camera, and they won't spot the obvious, which is that the cameraman is clearly rotating his camera to the left.
And triples in length. Watch as his shadow stretches, contracts, and sharply changes angles within the space of just a few paces. This is not at all normal behavior of shadows being cast by sunlight.
I am simply going to say that McKeegan's shadow is changing length and therefore something fishy is going on. I am going to hope that nobody watches the way I debunk myself in a second, and also I hope nobody watches this little clip here that Catz has put together. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats. This is going to be a fascinating race. This is the stage of the race where everybody goes out with their shadows rather than leaving them at home. Look at the guy in the blue shirt and the bald head. That could be Catz himself. But we're not interested in him. We're interested in this guy with the green sleeves. Look at his shadow. It's a lovely long shadow. How tall is he? I don't know. Is this the return of Gigantor himself? One thing I can guarantee you, though, is that lovely long shadow will simply not change length at all, because that would mean this race is fake, and we're not watching a fake race. Now, what's happening here? Somebody's stolen his shadow. Somebody's stolen his shadow. Oh, he's finally got it back. But what's happening now? Somebody swapped his shadow for a smaller one. What a con. Now, Catz might think he's clever there by debunking me with a YouTube clip that took only 20 seconds to find, but I think I've done a far better job at debunking myself.
In the first example, the light source is held close to the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see quite pronounced changes in the length and direction of his shadow.
When I sellotape my best friend to a piece of paper and I hold a light bulb close to it, I can show that the observed length of the shadow will appear to change very, very easily.
In the second example, the light source is held farther away from the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see much less change in the shadow length and direction.
When I move the light source further away, I still show that it's incredibly easy to have a change in the observed length of the shadow. I don't know why I did any of those things. It really didn't help my point at all.
As they blow hot air out their mouths in freezing temperatures, there should be a cloudy mist that forms in front of their faces as the water vapor in their breath condenses. Instead, however, every time they blow, not a trace of fog appears. In Witsit's livestream, he claimed this was because the air was allegedly too dry there.
I wasn't sure why I couldn't see the breath when he was breathing, but Witsit told me the correct answer for once. I wasn't sure what else to say, so I left that in the video.
Someone then asks him to pick up some snow, which he initially refuses to do because his hands would be too cold.
Nobody ever told me snow was cold before, therefore the earth must be flat.
So he turns his camera off, walks into the shed to grab some gloves, then comes back in front of the camera and exhales 1.5 breaths, which now mysteriously do show vapor appearing in front of his face, only to abruptly stop again. Another camera, recording from a different angle, however, caught Witsit while exiting the shed, doing what appears to be hitting a vape pen, just before turning his camera back on.
After Witsit vaped and then exhaled so we could see the remains of that vape in the air, it occurred to me that perhaps the special effects department who were putting this together might have been running out of money.
So after exhaling his vape hit into the camera, rather than picking up some of the snow that was all around him, for some reason, Austin walks several feet away and picks up a bit of snow from over there, then walks it back to the camera and lets it fall to the ground. If snow is everywhere all around him, why did he have to walk way over there to get some?
I am going to make you believe that the special effects department are so stupid that they only put one little pile of snow that he was able to pick up about 6 foot from the camera, and all the rest of the white floor was simply painted white. Why not?
Anytime close-up footage of their feet was shown, their footprints always failed to make any impression in the snow.
Can somebody please explain to me the difference between snow and ice?
Throughout the live stream footage, I don't recall a single instance of any wind or even a light breeze strong enough to affect their hair or microphones.
I didn't listen to large parts of the live stream and the constant low-level breeze that was present in the background, such as this.
Many months. Now, if you really want to know about a shill, it's this one right here. Dave McKeegan. Oh, sorry. Do they? That's the next thing we got to talk about, I guess.
Jaren, Whitsitt, and others involved also made comments several times about how the mountains in the distance seemed so close that you could touch them, but that they were actually several miles away.
I'm beginning to regret that I left that in my video, because I have now done some high IQ research and I've come to the conclusion that mountains are indeed pretty big.
These are small, but the ones out there are far away.
If you pay attention to where the background and foreground meet in footage from the final experiment, particularly the 24-hour sun time-lapse, it seems we are seeing where the digital backdrop ends and the studio floor begins.
Now, obviously, when I say that, I'm preying on the fact that my Flat Earth subscribers are usually of very low intelligence and might not realize that if you play with the chroma setting on your device, you can actually have it so the white stuff remains and the other stuff disappears. It's a fact.
In the 24-hour time-lapse sun footage, the mountains and sky are both chroma keyed out, showing they are both part of the studio backdrop. Compare this to other footage taken at Union Glacier. When chroma key is applied, only the sky disappears, leaving the real mountains untouched. This makes the case that the final experiment is potentially a mixture of doctored studio footage to fake the 24-hour sun.
Yes, if you play around with the chroma key settings long enough, you can make all sorts of funky things happen.
The founder of this final experiment, Pastor Will Duffy, has also had a recent clip surface from a sermon of his that gives some real insight into the mind of the man behind this production.
I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral.
And I would agree with Pastor Will Duffy. Sometimes, in fact, it's nice to be deceptive or to lie. For example, what I'm going to say about your video now is a lie. I'm going to say that your video highlights your best qualities, which is your ability to think outside the box and challenge scientific norms. Right? That's a really nice way of actually just saying it was moronic. But there we go. That was my best attempt at translating Eric Dubé's debunk of the final experiment. And I'm sure as flat earthers continue to stumble over themselves in an attempt to keep this flat earth grift going, there'll be much, much more content like that. There were plenty of comments underneath that video I was going to include in this one, but they're all going to go in a separate comments video for the future, out in a couple of days. And until then, Happy New Year. Goodbye.
Hello everybody, hope you're doing well and thanks for joining us for another video. Now, it's been a few weeks since the final experiment trip to Antarctica, and the responses from flat earthers have been both plentiful and desperate. From faking breath to no footprints, from a giant LED studio to Masonic traditions with a boot. The responses have not only been epic, but also completely wrong. So, in this video, I'm going to go through the various supposed proofs of fakery that flat earthers have found. Now, the whole Vapegate incident and breath not being seen I've actually already addressed in this video, which I'll link below. But not to worry, there are plenty of other claims left to debunk. So let's start at the beginning. In Antarctica, we each did various live streams during our time recording the 24-hour sun. The first stream that was done was at midnight, when the sun should have most definitely set, but it hadn't. Now, Will did this live stream on the Final Experiments YouTube channel. In it, he talked about the trip, he rotated the laptop round to show the area that we were in and the sun, and then we each had an opportunity to say a few words ourselves on camera. And this is where we ran into conspiracy number one, the green screen. Now, when Critical Think came on to speak, he wanted to go and show his weights experiment that he'd set up in the hut. So he and Will went inside with the laptop to show that. However, unbeknownst to us at the time, because we were all just standing outside and not actually watching the stream, the numbers on the scales weren't visible, because the backlight of the scale screen was green, and Will's laptop had the green screen chroma key option enabled because he usually films in front of a green screen. So it was replacing the scale's screen with the black background that he usually uses. Now, that in of itself was neither here nor there. However, once Will went back outside, I spoke, then Mike spoke, then Jeren, Lisbeth and Austin, and then finally Jonathan. And when Jonathan appeared on screen, there was a big black patch and the letters TFE appearing on his top, which, as you can imagine, sent people into meltdown claiming green screens. Now, as you can see from the photos that I took at the time, Jonathan's top actually has a teal-coloured patch on it, which is where TFE was showing up. Will's chroma key option was just replacing that patch with his usual TFE background, which ironically shows that we can't have been in front of a green screen, because if we were, then whatever we were displaying on the background would have also displayed on Jonathan's top. The funniest part about this conspiracy for me is it nearly didn't happen, because after Jeren, Lisbeth and Austin had all been up to speak, Will just pressed on with the stream, seemingly forgetting that Jonathan hadn't yet spoken. Which is kind of understandable, because Jonathan was there just constantly filming us. So you kind of forgot he was one of the group rather than an outside observer. So we actually ended up just the other side of the laptop from Will, basically gesturing towards Jonathan to try and point out to Will that Jonathan had been missed. So Jonathan almost didn't end up on the stream, so the chroma key glitch would have never have appeared. Then after that stream had finished and Will started to see the comments being made about the whole green screen, we wound up doing another stream later on to highlight the clear lack of green screen, which not only involved Will showing various coloured objects, now with the chroma key option disabled on his computer, but he also flew his drone, and MCToon streamed live at the same time to give a second vantage point, even at one point having the cameras of the live streams facing towards each other. All in an attempt to show that we weren't in front of a green screen. And I even recorded Will's drone flight on my camera, and all of this was also caught on the 360 cameras as well. But even this stream brought claims of fakery along with it, because Will's drone has a collision warning system, which beeps.
Quiet and listen to the green screen, man. Sorry.
This drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming.
Who cares?
And who's also...
And now it's beeping that he's getting closer to it.
It was beeping, and people seem to think that was somehow the drone being near the edge of the studio.
Yes, maybe he's just lounging.
Right, now I'm going to come right back
It
to
got
us.
it got close to the screen. It got close to the screen in the studio. That's what happened. And Toon tried to cover it up by walking toward the thing, but it was beeping way fast. If you listen, when it goes away from Toon, it goes beep, 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 and starts slowing down. And then it gets off in the distance and starts going dee, 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 and then Toon starts walking to it. If it was because of Toon, it would have started off slow and gotten faster.
Now, Where's Wally has actually put together a synced up video showing the view from Will's and Toon's live streams, the recording from the drone itself, Mark Herman was recording, as well as the video that I captured.
So obviously, there was a green screen. This drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming. And who's also filming the drone. All right, now I'm gonna come right back to us. All right.
Seemingly, they overlook that when the drone first starts up, it's right next to a stand with a laptop on it. Then, as the drone is backing away, MCToon is walking along with it, and the drone beeps are going off. MCToon then stops, the drone carries on moving away from him, eventually the beeping then stops. Will starts bringing the drone back towards the laptop, the beepings then start as it's getting near to Toon again. So, yes, of course, the drone is beeping because it's detecting Toon as a potential obstruction. And the funny thing is, they claim that the drone starts beeping up again because it's reaching the edge of the studio wall. But you can see from the footage how far away the drone goes from Will, and then he brings it back. After he's brought it back again, I went walking off down the same path to take some photos. You can see me on the time-lapse footage as well as in the background of Will's stream, and I walked much further away than the drone went. So why didn't I walk into a wall? But anyway, after we then recorded the full 24-hour sun, the first standalone video we published was a 48-second time-lapse view of the sun circling around us, and that went up on my YouTube channel. This was a sped-up clip that was taken from the full 25-minute 360-degree time-lapse. The full 360 time-lapse was some 36 gigabytes in file size, which was just too much to upload on the camp's internet. So I made a sped-up tracked version, which was less than 300 megabytes, much more manageable for shared Wi-Fi. And as a side note, as this was the first video that we were publishing of the 24-hour sun, I felt it was appropriate that Will himself publish it, since it was him that made the whole trip possible.
We are publishing our first time-lapse of the 24-hour sun right here in Antarctica. Done.
But once that video went live, Flat Earthers quickly began looking for faults with it. And the first one that I saw people bring up, I think it came from Flat Earth Banjo, who'd noticed that near the end of the time-lapse, you can see sunlight shining down the side of my tracked camera.
You see that the light is shining towards the side of the camera, meaning that the source of the light, the sun, is really coming from the east and not from the south. Okay, so these guys got busted, and they will have to lie for the rest of their lives, just like Buzz Aldrin.
And of course, how could sunlight be shining down the side of a camera if the camera is supposed to be tracking towards the sun? Well, the simple answer is that it had stopped following the sun at that point. In the 360 time-lapse, you can see that the tracker actually reverses direction and starts spinning the camera away from the sun, which then, of course, causes the sunlight to be approaching the camera from the side and lighting up the side of it. Mind you, this is the same Flat Earth Banjo that thinks he's debunked the entire final experiment by comparing the elevation of the sun in one of our video clips to the elevation of the sun seen at a similar latitude in the Northern Hemisphere in Svalbard in Norway in June. However, it seems Flat Earth Banjo either didn't notice, or he was hoping his audience wouldn't notice, that he's looking at the midnight sun in the north at midnight. It's actually written quite clearly there on the screen. Now, in Antarctica, the sun reached its lowest elevation when it was south of us, which was out over Mount Rossman. But you can see in the footage of MCToon, the sun is over behind the hut that we were staying in. And looking at the 360 footage, you can easily see that the hut is in the opposite direction to Mount Rossman. So really, all that Flat Earth Banjo has actually managed to confirm with this is that the sun at midday is higher than the sun at midnight. Then the next claim I faced came from King Nico, who had a debate with Fight the Flat Earth about the final experiment.
What popped into mind was the Las Vegas sphere. Not that they were in Las Vegas and did it there, but in Las Vegas, they have a sphere, a massive sphere, LED screens, 8K. You can see images on the outside of it and on the inside. So I've seen some footage of, locations similar to Antarctica with mountains and a sun moving across the sky inside of the sphere. So I'm like, that's it. They must have somehow knocked up a sphere, or there's another sphere in Antarctica that we don't know about.
This was after I'd got back to the UK, and his claims were so bewildering, I wound up joining the discussion just to try and wrap my head around it.
I just want to check this here. So you acknowledge that we didn't fake the footage from taking off from Punta Arenas, flying to Antarctica, that going to Union Glacier Camp.
Yeah,
that is us
all
in
that
Antarctica.
Is real. You guys can prove that, and I'm not going to say that that's wrong. You guys are going to have footage of you guys sleeping in the heated tents or whatever it is and walking around that area. But I'm saying that there's going to be parts where you traveled supposedly 5 miles to do the shoot for the 24-hour sun, and obviously that is not at the Union Glacier Camp because you obviously can't see it in the footage, so you had to travel away. And what I am saying is that because I know for a fact, because, God says, the sun is not going to do an orbit east to west 24 hours in the South Pole. So the only way that could have been faked is through the means of virtual studios.
So he's openly accepting that we went to Antarctica, but he's claiming that because we didn't film the sun from the main Union Glacier camp, that must then mean we'd prepared this giant dome studio made up of all LED TV panels away from the main camp. And that we were then instead being driven from the main Union Glacier camp to the dome studio to create the 24-hour footage, whilst presumably he thinks that outside of the studio, the sun was setting. Even Eric Dubé has actually jumped on this idea that we used a studio of LED panels to fake the 24-hour sun.
Unbeknownst to most, for the past few years, portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian and many others.
Although I'm not entirely sure he's as willing to accept that we were in Antarctica. Possibly the studio was just somewhere else entirely. Although I'm not even sure why Eric Dubé is so desperate to try and dismiss the 24-hour sun, because he's been saying for weeks that it doesn't prove anything.
Unfortunately for Will, and to the surprise of no flat earthers, the results of his experiment haven't changed people's minds and aren't the final words on anything. As I said would happen, back when this idea was introduced, in typical globe apologist fashion, the final experiment has conflated a celestial observation with our terrestrial foundation.
So why does he care if it actually happened or not? But anyway, we're going to tackle this in two parts. Firstly, Nico's idea that we've built some giant studio in Antarctica. Now, several of us filmed the flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, which Nico's seen, and he's happy the flight footage is real. That's why he's happy to accept we were in Antarctica. And as we approached landing, Union Glacier Camp was visible out of the left side of the plane. I was sitting on the right, so I didn't film it, but I did at least capture a photo of Union Glacier Camp from across the aisle. But Critical Think recorded the whole flight from the left side. This is his footage. That is Union Glacier Camp and the skiway where the small planes of theirs land. And then there is this loop that they have for people to run, ski, or bike around. In fact, we also took a scenic flight in one of the Twin Otters around the mountains, and Critical Think recorded some footage out of the window during takeoff, and we flew around Halfway Point. You can see clearly where Halfway Point is in relation to the main camp. Then there was actually an ice marathon that was held there a few days before we arrived. And for the marathon, they added a dogleg extension onto the loop to extend it out to 10 kilometers, I believe it was. Now, on that dogleg, they placed a cabin and some toilets for staff who were there helping the runners. Now, because that point was halfway round the loop, it therefore became referred to as Halfway Point. And this is where ALE offered to station us for recording the 24-hour sun, because there was concerns that from the main Union Glacier camp, Mount Rossman might obstruct our view of the sun, but from Halfway Point it wouldn't. And you can see, looking at our views from Halfway Point, you can see the turns in the track. I then recorded this footage of someone walking along the regular loop, so they were walking along the straight section of path, and we were located in the dogleg section with Mount Rossman visible in the background. I even showed Nico a section of the time-lapse footage where we all climbed into the back of the Tucker and it drove us away from the site. I even have that same moment in real time from the 24-hour video recording from Will's 360 camera. Then, during our time at Halfway Point, we caught one of the Twin Otter planes actually coming into land at the main camp. Again, Will's 360 camera picked it up as it approached and landed. And upon hearing the plane approaching, because I'd been warned by staff that it would be landing, I walked off down the path with Jonathan to try and get as close to the camp as possible to record it. Now, unfortunately, you don't see the plane touch down at the main camp because the whole camp is obscured by a rise in the ice. Yes, the ice isn't flat. In fact, they even took us trekking over hills of ice. Anyway, the point is that we had an aerial view of our camp only a few hours before we were there, and there is no giant studios anywhere in sight. And you can see from the all of the 360 footage, we were only away from Halfway Point for about 90 minutes each time while they took us back to the main camp for meals. So we can't have been that far from the main camp. But of course, there is still the idea that maybe we were never in Antarctica and that we were just in some giant studio somewhere else entirely, and everything that you're seeing is being projected on LED screens around us, just like they used for the production of The Mandalorian. Except there's a few glaring problems with that idea. If you look at the footage from the Mandalorian series, when they're using those LED studios, you'll notice none of the actors cast shadows, because shadows are created when an object is obscuring light from a light source. But if you're surrounded 360 degrees by LED screens projecting out a landscape, then you have light coming at you from all directions, which then removes all shadows. And yet everything in Antarctica clearly is casting shadows. And just to be clear, projecting a bright sun onto an LED TV screen does not replicate shadows like the sun creates. I can demonstrate this easily by displaying our time-lapse footage onto a curved computer monitor and placing an object in front of the screen. And you can see, as I move the footage around so the sun is in different parts of the screen, there are no solid shadows being cast and following that sun. The way they produce shadows in the Mandalorian studios is by having a full lighting rig above the LED screens. The screens only actually cover the walls of the studio because the cameras are always looking horizontal. So they can have lighting above the ceiling that is out of sight of the camera, and that shines light down onto the actors set up to match whatever they're displaying on the background. But all of our footage was a full 360-degree view in all directions. And even when we were live streaming, there were times that we had the cameras angled quite high up, clearly showing the sky, and there's no lighting rigs above us. So if we were really surrounded in all directions by LED screens, absolutely nothing would be casting a shadow. The 360 video that I just showed of us getting off the 757 actually helps with two other arguments that flat earthers have put out: no footprints and the sun changing shape.
Anytime close-up footage of their feet was shown, their footprints always failed to make any impression in the snow.
Even though if you compare from the start of the time-lapse footage and run through to the end, you can see you clearly get more footprints the later on you go. But the simple reason why there's no footprints is because the snow that we were walking on was actually heavily compacted. Bear in mind, you don't get much snow in Antarctica anyway, so there's only a thin layer over basically a lot of ice. And as I pointed out earlier, we were on part of the route that they used for the ice marathon a few days before. Now, runners do not want to run through soft snow. They want firm ground. The grooves all over the ground you can see came from ALE's tractors that had been marking out the route by dragging a big snowplow behind them, which packed down the snow. So it was actually much closer to ice in texture. You can see as I get off the 757 and onto terra firma, I'm not leaving any footprints there behind me either because the ground is so firm. Here's a clip I took of the Tucker leaving camp, and at this point, this is full of people and gear because it's taking them up to the ice runway. And you will notice how several tons of truck leaves barely a mark on the ground, so you can imagine how much of a little impact a lone person is going to make. The area that we were walking in at halfway point was mainly firm, packed down snow. The untouched areas of snow surrounding us was much softer, but the ALE staff had told us not to wander too far into that because they didn't know what the ground underneath it was like. They didn't know how deep it was. There could have been a giant hole that nobody knew about, so they advised us to just stay off that stuff. Which ties us into another point that people have been bringing up. During Austin's live stream, people had been asking him to show some snow. So he went inside and got his gloves, but then when he came back out and he put the gloves on, he walked away several feet from the camera to pick up some snow. And flat earthers have been taking issue with why did he have to walk all the way over there if he's supposedly standing on snow?
Rather than picking up some of the snow that was all around him, for some reason, Austin walks several feet away and picks up a bit of snow from over there, then walks it back to the camera and lets it fall to the ground. If snow is everywhere all around him, why did he have to walk way over there to get some?
Well, like I've just said, the area that we were on was mainly firm ground, more like ice. So to get dusty snow that people were asking for, Austin had to walk off of the firm ground over to the softer, undisturbed snow. And the 757 footage also helps tackle this idea of the sun changing shape.
Notice how the sun changes from circular to being smushed down horizontally, back to perfectly circular, then smushed across vertically, and then back again. This is not how the sun usually looks or behaves in person, or in genuine footage of the phenomenon from the Arctic.
Now, bear in mind, this was shot with an Insta360, which has two 180-degree fisheye lenses facing in opposite directions. So when the sun, or any object for that matter, circles all the way around the camera, at some point it has to move to the very edge of one of the fisheye lenses, then cross over the overlap between the lenses, and then it winds up at the very edge of the next lens. So it's naturally going to create distortion. Now, if you watch the sun in the 360 video of me leaving the 757, you can see as I am turning to face in different directions, the sun is obviously moving around the frame of the camera, so it's crossing over between the two lenses. And you can see the sun changing shape. And this is real-time video. The sun is not actually changing shape in the sky. It's merely distortion caused by the 360-degree fisheye lenses. And I can demonstrate this very easily. If I take one of the lights in my studio here, we'll say that this is representing the sun. If I then hold up my Insta360 and I rotate it round, you can see the shape of the light changing in the 360 footage, but the light itself is not physically changing shape. And I've also had a few people bring up the fact that in the same footage you can see the mountains distort. Again, this is just a characteristic of an Insta360 that can be easily demonstrated. And if you watch the time-lapse that I shot of the sun with the solar filter, you can see the sun doesn't actually change shape in the sky. And now, last, but by no means least, let's tackle not only the most recent claim that I've seen, but probably, frankly, the most insane one. And it again comes from King Nico. Yes, apparently I performed some sort of Masonic ritual with a left-footed boot. The funny thing is the only reason that I'd put that left boot under the table is because I'd been using the right one for the rest of the time that we were there. Before we even landed in Antarctica, we'd been told to put our polar gear on. The polar trousers, the polar boots, and then I put the coat on once we'd landed. All of them are rated down to minus 70 degrees C. Except once I got into the Tucker, I pretty quickly warmed up, and at the main camp there was no wind, because they put the camp there specifically because it's quite sheltered by the mountains, and the sun was beating down on us. So very quickly we all shed the polar layers, which in reality are more designed to deal with blizzards. So once we got up to halfway point, we took all the polar gear with us in case the weather turned bad, but it wasn't actually cold enough at the time to need it. But I'd noticed that the polar boots were heavily insulated, and also the fact that they're black, they would absorb heat from being in direct sunlight. So I thought they were a perfect option for putting the power banks in, because batteries notoriously don't like cold. So I figured, keep them in the insulated boot that is black. In direct sunlight, it's gaining a lot of heat from that. Throw in a couple of hand warmers, and then put the insulated pouch from my water bottle onto the top of the boot to try and keep all the heat trapped in so that the batteries would keep going for longer. So I just grabbed one of the boots and put the batteries in. It turned out I'd picked up the right boot. Upon seeing me do this, Will and Mark, who were setting up Will's phone for a live stream for Candace Owens' channel, decided the boot was actually a great idea for storing the battery pack in, so they took the remaining boot that was on the pile, which was my left one. Now, their stream unfortunately only lasted a few hours into the early hours of the morning before there was an issue with Starlink that caused the stream to stop. It also caused the stream that MCToon was doing at the same time to stop, and they couldn't get the Rumble stream back online for Candace Owens. So they ended up just leaving it. So later on, I then decided I was going to do a stream of my own at the end of the 24-hour period to mark the occasion of reaching 24 hours of recording the sun. And one of the things I wanted to do on my stream was explain the setup that I'd been using, which included explaining why there was a random boot on the ground with a bunch of wires coming out of it. So I wanted to show the amount of insulation that was inside the boot. But obviously, the right boot was over there by the tripods holding all the power banks and the cables in, which meant I only had the left boot spare since it was no longer being used for Candace's live stream. So I'd already been and got it from the tripod and threw it back on the pile inside. So when I was then preparing for the live stream, I knew I was going to be setting up on that table outside. So in preparation, I went and got the boot and placed it under the table so that I knew where it was. Absolutely nothing to do with masons in the slightest. Well, I think that's probably enough for this video, at least for now. There are probably more claims that I forgot to include, and I'm sure there'll be even more claims made in the coming weeks anyway, so perhaps I'll revisit this with another video at a later date. But now, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments down below. If you've enjoyed this video and you haven't already done so, then please consider hitting the like and subscribe buttons, and hopefully we'll see you in the next video.
The 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree.
In the flat Earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
I wanted to make sure people know that if you're one of these people that is sitting at home in your mother's basement, I'm quite sure. I went to Antarctica. Period. It's not a question. I stood on the ice. Okay? I filmed the entire thing. I shivered my fucking balls off in the cold. And I'd like to say I nearly lost a toe, but I did not. That's not true. But I mean, it was cold. Let's put it that way. And if you're just somebody who's sitting at a computer and think that you have uncovered some master plot, you have not. I don't know how else to explain it to you. Put down the bottles of Jerkins, please. Put down the AE map. Come back to reality. Let's get something straight that just because you spend, doing who knows what you're doing, but you're probably photoshopping pictures and things like that, doesn't mean that that's what I do. I don't have any time to doctor video footage. We weren't in front of a green screen, as was clearly shown and proven over and over again. I was there. I was bundled up, and I was there to observe something because, and I don't understand what happened to the flat Earth community. Everybody knew originally what it meant if the 24-hour sun was seen. And then everybody just switched because they're not into actual evidence and research and actual proof and evidence. They're into something else entirely altogether. Let me show you this. This is Sav, who was talking to Will Duffy a while back. But Sav knew what was going on. Listen to Sav here. And he's just changed his mind, of course, because, of course, if you're a flat earther, you don't want flat Earth to be debunked, so you'll just change your mind and say, oh, no, it's not actually debunked. It's that's completely wrong. It's like, oh, okay, I guess that's completely wrong. Let's watch this real quick. Just the beginning
in
here.
That place.
And I'll kind of comment through it.
Whether you're on a globe or whether you're on a flat, you are going to be south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
So hopefully people follow along here. We were south of the Tropic of Capricorn. Does that make sense? Tropic of Capricorn's down there, Australia. The southern tropic is the limit of where the sun goes. We were south of that.
You're going to be south of the furthest zenith position that the sun makes.
Correct.
So you are going to have to look north to see the sun.
Well,
and it would be real simple that as it traverses to the west,
right?
If it arcs in a west by northwesterly direction at all, you're not on a globe. If it arcs around, if it starts to track, you don't even have to see it for 24 hours. All you have to do is watch which way it tracks. If it goes west by northwest, you're going to be on, you're on.
And that's what I thought it would do.
If it's going past you in a west by southwest, direction. In other words, angling off to this way,
right,
arcing around you, then you're definitely on a globe.
Then you're definitely on a globe.
So I don't even think it would be necessary to see it for 24 hours just to track that little bit of arc.
So just notice he said we would definitely be on a globe because that has now changed. Everybody's changing their minds now. And I'm the one who's getting the shit for it when I've been on the same page from day one. I've always known what the 24-hour sun would do to the flat earth. I've always known that it must be fake. It has to be fake down there. It has to be a lie. Or else the flat earth isn't true. That's why I wanted to go. But they, all these people have decided to change their mind.
We do not have a 24-hour sun in the south.
The 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat earth. On a flat earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree.
In the flat earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
There is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
We when we landed, they picked up.
So the truth is that there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The people I've seen on TikTok who are just going around slandering my name and saying there is no 24-hour sun. When you say that, you are implying that I went down there and lied. Do you understand that? That's your implication. Why? I don't know. But you don't just get to throw other people under the bus, call them liars because your religion dictates that it must be so. It's not the way that it works. Okay? So we need dipshits that are sitting at their house and just arguing with each other to realize the trip was real and then to move past it. Get to the next step, which is figure it out. Okay? Arguing for months and months about whether it was real or not is not getting you anywhere. Okay? The real tragedy here is that the flat earth itself is imploding over something as simple as my trip. A 4-day trip, documented, that anyone with a functional brainstem could actually verify, but nope. These lunatics would rather believe that I was bribed by the Illuminati or that I'm now a Freemason or that, I took money from Duffy or whatever, the lizard people, or I got an Antarctic timeshare or something. I don't know. But people need a hobby. You need to. This is what happened to the flat earth years ago, that we stopped having people who cared about getting to the crux of everything. We just deny anything that it goes against our model. Say it's not true, just dismiss it, or that it doesn't matter. I mean, look at these terms that have come up that are just placeholders. For instance, saying that the lights in the sky don't prove the ground is simply because the lights in the sky prove the ground. Do you understand that? The lights in the sky are the proof of where we live. And so, of course, Flat Earth has to say, well, the lights in the sky don't prove where we live. Well, of course you have to say that. Because you can't explain anything that's going on in the sky, so just dismiss it altogether. So these are just little moves to the next thing that they can get to the next thing, get to the next thing. So I guess what I don't understand is if it's fake. Dave Weiss was, with Marty said, they get behind the plane at noon and they change the sun out or something. It's ludicrous. People in Punta Arenas would be able to see the sun. So how did they not see two suns? How do we magically place one sun in the sky while the other one's not seen? Wouldn't that sun set? Couldn't we see that from the plane? The sun's going off to this northwest and setting. So it doesn't even make sense. It's like all the flights are not at the same time. Remember, it's 24 hours of sun down there. So I looked and there was flights that went at 11 p.m. because the sun's in the south. They can fly there. So I hope you guys hear yourself, though, calling everything fake. It's like, is every flight to Antarctica faked? Is every single base that's there faked? Dave described it as if you could just take a laser and shine it in the sky around us in Antarctica. He forgets that there's an entire continent. There's bases there, people there. They would all see that if they're within the proximity where you can see it. So I guess the question is that I used to be part of that club, okay? And I wanted to believe in this thing. I really did. Like I said a million times, the flat earth is perfect to me. The way it's laid out, the way it operates, it just seemed right, okay? But when you start eating your own, attacking your own, because I had the audacity to say yes to somebody who offered a free trip. I went there. I filmed it. I survived. Yes. Well, then you're a cult. Okay. And let me explain it even more carefully. if you are somebody who doesn't allow somebody to leave without gang stalking them and sending the most insane, irrational, nonsensical messages to somebody that include death threats, that include what's going to happen to me, what's going to happen to me here, or there, you're a cult. I mean, you need to admit that to yourselves, that if you're going to destroy somebody because they no longer believe what you do, that is a cult. It is. I don't know what else to tell you. That's what it is. So don't be part of that. Be open to let people believe what they want. I told everybody in the flat earth that here's the great thing about me. I'm open to evidence to changing my mind. So simply provide the evidence that I'm looking for and I'll go right back. The problem is that I now realize that those things that I used to think would eventually come out will never come out. Nobody will ever figure out circumpolar stars in the south. Nobody will ever figure out how the South Pole works in a flat earth. Nobody will ever figure out sunrise, sunset times on a flat earth because it's impossible to map a place on something other than what it is. And for it to match all observations is what I mean. Sure, you can map something on something and then it would be off, it would have mistakes. But as far as the sphere Earth, and we're going to look at that in a little bit, if the sphere is the shape, then when you map the Earth on the sphere, which is what they do, then everything has to match or else it's not correct. Well, guess what? Everything does match. So we've got a problem. Now you can start going on about, are we spinning, Jaren? Are we flying through space? I don't care about any of that. We'll get to that. I'm just worried about where do I live? Because if I do live on the sphere that I was taught, then I don't need to worry about the rest. I never said that I need to understand gravity, that I need to understand the mechanisms of the universe. I don't think that's on me. Okay? When I thought we were being lied to, I stood up and said, let's point this out. And as more and more evidence gathered, it looked more and more to be true. When they lied about my experiment in the behind the curve, even more proof. When they lied with Stephen Hawking's, even more. Nat Geo, even more. So all these things were what led me to firmly believe 100% that the flat Earth was the truth. Yeah, I know. I just see JSS Tiger. Thank you very much for the super chat. $10 says Dirth now thinks you and Witsit were fooled, and somehow there was some sun magic that got pulled over your eyes. I mean, guys, I just want you to think about that claim and how ridiculous it is. That we went down there and we were fooled by a fake sun. I mean, it's just insanity. It's not Satan. It is the sun. It had the same sunspots. They didn't flip. Well, they flipped upside down, but not mirror flipped. We proved, I mean, that shows that, how about this simple one thing? Just listen to this one thing. When we went there, okay, so imagine you are in Antarctica and you look south. Okay, so you're in Antarctica, you're looking south and you see the sun. And you find out, where is the sun right now for other people? And they say, oh, it's above my head in Australia. So here's your two options. Wait a second, I'm looking south and I see the sun and the people in Australia are saying it's above their heads. Well, then either Australia is on the other side of the ball where the sun's still shining on it, or it's 30,000 miles behind me and there's a magic sun in the sky that just manifested magically out of nowhere and happens to be placed exactly where the sphere Earth model says it should be. Do you understand how insane that is to be a flat earther at that point? Once you know that the sun is south of you, it's not even possible on a flat earth. There is no sun that's south of you when you're past the tropic. The sun should be behind you. It's in the north. So this tells you, and I saw somebody else say, well, Jaren, you can't show a sphere Earth model that shows a 24-hour sun. Like, what? Yes, you can. I'll show you. That's why we thought that there wasn't one, is because that is kind of evidence or proof, if you will, if you're going to give it proof, of a sphere Earth. So I was saying before that I think the reason this is happening is that because even though you could go, right, you could go if you want. Again, I granted it's an expensive trip, but I mean, what Dave Weiss did is Dave Weiss cemented the fact that he'll never have to go now, right? Because by saying that it was a trick, that they tricked people, then even if he got funded to go down there and he went down there, he would just say, oh no, that's a trick. So it's just an easy way out. No, it's just a trick. And then if somebody else went and said, oh no, I saw it, they would say, oh no, you were tricked. Do you see how kind of this is setting yourself up for an undebunkable position? You can't be falsified. Same thing with saying Satan did it. If you're going to start allowing
that in scientific circles, like Dean Odle has to be removed from the scientific discussion of the shape of the earth. You don't invoke Satan in a scientific discussion. Sorry. It's just, you can go and argue religion if you want. You can argue whether or not demons exist and the jinn, and whether Satan and his demons are a third of the fallen angels, and if they're able to become sons. That's a separate discussion. It can't be involved in the scientific discussion. So at the end of the day, what's happening here is that you're becoming a cult, and I feel partly responsible. I was part of that. Not necessarily, like, I had a problem with Ranty when Ranty left, and I think I even either did a video or I kind of went off on him at some point, saying a bunch of shit. But it was because of the reason that he left, because he basically was doing all these observations, flat Earth observations, and then one time he saw one picture that he didn't even take. It was one photo that made him change over to a globe earther. And I said, that's ridiculous. How could you have all this evidence, and then because of that one photo, you change over? Well, people are comparing that, and I'm like, no, there's no comparison. There's no comparison. He changed his mind based on a photo. I changed my mind based on the accumulation of impossibilities. And there are impossibilities that I thought and was teaching were fake. I said that there is no 24-hour sun in the south, that there is no South Pole. And these things must be so for the earth to be flat. Now, just because nobody else understood that, I understood it. I completely knew. I never thought I'd go down there. I never thought you would be able to go to Antarctica. I never thought that you'd be able to afford it, even if you could. So when somebody offers that possibility, you're like, yeah, I'll take it. But the flat earth is becoming a cult, or is a cult, and that's scary. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to see it, because what it seems to be to me, and we're going to look at something in a second, is it seems to be a religious position. Okay? Now, for me, maybe it's easier because I don't have this attachment to religion, that I'm able to look at everything and say, no, this is not right. It doesn't mean there's no God. It doesn't mean any of that. Even though people, I think, tend to think like, oh, if you're a globe believer, you're anti-God or something. Like I said, I think it's amazing if God created a sphere. It doesn't matter what God created. It's still impressive. But the place we live is impressive, whatever it is. So at the end of the day, though, I win, and Flat Earth is losing, because I actually went and got to see it. Granted, I feel very lucky and very selfish about doing that, but I knew that by going down there, I would know. I would come back on December 18th, and I would know, or December 17th, whenever I got back, and I would know. So you guys are at home and not doing anything, and then judging others, critiquing others, even though what you're doing is just, you're completely off base. So stop arguing with people on Telegram over and over again, and looking at clouds and saying that the clouds don't match when it's a different day, and not realizing that. I mean, everything that you're doing is just terrible research. You're not looking into anything. You haven't done any research at all. To keep claiming about the cloud cover and not go look at cloud cover and actually look at weather reports. To keep claiming about the temperature and, oh, it was supposed to be windy there and it wasn't windy. No, nobody ever said it's windy there 24/7. That's why they have that camp next to that mountain, so that it kills the wind, because that's not a very everything around that area is just flatness, and the wind comes in crazy. But when it hits that mountain and some other mountains around there. So the worst part is that you guys could go if you wanted to. You could still book a trip. You could still go down there. You could still prove people wrong, but you'll never do that. And I know that even if you did, you're just going to prove what we've said to be true. The trip was 100% legit. Sorry to say, I know you don't want it to be that way. 100%, you will never prove any part of it in any way fake or wrong. Ever.
Okay, welcome back. Now, I am going to apologize in advance for the poor quality of this video, and I'm going to ask if you've ever watched anything I've ever done, and if you've ever hit that like button or whatever, please watch to the end of this video and help me share this. This is not my normal video, but it is extremely important to me. And you will, well, I think it's extremely important to the community at large. This is very much a reactionary video. This has just landed on my lap in the last sort of 20, 25 minutes, but it's extremely important. The man you see on screen is Marty Leeds. And if you've been following my last couple of videos and the live stream last night, you'll know that he's been involved in a situation that could potentially lead to the biggest defamation case Flat Earth has ever seen. He was in receipt of a cease and desist letter for some comments that he made about ex-flat earthers, Patricia Steere, Robbie Davidson, and Paul on the plane. Now, I'm going to show you what he said. But before I do that, I want to show you why this video is so important. If I just stop screen sharing there. And again, I do apologize for the lack of quality and editing in this video. His retraction video that he's just put out has been totally and utterly buried. Let's just look at his channel. In the last 2 hours, he's released 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 videos in 2 hours. He's never done that before. And the first of these videos he's released, the first of these 21 videos in 2 hours is his retraction video. Now, somebody who is cynical might say that what he's trying to do there is, let me just share this again, sorry. What he's trying to do there is hide his retraction, and I cannot let that happen. And I am absolutely begging you out there, if you've ever had anything nice to say about me, to stick with this video and share it, please. Okay, I know it's not my normal content. It's not funny. It's not sarcastic. To me, this is really, really important. Now, Marty Leeds made some statements, which I'll show you in a second, regarding Patricia Steere, Paul on the plane, and Robbie Davidson when they left Flat Earth. When Jeranism came back from Antarctica and he saw there was a 24-hour sun and he left the Flat Earth, they understood the significance of a 24-hour sun and they decided they were no longer going to be Flat Earthers. And that should have been that. They should have walked away. However, this guy here, Marty Leeds, who's buried, in my opinion, his retraction video, decided to imply that they had been involved in some sort of criminal activity, some SEC violations, and specifically Patricia Steere was threatened with going to prison, and unless she turned her back on the Flat Earth, she was going to be a wrinkly old by the time she got out. Let's hear it from his own words.
Then she gets involved in this crypto thing, and she's like, oh, this is a good opportunity. Maybe I'll take that $150,000 I have, and I'll turn it into $1.5 million or something. And then she gets involved with some of these guys that she trusts and knows. Paul on the plane, what a great guy. Hey, he even contacted me to say, hey, you want to get involved in some... I'm like, no, thanks though, Paul. And then they start doing their podcast, and they're gunning, and they made money in Hex, so it's like, well, why wouldn't we make money in Axion? And then things start going and going and going. And next thing you know, hey guys, guess what? The thing that you were doing is actually illegal. And one violation would be 25 years in prison. I don't know if this is what happened. But I could imagine a scenario in which somebody from the SEC or the government calls up Patricia Steere and says, hey, honey, you know that crypto thing you were involved in? One violation from the feds, let alone anybody that you got to sign that contract that could sue you now. One violation is 25 years in prison. You know those vegan cats you have? We'll throw the book at you. By the time you get out of prison, they'll be dead. You'll be broke. You won't have any money. You know those nice little, those vinyl LPs you got on the back wall and shit like that? Nah, those will all be sold in auction. The nice car that you just bought? No, you're going to wear an orange jumpsuit. You won't be able to have your vegan whatever. You'll be eating shit in prison. You'll be wearing an orange jumpsuit. No more makeup for you. You'll be a wrinkly old bitch by the time you get out, and no one will give a f about you, and you'll have nothing. You sure you still believe in the flat earth? Patricia, is that what happened?
Well, no, it's not. And he made that implication, and that implication got picked up by Flat Earth Dave, who then reposted his video, and Mark Sargent has been repeating a lot of those allegations. And as a result, there's lots and lots of comments and damage to the reputation of Paul, Robbie, and Patricia. And it's been a highly, highly toxic environment for them. So as a result, Marty, as we can see on screen, and Dave and Mark all received a cease and desist letter. One of the demands was that they issued a public retraction. Now, okay, it is fair to say that a public retraction has been issued by Marty, but as we saw before, it's been buried absolutely buried and hidden amongst 20 other videos. So I'm going to play his retraction now, and this is why I want the video shown, because I want people to see this retraction. And here we go.
Hey everybody, Brother Marty Leeds here. Just want to let everybody know that I, Brother Marty Leeds, never intended to claim as fact and withdraw any statements that may have been implied to do so, that Paul Lindbergh, otherwise known as Paul on the Plane, Robbie Davidson, and Patricia Steer were involved in illegal or fraudulent activity, that they committed SEC violations or were under criminal investigation or could face prison, that they participated in a rug pull, scam, or crypto fraud, or were blackmailed, coerced by the government, or threatened with prison or family loss, that they were offered deals or are now controlled by outside powers, that they knowingly lied to the Flat Earth community, that they colluded or conspired, to mislead others, and that their return to the public scene was part of a coordinated cover-up. All parties understand that my video on these matters was never intended to be malicious, and that video is now taken down. So, all right, thank you very much. God bless everyone.
Yeah, I suppose it is a retraction.
Grammarly is an AI writing partner.
I suppose that is a retraction of sorts. But again, when we look at his YouTube channel and we see how many videos he put out in the last 2 hours and how well he's hidden that, it's not good enough, in my opinion. If you look around Flat Earth Dave's Facebook post where he shared that video, and if you look at Mark Sargent's channel where he's been repeating these allegations, then it's not good enough that his retraction was hidden in that way. Now, the next question, other than how widespread can we get Marty's retraction, is what's going to happen to people like Mark Sargent, because Mark Sargent has absolutely flat out rebuked the idea that he should make an apology video. In fact, he says he's just going to keep talking about this topic.
It's not going to happen. I am going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it. I would love to see you try. You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it.
So Mark Sargent wants to keep talking about it. And like I said before, he wants to refuse to apologize.
That can't be done. In fact, that would make the national feed for Are You Kidding Me? Even suggesting it is unbelievable, because how would you qualify something like that? How would you qualify an apology video? How many versions of an apology video could be sent? By the way, and that's one of the things you're never, ever, ever supposed to do on the internet is apologize for anything.
So there we go. Marty Leeds has just apologized for these statements, which are, I mean, all you've got to do is follow the comment sections of the videos from these people, and you can see that Robbie and Paul and Patricia are, their reputation has been extremely harmed. And not only does it harm the reputation of those three, but it sows doubts in other flat earthers' minds who might be on the fence about the final experiment and might be thinking, well, should I believe it? Should I leave flat earth? And then they're being told, no, these people have just been bought off. They've been they've been paid for. They're now shills, which is specifically what Mark Sargent has called them in the past. And then for the apology video for the comment that led to all this to be buried deep in 21 other videos, to me, is not right. I'm going to be pushing this over the next week or so to make sure that everybody sees Marty Leeds' retraction. And I apologize for the poor quality of this video. I really do. But if you've ever followed anything of mine and you ever think, oh, I wonder how I can help, please share this video so we can all see that Marty Leeds has issued that retraction. Thank you very much.
No, what we do is, and I think this is a diabolical plot, so that the next time we can ship people en masse into orbit, they all want to be the first in line because they know we're going to send them so that they can see the round Earth. They're going to be the first ones in space.
And the dome, if we are able to, say, get to Antarctica, that is a celestial thing that will become terrestrial if we can reach it, and touch it and have empirical verification of it. So that's why I'm always pushing for full independent exploration of the realm, especially Antarctica. These two locations hold inherent significance in the flat Earth model of the cosmos, because Antarctica is the elevated outer rim, encompassing and extending around all the other continents.
And you too would be able to see Antarctica for what it is. And I hate to break it to you, but it's just another continent.
Non sequitur, non-analogous to an entire continent that would specifically show us what the Earth actually is.
As we all know, the existence of Antarctica poses a huge problem for you.
It's ludicrous. Antarctica is the one place that would prove the flat Earth.
So there you have it, a fully reasoned explanation on Antarctica as why Earth can't be flat.
They want us to believe Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of a ball, 10 to 13,000 miles around. Well, there's a way to prove that the Earth is a globe.
All that needs to be done is to go to Antarctica.
Go learn, go verify, of course. Don't believe anybody. Go verify this stuff.
If we were to get you on a trip to Antarctica and get you to go see Antarctica and figure out like a way to crowdsource that, would that change your mind?
I would go.
And again, look at it. We've been doing this for 9 years. I don't think one flat earther has gone to Antarctica.
Does the Bible say the earth is flat? The answer is absolutely not. Not a single verse in any English translation says the earth is flat. But there are flat earthers that claim the Bible says the earth is flat. Nathan Roberts is one of these flat earthers. He compiled a list a few years ago of 200 verses that he claims say the earth is flat. This list is continuously passed around Facebook, TikTok, and anywhere else flat earthers congregate. But I wonder how many flat earthers have read all the verses. I have, so let's have a look and see if any verses actually say the earth is flat. About half the verses in the list talk about the motion of the earth, not the shape. So I'll cover those in a separate video. Subscribe so you can see that one when I release it. Another 36 of the verses aren't about the Earth's shape or motion, so if people are interested enough, I'll cover them in a future video too. We'll start with the one verse in the one translation that has the words earth and flat adjacent to each other. The Matthew's Bible from 1537 says flat earth. 2 Samuel 11:11 in the Matthew's Bible says, "And Urias said unto David, The ark and Israel and Judah dwell in the pavilions, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord lie in tents upon the flat earth." Does that sound like it's referring to the entire earth? No, it isn't. It's talking about the ground outside the tents. We can look at other English translations before and after the 1537 Matthew's Bible to see what they say. 2 years earlier, in 1535, an English preacher, Miles Coverdale, published a translation that rendered it, "My Lord's servants lie in ye field." The Wycliffe Bible from 1382 says, "The servants of my Lord dwellen on the face of the earth." The King James translation from 1611 says, "open fields." Almost all other translations say open fields or face of the earth. Well, maybe the original Hebrew says flat earth, and all the translators for 8 centuries are conspiring to hide the shape of the earth by writing open field or face of the earth. The words open or face are from the Hebrew word panim, and apologies for my bad Hebrew pronunciation. It will come as no surprise to you that it means face, like the face of a person, or an animal, or the surface of the ground. And the word for earth or field is from the Hebrew sadeh, which means earth as in dirt, not earth as in the planet we live on. Or more appropriately in context, it means field. So no, there's not an 8-century-long conspiracy by nefarious Bible translator overlords to suppress the words flat earth in the Bible. They just did a better job translating it than the Matthew's Bible did. You see, Nathan is playing Bible translation roulette here. He is checking different translations of the Bible until he finds one that has what he wants, instead of seeking out the correct meaning. Remember Bible translation roulette. We will return to this practice later. Earth measured with a line, not a curve. Job 38:4-5 is the only verse in this group. "Where were you when I laid the earth's foundation? Tell me if you understand. Who marked off its dimensions? Surely you know. Who stretched a measuring line across it?" This is a line. It's not straight. It's not flat, but it's still a line. Nathan provides a definition for line here, not a curve. But you won't find any Hebrew lexicon saying not a curve. Where did he get this declaration? He made it up to force the Bible to say what he wants it to say. Earth has a face, a geometrical flat surface, has 27 verses. And waters have a face, a geometrical flat surface, has 3 verses. All 30 verses have the same form as Genesis 1:29. And God said, "Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree, which is the fruit of the tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat." Here again, Nathan provides a definition for face, a geometrical flat surface. Such a convenience, Nathan. People that are easily suggestible might uncritically accept this definition without looking for themselves. But not me, and not you, dear viewer. We can look up the Hebrew for the word face and see that the word for face here is panim. If this seems familiar, that's because it's the same word as in the very first section where the servants were sleeping in the open field or the face of the earth. The problem is that the definition Nathan uses, a geometrical flat surface, is not to be found in any Hebrew lexicon. It's not in Strong's Concordance. I can't find that definition for panim anywhere used in the Bible. I have a face, you have a face, mountains have faces. They're not flat. Nathan is actively trying to deceive people by forcing a definition for face that is not correct. Paths are straight, not curved, has 12 verses. But there are 2 different usage styles here, figurative and referring to actual journeys. 1 Samuel 6:12 is about the Ark of the Covenant being brought to Israel. And the kine, that's cattle, took the straight way to the way of Beth Shemesh, and went along the highway, lowing as they went, and turned not aside to the right hand or to the left. And the lords of the Philistines went after them until the borders of Beth-shemesh. This is describing the path taken from the country of the Philistines on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea to Beth-shemesh, several miles inland. We can have a look at Google Maps to see how it might look today. We cannot know the exact path they used, but certainly it was not literally straight. Roads and paths meander. There's also a significant elevation change from near the sea to Beth-shemesh, making it very much not straight either. Straight means there were no detours. There's no way that thinking about paths being straight could ever suggest anything about the entire earth. Flat earthers should be embarrassed by this. The 2 verses in Acts are about taking a ship and going straight to their destination. This is another example of Nathan Roberts forcing the Bible to say what he wants. The other 9 verses that use the word straight are even worse. They are all completely figurative. Waters are straight, not curved, has 1 verse. That's Job 37:10. The NIV says, the breath of God produces ice, and the broad waters become frozen. Matthew's Bible says, at the breath of God the frost cometh, and the waters are shed abroad. And the King James says, by the breath of God frost is given, and the breadth of the waters is straitened. This is Nathan playing Bible translation roulette again. This just means that the water is frozen. Earth has ends, has 38 verses in it. This is a figure of speech, ends of the earth. It's not literally talking about the edge of the earth. Flat earthers hate it when people refer to flat earth as a disk in space. But when you take ends of the earth literally, along with Job 26:7, where it says the earth hangs on nothing, we get a literal flat earth frisbee in space. Earth has corners, has 2 verses. Isaiah 11:12 says, and he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the 4 corners of the earth. And Revelation 7:1 says, and after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. The problem with applying poetic passages literally is sometimes it collides with other literal interpretations. No spoilers, but there's a verse coming up that flat earthers interpret to mean that the earth is a literal circle. A circle doesn't have 4 corners. So what do you do when 2 literal interpretations collide? You start writing fan fiction. Some say the earth is a circle on a square with the angels standing on the corners outside the circle. Or they will claim that a circle has 4 quadrants and the 4 corners are the inside corners of these quadrants. Seriously, they have done this. If you take this meaning literal, then the 4 corners meet at the flat earth's north pole. Is this where the dispersed of Judah will be gathered from? This is a metaphor. It's not meant to be taken literally. When you need to pile up invented stories to keep your outlandish interpretation from going off the tracks, you are in trouble. High Altitude Perspective has 3 verses. The 2 verses from Daniel are from Nebuchadnezzar's dream. The tree represents Nebuchadnezzar himself. We are delving into fantasy now. This is embarrassing for flat earthers. The verse from Matthew is when Jesus was in the wilderness for 40 days, and the devil brought Jesus to a high mountain to show him all the kingdoms of the world. Flat earthers want you to believe that there is a mountain high enough to see all the nations of the world. Is this in Israel? Mount Hermon is the highest mountain in Israel at 9,232 feet. Certainly, this is not it. Maybe they went to Mount Everest at 29,000 feet. But this doesn't work either. You can't even see the nearest ocean from Mount Everest. Flat earthers, unless you can point out the mountain, this is clearly symbolic language. Everyone Sees Jesus has just 1 verse, and it's in the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation is full of obscure and extravagant imagery. It's a bold move to treat it literally. Reading the next verse literally, God declares that he is 2 letters of the Greek alphabet. Is God literally 2 Greek letters? Just 2 letters? You can be all the letters in all the alphabets. What's that? You say it's figurative? That's exactly my point. It also says that the eyes of the people that pierced Jesus will see Jesus. These people have been dead for centuries. How will their eyeballs literally see Jesus? More fan fiction will be needed to resolve this overly literal reading. Or we can take it figuratively, and there's no need to conjure up interpretations to force it to fit. Breadth, spread out flat of the earth, has 1 verse. Revelation 29 says, "And they went up on the breadth of the earth, and compassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them." This one is the pinnacle of straw grasping. Again, Nathan wants the reader to swap the actual meaning of breadth with the one that he has provided in a highly figurative book. This is just deception. Hang your head in shame, flat earthers. The desperation is sad. So far, we have 56 figurative verses, 32 swapped definitions, which are just figurative too, and 2 instances of Bible translation roulette, giving us 0 verses that literally say the earth is flat. A pretty bad showing. Well, maybe the last 3 will be the verses with the undeniable, non-figurative proof that God wants you to accept the flat earth into your heart. Earth is a disc/circle, not a ball. Proverbs 8:27-28 says, "When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth." Nathan is intending us to read this literally, that God actually took an earth-sized compass in his hands, like this one, physically put one end on the North Pole and traced it around the face of the deep, the ocean. Is that too literal? How about no physical earth-sized compass and no physical line drawn on the ocean, just a figurative circle? But it's also somehow a literal circle. Well, if you have to be guided through an interpretation to make it fit a pre-selected conclusion, it's not actually literal. Maybe Job 38:13-14 will finally redeem the flat earth. That it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. This is a simile. The word as informs us. In Hebrew, the word is homer, for clay, but the letter kaf is in front, changing it to ka-homer, which makes it a simile in Hebrew as well. Later in the same chapter, God talks about putting chains on the Pleiades. Are there literal chains on the constellation? It's poetry. Stop trying to convert figurative language into literal language to deceive people. Now we get to the final verse that flat earthers hold up as the ultimate, unequivocal proof that the Bible says the earth is flat. This is the flat earth holy grail verse, Isaiah 40:22. First, let's cover the context on this one and get an overview of the chapter. You might want to read all of Isaiah 40 yourself first. The chapter opens by giving comfort for the Jews. Verse 3 is taken as a prophecy about John the Baptist preparing the way for Jesus. This verse is cited in all 4 Gospels of the New Testament using the metaphor, "make straight the way for the Lord." This is the one that Nathan Roberts misconstrued to be literally about the shape of the earth instead of preparing people's minds and hearts for Jesus. The chapter describes how big and powerful God is. Verse 7 compares all people to grass, calls them grass. Grass withers, but God stands forever. The nations are a drop in the bucket. This is all figurative talk, and it's about God's grandeur. Then we get to the verse the flat earthers try to use to prove that the earth is their preferred shape. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. The The chapter continues saying that judges and royalty are nothing in comparison to God. It talks about how God is so much beyond the physical nature that he created it all. This uses similes, metaphors, and hyperbole in these descriptions. Then the end of the chapter returns to the idea from the beginning of the chapter, helping out the Jews by giving them strength. They will fly on wings as eagles. This is more figurative language. People will not be growing wings. The entire chapter is full of figurative talk. It's about how magnificent God is and how he will help people. It's not presented as a literal scientific description of the shape of the earth. So what options are there for this verse? Well, option 1 is to take the verse the same as the rest of the chapter. It's figurative. You can draw no conclusions about the shape of the earth from figurative talk. But some people still take it literally. Flat earthers focus on one single word, circle, and demand that it only means circle as in the noun disk. This is option 2. Looking strictly at the Hebrew word chug, again, apologize for the poor pronunciation, one of the several definitions is circle. There are other definitions. Many other English translations choose different ones. Wycliffe's translation from the first English translation in 1382 says that God sits on the compass of the earth. This is the tool that you spin around and draw a circle with, not the magnetic compass that points north and south due to Earth's magnetic field. Is God literally sitting on an Earth-sized compass? The King James Version from 1611 translates it as circle, as do many translations. Flat earthers rely on one particular definition, shunning all other definitions, also ignoring that a sphere traces a circle when you look at it. Option 3 takes the word chug to refer to the circle of the horizon. When you turn 360 degrees, you do see the circle of the horizon. This can be seen in a few translations. Option 4 is to translate chug to the noun sphere or globe. The Concordance of Hebrew and Chaldee scriptures includes sphere in the definition for chug, so it is a valid definition. There are multiple translations that do this. The Message Bible says round ball of earth, the Peshitta English translation says sphere of the earth, and Dewey Reams says globe of the earth. But this is Bible translation roulette as well, something Nathan Roberts must approve of as he uses it himself. But if someone were to use these translations to declare that the Bible says the earth is a globe, they would be making the same mistake that flat earthers do with the Matthew's Bible translation we covered earlier. What this does show is that there is disagreement about how to translate this verse. There is no definitively correct way to interpret it. But the final option to interpret it comes from several sources, including my good friend Nuriel from Israel. Hebrew is his first language, so he has a great understanding of the original text. He's helped me a lot on this video. This interpretation notes that chug is used as a sort of verb. It describes the actions of a compass as it draws a circle. Not the circle itself, but the actual process of drawing the circle. The same root is used in Isaiah 44:13, translated as marking with a compass. The motion of drawing the circle is the meaning in this instance. It could be taken as Earth's daily rotation, or its orbit around the sun, or, keeping with the rest of the chapter, God is sitting beyond the entire universe. The people are like grasshoppers, diligently toiling to store up for the upcoming season, but God is eternal and beyond the busy motion of the people. Which of these options is the undeniably correct and unambiguous meaning that everyone must accept as the truthiest truth regarding the shape of the earth? None. There are many opinions, and nobody has a personal note from God stating that theirs is the one and true interpretation. But here's an idea. Let's go test for ourselves. Could the earth actually be flat? If it were, then the moon would be very close, and the location you are on the earth would change the part of the moon you see, and the portion of the moon that is lit, but everyone sees the same part and phase of the moon regardless of where they see it. If the Earth were flat, then the moon would appear very small when it first rises because it's far away. Then partway through its path through the sky, when it's closest to you, it would appear 2 or 3 times larger. This is an application of perspective, but in reality, the moon doesn't do this. If the Earth were flat, the direct nonstop southern hemisphere flights would be much, much longer than they are in reality. Flight QF27 flies multiple times a week. On flat Earth, this flight must head north from Sydney, cross the west coast of the United States, cross Central America and the west coast of South America, taking 28 hours. In reality, this flight heads south of New Zealand. People sometimes see ice floes midway through the flight, and they enter Chile from the southwest, taking 12 to 14 hours. If the Earth is flat, it would be impossible to see the sun circling around you at the South Pole. But this 5-day time-lapse from the South Pole shows exactly that. And no, the Antarctic Treaty does not prevent you from going to Antarctica. Read the treaty, it's not that long. If the Earth were flat, then celestial navigation would use flat Earth to get position fixes. I've done celestial navigation. I can get a correct position fix, and I use the globe to do it. No flat earther has ever done celestial navigation using flat Earth. Instead, they just talk about triangles. But there are no triangles in celestial navigation. If the Earth is flat, then lunar eclipses would not be possible. The moon is going into a shadow. But what is casting this shadow? Flat earthers talk about mythical Hindu claims like Rahu and Ketu, things that don't exist. Also, the time duration and path of totality are predicted for solar eclipses to the second using the globe. Flat earthers can't predict anything about eclipses using flat Earth. They will talk about sorrow cycles, which are not based on geometry, and they only get the approximate day, not the time or path of totality. If the Earth were flat, what would the horizon look like at 120,000 feet? Would it be flat? Or show the edge of the disk? Well, good luck getting a solid answer from a flat earther, but the globe requires that the horizon curves at that height. And it does. Here is a 64,000 foot view using a non-fisheye camera through a cockpit that's been measured to not add curve. In 1935, a balloon went up to 72,000 feet and took this photo with the camera mounted through the wall of the gondola. The lens is an anastigmatic lens specifically designed not to add curvature. And here's one from 120,000 feet. The lens is a Sony FE 50mm f1.8 lens, which doesn't add distortion. And this is from an amateur rocket at almost 300,000 feet with a rectilinear M12 lens. Flat earthers will only show short clips from cameras that add strong distortion. Ask them for the entire video to see what it looks like from the ground. They will never share it. If the Earth were flat, then nothing would be in the way to obstruct the bottom of something across water, like this building that I filmed in Florida. You can see the crisp edge of the waves about 5 miles away. This building is around 12 miles away. So where are the 7 miles of the surface of the water? Where is the beach? And the bottom of the building? And no. More zoom never reveals more of the building. So no, the Earth cannot be flat. If someone makes a claim that's wrong, they're just wrong. But if someone claims that the Bible says something wrong, they are claiming the Bible is wrong. This is a significant difference. I've got a problem with that. No matter what anybody thinks the Bible says about the shape of the Earth, it doesn't change the shape. Reality is still reality. Fortunately, we can go and measure the Earth to see what shape it is, then see which interpretation matches reality.
Hello everybody, hope you're doing well, and thanks for joining us for another video, where today we will be tackling claims that have been made that apparently we faked the 24-hour Antarctic sun by using Unreal Engine. This is a claim I heard back in January during a discussion that I was having with Flatzoid about whether or not the final experiment was fake.
They were able to get their environment done, HDR environment done, and they could recreate it in Unreal Engine 5 if they wanted to. And therefore, when they did all really go down in December, they were able to just fake the sky and have the rest as a real environment.
Now, I did quiz him on this claim, and I was being intentionally vague and asking for clarification on many things, just to make sure that it was him detailing his claims fully, rather than me making presumptions about what he was claiming.
I just want to make sure that I completely understand your position. So, you're saying we did 2 trips to Union Glacier, one in the off season, and then one in December.
No, not all of you.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So there was 2 trips. So you're saying what? Yeah. Will or somebody? One of us went off season, and then we all went in December. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what exactly was the purpose of the trip in the off season? Was it to shoot what scenery? Did you say?
Yeah, to get the HDR environment. So you're able to create it in Unreal Engine as real as possible. And then you can replace yourself in there when you guys really are there, so you can fake the sky.
So when we went back up in December, what are you saying that we then did? What are you saying I did?
Well, you guys were there, and it looked like you took observations, obviously, but you were able to fake the sky because the sky was faked using Unreal.
So his idea is that somebody travelled to Union Glacier in advance of us in order to capture high-resolution images of the scenery from Halfway Point. Those images would then be used to create a CGI version of the area in Unreal Engine, which could then have a 24-hour sun placed into it and rendered. After that, we'd then go to Halfway Point to record ourselves there. But since, according to Flatsoid, the sun would have set in our footage, then the Unreal Engine render of the sky and the scenery was later applied to our footage that we shot in order to give the impression that the sun circled us for 24 hours. So I questioned him about what the footage from our cameras actually would have recorded, and he confirmed that it would mean that all of the original video files that we shot would have had the sun set at some point.
Okay, so what footage did my 360 then capture?
Normal 360 footage, but in processing you are able to stick a fake sun in.
So I then pulled up this Insta360, which is the very camera I used to capture the time-lapse in Antarctica of the 24-hour sun. And I actually began playing this footage back on the camera screen for him to see.
So I have the original file on the Insta360, not faked. So, according to you, that should have the sun set on it. So,
are we going to watch the whole 12 hours? 24 hours?
No, that's a 25-minute video. I can sit here for 25 minutes if you want, but I can guarantee you the sun doesn't set. Or I could pull the original file off this into Insta Studio and the sun doesn't set.
And just for clarity, here is a clear view of the video playing back on the camera itself, where you can see the sun passing south of us over Mount Rossman. And here is that original file from the camera also loaded into Insta Studio on my computer, so that you can see all of the EXIF data for the file as well, that shows exactly when the video was recorded. Now, you would think that that would settle the discussion and show that this Unreal Engine idea doesn't work. But Flatsoid instead has doubled down on it. Afterwards, on one of his streams, he was going on about how he was going to do a video to show how we could have faked the render with Unreal Engine and then loaded that faked file back onto the Insta360. Not long after that, he uploaded a video that showed snippets of tutorials about using Unreal Engine and how it can be used to create quite realistic looking lighting of scenery, and it even ended with a render of the TFE environment using Unreal Engine. But the video didn't highlight how we would then get that faked footage back onto the camera for me to show to him on the live stream. I did point that out to him in the comments of the video, and he said it's coming in a future video in a series, but as of yet, still waiting to see it. Now, as far as I know, this render of the TFE area in Unreal Engine wasn't created by Flatsoid, but was instead created by somebody else. It seems what they've done is mimicked the mountains and then added some tripods and an artificial light source. Then Flatsoid has overlaid this render on top of my time-lapse footage from Antarctica as a proof of concept to try and show that it could actually be faked. I think this whole idea has rather developed from the idea that we shot it inside a 360-degree LED studio. The original studio idea that people were putting forward doesn't work because that would put a physical boundary surrounding us, and yet you can see numerous examples of where we get into vehicles that are going to and from halfway point to the main camp. So taking that notion a step further, that we actually were in Antarctica and shooting outside, but that the sky is being faked in Unreal Engine, gets them around these boundary problems. There is, however, a major flaw in Flatsoid's idea, which is something that I did actually hint to him during our discussion.
All of the time-lapse footage and the real-time footage that Will and Toon have both put out, you can see us there, we're moving around. Is that us in Antarctica in December?
Yes.
So how are our shadows doing a full 360 degrees on the ground?
Unreal Engine has a thing called ray tracing, and it's able to map shadows and light over an environment. That's why I said they were able to get that environment, 3D render it, and then have you guys overlaid in that 3D environment, so the shadows are able to be rendered through light tracing.
In the footage, you can see the shadows of all of the objects around us were all doing full 360-degree circles. Flatsoid's explanation for this is that it was done with ray tracing.
Unreal Engine has a thing called ray tracing, and it's able to map shadows and light over an environment.
It does seem, however, as though Flatsoid doesn't really understand how ray tracing works. Ray tracing is certainly a thing related to lighting and shadows, but there is a fundamental issue here that shows it cannot be used to explain the footage from Antarctica. Now, as a very brief overview, when you're creating 3D renders for animations or video games, etc., you will have objects within a scene and you have a light source. The light source obviously will cast light out, and if an object is sitting on a path of light, then it will block the light from going any further and cause a shadow to be cast. Typically, these shadows were done using shader maps and rasterization. And when light hits a particularly reflective object, it doesn't just stop, it will obviously reflect off that object and go somewhere else. And these reflections were typically created using reflection mapping. But in reality, that reflected light will then end up hitting other objects, which will cause fill light on those objects, and the light will then again reflect off those accordingly, and so on. These repeating reflections and fill light are typically where lighting in CGI with rasterization and shader maps struggle to match reality, especially given that how much light is reflected off an object is going to vary depending on the color and the texture of the object, and the direction that the light is going to reflect will depend on the shape of the object and also what direction the light is hitting it from. This is where ray tracing comes into its own. Ray tracing actually calculates how light will behave much more in depth. It works out how much light will reflect off a surface. Where is that reflected light going to travel to? How will it then interact with other objects in the scene? It is especially powerful when it comes to reflective surfaces. Modern graphics cards now come with ray tracing cores built into them, which can be used for calculating how light will interact with objects in computer games, and where reflections will then appear. If you look at some of the demo videos showing the difference between games that are using real-time ray tracing versus when they're using normal rasterization, you can see that in areas such as Windows, the The rasterization just can't work out what reflection should be appearing, whereas ray tracing does. The ray tracing cores are making millions of calculations involving breaking down how the light is going to behave and interact with objects, the vectors involved in how it will then reflect off objects, running it all through complex algorithms in order to work out how each individual object should appear to a viewer. Each of those by itself are insanely complex topics that I am not even going to attempt to detail in this video. Although if you would like to learn more about them, today's sponsor, Brilliant.org, covers a lot of these sorts of concepts amongst their many different classes. Their use of interactive animations particularly, I find, makes even the more complex topics a lot easier to understand and visualize. But don't worry if complex topics are off-putting to you, because all of their courses build up gradually throughout the classes, from an introductory level moving on to the more complex stuff. I love using Brilliant so much that I was even doing classes whilst I was in Antarctica, and as a result, my streak of consecutive days using it has now surpassed 700. I am less than a month away from 2 full years non-stop using it. So why not try it for yourself by taking a 30-day free trial using my link brilliant.org/Dave McKeegan, and using that link will also entitle you to 20% off their annual subscription. So ray tracing requires a lot of complex calculations to work out how light will behave within a particular scene to then try and produce results that match reality as closely as possible. And this is where Flatzoid's claims fall to pieces. Because for Unreal Engine and ray tracing to work out where shadows would be casting, it needs to know all the exact details about every single object within the frame before it can render what the lighting for them will be. I.e., the software needs to not only know if an object is in a frame, it needs to know exactly the size and the shape to know what shadow to cast, it needs to know the texture of the object to know how much light is going to reflect off it and in what direction. It needs to then know exactly where every object is in relation to everything else so that it knows how the shadow should look given the position relative to the light source and where the camera is viewing from. You can see this in the example that Flatzoid presents of the TFE render in Unreal Engine. It shows shadows being cast by the tripods, but the person who made it had to put the tripods into Unreal Engine first in order for the software to calculate the lighting effects for them. Ray tracing is only ever used for animated environments because the designers can create the entire environment and all the objects involved beforehand and then have the lighting worked out afterwards. You can't apply ray tracing to a real video of reality after you've shot it. But by Flatzoid's own argument, the Unreal Engine render was for the far-off scenery and the sky. And what you see near the camera where we were was all actually filmed at the time in Antarctica.
Okay, so what footage did my 360 then capture?
Normal 360 footage, but in processing you are able to stick a fake sun in.
So all the shadows from the tripods, the buildings, and even ourselves were all shot after this supposed Unreal Engine render was created, yet we still see those shadows circling 360 degrees around. For this Unreal Engine idea to have any hope of being plausible, the shadows circling around us would have had to have been created in Unreal Engine as well before we got there. But the shadows are casting off us, so that would mean that we would then have to be rendered in Unreal Engine beforehand as well. Basically, the entirety of the 360-degree footage would have had to have been rendered in Unreal Engine before we'd even travelled to Chile. Everything about these videos would have basically had to have been CGI. You can't just give Unreal Engine a piece of video footage and it be able to then work out the textures and the shapes of the objects or how far away they are from the camera. All of that would need to be known beforehand in order for it to then work out the lighting. i.e. the first time-lapse that we published, there are multiple odd frames where people appear standing near the camera, and you can see reflections in their sunglasses. Or this particular frame, which was from during MCToon's live stream, where I actually took his laptop over to show the camera setup, and there's a reflection of the tripod in the laptop screen. Or when the solar tracker is in view, and you can actually see the ground reflecting in the camera's rear screen. For ray tracing to be able to work out what those reflections should look like, the software would need to know every specific detail about everything beforehand. Like with the solar camera, for example, it would need to know the exact textures of the camera to know that only the screen would be showing a reflection, not the rest of the camera body. It would need to know how far away the solar camera was from the 360 camera. It would also need to know the exact angle that the camera was sitting at so that it could work out where the light was coming from the ground in order to reflect off the screen into the 360 camera. All just for the little screen on the back of a camera that is constantly moving. Unreal Engine couldn't just work that out from a video. At best, it would need somebody to go through and painstakingly replicate the entire area of objects perfectly in Unreal Engine. Exactly like the person in Flatzoid's example had to do, but it would have had to have been done with far more detail. But the second problem is that such a task would take an insane amount of time to do. We published that first time-lapse on December 16th, while we were still in Antarctica. I even recorded the moment it was published whilst we were at the main camp, because I felt Will should be the person to actually officially publish it. Now, from there, people might try to argue that actually all of the 360 footage is in fact rendered CGI that was created before we went to Antarctica, and that the only reason that we went to Antarctica was to give that 360 footage some plausibility. But here lies problem 3. We did live streams whilst in Antarctica, and you can see those streams happening in the 360-degree footage. Himself set up, and he's had these recording non-stop video footage. Like I just showed, there's a frame from the first video that we published where I was holding Toon's laptop up to the camera during a live stream that we were doing, and I was showing the setup that we had. That particular live stream was several hours long, covering the period across solar midnight where the sun was south of us and you didn't see it set.
This thing down there is actually one of the heavy insulation boots that ALE provided us to wear when it's really cold.
For the 360-degree videos to have been faked before we went to Antarctica, then the live streams would have also had to have been faked before we went to Antarctica. But we spent large portions of those streams reading out comments that people were posting in real time. And in the stream that I did, there were people who were sending me super chats with recent sports scores to read out to show that the stream was actually happening live rather than being pre-recorded.
JJ for $1.99. Buff 45, debt 28, further proof it's not pre-recorded. Okay. Hawk Skull for £5. Proof of date. What was the Scottish Cup result? I've got to Google stuff now.
The Scottish what?
Scottish Cup result. Is this Celtic and Rangers? Right. Okay. Fine. I've got this one from 30th of November. Can we see that? There we go. There's one from the 30th of November. So it's close enough to. Mullsborough 3, Bosness United 1.
So for Flatzoid's Unreal Engine claims, then the live streams would have had to have had Unreal Engine creating all of the background scenery and the sky as well in real time as we were actually streaming. But then we go back to the problem of working out the reflections that you can see. All of our glasses and goggles were clearly reflecting the scenery and the people surrounding us. At one point during Toon's live stream, I was trying to show a photo that I'd taken on my phone by holding my phone up to the laptop camera. And the angle that I was holding the phone at to the computer was at times showing reflections of the ground behind the laptop. During the midnight stream that Will did, everybody was outside together, and you can regularly see times where the person is standing in front of the laptop and their goggles or glasses are reflecting clearly the people who are standing behind the laptop. Or when Will turns the laptop around to show the midnight sun, his glasses are showing reflections of the shadows and the ground behind the laptop. For ray tracing to have been able to have rendered those reflections, it would have needed to have known the exact positions of everybody and everything for that exact moment in time. Not possible to do for a live stream that we were actively engaging with and responding to. There is also another glaring flaw within Flatzoid's claim here, which is he's saying that we did actually film ourselves in Antarctica, but then the Unreal Engine render was added in afterwards. And he's saying we had to do that because apparently the sun set. But that would then mean that the original footage that we captured would have a set of shadows and lighting where the sun was visible during parts of the day and then set on us. So if we then added this Unreal Engine render in, that might be able to explain away the period where the sun wasn't visible, but it would mean there would be periods of time where there would be two suns in the sky and two lots of shadows being cast, which we don't see. So yes, this whole notion that it could have been faked with an Unreal Engine doesn't work. And this is just yet another example of the sheer desperation of people to try and explain away a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Which is especially strange given that most of these people who are trying to disprove it also say its existence doesn't really make any difference. But I think the funniest part about this claim for me is why Flatzoid first seemingly thought that we were using Unreal Engine.
My idea is how they could have faked it was Duffy or someone could have gone earlier and got high-def HDRs surround environments of Antarctica, because when you look at the footage, we don't see Union Glacier anywhere around there, and they're only about 1.5 kilometers away. You should see Union Glacier camp.
He thinks the fact that the main camp isn't visible is the telltale sign that the scenery was shot before we got there, because the images of the scenery must have been shot before the main camp was set up. Now, in reality, the main camp was not visible from where we were located because it was below a ridge line in the ice, which is why you can't see the main camp in any of the live streams that we did either.
On YouTube there. All right, Darwin Teague says, how far are you from main camp? Does the curve hide them? In fact, we were talking about that. Main camp is over there, and we cannot see main camp, even though it's just a couple kilometers away.
And why you can see the Twin Otter planes approaching, landing at the main camp, but they disappear from view before they touch down. But I love this idea that in Flatzoid's mind, we had the forethought and the planning to think, right, we're going to need to fake this 24-hour sun. How are we going to get around the shadows needing to circle all the way around us? I know, we'll render everything in Unreal Engine with ray tracing. But how are we going to make sure that all of the scenery actually matches Union Glacier if it needs to be rendered before we get there? I know, let's send somebody to Antarctica weeks beforehand to go and capture high-resolution images. And then tell you what, just to make sure it's even more difficult, let's invite a bunch of extra people along to watch us fake it, some of whom really don't like each other, and let's also work out a way to fake it all in real time during live streams as well. Apparently, we went through all of that meticulous planning, but seemingly none of us thought to add a main camp into the scenery when we were rendering it beforehand. Anyway, that's going to wrap it up for this video. The idea of this being faked in Unreal Engine just does not work, so I guess it will have to go back to the drawing board to come up with some new claims of how it could have been faked, which I am very much looking forward to hearing. But until then, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this video and you haven't already done so, then please consider hitting the like and subscribe buttons, and hopefully we'll see you in the next video.
All right. We are live. It is a reunion. It is a party. TFE Rewind. Excited to have everyone here. We have just been inundated with questions since we've returned from Antarctica. A lot of these questions go to me, and I don't necessarily have answers. And so thought it would be a good idea to get everybody together again for a bit of a TFE reunion. And most importantly, to allow the audience, everybody who's been following this for a year now, to get your questions answered. So it's been nothing short of crazy and wild since we went to Antarctica. And the fun just doesn't seem to stop. So every day for me, something new pops up, and I'm just kind of rolling with it. It's a bit of a roller coaster ride. So a couple of things. I'm going to bring everybody on here in a second. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to spend a few minutes just talking about any final thoughts they have on the trip, but most importantly, give some updates after the dust has settled, after we're all kind of back home and now dealing with whatever we're dealing with in our own spheres of influence. And I just think everybody's going to want to kind of know where everyone is at. Also, after each participant gives an update, we're going to go straight to a Q&A session. I will be creating a special Q&A through YouTube. So when that pops up, you guys will be able to ask questions in there. And those are the questions that I will be asking of the participants. Here's all I ask is that you address your question to an individual. So to just one person. If you say, oh, I have this question for everybody, that could take a half an hour for everybody to go through and answer. So here's the format I'd like you to do is to just put a capital Q, the number 4, and then the name of the person you'd like to ask the question of. So Q for Dave, Q for Jonathan, Q for Mark. If you want, you can abbreviate. So for Critical Think, you can just put CT. For Jonathan Morandi, you could put JM, whatever you want to do. So anyway, the most important thing here is that this is probably going to be the last time that we're all together here, and probably the last time you're going to have an opportunity to ask questions, get them answered, and just kind of hear from all of us. So I am noticing some names in the chat, which are just making me chuckle. I just saw King Nico, and I think King Nico has definitely brought a smile to all of our faces since we've been back. But anyway, let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and pull everyone up here. I do need to state that I do not know where Austin is. So Austin Whitsitt is currently MIA. People actually told me that they were predicting that he would not show, which is interesting. I don't understand always where these predictions come from, but when they're right, it tells me that maybe they know something that I don't, or are onto something. So anyway, not sure where Austin is. You'll also notice Lisbeth is not here either. She just messaged me just a little bit ago and said that she was kind of stuck at work. So I think she's going to try to join if she can kind of get out of her work stuff. So this is who we have right now. And I'm going to go ahead and start by turning it over to Jonathan. I'm going to let Jonathan spend a few minutes just kind of giving everybody an update. There's been a lot of people who are asking about the documentary. I have no answers on that. I've had very little to no involvement in the documentary so far. So Jonathan, let us know how things have been going for you, and everyone's excited to hear from you.
Top. Thanks, Will. Hi, everybody. I hope this isn't the last time we're all getting together. What a somber note to start on. I hope that there'll be more. Documentary is going really well. An update, I guess we're in the 7th week now. And I had earlier made some announcement that it'd probably be an 8-week process. It's looking like it's going to take a little bit longer than that. It's turned into, it's grown legs. It's become very compelling. I feel like the story we set out to do was, it's something that evolved. And as you're shooting and you're in the process of being there, it's a totally different experience than coming back and watching the footage and having time to go through the interviews and to kind of search the internet and find people's inputs on the trip has been fascinating. Joining on some live streams on X and on TikTok has been a blast. So yeah, it's got legs. It's on its way now, and I hope that will be seeing a rough cut by this weekend, which is really exciting that we're at that point. I think a lot of people ask me as a flat earther quite often, what's your take? What's your stance? And I'll just kind of continue to reiterate that I think the documentary will speak for that in a lot of ways. I am being as non-biased as possible. I just want to present people's thoughts, observations, different schools of thoughts on what got us to this point. So I think it's going to be very, very good, very exciting to watch. And I'd love to get together with everyone and watch it when we're done with it, which is why I think this is probably not the last time we're meeting, but who knows? I know Critical Think's got a long commute, as well as Dave. But otherwise, it's been a ton of fun. I've loved getting to know so many different people in the live stream communities. It's been a hoot. Not too much to say on that at this point, but I think too, in a couple weeks, we should have a trailer. Don't quote me. I know a lot of people will, but we've cut a couple of small teasers and things that are, they're really good. It's really funny. There's a lot of gentle moments and a lot of profound moments, I think, with just being human and going on a trip like this.
Awesome. Thanks, Jonathan, for that update. I know everybody is super excited about the documentary. I'm super excited about the documentary. So I know you guys are doing great work. So really appreciate that. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Herman. Everybody remembers Mark is the director for Candace Owens. Mark, I get a lot of questions asking about Candace. And so if you could kind of give us an update on your life and maybe an update on where she's at, that would be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be a part of this. It's been crazy since getting back. I've done some videos on my YouTube channel kind of explaining it. I've also posted some unedited 360 videos that I shot down in Antarctica to help put more evidence out there into the world. As a conspiracy theorist myself, it's very interesting to be on the opposite side of a conspiracy theory. So that's definitely been a pretty interesting experience thus far. As far as Candace, I presented my findings to her. I showed her videos that I've taken and told her that the sun did not set while I was down there. We've been trying for a while to get an on-air discussion between Austin and MCToon. It didn't work out before the trip. And now after the trip, we've been a little bit busy fighting the governments of Australia and now France. I don't know if anyone's been keeping up with that. So our plate's pretty full. I do raise it pretty frequently that we should do an update on this and we should have that discussion. And that's definitely still in the cards. But yeah, it's been a really exciting experience to be a part of. And I'm very, very thankful that I was able to join you guys down there. And I've got some new friends and I've got some new conspiracy theories about me and an AI version of me playing hockey with penguins. So what more could a guy ask for?
I love it. I love it. Yeah. The AI video is a wild one for sure. That one caught me off guard a little bit, but I do love creativity. Can't say I understand it, but it is creative. I will give them that. Speaking of the governments of Australia, let's go ahead and head down under and hear from Critical Think. CT, how are you?
Yes, we're great. I do spend time in Australia, but right now I'm in Thailand. I do spend some time in Thailand as well. And ever since this excellent adventure that was the final experiment, I have been busy making videos to document parts of the my parts of the experiment, and dealing with the southern flight paths, because I took the QF27 to QF28. I haven't finished documenting everything about that, but I'm using that material to debunk whatever the flat earthers have said about southern flight paths. And I got some intense personal issues happening, which has interrupted my video making for the moment, but I think that's soon to be resolved. So my main focus is just to keep documenting, keep debunking, and I will forever remember this final experiment, and maybe I'll go back there again one day.
Awesome. Yes, if you go back, please invite me to join you. I would definitely come with you. Speaking of your flights, the QF27, QF28, I do think it's important to point out that for a very long time, flat earthers stated that that flight was fake, that it didn't exist, that if you got on that flight, it would either be canceled or it would be rerouted through the Northern Hemisphere. But the reality is that is not true. And there was actually a flat earther that believed that up until the day you were going to take the flight, which is our friend Steve from England. He offered you, I think, $500 to prove that that flight was real, including filming it, getting on the plane, filming the flight, and getting off the plane. And I'm going to give Steve from England some credit. He admitted he was wrong, and he paid you. So that is awesome. But yes, Southern Hemisphere flights are a huge problem for Flat Earth and a really strong evidence for the globe. It looks like MCToon is still working on his camera. So Dave, I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to you, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Will. Well, I think for me, since getting back, it's not a case of the dust has settled for me. I think the dust has kicked up even more since getting back, with the amount of various conspiracies that people have been throwing out around there. I mean, I know Nico's in the chat. I've got my left boot right here for you, Nico. I hope that this isn't the last time that we're all together. I'd love to do a 10-year reunion in the Las Vegas sphere. I think that would be great for everybody. But in all seriousness, I think, since getting back, it's just been even more chaotic for me than being in Antarctica. Actually, being there was probably the calmest it's been in the past 2 months for me. But getting back has just been videos. I've now started doing live streams. People have been asking about the pictures and the videos and stuff. I've gone through most of them. Every now and again, I just end up going back through some of the stuff and finding something that I forgot, because there's so much stuff. So yeah, it's carnage since I got back. It's still carnage now. There's still a dozen more videos, and every time I put one video out, it just kicks up some more dust that then leads to another video and another video. So who knows? I might still be doing this in the 10-year reunion anyway.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, definitely check out Dave McKeegan's video from today. It's an argument that I had not heard. And again, nothing really surprises me at this point, but there was some flat earthers arguing that the sun that we witnessed in Antarctica was actually going in the wrong direction. So that was an interesting one to listen to. All right. Let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to Jaren. As you guys probably already know, he is the most popular creator on YouTube. He is the most loved creator on YouTube right now. He's getting zero hate. Jaren, how's it going? You're muted.
Here we go. All right. Doing awesome. Thank you. No, the trip was awesome. I can't wait to have a 10-year reunion. If someone's going to buy me my way, then I'll definitely be down for that. But it was a good time. And I guess since getting back, the most surprising thing has just been what I've seen from other people, I guess, more than what I've seen from myself. I think that I've done what you should do, which is just be honest and to, report exactly what you saw is what I promised to do. So to see other people, there's like sayings of how do you know your true friends, or how do you know when you have, how do you know if a friend's true? And, when I look at it that through that lens, it's been quite interesting to say, for a lack of a better word. It's just been surprising. People that I thought that I would kind of know for life, or that would be friends for life, they must feel differently, or they must think that, I think one of the things that they say is like accepting, if somebody's a real friend and they're accepting of you, no matter your beliefs, no matter your, and there's no part of me that thought, oh, if I change my beliefs, then I'm not going to be accepted by these people, or that I thought were friends, right? I can understand if somebody I've never met you and you just watch my channel occasionally, but people that I've met in person and people that know who I am, that's been the most surprising thing. So besides that, it's been great to kind of get to know all you guys, and that's about it for me.
Awesome. I want to plug Jaren's new show, Friday Unplugged, which is every Friday. I've actually been watching his shows, and they're entertaining. They're actually educational, and I've been really enjoying it. He has been filming SpaceX launches that are in California, because he lives in California. So that's been cool to watch. Those launches caused Flat Earth Dave to magically invent 20,000 foot tall clouds that just so happen to be present at every SpaceX launch. But if that doesn't make sense, you can go ahead and just watch Jaren's videos. Looks like MCToon has his camera going, and so we're glad to have you here. It looks like you're in somewhere warm.
I am. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
All right. Yes, I'm in Gulf Shores right now, southern Alabama. So I think it's a little blurry. Hold on. Maybe not. Anyway, yeah, there you go. It's not like this in Minnesota. So it's been all go. Like Dave said, it's been all go for me. I thought by now I would have had gone through multiple days of the video. Of the trip. So far I've posted one day, and it was like the most basic video I've ever done. This day 2, I'm like, holy cow. It starts out with one of the experiments already being done on day 2, like waking up in the morning. And so I'm working on that particular video right now. But not right now. I'm on vacation right now. So for me, the most fun has probably been watching the flat earthers lie about whether or not we went. And of course, we all know we went. And the lies that they've made up are very telling, that they have to, in their desperation, invent all sorts of things that they could just go test themselves. The trip we took is free to anybody, to not free as in money, free as in you're free to go. And so anybody that thinks it's not real, you can go. And I've offered multiple times to those that think that it wasn't real to pay for their trip, actually to pay $100,000 to them. Of course, then if the sun sets, they get that $100,000. But if the sun doesn't set and it circles for 24 hours a day, then I get their $100,000. And all these people that were so certain, so absolutely certain that the sun did set, or that it was all faked, or that whatever they think it was, suddenly, for some reason, they run away scared. Every single one of them is the biggest coward ever. As soon as I say, well, $100,000 could be yours if you're right, suddenly they know they're wrong. But they won't say it. But their actions tell us that they know they're wrong, because I would instantly accept $100,000 for something I'm certain about. But they make the craziest excuses. So that for me has been, I think, the most fun. Just watching them squirm and squeal and run away like chickens. So other than that, I've got a whole bunch of stuff planned for the videos, and just the backlog of stuff is getting longer every day. So that's it.
Awesome. Thanks for that update. And it makes me think of something. So I've been watching, flat earthers and everyone really on the trip trying to convince people that we actually went to Antarctica. I know I've heard and I've seen a little bit of Austin having a hard time convincing his fans and his followers that he actually went there. And it made me think of something very interesting. There is a very big difference between the final experiment and the moon landing. There's a similarity and a difference, and it's super fascinating. The similarity is the same arguments that are being used against everybody that went to Antarctica are very similar to what are used against the moon landing. And so the biggest difference, though, which I am personally proud of, is this. When they were trying to get to the moon, they never thought about flat Earth. No one was talking about flat Earth. It wasn't on their mind. And so when they get back and down the road, however many years later, when flat earthers start asking them questions, they're going to be speechless because it's like, how do you answer that question? Whereas we were prepared. So a lot of us, especially, MCToon and Dave, have been in this space for so long. We were ready and we were prepared for how flat earthers think, their conspiratorial minds, the types of arguments they use. And so we used that to be proactive and said, okay, they're probably going to say this, so we will do this. They're probably going to do this, so we will do this. And so the post-Antarctica trip has really just been them throwing one thing at us at a time, and then we quickly, immediately have something to debunk what they're throwing out. And so that is the main difference when you go into something like we did, knowing that they're going to try to poke holes in it every which way. You can actually be prepared for that, which is something that they didn't do with the moon landing. So that's a fascinating thing. And I'm super excited. There's not much that I have, since I've been back, thought, man, I wish we would have done that, or I didn't think about that. This was a very collective expedition we went on together, and it was minds coming together, which multiplied the thought process, and everybody had incredible ideas. And so we all just kind of really did work as a team to make everything go off very smoothly, very smoothly. So I'm happy. It was a trip of a lifetime. Again, not only did we make friends with each other, I've just made so many friends getting into the world of flat Earth versus globe. So I actually have friends now all over the world. It's fascinating. I've given up, but I used to try to think, where do they live? What time zone are they in before sending them a message? And now I'm just like, they'll get it when they wake up if they're sleeping. So anyway, it's been an incredible journey. So now we're going to switch to Q&A, and I'm going to start a Q&A, which you should see on your side. So give me 1 second here. And when I start this, please use the format, capital Q, the number 4, and then the name of who you're asking the question of. Ask your questions of just one person so that we can get through all of these and this doesn't turn into something that takes hours and hours and hours. Okay, so let me type something in real quick and we should be good to go. All right. Okay, cool. I just started it, so you should see a Q&A on your end on YouTube, and I will go ahead and handle these questions as they come in. Let me make sure I can see. Hey, Jaren, I should just see it in the pop-out. Oh, you're muted again. There we go. Oh, okay.
You got it?
All right, I can see him. I can see him. First question is for Jonathan, which is, where can I get that TFE patch?
You'll just have to DM me. We're going to do a limited run. They're going to be iron-on, really efficient. This is just a prototype. Still working on the design, still working on the adhesive, but send me a DM. We'll get you set up.
Awesome. Okay, Jaren, I don't know if this is an inside joke or something, but someone asks if chicken is your favorite ramen flavor, or will you never have it again?
No, it's always the Apollo.
Awesome.
Definitely my favorite.
All right. Someone's asking me, they said, if I declare myself flat earther today, would you take me to Antarctica for the next final experiment? That is definitely funny, but I've heard that one so many times now. There is no plans for a next final experiment at this point. Question for MCToon. Why isn't McFlatty on the call? You're muted.
Yeah, McFlatty hasn't returned yet. Last I saw, he was on a plane somewhere, returning from somewhere. I don't know. His mom is very concerned. I mean, not very concerned. She's resting easily these days.
All right. Let's see. Bird Dog has a question for Jaren, which is asking if you and Austin have had a falling out.
Nope, not that I know of. We've talked. We are in communications. So no, not that I know of.
Awesome. All right. So Swalla from Australia has a question for Rusty, which is rough. So,
I'll bring Rusty up. He can answer it.
There you go. All right. I guess the answer is no. All right. So Hugh has a question for CT, which is, how does it feel to be a legend?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. This is legendary. I'm a legend, and you will see more evidence of the legendary CT coming up.
Awesome. All right, let's see here. Okay, so Pappy asks me, is your friend that got you interested in this topic in the first place still a flat earther or not? The answer is yes, she is. That is probably the number one question that I get, is asking about Wendy. And so I'm going to be giving a video update about Wendy, just kind of talking about the predictions she made prior to us going, her take on TFE now that we're back, and just kind of giving everybody an update, because that is important. She's the one that got me into this whole thing. Okay. All right. Question for me, which is, when will we get the drone crash video? That's a tough one. I've been thinking about it, and I've actually been thinking about putting it into a video, just the very kind of the end of it. But we'll see. It will come out eventually. All right. Sava has a question for Jaren. Did the result of TFE change your opinion about anything else, like the moon landing?
It just made me more open to obviously realizing that I can be drastically wrong about something, and that there's a certain, I don't know if it's a blocking mechanism or something that your mind does that kind of doesn't allow conflicting information in. So just being aware of that really helps out with everything else. So I think that Dave McKeegan and I are going to do a little series where I'm going to bring some of my moon landing debunk stuff, and then he's going to refute it. And it will be, rather than a debate, more of like a open conversation to see if we can move either of our minds in one direction or the other. So looking forward to that.
That should be fun. That sounds very TFE-esque, which is getting both sides together and seeing who's got the best arguments. Petey has a question for Dave. Is Liverpool going to win the league?
I hope so.
Time will tell. Dave, another question for you, which is, what's your best answer to photos of far objects that we are supposedly not supposed to see?
Usually it comes down to the maths is incorrect where they think it shouldn't be, because they're basing it off 8 inches per mile squared, or sometimes it's atmospheric refraction that doesn't get accounted for. But there's usually more than one reason, but I've never seen one yet that can't be explained.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and piggyback on that one. So the important thing in my mind about the final experiment was that we had predictions by the flat earth side, which was there is no 24-hour sun. So we came along and said, okay, then let's go test that. So I would encourage the flat earth community, if they think there's something that can be seen that shouldn't be seen on the globe, get that from the globe community. Get the globe community to actually say, you shouldn't be able to see this, because if you don't, you might have it wrong. Okay, you might have it wrong. So MCToon did something recently where a flat earther was challenging him, saying that they would be able to see each other on like opposite sides of Lake Tahoe. And I don't think MCToon had ever been to Lake Tahoe, and he agreed that they would go and that they wouldn't be able to see each other. MCToon went to Lake Tahoe, and the flat earther didn't show up. And what was the result of that?
We could not see the dock on the other side. He was absolutely certain that we'd be able to see the dock, but we couldn't. There was a large amount of obstruction, and we were able to confirm it because there is, on the opposite side, there's a resort that's up the hill. That's the cool thing about Tahoe, is it's surrounded all the way around by hills. So you don't just see sky, you see a reference point on the other side. So we were able to use that resort to know how far down the hill the coast is, or the shore is, and there's a lot missing.
Yes, that's a perfect example. It's a recent one where a flat earther got someone who believes we live on a globe to say, you should not be able to see something. That is something that would be too far to see. Then you go test it, and again, test it together. So, MCToon invited him. He didn't come, but that's okay. Do those things together. Brenda Creates has a question for you, Mike. We know you anticipated a lot, but what was the most surprising response from the FE community?
The variety of the denials. It wasn't just one flavor of this is the denial. It was, didn't even go. It was, completely somewhere else. Or you did go, but there was the biggest LED screen projection thing ever built in all of history, requiring more power than an actual nuclear power plant, somehow was assembled. Or, of course, the absolute most ridiculous one was that the devil actually turned into the sun.
Yeah, that one takes the cake for sure. Jaren, Albino and M2M have a similar question for you, which is, with everything you have observed, what is the shape of the Earth?
The Earth is a sphere. So pretty easy to say it now. At this point, it took a little while to get there, but it's something that you can figure out on your own. I actually feel ridiculously stupid for ever not seeing it. It's blatantly obvious, and it's, something I've been talking to Austin Thompson about. And, just yesterday he sent me a video where he took the Rob Skiba piece of plastic lens, because we've been talking about, the atmosphere works as a lens, and he set up a globe and he put that piece of plastic between his camera and the globe, put a thumbtack on the far side of the globe that cannot be seen from this side. But with that little piece of plastic, all of a sudden we could see the thumbtack. So it's, something that's, we were just laughing last night, like that's been under our nose. It's been in my garage the whole time, that piece of plastic, and just could have done that and seen that, it's not that surprising anymore that we can see a little bit further than the globe math would say, because the globe math doesn't include the fact that the atmosphere would work as a lens and actually bend light towards you. So it's just one of those things where I think that, have to reevaluate my ability to look at things objectively, and to not get caught up in the, the kind of atmosphere where you are starting to get told by people that, oh, I believe the same thing as you do, and thank you for doing what you do, and you brought me back to the Creator. Things like that just kind of encourage somebody to start closing their mind to other possibilities. So that's what I've seen, is that probably the most dangerous thing you can do is to dig your feet in and not be open to other possibilities, because it can't hurt you to just listen to other people's take. So
awesome. CS has a question for me. Do you acknowledge that things like the Wi-Fi password and luggage stuff could have been handled more fairly with the flat team. Seems like they were actually sidelined there. All right, so I'm going to have to clear the record here. Unfortunately, Austin Whitsitt has been saying things which are just completely false. So I'm going to go ahead and set the record straight right now. First and foremost, with the luggage, 2 people and 2 people only asked me prior to us going to Antarctica if they could have extra luggage. That was Dave McKeegan and Jonathan Morandi, 1 from each team. They both asked if they could have extra luggage because they are both in the business of shooting photography and film. They both also offered to pay for their extra luggage themselves. So that is it. I didn't have extra luggage. MCToon didn't have extra luggage. When we got to Chile, I had told everybody that you'd have to take a smaller bag on the plane to Antarctica. And so I had to bring a really big suitcase because of the Starlink. And so I went to ALE and I said, hey, I can't fit this Starlink in this small bag that we have to take to Antarctica. So I was going to be asking permission to take the Starlink on the plane with me and like put it on a seat. And when I did that, they came back and they said, hey, we're going to allow you guys to take extra luggage because there's very few people going on the flight. There was only 10 of us, 10 passengers. And so we can have the weight limit. So we didn't know until we were already in Chile that they said it's okay to take extra luggage. That is the truth. That is not what Austin Whitsitt is telling people. When it comes to the Wi-Fi password.
Can I say something quick on that?
Yeah.
When Kati came to talk to you, I was recording. So I have the moment that you were informed about that on video. And I'll be publishing that as part of my review.
Awesome. Thank you. The Wi-Fi password.
Also say about the luggage, I brought extra luggage myself that I paid for myself. And if they were going to charge to bring it to Antarctica, I was going to pay it because I'm not leaving those bits behind.
Awesome. Thank you. The Wi-Fi password was a little bit of just miscommunication. I originally told everybody that I wanted to make sure we'd be able to do 2 live streams simultaneously, one for Candace Owens and then one for ourselves. And I had no idea what the bandwidth was going to be like. I didn't even know if we could run those 2. So I said, for starters, no one's going to get on the Wi-Fi other than the Candace live stream and then our midnight live stream. And then I said, if you guys want a live stream, come ask me for the password and I'll give it to you and you can live stream, no problem. Again, I've got to push back on Austin Whitsitt because he's complaining about the Wi-Fi password. And as it turns out, he had it from the very beginning. So he had the Wi-Fi password from the very beginning. So when he brings these things up, they're not valid complaints. They're not valid complaints at all. And you won't hear anybody else complaining about it. All right. Question for Jaren. Have you played Kerbal Space Program yet?
No, but it is downloaded. So it's the next step.
Awesome. All right. The Drunk Debunk Show. Another question for Rusty. Have you forgiven Dave yet for leaving for so long?
No.
I guess not.
Real quick, I got to jump off here in a moment. So just wanted to thank everyone again for the opportunity to be a part of this. And I'm really glad I got to meet all of you and spend time with you. And I'm really excited to see what Morandi and his team put together for the documentary. We've had some conversations about it, and there's some pretty spectacular things that are there. And of course, I was on the trip, so I know some of those moments that were captured are going to be great. So really hope everyone approaches it with an open mind and really just kind of takes it in.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. You're the reason we found Jonathan. So we owe you a lot for that. Really appreciate it.
Just take me to Antarctica on the final experiment, and it'll be okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Take care, Matt.
All right. Brandon has a question for Jonathan. Where is the documentary going to be available to watch?
Good question. We haven't spoken to anyone. I mean, I've spoken to a few friends in the business. People are really interested in it. I don't think it's necessarily going to pan out to what people are expecting, which is what I'm the most excited about. So, I mean, ideally, I'd like to try to find a home for this in a major space. If anything, I'd like to try to find if we can't find a streaming platform or a distributor in that sense, I definitely think film festivals are going to be interested in this. I couldn't see a streaming platform not being interested. There's just a different cultural touch on this that I never saw. And so that's really exciting. In any event, we'll probably pirate it on here, right? I mean, at some point, you'll be able to see it. Don't worry. I'm joking, but yeah, I think we'll find a good place for it for sure. And we'll make some announcements on this channel. We'll definitely drop some trailers sooner than later on that stuff, because like I said, we've already been kind of experimenting with some little teases and just really trying to figure out how the best approach to marketing it will be.
Cool. DP Debunks asks me, was the final experiment about the 24-hour sun, or was the real experiment to get and see the exact reaction we've had from the flat earth community? A lot of people have speculated that it was about the reaction. That is 100% false. The final experiment was only about the 24-hour sun. I did not have the experience in the community to anticipate things like this. I didn't even really know that many people on the globe side, on the debunking side. My friend Wendy, who is a flat earther, she turned me on to Flat Earth Dave and Eric Dubay. So I watched tons of Flat Earth Dave videos, tons of Eric Dubay videos, and that is how I came up with the final experiment, was listening to those two guys who both said there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica ever, and that a 24-hour sun is not possible on a flat Earth, and that a 24-hour sun would prove the globe. When I heard that, I knew that's what we got to do. Monkey has
Can I say something real quick? I was in a live stream some time back with Flat Earth Dave, and we had a great conversation, real cordial. He was going to get me an email, a list of some things. Maybe some of you heard it, but if anybody communicates with him, with Dave, just let him know I'm still looking forward to that, and we're getting close to the end of this thing here with the doc, so sooner than later.
Okay, awesome. Question for Jaren from Monkey Cat Pat. Can you explain how it feels to be an ex-flat earther? Do you feel like you escaped out of a cult?
Yeah, I think I do kind of feel like that, but I also am feeling like I'm partially responsible for some of it. So that makes a tough situation, because while it kind of seems fitting to just kind of leave and kind of disappear, I feel like I'm responsible for a lot of the people. So I just want to make sure that they have an opportunity to decide for themselves if they want to stay believing something that's untenable, or if they want to get out. I realize that it's not easy, and they're going to see what happened to me, and they're going to say, oh boy, as soon as you leave. Or if you look at ROBBIE Davidson has just recently stepped away, and he makes a couple posts on Facebook, and people just are ridiculous. Vitriolic, like they never cared about you at all. I knew it from day one. I always knew you were a suspect. It's just a kind of a weird thing to see. And so I just hope people recognize that and have a chance to get out if they want.
Thank you. Frodo has a question for me. Would you consider organizing a live stream filming the moon rise simultaneously from north, equator, and south along the same longitude? All right, so Frodo, I'm going to make an admission here that I don't want to make. Okay, I don't consider myself that smart. Okay, so I don't even understand the power or what you're thinking would be so cool about that. But it doesn't mean I'm opposed to it. Send me an email, explain to me so I can understand what you're thinking, and then hey, who knows? Maybe somebody will want to do it. Okay, so this must be a flat earther. They didn't address who they wanted to ask the question to, but I do want to ask their question. Will the real TFE is keep flying south until you pop back up north, but you won't do it because you will land on extra continents because it's flat. Okay, so I do like a challenge, so you better be careful with that one. And I will also tell you that it actually has been done. So anyway, if you could get a list of flat earthers, say 50 flat earthers, to say and admit that would falsify flat earth and prove the globe, then we can talk. All right. Okay, so that one says the whole team. I'm going to skip it. Another question for me, Will, do you feel like you have accomplished what you wanted when you set your goal for TFE? Is it more successful than you thought it would be? I definitely accomplished my goal. My flat earth friend, Wendy, she has made a video where and it's totally fine, I'm not upset about this, but she shared a private message I sent to her a long time ago. So I sent it to her in October of 2023. And I told her at that time what my goal was with TFE, and that was to get a prominent flat earther to see the truth and convert to the globe, which has happened now with Jaron and others. And so it's way more successful than I thought it would be when I created it. I had no idea if it would just die and nobody would care. And so, yeah, very, very fortunate and blessed at how things have gone. Bob has a question for Nathan. Where are the guns? I think a lot of people are still waiting for Nathan Oakley to answer that question. To this day, Nathan Oakley says online, to this day, he hasn't removed it, that if you try to go to Antarctica, you will be turned away at gunpoint. All right. Brenda Creates has a question for Critical Think. Tell the truth now. Does temperature affect weight? Wink face.
Temperature does affect weight in such a small amount that it cannot be measured with the scales that I use.
Thank you. This one is not addressed to anybody, but none of your business says, was there a single experiment that didn't conclusively confirm globe predictions? And the answer to that is no. There was around 20 total observations and experiments that were made. And I believe the globe side made predictions for all of those prior to us going, and they all conclusively confirmed globe predictions. So that's a good question. Okay, Santa Claus has a question for me. If you go to the ceremonial South Pole, do you go where they placed it, or do you take a boat, or do you go south? Wrong answer only. I will give a wrong answer, which is you take a boat, and you go in the water, and then you have to go under the water. So you have to get into a submarine, and then go to the center of the earth, and that's where the ceremonial South Pole is. Anyway, I think that person's asking the question because of my conversation with Flatzoid yesterday. So you guys should probably check that out. I'm going to say it right now because it's super important, which is the ceremonial South Pole, which people take their picture with it. I'm going to say right now, no flat earther can show on a flat earth map where that pole is. I've been asking flat earthers because I was curious, and I got silence. No one knows. So then I went on Flatzoid and I asked him and his whole crew. And I'm going to say right now, a flat earther cannot say where that ceremonial South Pole is. If you think you can, hit me up in an email. All right. Another question to me, Will, any plans for TFE2 on Blue Origin? I wish. That would be amazing, but no. Let's see here. Okay, sorry, guys. Another question for me. Was Antarctica the most amazing place you have been or seen? If not, then where? Yes, it was. It was incredible. Pictures don't do it justice. Videos don't do it justice. I remember being there and just kind of like staring, and it was like, it's like when you're eating really good food and you just have this really good feeling. You had that from just by looking at the terrain around you. So definitely the most amazing place. If anybody ever has a chance to get to Antarctica, please do it. Question for Jaron. Have you looked at pictures like the Blue Marble and been moved at how beautiful our world really is?
I wouldn't say that so much as just mentally kind of asking for forgiveness for shitting on part of creation, I guess. But no, I don't really see those yet as being home. Not yet.
Okay.
Eventually.
Jaron, another question for you. Why did you, I don't even know if this is true. Why did you prop up the AE projection map as the flat earth map when multiple people, including Witsit, had shown you that it is just a projection of the spherical coordinate system?
Because there can be no other flat earth map. So if you are one of these people that think that somehow there's going to be a magic map that pops out of a genie or something, or a bottle, it's not going to happen. Every map that is flat will have to be the AE map. It will have to have the continents the way that they are. It'll have to have the tropics where they are supposed to be. It'll have the equator where it's supposed to be. So there is no other map. So people are deluded in the fact that they say, well, maybe that map was debunked, but flat earth isn't debunked. But it's like, no, they're one and the same. There can be no flat earth that isn't laid out like the AE. So the reason I pushed it is because I was a flat earther and thought that the earth was flat. So when you have somebody tell you, well, the sun sets this way, or this is an anomaly. If you can kind of explain it away, then you are happy with that. And then eventually it becomes untenable and just the things that start adding up. And then you find out, I mean, the number one thing is anybody who was a flat earther from the beginning knew that it was dependent on the South being a lie. That was a crutch of the flat earth argument, that because again, just think about it. If the North is the opposite of the South, then the Earth's a sphere. So there was never a question of like, oh, the North could be the exact opposite of the South and it's still flat. It doesn't really work that way. So it was incumbent on the South to be a lie. And there was some, shady evidence. It was hard to find some stuff. It was hard to get a trip down there. It was very expensive. And so we were able to kind of keep up the story that we can't go there. And that we didn't think there was a 24-hour sun there and there wasn't enough footage of it. And then when you go down and see that everything works the exact opposite of the North, that the sun does the exact opposite thing 6 months later, that the lines of longitude get closer together at the South, that the South Pole exists, the South Celestial Pole exists, the sun goes backwards, the moon goes backwards, they're both upside down. These circumpolar stars in the South, once all those things come to light, then you have to reevaluate your position. So that's the strangest thing I've heard from people too, is that I've heard people say, oh, you abandoned your audience, you abandoned your fans or something, which is weird because what they're saying is that I should have lied, I guess, is how you don't abandon people. Whereas I was just honest about, hey, we were wrong. And it's okay to be wrong. And it's okay to move forward with that new understanding. And that's what you should do is, take evidence and then reevaluate your position and change it if you need to. But a lot of people think that they can't be possibly wrong. And so they act a certain way towards globers or towards other people that believe in the globe. And then they kind of almost try and mirror their energy, or if you try and say, hey, we shouldn't act like that towards globers, like, well, they act like that towards us. And again, I keep emphasizing the difference is that they're right. So that's where it becomes an issue, is that you're being an asshole and you're wrong. And I tell Toon all the time he's an asshole, but he's right. So it's a better position to be in than to be the people running around and being vitriolic and calling people names. And you would be shocked if you saw half of the messages I've seen from people that formerly were right there with you or were fans of yours or friends of yours. And that's the hardest thing, is to see people that for 10 years hung on every word you said, believed every word you said. And then as soon as you say something that goes against what they believe, then you're a shill, and you've always been that, and you've been an actor for 10 years. So,
thank you. Question for Critical Think from fellow debunker Peter Markley. He said, I made a TFE poster. I eventually want to print it and have TFE crew autograph it. I'm not sure how many I'll try to get, but is that something you'd be interested in?
Yes, we'd be interested in that.
Great. Thank you. Jared asks me, do you expect you'll be posting another The Final Experiments video each of the next 11 Mondays? Definitely not. My wife would love it if I would just get those done and be done, but they are taking longer than I had anticipated, but they are worth the wait. So it'll be fun once those are out. Okay, question for Jaren. Do you think Witsit will ever come around to the possibility he has been wrong like you have?
Wow, tough question. I think so. Just put it that way.
Okay, great. IC Spin has a question for Critical Think. Who has dealt with the most nonsense since returning?
Sorry, who has dealt with the most nonsense? I'm not sure I understand the question. But anyway, I've seen a lot of nonsense. I don't know who's done the best job of dealing with it. But I wanted to talk about the nonsense about the weight experiment, because I had this debate with Flatzoid about that. And I tell you, I was dealing with a lot of nonsense there. And it's the question I had before about, does temperature affect the weight? And, of course, the answer is yes, it does by a little bit. But the weight change from my Brisbane to Union Glacier was 3.8 grams. And whoever thinks that a temperature change can make a difference of 3.8 grams, that is nonsense. And in my personal experience, that's the kind of nonsense I had to deal with, instead of facing the real issue of how can the weight change by 3.8 grams, and how come I was able to predict it exactly. So that's it, me.
Another question for you. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
So I was just going to say, if I may interject and try and answer the question personally, I think that Jeren has had to deal with the most nonsense of people saying that he's a plant and that he's a shill. He was sort of planned from the outset to switch like this. That would mean that he was never really a flat earther. That he's been flipping people into flat Earth for 8 or 9 years in anticipation of us going to Antarctica, for him to now come out and say that he's no longer a flat earther seems a bit counterproductive to me. So I would say Jeren's had to deal with the most nonsense, and he's handled it very well.
Agreed. Another question for Critical Think from M2M. Have you had any flat earthers try to debunk your TFE experiment and data?
I did my first debate with Flatzoid about that on the FTFE channel, and yes, Flatzoid's tried to debunk it, but he was full of nonsense. He doesn't understand the experiment, didn't try to understand the experiment. And anyway, I've got in the works, I'm very busy, but I've got in the works a debunk of that debunk, and I've got another experiment planned that's going to knock Flatzoid off his perch, and we'll see in time. It's just a little bit busy right now, but yeah, nobody has debunked it, because really I think the problem is that the flat earthers have trouble understanding it, and they don't have the mathematical background, and they don't have the scientific understanding. They hate me saying this. Flatzoid hates me saying it. They don't understand the science, and so it makes it very difficult to get a handle on exactly what a fantastic experiment that is. It's an amazing experiment.
Awesome. Scott has a question for me. Given the goalpost moving by the flat earthers, well, denial, what do you think the next hill they are willing to die on will be, if any? Tough to say. I do think that it's going to be possible that after we release everything and there just isn't any answers left, that they might go to some sort of a, the world isn't physical, and it's, some sort of a virtual world, virtual reality thing. And if that's what they want to do, they can do that. But I've got more important things to deal with. Someone asks me, Duffy, was Oakley only on to plug his merch? I have no idea what that means. Anybody know what that means? Oakley doesn't.
Nathan Thompson.
Oh.
The debate you did with him, I think they're talking about.
Oh, okay. Nathan Thompson. Yeah. No, I don't think so. He did plug his merch, which is fine by me, but he was, the way I didn't know about Nathan Thompson. I never even knew about the duck thing until yesterday. And I heard about it in the debate. I never knew about it. So I feel like Nathan was kind of like before I got into things and kind of disappeared or whatever. And I think he's trying to kind of make a comeback in the flat earth community. And so he really wanted to do a debate, a modern day debate. So that's how that happened. Brandon asks Jeren, would the fact that Americans landed on the moon largely because of their ego convince you it was real? Genuine question, not trolling.
Say it again. I don't think I understood the first part. Go ahead.
He said, would the fact that Americans landed on the moon largely because of their ego convince you it was real?
I don't know how that would particularly convince me it's real. I mean, there's some things that I can't rectify or can't really reason around. So I'm open to hearing people's explanations for that, and then reevaluating from there. But as far as why they went, or if it was just for ego, I think that the strangest thing that I've heard is that a person that I was friends with from Russia was talking about it, and then told me what they learned in school there. And it's that they learned that the Russians were first animal, first orbit, first satellite, first man, first woman, that they were ahead of the Americans in every way, and that they knew there was nothing on the moon. So they didn't try to go, and they let America pretend or think that they were going in some race. And then they spent all this money, went there, and there was nothing to see there. So it's just kind of funny how you see how propaganda works from various countries. Both countries can use that story to boost their own country's pride and prestige. So that's one of the most interesting things I've seen, is that, people always say, well, wouldn't Russia have ratted them out, and wouldn't America have? And maybe not. Maybe they would kind of mutually play off the story and grow their country's prestige and things like that. Or it was just simple that we put a bunch of money towards it because we wanted to show that we could be first.
So we'll find out as I go through some of this evidence and see if it can be refuted.
Great. Question for MCToon. Will there be a video explaining the lighthouse observation and measurement you did in Chile?
Unfortunately, that was one that we could not do. So the lighthouse was about 20 miles away, and the sea is a bit choppy there all the time. So there was always just a lot of haze right on the horizon. So we didn't ever see the lighthouse at all. So I would love to say that's because the curvature of the earth, but I can't honestly say that. I could not see in the correct direction for the lighthouse. I could not see anything other than just haze.
Great. Question for me, will the solar eclipse of 2027 be TFE 2.0? No, but it'll just be an epic trip. And if anybody wants to go with me, let me know. I'm going to be leading a trip to Egypt in, I believe it's August of 2027 for the total solar eclipse. That will be the longest duration of a solar eclipse in 100 years. So it's around 7 minutes, and it'll be in Egypt. So we'll get to see Egypt, see the eclipse, swim in the Red Sea, snorkel the Red Sea. So if you want to join us, let me know. Just shoot me an email on that one. Jonathan, question for you. A little personal. IC Spin wants to know, what color is your real hair?
It's really probably like yours, a little darker, like kind of dark blonde, kind of darker.
All right. Let's see here. Question for Dave. Can you prove you're not CGI?
Nuh-uh.
You are responding live, so that's got to be something. Dave, another question for you from Christoph. Has TFE pushed flat earthers deeper down the rabbit hole?
I think it's possibly caused some of them to dig their heels in, but there definitely seems to have been a lot of people who've come out of the rabbit hole from it and you know, who've been honest enough to try and figure out, how does a 24-hour sun work on a flat earth? Well, it doesn't, so therefore conclusion. I think there's possibly a few who've maybe dug their heels in a lot and tried to. I don't think anyone's gone further down the rabbit hole of the earth must be flat. I think they're just being more stubborn of trying to accept how it could work.
Yeah. Jonathan, Peter Markley would like to know if you also would be open to signing his poster.
You got it.
Awesome.
Send it to me.
All right, thanks. Let's see here. Oh man, this keeps happening. Question for Dave. I lost it. Give me 1 second.
It's a nightmare. I hate that.
Okay. Yeah. It keeps resetting. Cool. Now that Dave, now that you've hosted a live chat, are you going to do more of them? What was your perspective on how it went?
That is the plan. I'd always hoped to do live streams. The thing holding me back was more the soundproofing within this room was awful, so it made a lot of noise and kept everyone up. So the live stream that I did was the first one since making changes to the room. So far, it seems like it worked really well, and I didn't disturb anybody when doing it. So yeah, I'm hoping to do some more moving forward.
Great. Question for me. I like this question. What's your reaction to flat earthers' argument you don't look at the sky to determine the shape of the ground? Here's my answer. That is a new argument that they came up with because of the final experiment that went against what they were doing and saying for almost a decade. So Eric Dubé has a video on his channel called Polaris Proves Flat Earth. Eric Dubé has said that the 24-hour sun in the north proves we live on a flat earth. D. Marble went to Alaska to film the 24-hour sun there. Tons of flat earthers were involved in that, including Nathan Oakley. And because they filmed it and saw it, they seemed to think that meant we live on a flat earth. And the big one is this. If you ask a flat earther if there's a North Pole, they'll say yes. And if you ask them how they know that, they'll say it's because of Polaris. And it's because of the lights in the sky and the star trails that go around Polaris. And so flat earthers understand the relationship of the celestial bodies with the ground. celestial navigation works. If celestial navigation works, that's telling us the direction to go using the lights in the sky based on the shape of the ground that we live on. So all it is it's a form of obfuscation because they can't explain how a 24-hour sun or a 24-hour moon or a south celestial pole work on a flat Earth. Instead of just facing it head on, they use that argument. So I don't mind it because I do think people who are looking at this objectively and rationally will see that they do not have an answer. None of your business says, is there a tally for how many people change their mind in the light of TFE? No, I've lost count. And I'll never know all of the people, but someone contacted me and said that there was an entire flat Earth group that they were aware of, and the whole group gave up flat Earth because of TFE. There's people that have asked me not to mention their name. So no official tally, but it's a lot for sure. Question for Jaren. Are you going to change your emoji about flat Earth on your channel?
My emoji about flat Earth. What does it say? I don't remember. Yeah, there's still a lot of things to change. I mean, obviously, deciding which videos need to go, which where was I at the other day? I saw something, my website, I think I was on my website, and it's got a little blurb after the website name, and it said something about flat Earth. I was like, oops, I got to change that. So there's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up in due time. So that'll happen over the next coming couple weeks, months.
Great. Okay, IC Spin has a question for Jonathan. Have you got a network yet for the documentary?
Not yet. We haven't reached out at all.
Okay, no problem. Another question for Jaren. Do you still believe in God?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. God is Now Here has a question for Jonathan. Do you have a name for the documentary, or would you consider having a contest to come up with one? I do not give you permission to talk about names of the documentary right now, by the way. So go ahead and answer.
Will's very sensitive to names and to music. He's like, I really want to be involved. But yeah, send your email. My email's here. Send your ideas. No, not yet.
Thanks. Will Jaren do an experiment or MCToon or Dave to test remaining questions he has, like measured flat, etc.?
So for me?
Yeah.
Toon has talked about maybe coming and doing the canal again, which I think would be good to see. He kind of had some improvements to the setup that we have that I think would be beneficial. But as far as that, I don't know if I have too many questions left that, we'll be able to determine with testing or experiment. I mean, really, it's just one thing has been falsified. So at that point, for people who don't know, and I have to keep repeating this, that the sun in the south always sets right to left for everybody in the south, and in the north it sets left to right. So I really do think even flat Earth became such a big thing because we're all in the north. So if you're in the north, you can look at the flat Earth map, you can think about the sun, how it sets, how it moves through the sky, and it makes sense. But if you are down in the south, it is completely and totally untenable. So really, it shouldn't even have gone as far as it did. So I don't really know what other experiments I could do other than maybe repeat ones that we've done in the past. I have talked to John Timmer, who's the head of Ars Technica, the head of science at Ars Technica, and he is talking to PBS. I still think that PBS needs to redo that experiment. So the one that they faked. So he now admits that it does appear to be faked, and so he's working on that to try and get them to do it again.
Amazing. Astronomy Live, great guy, does amazing work, has a question for me. Are you planning to do anything for FRAM-2, a private SpaceX mission to a polar orbit that will fly over Antarctica? I am so excited for FRAM-2. It was supposed to happen in December. It's now being pushed, I think, to March. I am so excited for this. This will take away another argument from flat earthers about pictures of Antarctica from space. They are going to be doing a polar orbit. So they're going to be going over the North Pole and the South Pole many, many times. Really excited for FRAM-2. My next video will be talking about why the mission is called FRAM-2, which is super fascinating. Another question for me. Would a VHS recording have been better to show the 24-hour sun rather than digital, which is prone to meddling with a normal video cassette recording? I don't think so. I don't even know if that exists anymore. I don't think anything would have been good enough for the flat Earth community as a whole. Question for Critical Think. How is your tug of war coming with Dave Weiss Bitcoins coming along?
Oh, excuse me. So yeah, I don't know so much about tug of war. It's just a lot of work. I mean, there's so much material that Dave Weiss puts out that's blatantly false, but then they will point to it and say, oh, see, this debunks that, but it's just a complete load of rubbish. And my mission at this point in time is to expose the rubbish until that's 100% exposed, and then my claim is done then.
Awesome. MCToon, when are you creating a Globe Earth app? Will it be as secure as Flat Earth Dave's?
Well, Flat Earth Dave's app has exactly 0 security in it. If anybody wants, they can just go to a URL that's embedded in the app. And in order to get that, all you need to do is download the app and decompile it, which it can all be done for free. Anyway, and then go edit anybody's profile and go and edit. You can basically do whatever you want in the app. Please don't do that to Dave's app, though. I'm going to be giving a presentation at Hack SpaceCon, and when somebody's been messing with it, with Dave's app, it's making it harder for me to do what I'm trying to do. Because like it caused so much trouble that it, like, today and yesterday, like, Dave's app was an absolute shambles, and it might just almost shut it down, which I don't mind, but wait for me. No, I have to say I'm against it, but please, I'm trying to put together my presentation, so don't ruin it yet. I mean, at all.
Don't shut it down yet, please. Wait.
Give me a couple days.
Critical Think. How is Mick doing? Does he believe the Earth is a globe now?
I haven't spoken to him since December. I did have a bit of a chat on the telephone, just for a bit of a chat to Mick, and I guess he was suffering some kind of internal conflict, but he was still a flat earther. He had promised that he would listen if we saw the sun did not set. He had more or less promised that he would listen to the arguments with a more open mind. What I observed seemed to be the opposite effect, and that he also became very aggressive towards me, and he did ask me some questions in email. I sent them back. I haven't tried to ask him or email him for a little while. I just wanted to give him time to settle down, and I guess it was probably a very emotional time for him. And at some stage I'll talk to Mick again, I hope, and we can have a calm conversation one day. So that's it.
Awesome. Question for me. Has Steve apologized for calling you a liar yet? I don't remember if he actually did call me a liar. Maybe he did. He has not apologized, but I will give Steve some credit. He came out. He was so convinced that Jaron said the sun sets. Jaron telling him to his face that he didn't say that was not enough. So he issued a 1,000 pound challenge. This is Steve from England. For anybody that could prove using software, audio software, that Jaron said something else. And the Globe community came out strong. They proved really beyond the shadow of a doubt that Jaron said since, S-I-N-C-E, not sets. And again, I'm going to give Steve credit. He paid out the 1,000 pounds on that challenge. I do think he has been humbled at this point, losing 2 challenges. And hopefully he will be back on FTFE, Craig McNeill, FTFE, soon to have another talk. And so I'm excited to see what comes of it. MCToon, what was your favorite nah moment from the Flurf side so far?
Other than claims of fakery, I think my favorite is that's what the Flat Earth claims, which hasn't been what Flat Earth claimed for 160 years, outside of just a couple people who for some reason, recognized that they couldn't just deny it and said that the flat earth predicts it, but nobody actually shows how it predicts it. And when I say that, I mean very specifically, the globe predicted 13 degrees elevation to 34 degrees elevation. Long before we were there, this was stated. Flat Earth didn't predict that. There's no flat Earth model that outputs the angular elevation. There's no flat Earth model that could do the sundial that it did. No flat Earth model does that. And I'll say that there is somebody that claims that there is math for it, but I've seen the program, I've seen the source code. It uses the globe.
All right. Craig has a question for Jaron. Why do you think the other flat earthers were not as honest as you?
I don't think that they weren't honest. I think that they maybe it'll take some time to kind of get through to them. Which it seems to, I just remember him talking and just saying that there's so much wrong with the heliocentric model that he still thinks there's a chance that the Earth is flat. For me, I can forget everything else besides just the shape of the Earth, right? So I just want to get that handled, and then we'll move on to everything else. So people are all coming at me saying, "Oh, so you think we're spinning? We're flying through space? The endless universe and trillions of miles of stars?" And I just say that's not important to the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth is a sphere, and then from there, I'll try and add to that knowledge, but I haven't taken the rest into account because it's not important. And saying that, well, what about dark matter, dark energy is not that's not a refutation of the globe. That's like cutting edge physics and things that these theoretical guys deal with. It's not important to me, and so it doesn't impact the shape of the Earth just because their theories about what's trillions and trillions of miles away is wrong.
MCToon, when will you free King's book from captivity? No idea what that means.
I have it with me. So the book that I read on my live stream, and actually John read part of it too. Remember, John? That book,
I remember.
The book on gravity. It belonged. Yeah. King Crew won it in a live stream, and I need to ship it to him. And I've actually met him in person since he won it, but I didn't have it with me. But I brought it on this trip. I brought it when I went to Antarctica. I was in Miami twice with the book where he lives, but we just couldn't connect. So I still have it someday.
Another question for you. What was the name of the flat earther that did not show up for your experiment at Lake Tahoe?
That would be Jack Cushman Harrer. It's not his real name. So yeah, it's very not wise for not showing up. And now he's trying to say that I changed the move the goalpost or something. Of course he did. He wanted to do it morning, noon, and night, and now he's like not morning, noon, and afternoon. And now he wants to do it at night. Well, that's a complete new time frame, and he's on Facebook just constantly yapping about it. And I'm like, well, write up the contract. Just write up the contract and let's have a look. But he won't.
Question for me from the Drunk Debunk show. A little off topic, but how did it feel to make Flatzoid run away on his own show? Not sure I did that. He said he had a power outage, which I don't have reason to doubt. I'll give everybody the story behind it because these things are not planned. I was literally working on the next video in the final experiment series, and it's on the South Pole. And I just got a notification on my phone that Flatzoid was going live. And I thought, hey, I'll just go in and ask Flatzoid if he knows where the ceremonial South Pole is on a flat Earth. And so I just put a question in the chat, and I just said, I have a question for Flatzoid. And he jumped on it and said, oh, Will, I'll send you the link. Get in here, hop in here. And so I hopped in, and we had an interesting conversation that I did enjoy. Santa Claus asks me, is the ceremonial South Pole south of the North Pole where they placed it, or somewhere or someplace where you can fly or take a boat? It is south of the North Pole for sure, and you can fly there. Jaron, how do you feel? Oh, I just lost it. No. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
It's okay.
It does this to you too, right?
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Okay, Jaron, how do you feel about other prominent flat earthers who outright deny or now say the 24-hour sun doesn't matter?
Yeah, I mean, it's just should be seen for what it is. It's evidence, and they are refusing to acknowledge it. So that's not allowed anywhere else in life, that you're just able to outright deny evidence and just say, I know it's evidence, but it doesn't matter. So it should tell you something. And it's because it seems to me that they would know the implications of what that observation means. So, I think that more and more people will realize it coming soon. It's like something that takes time to crack, right? So very, very rare would somebody just see it. And maybe that's how people think that happened to me. But I had already gone into the experiment and I was talking about it for months ahead of time, right? Saying what that meant because I recognized what it meant. So a lot of other people hadn't gone to that point yet. Now maybe they're at that point. So in another 6 months, I think we'll be surprised with how many people are actually still giving talking points, because they're going to come to the conclusion eventually that there is no map. And if there's no map, there's no model. And if there's no model, then there's no predictions. And if there's no predictions, then it's as good as believing in Narnia.
Bob asks me, why not monetize the channel? Do you hate money? I made a decision before I even started this thing that I would not monetize the channel. And the reason I did that, the main reason, was that I didn't want flat earthers to dismiss this as just a money grab. There had also been some money raised in the past for Antarctica related experiment type things that was lost because of scams. And I just wanted to erase all of that. So I have no plans on monetizing the channel. Question for Dave. Would you be interested in calculating the distance to the moon via parallax by taking simultaneous photos with someone on the other side of the globe?
Yeah, I mean, we actually tried to do that in Chile. Bert, the guy who was helping Lisbeth out with a lot of stuff, contacted me and asked if I'd do some photos of the moon whilst when we were back in Punta Arenas, and we tried. Unfortunately, the weather where he was turned bad, so he couldn't do it. But yeah, I'd certainly give it a go. I mean, trying to see the moon in the UK is a bit of a pain because the clouds tend to roll in, but it's something I'd definitely be up for trying.
Awesome. Someone asked me what happened to Flatzoid's formal invitation. It's still there. It's in the same place it's been for about a year now. So the real question to ask is, where is Flatzoid's definition of formal invitation? That is missing. CT, you are amazing. I loved your interaction with Flatzoid. I could feel your frustration like you were talking to a child. How did you keep your cool so well?
No, that's an interesting question. I mean, I don't normally, for a long time, I was a person that never kept my cool. And as you get older, you get a little bit more intolerant, actually. You know, they talk about grumpy old men. Well, I sort of like a bit like that. But in this sort of sphere, I think it's important to maintain composure. Not to get too far into the realm of getting nasty and stuff like that. And so I think it's more important the argument is more important than the emotion that you attach to it. So that's what I try to achieve.
Awesome. Jaren, props to you for being a stand-up guy. I was confident that you would be. After all the fallout, what do you think it will take to convince other serious flat earth believers to accept the globe?
I think it's size matters. Let's just put it that way. And I think that it's something I've noticed that flat earthers can't, for some reason, process or understand. The guy who did Toon, I don't remember the guy that did the debate. I forgot his name right now. He did the debate on the ice rink, whether the ice rink was flat or not. What was the guy's name? Q-Bala, remember him?
Yeah, Q-Bala or Kevin.
Kevin, yeah. So he was talking to me yesterday in the chat and was, telling me to show him curved buildings. And as I kept trying to explain to him that for every 660 feet, there's only 1/8 inch of curvature. So I said, there is no building that's 660 feet long that would not just conform to the shape of the earth with gravity or something. And they just can't grab it. They're just like, no, you're a joke. You can't have flat items. You can't have straight items on a curved earth. And the truth is that you can, when the earth is so big, 24,000 miles, that there actually is effectively no curvature that we ever have to even deal with, which I think is pretty crazy, pretty amazing. that we don't have to even worry about it because on a local scale, it will always be flat. So I think because what's the two biggest arguments from flat earthers? That we see too far, that the Earth's measured flat below our feet and water finds its level. Well, two of those are already globe proof or globe evidence, that they also say it's flat beneath our feet, and they also say the other. So it just comes down to the last one of why do we see too far? And now that you realize, and everybody did buy into the fact of, oh, the atmosphere works as a lens, right? It's how they explain sunrise and sunset. It's how they explain light underneath the clouds. Well, now using that same device, it's just a piece of plastic magnifier, you can see around the curvature of the Earth. So now again, they can't accept that because that means that we can see, that's why we see too far. So then they just have to make up something different. And it's just always this back and forth rather than look for the most compelling, complete picture or the thing that gives us the best. That's what really science should be, right? What claim better matches reality? And in this case, it's no question anymore.
Jonathan, this is a confusing one. If the Earth is demonstrated to be a horizontal level plane terrestrially, then doesn't that mean all celestial phenomena would have to work on a flat Earth?
One more time?
Yeah, if the Earth is demonstrated to be a horizontal level plane terrestrially, then doesn't that mean all celestial phenomena would have to work on a flat Earth?
I don't know that I could say yes. I don't know that I'm the most qualified for that one. I mean, you're basically trying to say that our location would have been a possibility to see the sun circle us, which I'm trying to figure. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a tough one. We can move on. Jaren, mad respect for you, man. Be excellent. Since I have to ask a question, what's your favorite instant noodles flavor and why is it Apollo, the sun god?
Just because of that reason, I guess. It's all they had. Maybe they did. I can't say that. I don't even know what else they had there in that bucket, in that Tupperware. Just happened to be the one I picked out. I don't usually eat that stuff, so.
Dave, where did you get the Antarctica-shaped stamp in your passport? Flatzoid is still confused.
There's a lot that seems to be confusing Flatzoid at the moment, to be fair. In the library tent, they set out a champagne reception thing for us on the last full night that we were at camp, and they had a commemorative stamp section in the library there that the staff said, if you want, you can get your passport stamped. They have commemorative stamps for all sorts of places all over the world. Antarctica's one of them. So it's not like they had a security guard in a little hut when we arrived that they had to stamp us into Antarctica and back out. It was purely optional. That's why I've got one. That's why some people have got them and some people don't.
All right.
Who else didn't get one? Was it? I think it's just Toon and I or somebody else.
Got one.
So it's just us. Yeah.
All right. Roger has a question for me. How come you can't go to the South Pole from Australia? There's an answer for that, which I will give, but you need to first tell me why you think it is you can't go to the South Pole from Australia. And the question is directly, and there is a very easy answer for that. Okay, question for Will. How about TFE 2.0? Get with Jared Isaacman and take a group of flat Earth and globe Earth advocates into orbit. I am not opposed to that. I'm not paying for it, but I'm not opposed to it. So if that comes around, then we'll see what happens. Swala asks if anyone took a 360-degree video in Punta Arenas. I did not, I don't think.
I think I grabbed some. Yeah, I think I had my 360 running for the sunrise.
I think Mark did.
Yeah, Mark dropped off. He had a 360. Dave had a 360. I had two 360s. So we for sure have that one that Dave used of the sunrise.
I recorded, in fact, I think when we were walking up to ALE's office, I had the camera stuck to my backpack on the tripod, so I recorded the walk up to the office. But when we got there, they then said that the camera needed switching off. So
Jaren, I'm going to answer this next question for you because they're not listening. Ether Cosmology says, Jaren, you believe the moon landing now? This is a joke, right? Go listen harder. Jaren didn't say that. Let's see here. Okay, question for Jonathan. Will you make known in the documentary that TFE offered the exact same Antarctica trip to both Flat Earth and Globe Defenders, thus exposing how many flat earthers declined the free trip?
Well, I mean, that's definitely a part of the story. The story is who we are, where we're going, how we became involved, who, what, when, where, why. So yeah, I think that's very significant. At the moment, yeah, we do explore that a little bit. It's not like a list, but you're giving me some ideas.
Dave, if TFE 2.0 is set up as an orbital flight with Jared Isaacman a la Inspiration 4 Polaris Dawn, would you go? And more importantly, would Rusty allow it?
I would certainly want to go. Rusty might not want me to go, but I think my bigger problem would be whether my missus would let me, to be fair. And I suspect that I know the answer without even asking.
The next question is for you as well. What does Rusty think the shape of the Earth is?
Well, he's more interested in chasing balls than frisbees when he goes for a walk. That's all I'm going to say.
So that's both a ball and a flat disc. Okay, Jaren, do you plan on taking any more TFE trips or a trip to record any clips?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I'm open to anything that helps me learn and something I can share with people. Absolutely.
Awesome. Someone says, Will would have loved to use VHS, but the technology was destroyed. Wink face. I do think that NASA comment is not understood and a bit taken out of context, but that's neither here nor there. Okay. Jared says, for me, did you hear that Steve from England has promised a part 2 video to come out this week? I did not know that. Mm-hmm. I got so much on my plate. If you guys hear anything that you think is interesting, please hit me up with that. Email is best. Question 4. Let's see here. So someone asked a question for Flatzoid. Where's the South Pole and what direction do I go to get there and on which map? It's a good one. Someone jokes, I hope you had an official invitation to join Flatzoid on his stream, Will. I did. MCToon, did you chip any ice off the big ice wall for your celebratory drinks when the sun didn't set?
Well, when we flew in, there was no ice wall, but in Punta Arenas, they the day before we went, they had they showed us a little video and stuff, and they had drinks there, and they had ice that they brought from Antarctica that was chunks of ice to put in our drinks. So I guess kind of.
That's right. Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Okay, I'm skipping some silly questions. Jonathan, what are you drinking?
A Negroni.
Okay, great.
My go-to.
Icy Spin thanks me for giving us content for the next decade and for having the wherewithal to do what I set out to do. Absolutely. Question for MCToon and or Dave. Who put the sleeping pills in Critical Think's drink during your time in Antarctica?
I know nothing.
I couldn't find them. I kept losing them.
Yeah.
I don't think people realized the significant time change where we were compared to Australia, which is on the other side of the globe. That was not easy by any stretch. Question for Jaren. Am I wrong, or have you become a debunker now?
I guess for right now, I'm trying to get some points across to people, and the arguments are such that it's easy for me. But no, I don't have desire to do that or to really, go much in that direction. I think that I still have other things I want to do, but that's not one of them.
Okay. Question for Dave. What do you think the likelihood is of having space travel for the public, and would you consider it?
I think there'll be space travel for the public. When, though, I don't know. I think it'll be very much like commercial flights are. When planes first started flying, only the very few could use them, and nowadays we just take them for granted. I think space flight will go the same route, but we might not have the opportunity to take that. But if the opportunity ever arises and I can afford to do it, I would jump at the opportunity.
Jonathan, someone says you need to check the NORB theory, NORB, to understand the confusing question earlier. So I guess you could add that to your list. Question for Jaren. Do you now think there are satellites high enough above the Earth to capture a full disk of the Earth?
There should be, yes.
Okay. Max from Matters Now asked me a question about doing an interview. Hit me up again via email, please. That would be great. Okay, Jaren, with your new sense of openness to evidence previously discounted, are you reconsidering the presence of astronauts on the ISS?
Yeah, I've reconsidered it. I still have issues with it, but I know there's some kind of good news possibly that somebody out there, I won't say their name, but they know somebody who knows Don Pettit, and supposedly they're going to talk to him and see, because he's on the ISS until April. And so I've kind of been asked, what would I ask him in a public live interview? And I've kind of explained what I would do. So we'll see where that goes. Okay, great. Another question for Nathan Oakley. Where are the guns, Nathan? So I want to get that out there. Okay. Okay, this is hilarious. Okay. Question for Jaren. Sets, you are in California. Where does the sun sense? Hilarious. I'm in the north, so it sets left to right.
I do appreciate the humor. Well, I think we'll go ahead and wrap up. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Thank you for all the questions. I hope everyone enjoyed this. I think it was really good to get us all back together, let everyone know what we're working on, and just give you an opportunity to, get access to us directly and just kind of see what's happening. And there's still a lot to talk about, and I think there'll be a lot to talk about for a very long time. So anyway, thanks everybody for being here, and we'll all talk to you later. So have a great night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Take care, everyone.
Welcome back. In 1675, Sir Isaac Newton summed up scientific progress when he wrote this: "If I have seen further, it is by standing upon the shoulders of the giants who came before me." And in 2024, Candy Sowin showed us just how far we've really come when she said this:
"Dinosaurs? That seems pretty fake and gay."
And that's how progress is done. But I can't mock. You see, I've been incredibly wrong myself lately. I was wrong about the final experiment, an expedition in which Will Duffy took a team of flat earthers down to Antarctica to witness the 24-hour sun for themselves. One of the internet's biggest flat earthers, Jeranism, is now a globe believer again. He realised while he was down there that if you could see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it must mean there's an infinite number of suns all the way around the flat Earth disk, so everyone in Antarctica can see it at the same time. And obviously, that falsifies the map. And obviously, it is the only thing that could ever possibly falsify a flat Earth map, because the rest of it makes perfect sense. But there were a team of flat Earthers who were saying, look, Jaren, you are wrong. There are reasons this 24-hour sun can be explained, whether it be by just simply claiming that the sun was Satan.
The sun moved in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off?
Satan.
Oh, yeah. And let me tell you something else.
Now it's Satan who disguised himself as a ball of light and circled me in Antarctica.
or whether it be by debunking the existence of the entire trip itself by pointing out simply that while they were down there, they didn't have a snowball fight.
Look at the video.
You keep walking
Go
all
look at the video.
around a circle, and you didn't even make a snow fight.
There's no snow there.
You were 24 hours during 3 days on the snow, and you didn't pick up the snow and make a fight. Or walk.
So that's what proves that you're in Antarctica is when you have a snow fight?
No, snow. You are really boring.
Now, I will admit, at the time, I did dismiss the idea of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica being the manifestation of Satan, and I did dismiss the idea of a snowball fight or lack of snowball fight being evidence that a trip didn't happen. How naive I was. Since then, I have been corrected in my misconceptions by the channel Space Busters, who've told me all about the sacred space luminaries, and I now again believe that a 24-hour sun is possible on a flat Earth, and I'm going to explain why. Well, first of all, Space Busters are experts when it comes to looking for hidden secret meanings in words, such as anagrams for the word ether.
And this is how a torus field energy flows.
Right. And this is also like Earth means it's an anagram for ether.
Yes, and of course, Earth is an anagram for ether, if we ignore the very obvious fact that it very obviously isn't. But we haven't got time to dwell on that, because the team over at Space Busters know how vital it is to get this information out. They know the precarious situation Flat Earth is in, and they're ready to pounce.
And there's a lot of people waiting for this video that we're making right now because they're confused and they won't understand, and they know we have the gravy. So I would really like to give the gravy if you have time and want to. I'd love to.
No, I wasn't particularly ready for his gravy. I didn't want his gravy, but I did end up covered in his gravy, and it changed my outlook on the world, as it will you. Let's begin here with him introducing the topic.
Those two cones sticking up and down, the yellow and the red one.
Yeah.
You were explaining, how the luminaries we see, the apparent sun and the moon, right, down in the yellow here, are the opposite really of what's happening up in the red part, right? And that's actually apparent too. It's not real, but that's the source of the wave or the vibration.
Now, at this point, I would like to point out that if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, you've already seen the best bit of this video. So subscribe now, because you might not feel like it later on. But if you're a little bit confused about what you've seen on the screen, let me just recap it for you, because it's going to be very, very important when we are using it to learn why we can see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on a flat Earth. He's basically taken a picture of a flat Earth and drawn this yellow cone on it. And then above that, he's drawn a red cone and told us that there are luminaries in both cones. Both of them are apparent, but in the red cone, somehow that's a source of a vibration. Now, I hope that clears things up for you. It certainly did for me, because apparently that is the easy bit. From this point on, we're going to go next level.
So what you're talking about is kind of next level, and we can go there.
I think we need to, because to understand the 24-hour sun, Nicole, we have to go next level. Otherwise, that's going to make sense. We have to do it.
So step one is to understand the different parts of this schematic diagram of the sacred luminaries.
So this is Earth and the expanse, what they call the firmament. So Earth, like down here, sun, moon, and wandering stars. And this is what we see. But the rest of the field is up here. The rest of the torus field of the Earth is up here. The Earth is a torus field, and the sun is a separate torus field. So it's like your body is a torus field, but then each cell is a torus field. Your eye is a torus field. So the Earth's torus field is filled with other torus fields, and they're called stars.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's making perfect sense now. We have torus fields within torus fields, and those torus fields represent stars. But I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, what about the sun and the stars? And what's that got to do with magnetism and dielectric light? These are the big questions.
Yeah.
Now, the sun presents magnetism, and in my opinion, stars present dielectric light. So it's an inverse of the center of the field. So up in the hourglass, the chalice, the Holy Grail, up here is where we have this frequencies moving, which we call sun and moon. Let's just focus on those. Let's just focus on.
And again, say what Tesla said, because it's
light is no more than a sound wave in the ether.
Right. So those are sound waves, and those are sound vibrations in the ether. They're not balls of fire and rocks flying around up there magically.
Right.
Now, we're almost ready for the 24-hour sun explanation, which I'm going to show you in the next clip. But just to recap, we have a torus field inside a torus field, and that second torus field is stars, which represent dielectric light, as opposed to the sun, which represents magnetism. And up there is no such thing as light in the ether. It's sound waves and vibrations. And gravy. Anyway, it's time now to put all of that together and look at how this explains the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and why I was wrong.
So at the big part of this torus field up here, we experience that as Capricorn down here. What do we want to call it? Source of that sound wave.
Yeah, it's the source vibration in the ether.
Right. The source here, this is where the vibration is happening. And then down here, you're seeing the end of the wave.
Yes, so when the source vibration, we'll call it the sun frequency, is down low, like getting toward the neck of the hourglass, we see it as way high up in the sky, and it's tight and inside the Tropic of Cancer, of course, because it's a smaller ring.
Yeah, so then my theory is the Arctic 24-hour sun, they're seeing the source, where me in California, I'm only getting 14 hours. So I'm seeing an apparent sun at 14 hours, and they're seeing 24-hour, the source sun. And that's
because
probably
you're further out.
Right.
Yeah, you're actually more out near the ring of Cancer than inside.
Right. If here was where the beat started, you know, you're seeing the extremity. Oh, you guys can't see that. You're seeing the extremity way out here, like, and the tropics are happening in here.
For sure, somebody needs to show that to Jeranism and Will Duffy. It did change my mind, and it will change their mind again. I am absolutely positive of that, so thank you to the Space Busters team. I'd like to point out two things. One, they gave quite a long-winded explanation there, and if you didn't quite follow, here's just a 10-second clip of them summing up exactly everything they just said.
My theory is that at the Arctic, when the sun is in Cancer, they're experiencing the source sun down here, and that's why they get that 24-hour sun here.
And the second thing I'd like to point out is that this is obviously a very complex topic to explain, and I think the lady in the presentation did a fantastic job. In fact, there were only one or two moments where she kind of stumbled over her words a little bit. Here's just one outtake.
Yeah.
So the source, maybe we should draw that the other way.
Yeah, because now don't draw it backwards.
Yeah. Can you imagine if she drew that backwards? I mean, the whole thing just wouldn't make any sense at all, would it? Thank God they spotted that. Otherwise, we'd all be totally confused. God, just imagine that. Now, somebody who wasn't confused was Kartoffel Warrior in the comments section, who said, "Amazing talk. Thank you for sharing this. I commented a long time ago, the thing with the 13th month." I'm sure we all understand what that means. "And I'm so grateful to understand now the thing. Thank you, Steve and Nicole." Well, I can only echo that statement. Thank you, Kartoffel Warrior, for your fantastic contribution. Another appreciative fan was Supergow TU3YG. He said, "This is the best reaction to the final experiment I saw since Austin and Jeren came back. Super cool. A classical Space Busters answer. Not thinking small, more thinking big. And the question, is there a dome? I mean, it's a hell of a question. Maybe it's not important whether it's a physical barrier or a barrier of energy flow. Took the words right out of my mouth. It's a metaphysical realm. Hell, I'm going to leave that in. It makes more sense than what they said. It might be like the Bible says. We get a short view of reality when the frequency finally leaving the body. Until that happens, we see the world through a courtaine. An obvious reference there to the classic flat earth argument that gas pressure requires a courtainer. I'm 45. What am I doing? And Gerharia says, absolutely awesome presentation, and it was so easy to understand. A really great discussion. Lovely comment. James Lucas and I are on the same page here. We both think this is really amazing. Perhaps I think it's really amazing for slightly different reasons than James, but I can only hypothesize. Before I go, I'd like to point out that the reason I made this video is that Spacebusters has a reach that goes far and wide. They have nearly 40,000 subscribers, which means nearly 40,000 people have watched presentations like that and thought, yes, I'm going to subscribe to that. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. It's really quite humbling. Till next week.
Welcome to Antarctica. So great to see everybody. Super excited that we're live streaming from Antarctica, but more importantly, it is midnight where we are at, right outside of Union Glacier. And so the question is, obviously everyone can see that it is super bright behind me. So the question is the sun still up at midnight, or is this a coffee cup caustic or a reflection off the dome? So before I give you the answer, I want to tell everybody about today. Today was a very emotional day for me. This is something I've been working on for over a year. And when I woke up this morning, I knew today was finally the day that we were going to fly to Antarctica. And it's been a year of overcoming adversity, just having people tell me things that we weren't going to be able to do and just trying to make it happen. So I've been thinking through all of the things that I was told over the last year. And, you know, the first one, I think, was that we would not actually go to Antarctica. And here we are in Antarctica. Some people tried to say that whatever we were going to do in December was already filmed somewhere else in the world, and this will just be a recording. So I will go ahead and interact with your comments. I'm going to do my best with these glasses on. I can't remove them. The snow blindness is very, very real. It is very, very white out here. M2M. Daylight, just saw your comment. Thanks for all your support this last year on X. But anyway, yeah, if you have thoughts you want to share or questions, just go ahead and put them into the chat and I will interact with you to just show that this is live. So I was told we wouldn't make it to Antarctica. Here we are. I was told that the trip would be canceled, and it was not canceled. I was told that we would only be able to go to the coast of Antarctica. We wouldn't be able to go to the interior. We wouldn't be able to go to right at 80 degrees south, which is where we were planning on going. And here we are in the interior. Hopefully you see the GPS tracking units on our website showing where we're at. I was told that we could only take a boat to Antarctica, not a plane. And we flew on a 757 today to get here. I was told that if we did make it this far, that we wouldn't be able to have any internet. And here we are, utilizing Starlink satellite internet to live stream. I was told that no flat earthers would go. And we got two of the biggest flat earthers, Jaron and Austin, to join us. Once they agreed to go, I was told that anybody who's a big name in flat earth is just a shill and they're not real. And you'd have to get somebody that nobody knows is a flat earther if you really want this to be the real deal. And then we got Lisbeth to join us. And not a lot of people knew about her. She didn't have a big presence like some of the other people do. So anyway, it's just been a year of just being told you can't and you won't. And we're just, coming through and making this happen. I was also told that if we somehow did make it here, that NASA would make fake clouds to cover the sky so that we couldn't see the sun. And as you can see, blue skies, almost not a cloud in the sky. Really cool story. When we got to Union Glacier today, we landed, our plane landed on a blue ice runway, and they loaded us all up into a vehicle and drove us to Union Glacier Camp. And when I got off, they said, "Will, you gotta come meet with David Roots." I knew who he was. He's one of the owners of ALE. We've talked on the phone and emailed, but we've never met in person. So I went to the operations office and met with David to talk about what we were going to be doing out here and what the plan was and what they had set up for us. And he looked at me. One of the first things he said is, he said, "Will, we've had terrible weather for 2 months and you guys show up and we have perfect weather." And he said, "I think someone's looking out for you." So I completely agree. This has been a journey, and so many people have helped us get here. I am going to forget right now in the moment most of the people that helped us get here, but I do want to thank some people individually by name. First and foremost is Joel Montoya. So Joel was the first person that I told about the final experiment, and I took a risk. He saw a sermon that I had online, and he sent me a private message on Facebook, and we started communicating. And by chance, he was actually planning on moving to Colorado, which is where I live, in just the next couple of months. And so I let him know what I was planning, and he was incredibly helpful, just incredibly helpful. Just so everyone knows, he made the music for our first videos, our first 5 videos, first 6 videos actually had a score to them, and he made that music. So we've had people ask us for the name and the artist of the song so they can buy it. And I said, "Hey, we made that, we created that. We didn't want to have any copyright issues." Next would be Abe Lucky. So our first 5 videos were created by Abe, and he just did an incredible job. So thankful for those videos. I have ideas in my brain, and I don't have the skills to bring them to fruition. And so Abe did such a good job of taking what I was telling him and making it a reality. Next would be Chad Franklin. So he has done our website. He's done just an incredible job. I'm constantly asking him to add things and make changes, and he just does it. So Chad, thank you so much. Let's see here. I had so many people I wanted to thank. Up next, I want to thank the Wolf Pack. So the Wolf Pack has been just an incredible team for me. I was adopted into the Wolf Pack, you might say, when I revealed myself as the creator of the final experiment. The Wolf Pack is mainly people that live in Australia. who have a vested interest in this debate of flat Earth versus globe, and just a lot of different people in that group, a lot of great minds, and they do different things in life and have just been so supportive of me and helped me. And anytime I had a need, they came through. So thank you to the Wolfpack. I want to thank Anthony Powell. Anthony Powell has been just an incredible resource for me. He and I became friends a little over a year ago. And I'm going to talk more about Anthony in a future video, but he is someone that has spent more time in Antarctica than almost anyone alive today. And he's also done a ton of filming and photography in Antarctica, and just helped me so much prepare, figure out where to go, give me advice on how to film and how to deal with the cold and how to change out batteries. And so cannot thank Anthony Powell enough. So many people have just, supported us and promoted what we're doing and offered assistance to us over the year, which has been great. I don't want to forget about Caleb Garza. Caleb is the one that creates our thumbnails. I wouldn't know how to create a thumbnail if somebody paid me to do it. So I email Caleb and I say, here's what I need. Here's what I'm hoping it looks like. And he just makes phenomenal thumbnails for us. So I just looked, and this is by far the largest live stream we've ever done, which is pretty incredible being in Antarctica. We're currently over 2,200 people are watching live, and the comments are kind of going crazy here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, Perk. They're going so fast I can't even see them. Perks FTW just talked about a green screen. Definitely not a green screen. Someone asks if we're doing a time lapse, and the answer is yes. So we are, I just counted. We have 10 cameras going right now, and the cameras are doing all kinds of things. So I want to promote real quick Candace Owens. So Candace Owens, when she found out about the final experiment, she was super excited. She had the same excitement that I did about just testing things and getting things done and utilizing the scientific method. And so she actually has talked about the final experiment, and she also sent her director, Mark Herman, who's here with us, who you'll hear from in a little bit, all the way to Antarctica to participate in this. And she's actually live streaming the sun in Antarctica right now. So if you want to, at any point in time over the next 24 hours, if you want to see the sun in Antarctica, head over to her channel on Rumble, and there is a live stream going there. So thank you so much, Candace, for doing this. Yeah, so 10 cameras. We've got cameras that are live streaming. We've got 360-degree cameras that are filming. We've got cameras that are tracking the sun, utilizing variations of equatorial mounts. We've got cameras that are taking pictures of the sunspots. We just have cameras. So it's redundancy, more redundancy than I've ever seen before, which is very, very exciting. I'm going to give everyone that's here with us a chance to speak to you all. I'm sure everyone who's here has, fans and their supporters online here for our live stream, waiting to hear from them. But it's just been an incredible day. After we got set up at camp and kind of had a tour of base camp at Union Glacier and had an orientation on how things work here in Antarctica and where to go for certain things, we had dinner. And after dinner is when they actually took us to where we are now. And by the way, the dinner was phenomenal. You don't know what to expect. And we had, at least I had beef ribs, salmon, and some old-fashioned macaroni and cheese. But there was just more food than you could imagine, which is pretty incredible all the way out here. But I really need to thank ALE, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions. They are just an incredible company. I've been a business owner. I know how hard it is to run a business, and just my experience with them, they've got to be one of the best run businesses in existence today. Imagine not only having to run a successful business, which any business owner knows is incredibly difficult, but imagine having to run your business in one of the hardest places to be and to live, and one of the harshest environments in the world. So thank you, ALE. They put a ton of thought into the final experiment. When we got here, they explained that there was a big mountain called Mount Rossman, and they said, Will, the sun is going to go behind that mountain. And they said, so we want you guys to go be somewhere else. So they set us up here at an outside camp outside of Union Glacier. We've got a facility here that's heated. We have bathrooms. We have food. We have drinks. It's pretty incredible. And the building has, solar panels on it. And that's where we're at now. There was something that I wasn't willing to take as a risk, which was not being able to live stream and bring this experience to everyone. And so I brought with me Starlink, just so that no matter where we were, we'd be able to get internet. So when we got here, Scott here at ALE helped me put the Starlink unit on the roof of our building. We got everything plugged in, and we're rocking and rolling. So pretty incredible. Let me look at these comments here. Sorry, guys, there's so many comments. It's very, very hard. Okay, so someone's asking, how cold is it there, and how are all of you doing? So none of us knew what to expect, but it's definitely cold, but it's not super cold. I guarantee you it can get way colder than this here, especially in their winter, or even if there was just wind. But right now we have what seems like perfect weather. I only have 2 layers on right now, only 1 pair of gloves, and I feel great. So we brought 5 layers if we needed them, and I just have 2 on. And if anybody follows us on YouTube, we posted a picture as soon as we got here, and a bunch of us actually, had our shirts off. So it's again, great weather. And that's why we came in the heart of the Southern summer, was to try to have the best weather and the clearest weather so that we could do this experiment and photograph and film the sun. So let's see here. Yeah. Okay. So someone just asked if this was pre-recorded. Obviously, I can't interact with these comments if this was pre-recorded. So last but not least, Steve from England. Hey, not sure if you're watching. It'll be 3 a.m. for you right now, but you might catch this when you wake up. So Steve from England, I did an interview with him recently on our channel, and he was thinking that they've manipulated the time zones in Antarctica to make people think that the sun is out at midnight when it really isn't. And so he wanted us to do a live stream at midnight in Ushuaia time, which is a southern city in Argentina. So this is also midnight in Ushuaia right now, Steve. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the camera around. And oops. And there you go, everyone. It's there's the sun in all of its glory right there over the Ellsworth Mountains. So here we go. Keep in mind, you can see everybody's cameras out, but the sun is exactly where the globe predicted it would be. Not only is it midnight here, but you are actually looking due south. So the sun is still up, and it is to the south of us. For those of you who really get into this and you know the difference between midnight when it comes to time and solar midnight, those vary by about 2 to 2.5 hours. And there's going to be another live stream from here at solar midnight around 2 a.m. So in a couple of hours on MCToon Live. And so for those of you that want to see what the sun looks like at solar midnight, you can do that as well. But anyway, everybody wants to hear from the other participants. So we're going to have each participant come and address everyone. We're now over 2,700 people live, which is pretty incredible. And just kind of say hi to you and maybe see your questions and just kind of let you know how they're doing and how this experience has been for them. So who wants to go first? Otherwise, should I just pick somebody? All right, Mark. So we're going to start with Mark Herman, Candace Owens director. Say hi to Mark.
I'm not going first just because I want to take a nap. Okay. I'm Mark Herman. I'm Candace Owens director. I'm very, very thankful to be here. It still says I'm Will Duffy, but that's okay. Very thankful to be here. This is an incredible place, and these are all incredible people. Who would have thought that two groups of four people who are so opposed in belief and ideology to the point where there's ridicule and there's shame, there's all kinds of horrible things, but when they come together, especially in this environment, I've seen so much camaraderie and teamwork between people, and I think that's a huge thing that has really moved me, and I'm very thankful to be a part of it. And so, Will, thank you so much for this opportunity. Candace, thank you for letting me go here. And check out our live stream of the sun on Rumble, and I believe a member of each side will be on Candace's show in the coming weeks after this to discuss it. So
awesome. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Will.
Cool. Yeah, it's been really great having Mark here. So he's a world traveler. He actually had to go from the US to London first, and then had a very quick turnaround in about a half a day, and then all the way from London south to Antarctica. So thanks, Mark, for being here. Who is up next? All right, so we've got Critical Think. Check out his YouTube channel, Critical Think. He is here from Australia, and we're super, super excited to have him. And he's actually doing an experiment of his own, which he's going to tell you about right now.
Oh, sun's bright. What's that thin bright object in the sky there? But, yeah, I'm Critical Think, and I'm from down under. And I flew across the Southern Pacific on a flight QF27, and that has all kinds of problems. We were told it didn't fly, etc., etc. But anyway, I'm here. I'm in Antarctica, and I've got a couple of experiments running now. Where's Wally? He's one of the wolf pack. He was in the original 24, and he's couldn't come along. He would have loved to have come along, but he couldn't come along. But he did send an experiment. So I've got that experiment running now for him. It's a time lapse of a sundial that will record the shadow, hopefully for 24 hours, and also the length of the shadow. Do we want to have a look at that, or is
probably a little too hard for now?
Yeah. Okay. So the other thing is, and my experiment that I've brought with me is the weight change versus latitude experiment. Now, this is a historic moment because this will be the first time that we have had someone come to Antarctica. This is what that I know of, that has made a prediction of what a mass will weigh and come to Antarctica and test it out. Now, there's only been one other occasion where they sent a set of scales to Antarctica, and that was the GNOME experiment, but that was not a formal experiment. That was just a marketing exercise. So we've done that experiment. Well, we're going to do it. Are we going to do it live now?
You want to?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
So we'll do it live. I got the scales set up. I've made a prediction. I've made several predictions along the way. They've all come true very close. Today, the prediction is 1,003 grams and 80.80. And that is 3.8 grams heavier than when I started out in Brisbane. And that's what the globe predicts. So we'll go and measure.
Let's do it. All right, we're gonna head in here real quick. So this is the building that we have set up for us by ALE to hang out in while we're filming the sun. So we'll go ahead and come in here and partake in this experiment.
So what I have here is, this is my primary scale, which is the one that is most accurate. So, oops, I've leveled the scale here already, and it's pretty hard to find something very level here, but there we go. It's level, and we weigh our 1 kilogram mass. Now you have to stand very still, because it will make waves. You can see that it's moving. So, but we got 75 or 76. That is so close to what the prediction is.
Awesome.
So there you go.
Thank you so much. All right. Glasses back on to be outside. Okay. All right, we just hit 3,100 watching live, which is super exciting. So glad everyone is here. Okay, who's up next? All right, we've got a fan favorite, Mr. Dave McKeegan, all the way here from England. It's been so fun hanging out with Dave, and I'll let him tell you how he's been enjoying it and what he's up to here.
I can't even see the screen here. I'm just seeing a reflection of myself. So I'm going to trust that everyone is there and watching. And the first thing I'm going to say is, Will, just thank you so much, sir, for this incredible opportunity, because never in a million years did I think that I would ever come to a place like this. And the whole experience has just been unbelievable. It's been stressful enough for me, only having to deal with my bits and pieces, and you are probably the calmest person I've ever met. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and I think everyone would probably say the same thing.
Absolutely.
To everyone else watching, where are we here? A lot of people saying, hey, Dave. Probably people complaining that, yes, there we are. Where is it? Somebody was just asking, yes, John Hudson. No, people are crying. Everyone wants to know where Rusty is. Rusty sends his apologies. He wouldn't fit in the suitcase, so I am here on his behalf. Yeah, this has been an amazing trip. The weather has been perfect on the flight in. We've been keeping busy when we were in Chile. The trip in, the flight, the scenery was unbelievable. ALE have been beyond incredible with what they've done. They have basically literally moved heaven and earth to set us up here. We have cameras galore. I have a 360 camera that is recording a full 360 degree view time lapse. I have a camera set up on a tracking mount, which is currently tracking the sun with a solar filter on, and that should hopefully go for the full 24 hours as well. And I just want to say to everyone else as well who's come along for the trip, I was beyond fortunate for the fact that Will has paid for me to get out here, but there are a lot of people who've funded their own way to be here as well with us, and it's just made the whole experience all the more better. And for everyone watching, I really apologize. The sun is so blinding, I can't look at the comments. I'm sure there will be lots of support. I will be sure there will be people who probably hate me as well. So yeah, but awesome. Yes, thank you everyone for the support.
All right, who is up next? All right, we will hand things over to MCToon, who's been awesome out here. He's been actually doing a lot of experiments, keeping a journal, and I know we're excited to share all the results of these different experiments, but I'll turn it over to him.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we have 16, we have 17 now experiments we've journaled all of them. And as we do them, we document them in the journal, paper journal, because out here, it's difficult to do things digitally. It's difficult to see screens, as Dave already mentioned. But we can do it on paper, and I will be, just be sure, taking pictures of each of the pages as we go. So just in case it gets lost or damaged or something, we have a copy digitally at least. But do it in a more controlled environment, like in a tent or something. So it is incredible here. So surreal to see. We were inside and we're like, oh yeah, it's time to go, because it's 11:45 at night. It's daytime. It's totally daytime here. It's just incredible. The camp here is something, because for a place that a group of people says nobody can go to, there's like 70 staff just sitting around chilling, eating a meal together. It's nothing for them. They're like, you would think that people can't go. Well, obviously we're here. So that's amazing. I don't know. I'm going to do a live stream later. I'll have more to say then. So that's going to be at 2:00 local time here, because local solar midnight is at 2:30. So as the sun crosses that kind of what I think is the critical part, the lowest point in the sky, and we can do a reverse Eratosthenes measurement of the radius of the Earth. We're going to do that, where normally you're looking toward the equator. We're going to be looking away from the equator to measure the radius of the Earth during the live stream. So there we go. Will, thank you very much. It's been great. And especially to everybody that supported me, Will included, but there's over 500 people that helped contribute to me being able to go. So thank you very much, everybody. So, all right, thanks, Will.
Thank you. All right. Well, that is, so we're up to 3,600 watching live. Thanks everybody for staying up. So that's all the Globers. So we'll now turn it over to the Flat Earthers. Who would like to go first? Lise? Jaron? All right. So obviously you all know Jaron Campanella of Jeranism, one of the most popular Flat Earth YouTube channels.
Not for long. All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. He said, "Do you want to go? I'll take you." And brought me here. And it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. So what does that mean? You guys are going to have to figure that out yourself. Don't listen to my beliefs or my opinion. It shouldn't matter to you. But at least you should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that. And you know what? If you're a shill for being honest, so be it. I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is. That's it. If you want to call me a shill, so be it. I'll live to see another day, and at least I know that I got to see it. And I just want to say thanks to Will through everything. You've been at least kind to me, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the trip. If you guys want to, my whole master plan worked for getting a free trip out here and to, but no, it's amazing. I can't even tell you. Flying in was the best thing I've ever seen. So looking around, best thing I've ever seen. So, how could I give him a hard time for bringing me down here? $35,000 trip. It's been incredible. It will continue to be incredible. We've got some tracking mounts swinging around, seeing the sun. What does it mean? You have to figure it out. To me, it means that the AE map no longer works, but that doesn't mean that I'm right. It means that it could work. You'll have to figure out how, because I've tried and I struggle with it. The other thing is a 24-hour moon. If that happens, you got another thing we got to worry about. So it seems like the moon does circle here as well. So you start thinking about that as well. It doesn't mean that AE map is over, flat Earth is over. Maybe somebody's got the answer. I don't have that answer right now. So just want to say thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thanks, brother.
Yep.
So Jaron has been so amazing to have with us. He is so fun in person. So I'm really glad we had the opportunity to be together on this trip. So All right, who's up? Lise. All right, Lisbeth is up next. Here we go.
Hey guys, it's Lise. It is really bright standing right here directly. But we're here in Antarctica. Like Will said, we are in an off-site camp of Union Glacier. They have been heavily accommodating, even from the point that we were in Punta Arenas. Shout out to all of our liaisons that were there, helping us out through everything, being able to answer questions. I am the only Spanish speaker on the trip, so it's been a pleasure actually being able to translate for everybody and having those lost in translation moments. And I think aside from just like the beautiful views, like this is absolutely breathtaking. Like it really is. There's nothing else like it. If there was ever any doubt, not that I ever have, but if there was any doubt about a creator, I mean, this would put it to rest. There's no way that we're not in a created place. I don't care what anybody says, say it in the comments. I won't read them anyway. But yeah, no, thanks to Will, you know, obviously, as you guys know, I'm the golden ticket winner. It was a bumpy ride in the beginning, but you know, he really pulled through. And in between all of this, I've been able to grow a beautiful friendship with Austin and with Jaren. And, you know, even with the globe side, like it's been awesome. You know, Dave's been teaching me more about the optics and the camera, you know, critical think's been really cool. Even Toon, you know, and him and I, as you know, had some beef, but, you know, we were able to put it to rest because I think what matters the most is putting our egos aside. I've seen a lot of vitriol, a lot of crashing out on both sides. And it's just like, are we here for truth or are we here to hold on to a narrative and to ego? Now, with all that being said, that's not saying like a 24-hour sun proves a globe model. There's still definitely things that, you know, are in question, like the lack of sphericity of the earth and so many other things. But hey, we're here, we're working together. And I think the most important part is just this human experience all together. So I give a big shout out to just like everybody here. The guys have been super awesome. And yeah, shout out to AL Lee and, you know, shout out to God's creation for allowing us to be here and experience this. Love you all.
Awesome. So yeah, Lisa's been great. She's right. We're really bonding out here. There's just magic when you get people together in person, face to face, get to, you know, really have meaningful conversations, look each other in the eyes. It's just great. So we just hit over 4,000 people watching live. And with that, I'll turn it over to Austin Whitsitt, who you all know runs the channel Whitsitt Gets It.
What's up? So I'm actually, they're holding guns on the other side of this camera. This is all a stage. No, yeah, so I mean, I was one of the people that said I definitely didn't think that there was a 24-hour sun. We obviously haven't actually seen the sun for 24 hours, but it is doing what they said it would do very clearly. And it is still dancing around high in the sky. So obviously we're documenting it. But yeah, you know, I said what I feel about this the whole time. Truth doesn't fear investigation. I think that we're truly trying to figure out the truth. Obviously, some people think that what we were told is the truth. I don't think that, but I do think that people need to be honest and humble and be like, whoa, you know, we were wrong. If something doesn't just pop out of the blue and all of a sudden the sun sets or something, when we claim that there was no sun or 24-hour sun. So yeah, and I know a lot of people want to know what my take is in terms of how does it work and stuff. And I will, like a quick teaser, I've seen a physical demonstration that could show this working, but I do think that some of the data we're going to have from this trip may help to clarify if that is actually what's happening. But anyway, long story short, they kind of covered the trip. It's like incredible and beautiful. And when you fly into here, it's just like, words can't even describe it, man. It is crazy, crazy beautiful. Obviously this, you know, for people to say that we can't go here and all these people are working here, we obviously never actually claimed that people couldn't go here. We just say you can't freely and privately explore it. But I will say this, when we flow over it, I'd be like, you probably don't want to really do that, you know? So it looks extremely dangerous. It's beautiful, but scary at the same time. And so, you know, they say, look, if you want to go somewhere, we got to survey it and make sure you're not going to fall in and die. And I get it. So yeah, obviously we did know you could go to approved places, but more so the point of this trip is to see if there's a 24-hour sun. There clearly is. I won't go on like a big rant about what I think that means. I don't think it falsifies plain earth. I don't think it proves a globe. I think it's a singular data point. I will make one more comment kind of as to like the meta here. I do think that we have some strong personalities that get really intense on the camera. And it has been interesting to kind of be all around each other. I think it's been relatively chill. I think it's been pretty cool. I think it's a testament to the idea that we're all just humans, and whether you know it or not, there was a creator and he made you and all of us. And so that's like this basic level that we should all understand. And when there's not all this hoorah on the internet, that kind of becomes pretty self-evident in person. I think that's cool. So yeah, I think the trip's very cool. I'm appreciative to Will. I didn't think it would really happen, so I kind of just sat back and waited. And here we are. Jaren says it's still getting canceled. So who knows? Maybe it does. But yeah, sure enough, the sun is dancing up in the sky. And they followed through with their word. We are in Antarctica. I can assure you, we tracked it with multiple compasses the entire way. We were going south or just off of south for 4 consecutive hours from Punta Arenas. I can guarantee you that's where we were as well. So yeah, sure enough, we're here. The sun is doing that in the sky. So we'd have to go back to the drawing board to try to address the preponderance of evidence. But I'll stop there. I do appreciate the opportunity. This is beautiful. I probably would have never come taking the risk of if we would see it or not. And yeah, it's something I'll remember forever. So there's that. And one more thing I'll say, everyone should just try and be nice to each other. Okay. Because I'm not even going to read the comments, because I was reading the chat earlier and people talking reckless. So, and that's on both sides. I think everyone should just chill, be like, well, this is pretty like legendary stuff. Like no one's ever actually done this. We have multiple cameras. We have cameras documenting the camera. We have everything you could imagine. This has never been done. We're getting the sunspots. We're getting every different angle you can imagine. It's truly amazing. It's very cool. We're doing a lot of firsts. So yeah, I think we should just kind of all acknowledge that. And then, shout out to Will for making it happen, because it's pretty cool that he actually pulled it off. So thank you.
All right. So you got to hear from everybody, which is great. That's what I was hoping for. Speaking of sunspots, this is important. We have a link on our website, which is thefinalexperiment.com with dashes, the-final-experiment.com. We have a link right on the homepage called Observations. When you click that, you'll be able to put in your information and submit pictures of the sun that you've taken wherever you are in this world. So we are trying to collect as many pictures of sunspots as we can to compare to the pictures of the sunspots we are taking here in Antarctica. And if you could do that, that'd be great. Now, I know not everybody does solar photography, but if you do and you're into that kind of thing, please do that. So start now. We're already taking pictures of the sun, and keep that going for the next 3 days or so. We will be leaving sometime on the 18th. So anytime between now and the 18th, please go ahead and take pictures of the sun. I'd like to invite Jonathan Morandi to come on. He's been filming everything. He's been working double time because he's got to keep up with everything the Globers are doing, everything the Flat Earthers are doing. And he's also including himself in the filming that he's doing because he is a Flat Earther as well. And it's good to get his perspective on things. So I'm going to go ahead and have someone grab his camera, and he'll go ahead and come on in and talk to everybody. So,
hello from the South Pole. I should take this off. I can hear myself. This is an amazing experience. Thank you, Will. It's been really great to know everybody and meet everyone. Dave, who's been my roommate, CT, or as we call him, Danny DeVito, is just hilarious. MCToon, he's a tough personality, but you really learn to love him after a while. Of course, Candace Owens is director. Mark Herman, if it weren't for him and Alex Stein, 1099 primetime, not wanting to take a flight, I don't think I'd be here. And that's just a really amazing opportunity. To the Flat Earth team, I think in this world, people have what I'm starting to discover a lot from this project and so closely talking to everyone. I think we're all in search of truth. I think there's maybe two perspectives. Some people want to witness truth, and it's not enough to have the hearsay as you could identify certain schools of thought or accredited people. We really just want to get there We really just want to see things for ourselves, and this has been unbelievable. I wish it would set. I think the magic of a setting sun would make me a lot happier. I'll sleep better. The mountains, you can't see any behind us, but the mountain here is like, I mean, I think we're probably a little further now, but it's 2 miles from our camp, and it looks like you could touch it. Just overall incredible. Jaren and Austin, awesome from the start. They didn't call me a shill, but I think they had some doubts and giving my Facebook accounts to Jaren. He pulled some really great things that I hadn't seen in a long time, and for 9 years or so being a flat earther, I've wanted to come here, and just amazing. So thank you, Will. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, brother.
And hey, Stephanie and Baker, I love you guys. I miss you. I'll see you soon.
Jonathan is incredible, you guys. You have no idea how hard it is to do what he does and how hard he's working. He's always got just tons of gear on him, constantly trying to mic people up and take pictures and get videos and just doing his thing, which he's the expert in. So glad to have him here for sure. I just looked at my battery. I'm on my laptop here. The laptop is sitting on 2 buckets, which are turned upside down, a basket, which is turned upside down, and a piece of wood. So we had to have a makeshift podium, if you will, to do the live stream. And so my battery is not going to last too much longer. But I do want to thank everyone for joining and for the support and for following the final experiment all this time. And it's just been a wild journey. And when you finally get to the end, to the finish line, it's pretty incredible. I do want to say a couple more things. I want to give a shout out to my kids and my wife. So if you're watching for the kiddos, I just want to thank you for being supportive of me over the last year and letting me spend extra time on this. I know it was difficult, and I promise when I get home, you're going to get your dad back. And I also want to just thank my wife. She has said that being married to me is like living on a speedboat. We're always going 100 miles an hour, and we take very sharp turns and go different directions all the time. So thank you, honey, for that. She always gets to hear about my crazy ideas. Fortunately, I don't follow through on a lot of them. And so, but this one I did. And so it turned out to be something much bigger than I had ever anticipated. But the reality is, this is what we set out to do, and we did it. And so it just makes you feel good. It just makes you feel like, accomplished, that you can do it. So we still have a lot to do out here. We're going to be here in Antarctica for a few days. We did a lot of experiments, as I mentioned, when we were in Punta Arenas, Chile. I think the Flat Earthers did some experiments as well. They probably have stuff they're going to do here in Antarctica, but this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to not only enjoy the beauty of this continent, but also to do experiments that you can only do at these latitudes and this far south. So anyway, we're working hard. I know everybody's probably dying to hear what they are and to have us feed you more content, but realize we're going. We're going from morning all the way through the end of the day. We're just always moving and shaking and doing things, and we're trying to make sure that we save our work and back it up, and it's just a lot. And so we try to eat in the middle of doing all that, so it will all come out eventually. We'll have a lot of videos, but we've got to take advantage of the time that we're out here. So the stuff that we're recording and documenting, we hope will be a resource for everyone indefinitely. That's really why we're here. So it's pretty exciting. I do want to say a couple of things before signing off. Number one, Critical Think is going to be doing a live stream on his channel here shortly, probably in about 12 minutes. And then about an hour or so after that, MCToon is going to go live on his channel. So you'll definitely want to check those out. And I'm just going to sign off and say this. You know, I called this the final experiment. It was a name that just came to me, and I thought it was catchy, and I thought it would work. And I still like it. So I do want to say I agree with Jaron that this midnight sun that we just showed everybody that we're all standing in right now does falsify the AE map for sure. Please consider that Alexander Gleason, okay, his map, the map that I've seen on people's shirts, that I've seen in videos, that I see on the walls in the back on people's houses, you know, the guy that made that map in the lower right corner, he stated very clearly that there is no 24-hour sun. He actually said there was no sunlight at all once you reached 80 degrees south, which is where we're coming to you from right now. So I definitely think that the final experiment so far has falsified the AE map. And you know what? It's a good thing. We're moving forward. We're learning. We're progressing. And we're seeking truth. Hanging out with this incredible group of people has shown me that we all have something in common, which is we desire truth more than popularity. And that's what this takes. We've got to be honest with ourselves. We've got to be honest with others. If not, what's the point and what are we doing here? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Again, thank you all for all of the support. And
can you just take the laptop and give it a good
yeah,
because people think it's a green screen.
Okay. All right. So can someone grab this battery? Just do a slow all the way around. All right. We're gonna okay. We're just gonna do one more spin here, nice and slow, so you can see the backdrop, the incredible mountains, and all of our camera gear. There's the sun. Critical think there.
And it is the sun.
And then there's where we're staying tonight. And then you can see that there's Dave McKeegan all the way back there doing his thing. So, all right. So almost 4,200 people. So encouraging, so exciting. Glad we were able to share this moment and share this experience with you all. Again, can't thank everyone enough for all that you guys did and just watching the videos, asking the questions, offering up ideas. So anyway, with that, I'm going to sign off. Thanks, everyone. Much love. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Will. That was great.
Robbie Davidson was a leader in the flat earth world, producing the documentary Scientism Exposed, parts 1 and 2, founding the ministry Celebrate Truth, which grew to 150,000 followers on YouTube, and organizing multiple Flat Earth International conferences. But now he's rejected it all and believes the earth is a sphere. One of the connections that made Robbie even more well-known was his association with Logan Paul. Paul, who today is most famous for being a WWE superstar and co-founding Prime Hydration with his friend KSI, was previously mainly known as a YouTuber. One of his more provocative projects was pretending to be a flat earther for his mockumentary Flat Earth to the Edge and Back. For that documentary, he spoke at the 2018 Flat Earth International Conference, an event founded and organized by Robbie. At that conference, Logan publicly came out of the closet as a flat earther.
I'm not ashamed to say my name is Logan Paul and I think I'm coming out of the flat earth closet.
But it was all a ruse for his video. In Paul's documentary, Robbie was shown as a leader and superstar of the movement. Here's one of those clips.
So we're gonna meet up with Robbie and he's gonna give us
Wait, who's Robbie?
Robbie Davidson, the CEO and founder of the Flat Earth Internet. Yeah.
Robbie Davidson. Do you know Robbie Davidson? Do you know who that is? I don't. That's the guy from my wall. Like, dude,
well, yeah, we're meeting
I've been
with
following the dude for years, bro. I have his book. Like, you guys have to put yourselves in my shoes for a second and just understand like what this means to me. Hi. Bro, why would you say that? Give me 1 second. Okay.
What's up, dude? How are you?
Good, man.
Nice to meet you. What's my friend Mike?
Hey, what's up, Robbie?
Mike, nice to meet you. Yeah, Mike. Nice to meet
Dude,
you.
it's gonna rock your mind, man. It's gonna blow your mind. Just go in with an open mind. That's what I want. Just ask all the hard questions to everyone. Man, they're gonna just love the fact that you're just open.
Something else that's important to understand about Robbie is that he is an evangelical Christian who originally adopted flat earth beliefs because of how he interpreted the Bible at the time. Robbie is also a personal friend of mine. He and his family have been in my home, and we were members of 2 different churches together before my family moved out of Edmonton. I've always felt a bond with Robbie because while he was leading Celebrate Truth, I was running the head covering movement. We were both spearheading ministries that received a lot of criticism and were viewed by our critics as founding our ministries on a very narrow biblical interpretation. I never adopted flat earth beliefs myself, but Robbie helped me understand where he was coming from. After church, I'd often approach him with new objections or questions to get his take on them.
I have a question for you, man.
He was never divisive or pushy. He never tried to force his view on me or make me feel like a second-class Christian for disagreeing. He also wasn't trying to change our church into a flat earth church. Our pastors at both of the churches we were members of together didn't believe in my view of head covering or his view of flat earth, and we were both okay with that. I've always respected him deeply, especially for his charitable spirit and his commitment to the unity among believers. That's why his change of mind, while surprising in one sense, is in another sense not surprising at all. He's always been a man who cares about the truth and is willing to follow the evidence wherever it leads.
I just want the truth.
With all that said, let's now look at the experiment that shook up Robbie's world and led him to abandon his beliefs. Robbie's change of mind came after the conclusions of what is known as the final experiment. The final experiment was a 2024 expedition to Antarctica designed to test a central claim of flat earth theory. It took place over 4 days from December 14th to 17th in 2024. The trip was organized by Pastor Will Duffy and included a team of 9. Duffy himself, along with 8 content creators on both sides of the shape of the earth debate. For their travel to Antarctica, each participant carried GPS devices that continuously updated their coordinates, allowing observers to monitor their exact locations throughout the journey. Additionally, the chartered flight from Punta Arenas, Chile to Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica was tracked live via Flight Radar 24, providing transparent and verifiable flight data. These measures were designed to counter claims that the expedition was staged or that the participants never actually reached Antarctica. This mission was chosen because Duffy had realized in his conversations with flat earthers that if the sun could be observed continuously in the Antarctic sky for 24 hours, it would directly contradict the flat earth claims. So he arranged the expedition to settle the matter once and for all, hence the name The Final Experiment. This marked the first time in history that modern flat earthers traveled to Antarctica for a direct test of their beliefs. According to the flat earth model, Antarctica is not a continent at the South Pole, but rather a ring-shaped ice boundary encircling the world. In this model, the sun behaves like a spotlight moving around the Earth's surface, so it can't remain visible in Antarctica for 24 hours. It would have to rise and set like it does everywhere else all over the world. To put that to the test, the team brought a Starlink satellite internet kit and live streamed the midnight sun for several days. The flat earthers on the team admitted the phenomenon was real, witnessing it with their own eyes.
So obviously you all know Jaron Campanella of Jeranism, one of the most popular flat earth YouTube channels.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. He said, "You want to go? I'll take you," and brought me here. And it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. So what does that mean? You guys are going to have to figure that out yourself. Don't listen to my beliefs or my opinion. It shouldn't matter to you. But at least you should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is.
that's it.
Their cameras were set up to track the sun's position through the night. The live feeds that were broadcast on YouTube and social media showed the sun skimming just above the horizon at local midnight before rising higher again, never setting. This is what's known as a midnight sun. A second reason for choosing Antarctica specifically, rather than a northern location like Alaska or Norway, where the midnight sun is also visible, was the belief among flat earthers that regular people cannot access Antarctica.
You can get a flight, you can get it booked, get down there, they're gonna take a picture with a penguin, they'll take you to a ceremonial pole. But you say, hey dude, I wanna grab a backpack, I wanna go explore. You won't be allowed.
Really?
It is guarded big time. 40 countries signed a peace treaty, and it's the longest standing peace treaty that no one's ever broken. And it says that only military and science can go there. You're not allowed to go backpacking and hang out.
Many in that movement believed governments were restricting access to the so-called ice wall at the edge of the world, hiding the truth about a flat earth from the public. But the fact that Duffy could arrange private travel for the team shattered this narrative. The evidence of the midnight sun caused many truth seekers to abandon their flat earth beliefs, but not all. Some fairly acknowledged that while this data point does clearly contradict the flat earth model, they wanted to explore further before drawing new conclusions. Others, however, exposed their bias, clinging to the theory at all costs. Dean Odell, a pastor and prominent flat earth preacher who declined Duffy's invitation to join the expedition, all expenses paid, even claimed in a sermon afterward that Satan himself might have created a fake sun to deceive the team.
Let me just say this at the outset here about the so-called final experiment and them allegedly seeing the sun move in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off?
ROBBIE Davidson later summarized the flat earth backlash to the data. Some claim the team never even went to Antarctica. Others insisted they did, but filmed it all in a CGI studio. And a slew of absurd, even borderline insane conspiracy theories popped up to reject the reality of their boots on the ground evidence. Some even went so far as to be convinced that it was Satan himself going around the TFE team as a deception, rather than just admit it was literally the actual sun they observed on the continent. Many flat earthers now shrug and say it doesn't matter, even though a core pillar of our belief, I was there from the start, was that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica couldn't exist. We dismissed it as impossible, but the team proved it's real. By the end of the 4-day final experiment expedition, the sun never set a single time. Exactly what is expected on a globe and completely incompatible with flat earth cosmology. Now, this experiment was the final nail in the coffin for ROBBIE. He looked at the evidence and realized it wasn't on his side. He said the data pointed to a globe rather than a, quote, biblical enclosed model with a dome-like firmament, sun, moon, and stars spinning around Polaris. Polaris, also known as the North Star, is fixed in the night sky directly above the North Pole, with other stars appearing to rotate around it. After over a decade of researching and defending flat Earth and thoroughly understanding every argument for and against it, ROBBIE put together a list of 10 specific takeaways from the final experiment that led him to abandon the flat Earth model. They are as follows, using his own words with no commentary from me. 24-hour sun. The team recorded the sun circling the sky for 24 hours in Antarctica, upside down and moving counterclockwise, opposite to what we see up north. I believe it's the real sun, not a trick. On a flat Earth, you'd expect a clockwise path or a sun that sets, so this is a tough one to square. 24-hour moon. The moon is visible for 24 hours, upside down and counterclockwise too compared to the north. Flat Earth voices have argued there's no 24-hour moon down there, but the reality says otherwise. A flat map struggles to explain that motion. South Celestial Pole. The team filmed stars rotating clockwise around a southern point in Chile, the opposite of the northern counterclockwise spin around Polaris. Flat Earth voices have doubted this exists, but I trust what the team caught on camera. A single northern hub can't account for two poles. Sunrise and sunset direction. South of the Tropic of Capricorn, they documented the sun rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest. I believe that's the sun's true path, not a fluke. A flat Earth model has a hard time bending sunlight to match that, unlike a globe's tilt. The South Pole. The team had someone at the South Pole while others were at a nearby camp. Flat Earthers claim it's not real, but I'm going with the team's account. A flat Earth doesn't have room for one southern point. It's all edges. Distance between meridians. They measure longitude lines in Chile and Antarctica, showing them closer together south of the equator. I trust their numbers. On a flat Earth, those lines would widen outward, not shrink, making this a real puzzle for that view. Southern Hemisphere flights. The team confirmed non-stop flights like Chile to Australia exist. Many have said they don't, but the evidence disagrees. Flights from New Zealand, South Africa, and South America reach the South Pole in similar times. I believe they're real. A flat Earth can't collapse those distances so neatly. Crossing Antarctica. They learned from staff that people have crossed Antarctica, showing it's a continent, not a wall. I'm taking the staff's word over doubts from the community. A flat Earth's endless ice barrier or shoreline doesn't align with that kind of journey. Weight variation. The team found that things weighed differently in Antarctica due to gravity shifts, as predicted. I'm convinced it's legit physics, not a ruse. A flat Earth doesn't vary weight like that. A globe shape does. Shadow measurements. They filmed 360-degree shadows from a 24-hour sun. I believe it's the sun casting them, not some illusion. Flat Earth shadows wouldn't circle like that. They'd stretch or vanish under a dome. ROBBIE wrapped up his reflections with this statement. These 10 points make it incredibly tough to hold onto a flat Earth, especially the literal biblical model with a dome where everything orbits Polaris. How do you fit a southern pole, a counterclockwise sun and moon, shrinking meridians, or flights to one spot from sprawling continents? I'm not saying it's foolish to try, just that the evidence from Antarctica leans hard towards a globe, and reconciling it with a flat model feels like chasing a mirage at this point. I'm now convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that I was wrong about my worldview and cosmology. The evidence from the final experiment team in Antarctica has settled it for me, and I feel total peace with this shift. I want to end this video by commending my friend ROBBIE. He named his ministry Celebrate Truth because that's what he truly cares about, and he wasn't afraid to follow the truth wherever it led. He demonstrated at great personal cost, as you can expect, he's now being lambasted within the flat Earth community, that he wasn't some gullible guy ignoring evidence. He was someone who was willing to follow the facts no matter where they pointed, and no matter the cost. May we all have the courage to do the same when we're confronted with the inconvenient truth that something we believe for a long time is false. If you'd like to learn more about cosmology from a Christian worldview, check out Falling Flat, a refutation of flat Earth claims by Dr. Danny Faulkner. Faulkner holds master's degrees in physics and astronomy and a PhD in astronomy from Indiana University. This book is written specifically for Christians who want to understand how science and scripture fit together when it comes to the shape of the Earth. It thoroughly answers common flat Earth claims while affirming the authority of the Bible. I've got a link to the book in the video description. Thanks so much for watching. If you found it helpful, would you mind clicking like before you leave? And if you want more content like this in your feed, click subscribe and hit the notification bell. See you in the next video.
Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024, when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey with me, Will Duffy, to Antarctica. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat earth. If they say that flat earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat earth is impossible, because a flat earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat earth map and there is no working flat earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat earth. This brings us to sunrise and sunset direction. And we will take a special look at sunrise and sunset direction south of the Tropic of Capricorn. So we will need a quick geography lesson to properly understand this one. There are 5 major circles of latitude on the globe. From north to south, they are the Arctic Circle, the Tropic of Cancer, the Equator, the Tropic of Capricorn, and the Antarctic Circle. A flat Earth would only have 2 of these, the 2 tropics, Cancer and Capricorn. The equator, which divides the globe into hemispheres, would be meaningless on a flat Earth. And the Arctic and Antarctic circles only exist on the globe as they are specifically created by the globe's axial tilt of approximately 23.5 degrees. So when you hear a flat earther mention either the Arctic Circle or Antarctic Circle, which they do all the time, don't forget to remind them that those only exist on the globe. And watch that conversation get shut down very quickly. By the way, for what it's worth, the Antarctic Circle can only exist on a globe.
You keep saying stuff like that. You don't even have a model.
In this video, we will be mainly concerned with the Tropic of Capricorn. According to flat earthers, the sun's circuit above the earth moves from tropic to tropic. This is what they say creates seasons on the earth and is their best attempt at making sense of the sun's actual movement through the sky throughout the world.
So it appears to move in a circle over top of the earth. It just moves in a giant circle. And throughout the year, it moves in and out closer and further away from the center. That's what gives us seasons. That's what gives us the analemma.
As we are about to see, this flat earth model has now been officially falsified, and the globe was confirmed. The tropics represent the furthest north and south latitudes where the sun can be observed directly overhead a geographic location. The Tropic of Cancer is located at about 23 degrees north, and the Tropic of Capricorn is located at about 23 degrees south. Here is flat earther Eric Dubé explaining how the sun moves over a flat earth from tropic to tropic and how that causes the different seasons.
In the flat earth model, the sun and moon luminaries revolve around the earth, illuminating like spotlights the areas over which they pass. The sun's annual corkscrew journey begins at the Tropic of Capricorn on the winter solstice, where it makes its fastest and largest circle over and around the earth. Every day, the sun slightly narrows its path and slows its speed, until when the sun makes its smallest, slowest circle around the Tropic of Cancer.
There is very little land south of the Tropic of Capricorn. Here is a Mercator projection of the globe, and the line at the bottom represents the Tropic of Capricorn. And you can see that only the southern portion of South America, the southern tip of Africa, the southern half of Australia and New Zealand are the only main areas of land south of the Tropic of Capricorn, in addition to Antarctica. Being south of the Tropic of Capricorn puts you in a very unique place to test the significant difference between the flat earth claims and the globes. As you can see in this graphic, the sun's movement over the flat earth is in a circle that travels between the two tropics. And when the sun reaches its outermost and largest circle over the Tropic of Capricorn, someone south of that tropic would observe the sun to rise in the northeast, and they would observe the sun to set in the northwest. But on the globe model, for someone south of the Tropic of Capricorn, the sun would rise to the southeast and set to the southwest. Listen to this flat earther tell me personally, prior to the final experiment, that if the sun sets for us to the southwest, we definitely live on a globe.
When you're in that place, regardless of whether you're on a globe or whether you're on a flat, you are going to be south of the Tropic of Capricorn. You're going to be south of the furthest zenith position that the sun makes. So you are going to have to look north to see the sun. And it would be real simple that as it traverses to the west, if it arcs in a west by northwesterly direction at all, you're not on a globe. If it arcs around, if it starts to track, you don't even have to see it for 24 hours. All you have to do is watch which way it tracks. If it goes west by northwest, you're going to be on, you're on a flat earth. If it's going past you in a west by southwest direction, in other words, angling off to this way, arcing around you, then you're definitely on a globe.
This will be a common theme in this series. Flat earthers saying that specific things would show we live on a globe and would be impossible on a flat earth, and then we show it to them. First was the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
And what I found is anything that would prove the earth is a globe, the globe science community lies about. For example, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat earth.
then the 24-hour moon in Antarctica.
Right? So the moon goes in and out every 2 weeks, right? You know, there's a 24-hour moon in the north, but not a 24-hour moon in the south.
Then the South Celestial Pole.
But wouldn't that show a globe then, if they had to show both celestial poles by standing underneath it on the GP? And no one shows that. Your globe's false because you're not able to show two actual celestial poles from the GPs on the ground.
And now the sunrise and sunset direction for an observer south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
If it's going past you in a west by southwest direction, in other words, angling off to this way, arcing around you, then you're definitely on a globe.
When will flat earthers admit we live on a globe as we release receipt after receipt after receipt of the very things they said would mean we live on a globe? Listen to another flat earther from Sydney, Australia, as he insists that when you are south of the Tropic of Capricorn, the sun is always north of you, which is what would be required on a flat earth.
The sun never, ever goes south of Sydney. Never goes south of those coordinates. And I'm happy to go outside now and point it towards the sun and show you the sun is always north. In midday, nighttime, anytime, it's always north. Always north of that coordinate.
Okay.
There's no need to go to a reference. I can show you an observation. I can walk outside, send this compass towards the sun and show you the sun never, ever goes south of Sydney. Ever. It's always north. So the sun never, ever goes south of Sydney, ever. In fact, the Tropic of Capricorn is around Rockhampton, which, for people who don't know Australia, is in North Queensland. The southernmost point the sun ever gets is along Rockhampton. That's where you make beautiful sunsets. Most beautiful sunsets because the sun is directly above. The sun never, ever goes south of Sydney. Doesn't matter how many references you show me or what sources you go to.
This is why the 4 flat earthers who were with us on our trip to Antarctica paid close attention to the direction of the sunset the first night we were in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, but more importantly, also south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
If you have the sun moving away from you, right, we should think that it's going north. So there's light in the south. There's light over here in the north, right? Mm-hmm. Which is what the globe would predict. The flat earth would predict it in that it could be the coffee cup caustic.
To get precise concerning our location at Punta Arenas, on the Gleason's AE map, the sun would rise around 23 degrees northeast. And on the globe, the sun would rise at 132 degrees southeast. That represents a massive margin of over 100 degrees difference between the flat earth prediction and the globe prediction. The flat earthers on our trip were hoping to see a sunset to the northwest, with the sun rising in the northeast. So let's hear them describe what they saw with their own eyes.
Yeah, it's midnight. And that's looking about south. We do have different readings about exactly. We couldn't see the sunset today, but now it's lit up pretty good in the south. That's pretty bright for midnight.
So it's 12 o'clock here, okay? The sun, okay, it was light until after 10 o'clock. We were eating lunch. It was still like bright outside, 10 p.m., right? Okay, it's midnight now. It's gotten dark and like actually pretty cold. Anyway, so we're in the hotel and we're looking out the window. Our window is like facing the water and it's facing south. And the whole sky is pitch black, but if you look south, the sky is lit up. The sky is lit up in the south, but not in any other direction. Okay, so let's break it down. So obviously the idea, if you look at the AE map, right, you got the sun will be moving in a circle. It's actually going to be going north at this point. That way. But according to the globe's going to predict that the sun's actually over there south. It's going to be over towards the south. In theory, if we were to like, I don't know, maybe hop in a plane and start flying that way, we would see the sun start to rise up, right? Now, if there was like a container and there was light wrapped around the edge, then we would still see what we're seeing right now, which is just like a lit up like rim along the south.
It always comes down to the sun.
So it comes down to the sun.
As you heard them say, the sun appeared to be in the south, just as the globe predicted. Well, I was able to capture with my drone both a sunrise and a sunset while we were at the southern tip of South America. But for you to fully understand these videos, you must first be familiar with the area we were in. This is a satellite image from Google Maps of the street right outside our hotel. The GPS coordinates are in the lower right corner, so anyone can look this up themselves on Google Maps. Our hotel is located in the upper left corner of the image. This is Hotel Diego de Almagro. There are some key landmarks, the first of which was a fountain directly across the street from our hotel. This is a maritime monument remembering Chile's claim to the Strait of Magellan, which is the body of water directly south of our location. Next was a large orange landmark on the right-hand side of the image. This large sculpture commemorates the first circumnavigation of the Earth by Magellan over 500 years ago. Last but certainly not least was the street in front of our hotel. This street ran almost directly east and west. This will serve as a visual aid, so there is no doubt which direction the sun rose and set each day while we were there. Take a good look at this image, and when we are at the fountain, looking down the street toward the orange circumnavigation landmark, we are facing east. With an understanding of the area we were in, please enjoy the beauty of this southeast Punta Arenas sunrise from south of the Tropic of Capricorn, taken with my drone in 4K. As you clearly saw, the sun came up from the southeast, which is exactly what would happen on a globe and would be impossible on a flat Earth. So another globe prediction confirmed, and another flat Earth prediction was completely false. To help this make sense, someone named Mike Honey made these two motion graphics, which first show the path of the sun over the flat Earth map, and then he added a sun, which represents what we actually experienced both in Chile and Antarctica. Now, this, of course, makes no sense on a flat Earth, as there are not two suns, and the rest of the world still experienced day and night every 24 hours. So it cannot be the case that we had our own special sun circling the area we just so happened to be at. Another YouTuber named Josh Leese created this incredible video to show how sun elevation angles make no sense on a flat Earth. And then watch what happens when these 30 sun elevation angles on the flat Earth are transitioned onto a globe. Globe predictions come true because the globe is real. Every flat Earth prediction prior to the final experiment was demonstrably false. First, they said there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Next, they said there is no 24-hour moon in Antarctica. Then that there is no South Celestial Pole. And now they said that the sun would rise in the northeast and set in the northwest. Not only did the sun actually rise and set in a southerly direction, we were so far south we could see twilight moving from right to left due south of us through the night. And that twilight to the south of us was, of course, coming from the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. This incredible time lapse was captured by our own Jonathan Morandi, and you can see the twilight to the south moving from right to left through the night, just as the globe predicted. A rising and setting sun to the south of an observer who is south of the Tropic of Capricorn will never be mapped or modeled on a flat Earth. Because again, you can't model something with this amount of precision and make these very specific, accurate predictions concerning something that doesn't exist. It's only possible to do this with something that is real. And because the globe is real, every single globe prediction concerning the rising and setting sun south of the Tropic of Capricorn has been confirmed. And the flat Earth prediction of a northeast sunrise and northwest sunset was completely false. Please watch our other experiments, which are part of these final experiments, where you will see results that confirm the globe and results that would be impossible on a flat Earth. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. All right. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Really excited to have this conversation. Something I have learned in my time in the flat Earth community is that flat earthers will say and claim things about themselves that are simply not true. For example, flat earthers will claim to be pilots, but they're not actually pilots. Bob Nodell claimed to be a commercial pilot, and he was lying. He was not a commercial pilot. And then people in the flat Earth community will claim to have doctorates and to be doctors, and that's also has been shown to be not true. For those of you that missed my conversation with Stephen Alonzo, he claimed to be a doctor and a pilot. Both of those were not true. So anyway, there's something important when you have the truth on your side. You don't have to lie and you don't have to make these things up. But today we're going to talk to someone who actually has a doctorate, who actually is a doctor. And I am excited to have with us Dr. David Weisskopf. David, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's a privilege.
Yes, and I will let the audience know a little about you. So, number one, your name stuck out to me in this world of flat Earth because there's someone named David Weiss in the flat Earth world that most people are familiar with. He goes by Flat Earth Dave. And so, jokingly, tongue-in-cheek, I'm going to refer to you, David Weisskopf, as the globe's answer to David Weiss. But you do have an actual doctorate from Touro University. You also have a master's in Jewish studies from Hebrew University, a master in Israel studies from Hebrew University, and you're also fluent in both biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew. And so I'm so thankful to have you here. You reached out to me. Word about the final experiment spread internationally very quickly. You are coming to us right now from Jerusalem, which has been your home for at least a couple of decades. And I'm excited to dive into the Bible today, to the scriptures, and to look at the biblical Hebrew from someone who's an expert. I'm excited to learn. Hopefully everyone else that's joining us today is excited to learn as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. You can talk a little bit about you and your YouTube channel, and then we can go ahead and dive into the Bible, into the book of Genesis.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. I appreciate how quickly you responded to me. I reached out to you because I was getting really frustrated with both flat earthers and atheists agreeing that we Jews have ever believed that the earth was flat using Hebrew scriptures. And it drives me crazy to see these debates happen out of ignorance. It's one thing when people know what they're talking about and disagree with each other. It's another thing when people accuse Jews of believing something that we don't believe and never have. I do have a YouTube channel that I would appreciate people coming and checking out. It's Dr. D 1967. Right now I'm doing a Bible study, a weekly Bible study on parental alienation in the Torah, which anybody out there who's interested in that subject, be happy to have you come and subscribe to the channel. And that's about it. Do you want to jump right in?
Let's jump in. Yeah.
Okay. So I have a PowerPoint presentation. And the name is, or the title is, Do Jews Believe That the Earth is Flat or a Globe? And before going into it, I want to give a disclaimer about Greek texts, which includes the Septuagint, the New Testament, and Josephus. I don't understand any Greek. It's all Greek to me. It would be irresponsible of me to try to give you answers from Greek texts that I don't have. And just like it's irresponsible for flat earthers and for atheists to give answers that they don't have about the Hebrew text, it would equally be irresponsible for me to give you answers from the Greek text. So I'm going to focus exclusively on Hebrew texts, though I'm aware that there are these other Greek texts out there that are part of this discussion, and you could, certainly find somebody who is more versed in Greek to cover them. But I don't want to do that kind of a disservice to your audience by irresponsibly giving answers that I don't have.
Hey, David, give me 1 second. They're saying they can't see the presentation, which I don't understand.
Okay.
So give me 1 second here. Why wouldn't you guys be able to see it? Sorry, 1 second here. Yeah, so I am so stumped right now. Sorry, give me 1 second here. It's on the stage on my end. Okay. All right, I think they can see it now. Okay. Just go ahead and press hide at the bottom there on that little white bar.
Right.
And then
okay. How's that?
And then we should be good to go. All right. Here we go.
Okay. All right. So diving right into it, studying a foreign language requires humility. Though you may be confused in a language that is not your own, the native speaker and listener are not confused with each other. It's arrogant and presumptuous for a non-speaker of a language to impose a foreign agenda on the native speakers. Okay? Language is fluid and ambiguous, and oh, by the way, English is not an exception to that rule about languages. For example, imagine 2,000 years in the future, archaeologists and conspiracy buffs try to decipher English texts. What will they find? Despite all of our technological advances, and if you think about it, we can land probes on other planets and shoot asteroids off course from wherever they're going. We have great Wi-Fi until we need it. But we still have not been able to precisely answer the following question in English. How high is the sky off the ground? Okay, let that sink in. We still cannot articulate in English precisely how high the sky is off the ground. What the heck is primordial soup? Okay, is there a big bowl of soup floating out in outer space? The same way that you would want archaeologists of the future to understand that English expressions can sometimes be fluid, vague, and incomplete, so too I request your patience with the fluidity and ambiguity of the ancient Hebrew language spoken by my ancestors. With that, we're going to go into exegeting the main passage, which is Genesis chapter 1, about this word rakia. And what I did was I have the original Hebrew on one side, along with an English translation provided by Chabad.org on the other side. And the reason why I went with their translation is I really like how they captured in English the way in which Jews have understood this text for centuries before there even was an English language. And particularly when we look at verse 1 here, I really like their translation, and I really don't like most other translations. They do it differently from any other translation I've seen, and I like their difference here. What it says in the Hebrew is Bereshit bara Elokim et hashamayim v'et haaretz, and Chabad translated it as in the beginning of God's creation of the heavens and the earth. Okay, let that sink in for a second. Doesn't that feel kind of awkward? You want to fix it. You want to send an email to Chabad.org and say, hey, you made a mistake. Something's wrong here. To which Chabad.org would respond back to you, no, we did this on purpose. And what they did was they captured a similar kind of awkwardness that's happening in the Hebrew. The Hebrew is sort of grabbing a hold of you and saying to you to restrain your urge to want to simplify this and fix it when we're talking about a topic that's going to be very complicated, and frankly so complicated that's kind of beyond human words to express, but we're going to try to put them to words anyway. And I think Chabad did a great job on verse 1 of conveying that kind of awkwardness and incompleteness that you want to fix it, and you're not supposed to fix it. You're the one who's supposed to wrestle with these very difficult and deep concepts that the text is about to go into. Verse 2 continues and says, the ha'aretz haita tovu v'vohu, and I put that in red because this is another expression that has been a big challenge for theologians for centuries. And let's look at how Chabad translated that. Now, the earth was astonishingly empty, which is, it's a good translation. I think there's other translations that say null and void, something to that effect. But this word, this expression, this phrase, tovu v'vohu, I would like to take a little bit of license and stretch that meaning beyond astonishingly empty and say primordial soup. So though that's not literally what that expression says, it captures that ambiguity and that complexity that primordial soup has in English of this state that the earth and frankly the universe was in at the beginning, that was embryonic and nebulous and globular, blob of stuff that doesn't exist today in the same form. It's a state of matter that doesn't really exist as we know it today, like primordial soup. So if you allow me a little bit of license to stretch the meaning of tohu vohu in Hebrew, it sort of captures this ambiguity and a warning to you that the earth is in this state that we can't really relate to, but we're going to still try to give some words to understand it. And I want to point out a couple of phrases after that that's going to be important for us later. These two words here, alpene. We have alpene hatohem, and over here we have alpene hamayim. Okay, let's look at how Chabad translated this phrase alpene and alpene. It's there twice. So they translated it over here as on, and they translated it over here as over. It's the same phrase, but two different English words. One is on, and the other.
Hey, David, I just lost your audio. Yeah, I lost your audio for some reason. I still can't hear you. Is your microphone like, is it, I don't know if it has like a battery or anything, but it's weird. It just cut out like instantly. Okay, now it says you're muted. When I try to unmute you, it says that you don't have a mic connected. So yeah, you're going to have to unmute yourself, and it will allow you to unmute once you have a mic connected. This is one of the issues with becoming an expert in something, is you can't be an expert in technology. But I'll let you know once we can hear you. It's going to be important that you're able to press unmute at the bottom of your screen on the StreamYard tab, because it won't let you press that until you have a microphone connected. I think this is what you were mentioning about things working until you need them. Okay, so now it doesn't say unmute anymore, but you're frozen. So you might be rebooting or something. There's someone in the comments. Can you say something, David? Can you hear me? Still can't hear you. I'm not sure why. You could reboot if you would like, if you think that might help. And then I can field some questions right now in the Q&A if people would like, while you're resetting. Yeah, people are saying to disconnect and reconnect the microphone, but I'm guessing you've done that. Maybe try, with everything plugged in, maybe try leaving StreamYard and coming back in. That might be the way to do it. So I do want to highlight a couple of people in the chat. First is Flatzoid was in the chat. I'm not sure if he's still here. So Flatzoid is on record saying that the South Celestial Pole would show a globe. And so we showed the South Celestial Pole, not only from Chile, but also from the GP of the South Celestial Pole. So technically, Flatzoid should be a glober now, if he was going to be honest about what he said. But flat earthers are famous for moving the goalposts. Imagine if we went to Antarctica and there was no 24-hour sun, and we all just continued to pretend like we didn't say that. That would be a definitive way to show that we don't live on a globe. You guys would never let us hear the end of it. Sav was in the chat. Not sure if he still is, but he said that if the sun goes a certain direction away from us in Chile, that would prove we're on a globe, and it did. And so then he changed his mind on that. Hey, David, can you hear us? I cannot hear you, unfortunately. So anyway, flat earthers, I've noticed their predictions are almost always wrong, or if they predict something that they say will falsify flat earth and show a globe, they don't stick with it when that prediction comes true. So only their wrong predictions come true, because we don't live on a flat earth. Yes, Sav also said there's no South Pole, which is false. He must have missed our video. The South Pole is something that is only on a globe, is not on a flat earth. And we just did a video on the South Pole. So the South Pole is devastating for flat earth. Essentially, all they can do is say nah to the South Pole, but it's there. You can visit it from anywhere in the world. And when you travel there, you can go south from anywhere in the world and get there. But if you go south from anywhere on a flat earth, you would actually go farther and farther away from each other. Multiple people would never end up in the same place, heading south from the south of New Zealand and Africa and South America. So flat earthers have no answer for the South Pole whatsoever. And they also will struggle to point to where it would be on a flat earth map. The only person that has made an attempt at that was Stephen Alonso, and he picked some arbitrary location. Not exactly sure why he picked it, but that was easily falsified. Okay, David is back. Let's see if we can hear you now. Can we hear you now? Still cannot hear you, unfortunately. You're something's going on with your microphone, because we can see you, and I can see you moving, but we cannot hear you. Oh, here we go. No, automatically. Yeah, I don't have any control on my end, unfortunately, to help you with that. By the way, someone made me aware today that Mikey Smith showed up at my church here in Colorado. So that was interesting. I was not there, but he was there with Roger Ledwell, and he filmed the cross on our sign and said it was upside down, which is bizarre. It was not upside down. Hey, David, did you reboot your computer? Or did you just leave and come back? You want to try rebooting? That might be a good idea. All right. Just trying to keep up here on the comments. By the way, the South Pole video also shows that the Earth is rotating. There would never be a geographic South Pole on a sphere unless that sphere was rotating. So that the South Pole not only shows a globe, but it also shows rotation. And Shiloh Carpenter has no answers for any of this. And so he will not post them in the comments. Yes, Sean, they do not understand art, but this is okay. People think that I'm frustrated with the flat Earth community's response to TFE, and I am not. The flat Earth community's response to TFE is actually showing me something that I didn't even see. And more importantly, it's showing flat earthers something that they didn't see, which is that they are in something that very much resembles a cult. So 3 flat earthers who have left because of the final experiment, 3 so far have contacted me and said, Will, I did not realize I was in a cult. That's their words. And one of them actually said that they didn't know, but they were actually a cult leader. And so this is very important. The reaction we are seeing from the flat Earth community is actually showing the truth about the flat Earth community, and it has nothing to do with truth. It has nothing to do with evidence. It has nothing to do with finding the truth and showing the world. What our latest video in the final experiment series on the South Pole showed was that there are no flat earthers who actually want to prove to the world that we live on a flat earth, because they don't do anything. So if we go all the way back to 1911, 2 men risked their lives, actually more than 2 men. They each led their teams. 2 teams of men risked their lives because they believed we lived on a globe and they wanted to find the South Pole. Compare that today to flat earthers. I can't find a flat earther that is willing to do anything to show that we live on a flat earth. They're just not. They're not willing to be cold, they say. They're not willing to spend money, they say. And they're not even willing to raise money. It takes courage if you really believe in something. And so I'm starting, this is a process, but I'm starting to believe and think that flat earthers don't actually believe we live on a flat earth, because they don't show any evidence of that. Actions speak louder than words. I come along, I'm a nobody. I am introduced to this whole flat earth debate, and I am confident we live on a globe. And I'm so confident that I'm actually willing to do something. I created the final experiment. I gave my own money and my own resources. I gave my own time. Why? Because I'm confident we live on a globe. Flat earthers are not willing to do any of this, okay? That is the biggest message of TFE. Flat earthers could create their own final experiment. They could create their own experiment that they invite the globe side to, that they make sure they're not misrepresenting the globe side on. You see, I didn't misrepresent the flat earth side. I listened for over a year to what the flat earthers were saying, and they were saying that Antarctica is this ice ring, and it's not a continent, and there is no 24-hour sun. And a lot of them even said you can't go there. And it's like, okay, great. I'm listening. I hear what you're saying. Now we're going to test it. And